I awaken. I don't know it at the moment, but this day marks my fourth straight year of existing in the dogscape. I push myself up from the carpet of writhing, twitching dog flesh beneath me and rise to my feet, stretching in the morning sun. It took me a while to learn to balance on the layer of solid dogs that now blankets every inch of solid ground, but nowadays I can walk and run as easily and as fast as I ever did on soil or concrete, perhaps faster. This was a city once, I think, though which one I can't remember. I only owe my guess to the massive pillars of dogs jutting into the sky, perhaps ancient buildings now completely filled and overgrown by canine biomatter. I climbed one once, sinking my fingers and toes deep into the dog wall to gain purchase, and after hours and hours of climbing, I was rewarded with an incredible vista. Fur and eyes, panting tugs, and wagging tails, hugging the contours of the once barren land and stretching in a single amoebic mass farther than the eye can see. Now I don't do that though. Now I merely go about my day. I hike by the gardens, where the dog plants sprout up in this bizarre shapes from the floor of the dogscape, and reach up to pluck the fetal puppy fruits right off the wagging, energetic branches. I bite into the succulent flesh, the juices dribbling down my chin and dripping down to be reabsorbed by the ground flesh, and revel in the savory taste. I'm thirsty, so I range until I find one of the mother mounds, and there I suckle at a teat patch until I've had my fill of milk. Sometimes I see other humans around me, as well adapted to the dogscape as I am, but I barely acknowledge them, say nothing. What, after all, is there to say? The world is different now. What meaning would our old words have? Free-ranging dogs are becoming rarer and rarer to see now, and those I do see seem as lost, as passive as I am. They too graze on the dog plants, step carefully over the undulating, bleeding dog floor. Dimly I acknowledge myself and one another. In the distant sky and on the far horizon, I sometimes see massive forms sail or crawl or undulate, and I wonder if in this new world, normal singular ambulatory dogs have become as obsolete as I am. I dug down once, down beneath the dogs, beneath the hair and the ears and the barking. It was hard, and took a lot of planning. I had to destroy one of the dog trees with my hands, rip out the twisted, yards-long communal spines that served them as branches, and lash them together with tendons and skin. But soon I had tools. Pitchforks, spears, shovels. I picked a spot where the dog floor seemed shallower and set to work. The blood started spurting when my spear first broke the surface, and didn't stop for hours and hours and hours. I was drenched in gore and viscera, covered in flecks of bone and meat and brain, but I learned to ignore the sickening squelching sounds, ward off the smell, and just keep going deeper and deeper, spearing and levering out dogs of stranger and stranger's size and build, dogs with two heads, dogs with human hands, dogs with writhing tentacles where their back legs should be. Eventually, I came to the end of the dogs, or perhaps the beginning of whatever lies beyond dogs, an expanse of multicolored patchwork fur that extended as far as I could dig it in any direction. I could pierce it with great difficulty, but it barely bled, and try as I might, I could only barely peel the skin away, revealing a layer of striated grayish muscle beneath. It started to tremble as I watched it, shaking the very dog matter around me, and I realized that the dogscape was beginning to regenerate itself, close in over me, seal me in. So I fled, climbing back up into the light. The stream trickled warmly past the black leathery edges of the puppy mouth stream. The saliva waters churned as they flowed from the bed of the stream, lined with the ever-lapping tongues of eager greeting puppies. To feel a rock on the shore is to find sharp milk teeth of weaned dogs. Cast to the tufts of mange, weeds growing into splits and banks. The head of the stream is split by a single mound of golden fur, like an upholstered boulder set with a large golden eye that swerves to see passing visitors. The waters will bubble and frost should the eye see you. The tongues lap nervous, loving greetings with gurgled yips. The dogscape. That's what we call it, us humans that banded together. I mean, we sit around campfires and cook the whelps we collect from the dog trees. The only flammable material we had is the acrid fur that grows everywhere. It offends all senses, but soon the meal is prepared. The only food sources are the dog trees and the mother mounds. Some foolish enough dig for meat, though the reward is great, many don't come back. For the dog flesh regrows above them, trapping them inside the moist ground. Primitive tools are forged from bones and leather, such as shovels and knives and clothes. I have lived here for as long as I can remember. They're faint shimmers of the time before the dog flesh. But what use is there dwelling on the past when it cannot fill our stomachs in the present? I am our tribe's scribe. My name is Doc. I used to have a real name, but it escapes my memory. I record all of our findings and knowledge in my leather pages, using dog blood as ink. There were times when there were more of us. The tribe started with as many as 60 people. Now our numbers are as few as 20. Our leader is Keith. He instructs us to find food, build shelter, and bring fire. He abuses his power, taking 5 wives and eating more than his share of the food. For those who speak against him, meet death in the night. It is hellish, but there is no other choice. Without guidance, we will die out there. So we must remain under his leadership. It has been 2 days since my last writing. I am lucky that Keith cannot read, for if he had seen my statements about him, I would be dead. Yesterday, one of our tribe members, Caught, was killed by accidentally stepping into one of the open dog mouths. His screams of pain as his chewed forced me to crush his skull with a shovel, killing him instantly. The bastard Keith claimed Caught's food ration as his own. I can sense the other are beginning to tire of Keith's position of power as well. Nobody spoke a word at that night's feast. I will not sleep well tonight, hearing Caught's screams in my nightmares. I fear for my life. Feck was killed in front of all of us by Keith today. He refused to continue digging for me, so the monster beat him to death with his bare hands as a sign that he would not tolerate a refusal to work. I cannot stand for this much longer. Feck was not even an adult. He could have not been more than 17 human years. This brings our numbers down to 18. There's Keith, his 5 wives, me, and the remaining 11 diggers and gatherers. The others whispered to me in secret that I should be the leader instead. I guess they think I have all the answers because I am the scribe. Only time will tell. I was awoken at the crack of dawn by one of the diggers, Gar specifically. He told me that tonight would be the night. The others had a plan. They want me to announce that I am the new leader during the feast. When he is distracted with rage, they intend to kill him from behind. I tell Gar that I accept his plan and will assist him tonight. What have I gotten myself into? Damn they all. I told Keith I planned to replace him. He arose, filled with rage. I waited for the blow to strike him. It never hit Keith. Instead, it hit me. Gar was Keith's spy all along. They dragged me far away from the gardens and tied me to a barren dog tree. He said that a quick death would not befit me, and I will waste away under the deathly sun. I can just barely reach my journal from here. I suppose this is that end for me. When the sun was highest in the sky, the heat became unbearable. I saw figures on the horizon. They were not human. They were the hounds that come to eat what the humans leave behind. I thought they were going to eat me. Instead, they went for the blood-soaked meat ropes that held me in place. I was free. I kneeled down to the hounds and looked deep in their eyes. I told them I knew where they could fill their bellies to the brim. They barked once in what I assumed was confirmation. I stood up, and we set off to feast. When we reached the settlement, it was amidst their feast. I approached, death in my gaze. Keith was shocked and angry. The diggers and the gatherers were quick to his defense. I guess he bribed them. I whistled, and the hound slinked through the fur to my side. We struck like a lightning bolt. My fist smashed into Keith's face just as my hounds pounced upon his closest guards. Though I was physically weak, I was quite fast. I stole a shovel and quickly buried it into Keith's bloat while he was disoriented. The smell was sickening, as I expected from a man like him. The hounds made quick work of the rest. I helped, of course. None were spared. I made sure I had my vengeance upon Gar. The hounds were quite full by the end. I took my time and buried each corpse, or what was left of them. I leave this book upon their graves in hopes that someone who can understand it finds it. If you do, take heed of these words. The dogscape knows all, and is strict but fair. She provides justice where justice is due. I had a dog right after the dogscape happened. His name was Carl, and he always followed me around. When I was almost dead from starvation, he got me dog fruits. When I was dying of thirst, he held milk in his mouth and got it to me. One day, his foot got stuck in a mouth and I couldn't get him out, so I watched while it swallowed him. A few years later, when I went back, Carl was right there, but he was stretched out. I went to pet him, except it wasn't him, and he bit me and wouldn't let go. I wonder if people can be part of the dogscape too. I miss Carl. All is one in the news truth. The dog mother is vast beyond imagining, and requires many to be kept comfortable and clean. We chosen do not go unrewarded, however. In her vast wisdom, the matriarch gives all we need. We sup from her vast teeth, a hearty meal unlike any other. It invigorates and nourishes us custodians, and gives us more than we could have ever wished. The time soon approaches, though, to find new workers. The metamorphosis is upon many of us, and soon we will join with the glory of the dog mound. We are so different from the others, as they shuffle about down among the foliatal groves. Many of us have a thick coat already, and old Lawrence has already begun to walk on all fours. Soon we will shed our mortal selves and be part of the dog mother. Our mother. I think we knew the war had been lost the day the general committed suicide. The masses of flesh and fur just spread like waves across the cities. We found out that whatever it was drinking the oceans and eating anything it came across. Airstrikes, tanks, bombs, it only slowed it down. We were living on borrowed time. It was unstoppable. I don't think it was until later that we noticed all the dogs were gone, and then at night, the howling, it was just too much. The former soldier's face streamed with involuntary tears as he remembered the events. He sat there, wallowing in his own emotions, telling his story to a skeleton he found. My unit, completely wiped out. I saw those tentacles and those mouths. They tore them to shreds. I ran away, even when they called for help. It's all your fault. The dog trees shifted slightly. The many eyes growing around directed their gaze toward the psychopathic man. You ruined everything. You killed my friends, my family. Goddamn everyone. He ran and stabbed one of the eyes with a bone fragment. A howling noise emerged and a nearby dog tree swatted him several yards. He broke a few ribs when he hit the ground. He coughed a bit of blood, but got back up and charged again. This time, he ran towards one of the open mouths around and hit several of his teeth out. He bit its foot in response, costing him a toe or two. He was so full of adrenaline, he was incapable of registering any kind of pain. He beat and tore and bit at the flesh with the bare hands until he was knee-deep in blood and gore. One of the tubes he tore spilled some sort of digestive fluid all over him. It burned, but he had to go on. He dug and dug with his bare hands until the ground started to close above him. He kept digging until he found them, the heart and brain. He laughed at his fortune of finding both of them so close to each other. He jammed his hands deep into the gray matter, disturbing the contents and slowly losing oxygen in his tunnel of meat. He gasped and clawed at the heart. Tearing it out of place, he collapsed and blacked out. He awoke to many tentacles burying themselves in his body. One hit his spinal cord and fused with his brainstem. A flood of thought hit him all at once, as he suddenly became one with the dogscape. More tentacles connected themselves to his vital organs as he became assimilated. He saw through every eye in the lands, and he felt every single nerve on the planet. The healing factor continued tearing him apart, but adding new pathways and connections. It wasn't long until he was entirely consumed. His memories faded away as his brain was reorganized into replacing the one he had destroyed. It's been 3 years and 2 weeks now since I met another human being. I know because I've cut a small notch in my left leg for every day, one in my left arm for every week, and one in my right arm for every year. Admittedly, not the most effective way of keeping track of time, but when I started, I figured I'd be dead or this would be over before it really mattered. Like I said, I haven't met any other people for a while, but I figured I would write this anyways just in case, as a warning to others that might be out there. I ran into something terrible today. Well, the whole dogscape is terrible, but I mean more terrible. I think even among the dogscape, it's some sort of crazy abomination, since the feral dogs and the ground mouse didn't seem too fond of it either. And that screaming is not something I ever hope to hear again, but that's not the beginning. I'm sorry about this. The blood I'm using doesn't really come off the paper, and I can't waste any by throwing it away. And not even thinking about talking to other people for years has made me sort of bad at thinking in a straight line, but I'll try. We'll just start over at the beginning. The day started normally. It was my weekly gathering day, so I left my tent. By the way, I left the tent at the foot of the pillar of dogs in the direction of the setting sun if you want it, but you probably won't because the skin has probably gone bad by now. To collect dog fruits I would need for the week and to fill a bag or two with milk. But when I got to the place where there should have been teats, it was just a bloody mess where someone had dug deep into the flesh of the dogscape. I really didn't think much of it at first, just that I would need to go looking for a new source of milk. Then I saw it. I thought it was another person at first. If I had stopped to really look first, I wouldn't have had any problems and I wouldn't be writing this right now, I guess. I started shouting to get its attention, and I did get its attention because it turned to me, and then I realized that I had made a huge mistake. Thinking back, the really long arms and the twisty body probably should have been my first clue, but I didn't really see that anything was wrong until it turned towards me. And I saw what I thought was a head was just a featureless lump of flesh. Its arms unfolded outwards, each arm ending in two canine legs, and the human face on its chest opened its mouth and started screaming. I figured it was bad news then and made a mad dash for the nearest pillar of dogs, but it kept running after me, and it was much faster. Somehow I managed to make it and I started scrambling to climb out of its reach. I didn't get very far before there was a sharp pain in my leg and looked down and saw that it had bitten me with one of the many canine mouths along the arm things. I screamed as it pulled me down, but that didn't do much and I probably would have died right there if it weren't for what happened next. Out of nowhere, a mouth I didn't even see when I started climbing the dog pillar bit down on it, and then one in the ground, and they started chewing at it, but that didn't really seem to hurt it, but it let go all the same. I ran away as fast as I could, but I could hear that screaming long after I was out of sight. I didn't sleep that night. Just before nightfall tonight, I felt like I had to make sure the dogscape had killed it and went to the pillar, but I saw no trace of it. But the notebook I tore this paper from was there and I took that. So now here I am. I'm not going to stay around here any longer after I finish this, but finding this notebook made me think maybe there are other people, and if so, maybe I should warn them about things like this. So if you are reading this, good luck. Oh, also, I'm moving in the direction of the rising sun, so if you can read this, you are probably another person. So if you go that direction, maybe we can meet up and be a little better off than we were. Ticks are the only things that seem to like this place. They're everywhere. During the evenings, I can see massive clouds of the bastards flitting across the matted surface, making the flesh of the dogscape quiver as they drink their fill. Sometimes, candid legs of various size and deformity bust through the surface to scratch at them. It doesn't work. All the dogscape gains are vast stretches of scar marks, which the fleas feed upon. Sometimes I rest on the side of a large outgrowth only to realize it's a monstrous tick. They latch onto one of the deep arteries of the dog flesh and endlessly leech of the new world's lifeblood. I saw a man once. It was hot that day. I was making my way for a dog pillar and saw him in the distance. He wasn't moving, and as I approached, I saw why. He was covered in ticks. Not a single spot on him was clear. What little clothes remained on him were stretched over the fuckers. There was no wind, so all you heard was the faint scuttling of their tiny legs scratching against their ludicrously swelled bodies. He must have heard me because he opened his mouth and tried to say something. His voice was raspy and his mouth was red. but he did manage to say one word: itch. Today is the 5th day of the 12th month of the 654th year. Ours is the final generation. After us, the dogscape will be all that is left, and all remaining men will either absorb into Mother Dog or perish from this swiftly dying world. I have only a vague memory of my mother. Whether she was killed, stolen, or absorbed, I can't say. Really, no one is quite sure what happened to the women. Slowly but surely they disappeared, often vanishing into the night without any warning and leaving no trace. Women are the only thing of value in this world anymore, and the primary purpose of the tribe is to protect the group's claim to a woman, who was used for the benefits of all members. Our tribe's woman was taken several months ago. The first month we mourned her. She may have been a captive in many ways, but many of us cannot help but become attached to her. The second, some of the men began engaging in homosexual activities with one another out of desperation. I'm sure that I was not the only one who realized that there was little meaning to our continued companionship, and that soon the tribe would disband. This is the 3rd month since she was taken, and it's all falling apart. First, the elder was killed over a dispute. It was really just a confirmation that the unity of the tribe no longer existed, no longer had any reason to exist without the tribe's women, and so we began to drift apart. I know what will come next. When tribes dissipate, the members, alone and confused, come to depend on the mother dog for sex in much the same way they do for food, warmth, and shelter. Mother's dog's sex organ dot the landscape like a disease-watering molehills in the dog flesh. The men find a sex organ to claim for their own and spend their days thrusting into it. Often they find entrances near dog trees, fucking when they're desirous, and eating the fetuses when they're hungry. They have no reason ever to move from their mound. In this way, men forget the world around them and become obsessed with Mother Dog. Now not only a mother, but a lover too. It is their everything. It is common to see skeletons, either bare or being picked apart by dogs, their pelvises still pressing into a dog mound, surrounded by the still reeking stench of their own filth. Today is the 27th day of the 12th month of the 654th year. As I had predicted, the former members of my tribes have slowly but surely fallen into a degenerate lives as mound humpers. The desperate scum have forgotten their own humanity. Sickening. I vowed never to fall into that disgusting state, and so I will walk this lonely, depraved dogscape searching. It can't end this way, with all humanity uselessly masturbating itself into extinction. So I continue, knowing I may end up hopeless, utterly defeated by the dogscape. Today is the 2nd day of the 4th month of the 663rd year. I found a woman, standing, as if waiting for me, under a dog tree, her mouth dyed red with the blood from a dog fetus. At one time, I would have been puzzled to see a woman standing alone and unafraid, but I haven't come upon a tribe in years, and incredibly rarely does one come across a man who is not mesmerized with a dog mound. I suppose this must have been the biggest surprise to her, to have found a man who has not yet become a slave to my Mother Dog. In any case, it's important not to take chances, so I grabbed her, forced her down, and fucked her right there. Then I tied her down to the dog tree with a length of dog tree rope so that she couldn't run. Today is the 7th day of the 8th month of the 663rd year. My woman is pregnant. I have watched over her, protected her from the wild mongrels that still roam the dogscape. When the swarms of ticks came, I covered her in a hide. I wonder if we are the only ones left on this planet who are still human. Today is the 5th day of the 1st month of the 664th year. My child was born today. My woman squeezed my hand, breathing hard and pushing. After some time, the child came. A healthy, normal female infant. I saw that all my struggles hadn't been in vain, that our race did have a future, and I realized that I was crying. I held the child briefly and then set it down to reach for my blade to cut the umbilical cord. No sooner had I set the girl down than a furry tendril shot out from the dog tree. With a whack, it wrapped quick around the umbilical cord and gripped it tight. As the dog tree sunk into the ground before me, I hacked at the vine, but it could not be cut. Next I went for the umbilical cord, tearing with all my strength to save my girl, but the vine had melded with it, converted it into the same strong substance, so I could only watch in horror as the dog tree disappeared into Mother Dog, dragging my woman and daughter with it. I dug after them, ripped the dog flesh open to watch them as the mutated dogs of the upper layers tore at the child's face. There's no hope for the human race. The dogscape will not tolerate disloyalty any longer, and so I commit myself to this dog mound to truly become one with Mother Dog. What a damn fool I was forever thinking I could beat this world. Galactic Calendar, year 100, day 1. We have arrived at the closest star system from our previous home. Our world was ravaged by war and we continued through space as nomads. We have searched for a hospitable world and find this one to be to our liking. We had received signals from this planet that date back at least 700s of its rotations around their star. If they are anything like us, then generations surely have changed here. As we approach, I am puzzled, for the planet appears much different than our records indicate. The planet is a brown color, not blue, and appears to be alive in its own right. We will send down a team to investigate. Our ship reached orbit around the planet's singular moon. There, we gave the crew a final review of the information we knew about the people of this world. Our main source of communication received was in the form of signals they called television. Our understanding of the language will no doubt appear primitive to the dwellers below. Though personally, I feel like something is odd. We had lost all communications from this world recently. The captain assumes it was because of their switching to a higher technology. They always talked about their newest technology, which looked more and more like a race that could enter that of other spacefaring people. I'm to go down with the rest of the team by the next day on the planet, though I watch the now brown world and feel that something is wrong. Terribly wrong. I don't know how many days it's been since I saw the last human. It's hard for the remaining survivors of the dogscape. Women have all gone and only a handful of men remain, but as I said, it's been days since I last saw the last one. I wandered through a furry field looking for a teat patch when I stumbled across something both very horrifying yet wonderful at the same time. I looked down at what appeared to be a patch of both male and female reproductive dog organs. I stared, fascinated, as they endlessly paired with each other. I knew I should have looked away, but I just couldn't. After a while of watching them breed endlessly, they seemed to stop. It appeared that they finally sensed me. I almost felt bad for interrupting, so I started to walk away, but I felt something grab a hold of my leg. I looked down to see a mutated dog paw holding tightly to my pant leg. I tried to pull from my leg from its grasp, but it held on. Then to my horror, it started pulling me to the middle of the organ patch. I frantically began to fight to get loose, for I knew what it wanted. More dog paws sprouted up and began pulling me. I knew I didn't stand a chance. I knew that I would be joined with Dog Mother in the end. So I silently accepted my fate. At least I would die happy. While archaic, tribal worship to the Dog Mother in all its visible and fleshy glory is the most common form of religion in the barbaric dogscape. There does exist another mythology, one practiced only in distant, isolated pockets and by a few of the older survivors. The exact details change from tribe to tribe, year to year, but the basics never change. It is the legend of the beginning of the dogscape, the genesis of the world we know. It tells of a time when humans were plentiful and walked upon the ground that wasn't alive. There's a god, or a demon perhaps. A dog that lived amongst the humans was even accepted and provided for by a human family, but it was no ordinary dog. This beast lived for over 50 years, while canines of the time rarely lasted more than a decade. It was greatly powerful, more in control of its owner family than they were of it. They say it went out at night and hunted human prey, bringing back large collections of bones as trophies to its home. But the humans tried to ignore it, convince themselves that it wasn't a problem. Soon though, as the origin dog reached a century of age, it became increasingly powerful unlike others. There were more strange appearances and even attacks during the day. Vehicles were found with deep bite marks through metal, homes were burrowed into from below. The government of the time, many times more powerful than any chieftain of today, captured the hellhound. They performed experiments, tried to understand where it channeled its energy from. Progress was good. It looked as though even the secret to immortality could be gained from this dog. But accidents occur. The betrayer, as they call her, who worked at the government facility, felt sympathy for the god dog. She released them, and concurrently, the all-consuming hell that is the dogscape. The enraged beast no longer held any sympathy for humanity, as it thrashed recklessly through the lab. Mutated samples adhered to its flesh, growing like a cancer. Soon what would become the dogscape was spreading like a wildfire, its maw gnashing at everything that moved, its hide spreading over soil, stone, and sea. What is the name of this horrible demon? It varies, but they all come from a similar etymological origin, I believe. I've taken down names from all over the world: Armad, Miarm, Aduk, and yet the dog mother is most certainly feminine. Well, it is said that the betrayer was in fact the first human assimilated into the dogscape. It's cold here. Jets of moist breath dot the landscape amid undulating hills. There are no proper dog trees, only short piles of huddling dog limbs. Teats are few and far between, and when I find one, I must work to coax some milk into a skin bladder. I move across the hill, my feet numb through the shoes I have fashioned. I move in the direction that seems easiest, a subtle and mangy slope that I only just noticed was guiding my path in a general downhill fashion. Where there is fur, it is thick and rancid with matted oil. I don't know why the mother does what it does, but all of her fruit have their uses. I hack at a fur clump, separating it from the flesh below. There's only a little blood from a grazed skin tag. I fold and shape the waxy fur onto the insulating hairy coverings on my body. The dog flesh rumbles beneath me in a more than disconcerting way. It has been doing that for the past several weeks, more so the further I have traveled. It is getting colder. I can hear only the wind now, tearing across the mother. The howls, warbling, and mournful have stopped. The sharp barks and yips no longer form a background cacophony. I huddle into my coverings and shoulder ahead. I have no path to follow but forward. The ground feels harder here. The gentle give of the dogland has ceased, giving way to a dull, sound-absorbing thud of matted fur. I slipped yesterday on what seemed to be a lake of solid piss. It was not reabsorbing into the mother. My own shivering seems to syncopate with the occasional rumbles of the mother. Her flesh no longer seems like a living being, but I know that deep within her, the blood flows. It is so cold here. I continue forward every day. The ground slopes more, and I struggle to sleep in a forgiving skin fold. There's no purpose but to move forward now, one foot in front of the other. It has been dark for as long as I can remember. How long will this night last? The air is dry, the land is mostly featureless and hard as I walk. The wind blows clumps of brittle hair across my face and they hurt. A soft pop, a subtle blue flash, and then they blow past me. My hands are deep within my coverings. They are numb, and if I expose them to ward off the shocks, then the cold will take them from me. I have already lost 3 toes. I can no longer feel that foot. I no longer bother to light fires in deep crooks where I sleep. But the last I saw of that foot, it was black and swollen. It felt like it was burning. My travel is slow. I have heard soft, subtle tapping sounds, but when I investigate, I found only dog claws moving against the ground. The rumbles have continued, and with them now come subtle rending sounds, like a mouth chewing on a bone. When the sounds intensify, I move faster. I don't know what causes them, but I do not think it is a mother. I have not found any teats in a long time. I am thirsty and my skin bladder is almost empty. I would kill my own parents for a fresh puppy fetus. I passed a small pile of humans, almost buried in billowing dried fur. They were dead and desiccated. They looked like they were strong when they lived. I keep moving. There is only the road ahead of me. I do not know what it leads to. The ground shifted beneath my feet and I pissed in fear. Not a mouth, but a great hard chasm of flesh and bone had torn open beneath me. A stinking humid burst of air bellowed out, and then hung in a cold cloud around me. On my ass, I peered in through the gloomy hole that had nearly swallowed me, but it was now still. I sat and contemplated it, breathing heavily, and thought of my empty skin bladders. Slowly, I could hear sounds of several dozen feet below me start to play and echo in the cleft. A soft slapping, then a gurgle. I don't know how, but I knew that this was my chance for sustenance. I slid into the meaty maw. I climbed down a shorn slab of giant ribs, still red and moist, and finally landed on the steaming dark floor of the hole. It writhed beneath my feet. I felt around, not knowing what I was looking for, when my hands fell upon a thumping tube set into the meat wall. An artery. I grabbed it, pulling at the connective flesh, and then bit at it. The blood shot out in spurts, and I drank my fill. I was covered in viscera. I struggled to fill my skin bladders. The cleft shuddered around me, and I knew I must leave it immediately. The walls were starting to hang tendrils of meats, feelers, to heal this damaged canyon. I exhausted myself climbing out, and nearly fell back in as I crested the edge of the crack, out into the cold night. The dog flesh slowly mended behind me as I panted on the hard ground. Before I left it, I considered it and catalogued it, a stretch mark. The mother was still growing. I am so weak, and it is cold. My filled bladders of blood are gone, and the great dogscape stretches before me. I must make it to my goal, but I do not know what my goal is. I have walked for what seems like months in the darkness. I climbed down a huge mass of frigid dog flesh. It is like a great heap of small dogs, a pile of dog heads and legs, a mound of tails and torsos. It is cold and lifeless. A slow, low creaking can be heard deep within it. I grip an ear and lower myself to the bottom of the wall of dog, and my foot lands on something else. I gasp, then get caught in a fit of coughing. I don't know what I am standing on, but it is not the mother. I feel queasy, nauseous. What could possibly not be the mother? It's frigid and hard, but I scrape at it and bits of dandery coldness come up off of it. I hold them close to my face and my breath turns the stuff to water. I try to eat a handful of it, but it is so cold that it robs me of almost all my remaining energy. The moisture trickles down my throat. It is good. I look behind me at the dog wall, with its exposed frozen bones and happy-looking faces, then ahead of me at the featureless dark. I am too far gone to turn back now. I continue walking for hours, then sleep, then walk more. My footsteps are leading. Finally, ahead of me, I see a light. I make my way towards it slowly over the course of several hours. It is a beacon to me now, a bright glowing steady fire. As I approach, I see that the guiding light stands on a pole before a series of low dark structures. They are like solid walls of bone, but not. They are not dog flesh. The billowing hair and cold, dandery water pile against the sides. I note that this is what I was destined for. At one end, near the light, is a dark panel set into the wall. On it are markings placed there by some person's hands, but I do not know what they mean. AIS-1 and entrance. I shoulder against the panel, but it barely shudders. I try again and again. I am renewed with purpose by the discovery of this place, but I am weak from my travel. I lean back to the panel and slide it down, exhausted. My back catches against the lower bar set into the panel, pushes it down, then clicks. The panel gives way and I fall into the darkness within. I am in a small, dark, dry cave. It is alien to me. The wind blows debris and fur into the room with me. I look around, strange dark masses seem to leer at me. There are soft white skins hanging on the wall, and more of the unusual markings everywhere. Proceduralist, and keep close, and warning, and wear radio at all times. A bright red cylinder with yellow stripes is inside a small box. I reach for it, but my hands scramble against the clear covering across the entrance to the box. I look at my hands now. They are purple. I cannot feel them anymore. Another panel is on the complete opposite wall, like the one I had opened. I move towards it feebly. I'm so cold. I pull on the handles set into the panel, but it does not move. A small red light flashes above it. I pull harder, but it does not move. I pull again, jumping, but lose my balance, and lurch into the ground. I smack my head with a dull thud. The cold is blowing in fiercely from the opening behind me. I scrape against the hard panel, but it will not move. More markings adorn it. Close outer door first. I do not understand them. I sit against the panel. My vision is blurry, and a trickle of my own blood seeps across my eye. I go to sleep there, leaning against the dark doorway. I sleep and do not wake up. My name is Charles Montel of Arctic Side Station 1. The abomination is not here. It is too cold. Tigger and I are the last survivors. We are 14 nautical miles south of the North Pole, directly north of Vancouver. Triangulate our position based on this radio signal. This message will repeat in 5 minutes. The radio broadcast the message again, as it had thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of times. A cold, dead, desiccated body sat huddled before the radio systems in a chair. At its feet lay the curled, dead body of a mutt. In 1960, Alexandru Sift, a well-known scientist, traveled to the forest of Hoia Baisiu, located in East Romania. The Hoia forest had the reputation of being a hotspot for paranormal activities. The main reason for Sift's motivation, he wrote many notes about his experiences there, but many were found burnt upon his death in 1993. The notes that survived detailed his experiments on the forest with test subjects. In every one of his notes, he ended by saying, "Knowledge is harmful, ignorance is bliss." 10 years later, the Romanian government had developed interest in the few notes that survived, so they sought to recreate his experiments. 3 men volunteered for it. They were told this was simply to see how an average person would manage to travel in a foreign territory, using only a compass and a light source. Of course, they were lies, as no sane man would volunteer if they knew what awaited them. They were also told there would be a substantial reward should they succeed. The first test subject was brought by a helicopter to the west zone of the forest at midnight. He carried with him a backpack, food, water, a compass, and an oil lantern with enough oil to last until morning. He was instructed to keep moving east until he hit a road, which would lead him into a cabin where a few government agents awaited him. He was also told to stop every 30 minutes to record any and all events in a sheet of paper. He arrived at the cabin at 2 a.m. He handed the sheets to the agents and was driven to a nearby city, where he was handed the reward. His sheet read the following: 0:30 a.m. I stopped at a nearby creek to rest and eat. Being in the forest at night with only an oil lantern for a source of light really managed to scare the hell out of me. I thought I kept seeing more shadows than there really were. 1 a.m. I stopped at a little clearing to change the oil. I swear, there must be something out there following me. I could almost be sure there was a shadow that wasn't from a tree. Maybe an animal? 1:30 a.m. Now I'm definitely freaked out. I saw something staring at me in the distance. I only managed to see its silhouette, but as soon as I looked at it, it vanished. I'm starting to second doubt this experiment. 1:55 a.m. I'm on the road. I can see the cabin from here. That thing from before kept following me. The more I walked, the more it got closer. Thankfully, I haven't seen it for a while, so I figure I'll just get to the cabin without any more delays. The first subject remained in alarm for a few days afterwards, but soon remained to a calm state. The second test subject was deployed in the same spot as the previous one on the following night. He had the exact same gear, except instead of an oil lantern, he had an infrared camera. He arrived at the cabin at 5 a.m. The agents noticed he was physically and psychologically shaken. He was panting and crying in fear. His sheet read the following: 0:30 a.m. This camera really doesn't help me navigate. I even fell a few times because of it. Almost everything I see is blue and black, except for the occasional red spot of an animal or bird. 1 a.m. I don't know what the fuck you guys put out here with me, but it's not funny. I took a break to drink some water when I heard a rattle coming from deep within the forest. I took my camera to see what it was, but I can't be sure that was no normal animal. It was big but hunched over. I couldn't make out its details since it was glowing bright red. I slowly walked away from it. never losing it out of my sight, even though it stayed completely immobile. I found a small ditch to hide. I guess it's better to do right in here than out in the open. I'll quicken up my pace. The faster I get out of here, the better. 4:30 a.m. I'm sorry for not writing more frequently. I just never had the chance. Shortly after that last entry, I heard it walking towards me. I hid in a small cave and waited for it to pass. It took so long because of that. It didn't leave me alone. I'll probably not write anything else until I get to safety. The last thing I want is to be surprised by that thing while my guard is down. The second test subject was visibly stressed and was taken to a psychologist for 3 months. Third subject never came back. He was deployed in the same spot. On the next night, he had the same gear except he had a night vision camera. When the agents were leaving the shack, they noticed a worn and ragged piece of wood paper on the doorstep. It only had one entry. I read the following: 05 a.m. If you find this, please tell my family I love them. These may be my last words. After I couldn't see the helicopter anymore, I turned on the camera to check my surroundings. I can see it 20 meters in front of me. It doesn't move as I write this. It doesn't even blink. It has no eyebrows. It's higher than any human or bear I have ever encountered. It's hunched like a gorilla, supporting its weight on the extremities of its limbs. I can't even call those things hands. It has fish-like eyes, no pupils, pure engulfing darkness. Oh God, it's tearing down trees as it moves. After the conclusion of the experiment, the Romanian government placed an electrified fence and guard tower surrounding the entire Hoia Baciu forest. They made sure not to let anyone in. Or out. You get a phone call from your mother. Since her car has been in the shop, she asks you to go to the grocery store and pick up a few odds and ends for her. Bread, milk, cereal, and chicken breasts. After writing down a small list, you reluctantly get in the car and pick up the items at the store. The lady cashier makes an odd remark to you. You know, we're in no danger of a milk shortage. Upon arriving at her house, you knock several times. No answer. You decide to try to open the door. It opens. You place the grocery bag on the counter. Strange. There seems to be 6 other grocery bags, each with identical contents. In a couple, the chicken and the milk has gone bad. Mom? You call out, but no answer. You make your way through the kitchen and into the living room. Sitting on the couch with her head cut off and neatly resting on her lap is your mother. Naturally, you call the police, who come over to investigate. They mention that she has been dead for nearly a week. Furthermore, the police psychiatrist is at the scene and talks to you after you give your initial statement. Sitting on the front steps, you overhear the psychiatrist talking with the crime scene investigator. It's not uncommon for people suffering from schizophrenia to get locked into a series of repetitive behaviors. You think to yourself, they can't be talking about me. Schizophrenia? No way. Repetitive behavior? Do they think I did this? Suddenly, your cell phone goes off. Hello? Hi, hon. It's me. Could you stop at the store and pick up some chicken and milk? Oh, and I need some bread and cereal too. No problem, Mom. I'll be right over. Every area in all parts of the world has those area-specific urban legends that just refuse to die. Whether the stories are about a haunted asylum on the outskirts of a city, a creature that lives in the nearby woods, or a ghost that haunts a lonely stretch of road outside of town, there is always a common thread within the tales. No one has ever been to these places, seen the creatures, or witnessed any hauntings with their own eyes. There are members of every generation who will proclaim that they know someone whose brother's best friend's sister went to that haunted house with 13 floors that use real blood and snakes and spiders and is so scary that no one has ever made it all the way through. Those same people will swear by these stories without ever being able to provide a shred of evidence or a name of someone who could provide proof of the claim, simply because everyone around here knows that it's a true story. The storytellers eventually pass the tales on to their children, who modify them just enough to keep up with changing times, and the cycle continues. I'm as skeptical as anyone when it comes to these stories, seeing as I was like a junkie when I was younger, constantly searching for more terrifying stories about whatever area of the countries I was living in at the time. I made up and spread stories about a haunted pizza parlors in New York, my cousin's encounter with the Jersey Devil, or how my grandfather encountered a feral human-like demon creature in the woods of Colorado. I even broke the one rule with these stories by putting myself in them. This took guts, in hindsight, because I had to make sure that I always told them the same way. Surprisingly, no one ever called my bluff. I like to think that I have some wonderful contributions to various urban legends around the Midwest and Northeastern states. I moved around a lot. There was always a surge of joy whenever I would wander the halls at school and hear one of my classmates retelling my stories to another one of their friends, adding little bits here and there like a massive game of telephone. I knew, of course, that the stories were complete fiction, but I stood my ground whenever someone asked me about them. I would even manage to act a little bit, speaking with a shaky voice or looking scared when I would recount a situation that I supposedly experienced myself. I suppose this aspect of my childhood has led to my current predicament that I will recount, in full, for the internet to take from it what they will. I have laid this little introduction out as a sort of disclaimer, and particularly at those who will call my story into question. I have been like the boy who cried wolf for years, but I assure you with every ounce of honesty and integrity that I have this time. The wolf is real. From my introduction, it is probably apparent that I moved around the country quite a bit in my middle and high school years. Neither of my parents had anything to do with any branch of the armed forces. They simply didn't intend to hang around any given place for too long. I suppose it had some sort of effect on me, but I wasn't hurt by it or anything of the sort. Growing up, I was a complete ham. I made friends very easily, was often the class clown, and because of that, I was often disliked by my teachers. Again, this was never an issue, as I was usually in another state by the time the next semester rolled around. My friendships were often fleeting, as were any positive relationships that I ever had with my teachers. Because of the events that followed, my memory of one teacher in particular is probably slightly skewed, but I will attempt to give the least biased version of our friendships that I can. Mr. Mays was one of my social studies teachers in the early years of my high school experience. Being older now, I can understand how horrible children are to deal with around that age, and I respect him to no end for the way that he was able to connect with his students. He seemed like one of us. He talked like us, made pop cultural references that were current, listened to cool music, and sometimes he would even say hell or damn while he was giving a passionate lecture about Native American history or something like that. A teacher that swore, even a little bit, was the epitome of cool to a freshman in high school. My memories of Mr. Mays mostly stem from the way that he really got into anything that he was doing. The instance that is still very vivid in my mind was, of course, around Halloween of my sophomore year. Mr. Mays had the typical teacher decorations around the classroom, smiling jack-o'-lanterns and black cat cartoons, typical and boring in the minds of egotistical high school students. However, on the 31st of October, when most other teachers were rolling their eyes at the fact that teenagers still took dressing up in costumes on Halloween seriously, Mr. Mays took the whole cool teacher thing to another level. We walked into the classroom and were surprised to find the blinds drawn, sheets over the smaller windows, candles lighting the room, and a single frowning jack-o'-lantern sitting on a stool in front of the desks. Mr. Mays sat at his desk, just watching the students come into class and take their seats. He didn't have to ask anyone to be quiet because the moment everyone walked into the room, they were either too excited to care about petty conversations or too confused to bother with them. The students took their seats as Mr. Mays began his lecture. He spoke quietly to set the mood and took a seat on a chair right next to the jack-o'-lantern in the center of the room. "Today is probably my favorite day of the year, class," he said in a monotonous voice. "Halloween is my favorite holiday, and I want to share with you exactly why I love it so much." One girl raised her hand with a concerned look on her face. "I'm pushing the due date for your papers to next Tuesday," said Mr. Mays, without bothering to look at the girl, who slowly put her hand down, looking around at the other students with a hint of embarrassment. The class erupted in quiet cheers, and Mr. Mays waited for their inevitable silence. He began his story immediately after the class had calmed down. I will attempt to recreate the amazing story that Mr. Mays told that class that day. The way in which he told his story rendered the horror junkie speechless and the rest of the class terrified. The same girl that had raised her hand to ask about the paper was holding her niece to her chest by the end of it, a look of terror on her face. The important thing to know was what the story was about. The specifics slip my mind now and aren't too relevant. I'll try to recount the parts of the story that matter the most, but don't hold me to it. Basically, Mr. Mays and his friends set out on a road trip around the country after graduating from college. They took a truck, loaded it with camping gear, and set out to sightsee for the entire summer. The group went from the Poncos in New Jersey, down to the coast of Florida, New Orleans to California, and up to Washington. From there, they went to the Rocky Mountains in Colorado, then back home to New York. This concept of freedom to travel anywhere had the entire class hooked in an instant. Mr. Mays was the coolest teacher ever, in my eyes. Being adventurous college kids, the group didn't bring a map. There were no time constraints, so they just kind of drove in the general direction that they wanted to go, and eventually found a town to stay in or someplace that looked interesting. He told us that after spending a week in Colorado, he and his friends had to travel through miles and miles of corn, plains, and more corn. He assumed that they were either in Nebraska or Kansas when they decided to pull their extra cash and stay in a hotel for a night. They settled into a motel in some town that Mr. Mays could barely remember the name of when one of his friends realized that they were somewhere near his grandfather's farm. He wasn't entirely sure where it was, but being adventurous college kids, they decided to get a quick refund from the motel and try to contact a friend's grandpa. They were unable to get a hold of the grandpa on the phone, so the group figured it would be fun to just show up. Mr. Main's friend was adamant that his grandpa would take them in and feed them without a moment of hesitation, so the group set out with an hour of sunlight, seeking the salvation of a comfortable house to stay in. In Kansas or Nebraska or wherever it may have been, there aren't a whole lot of natural markers that could guide lost travelers. Any direction given to someone who didn't live around the area basically amounted to go up a couple miles to the corn, take a right, and go down a dirt road to the other corn. There should be some wheat on your right. So as is the case in more scary stories, the group got lost. Never wanting to admit defeat, they drove into the night, making wrong turns every 5 minutes until they found themselves on a wooded road that Mr. May's friend was certain that his grandparents lived off of. Mr. Mays described the road as basically a dark path to hell. I wasn't entirely sure how true this was, because he got very excited, and a bit ridiculous was his explanations of the trees that almost tried to grab the car, and the red eyes of countless animals looking at them from the darkness. Regardless, the typical horror tropes worked on most of the class. Everyone was terrified. The group of guys drove on this dark road for about 15 minutes before they came to a clearing and a small building with lights in it, and what seemed to be a silo. They figured that, at the very least, the people who lived here would be able to help them find where the guy's grandparents lived. The whole idea of everyone knows everyone in the hick part of the country fueled his hope. They pulled the car up near the building, realizing that when they were out of the car that it appeared to be like the kind of places where one would store a bunch of chickens, not a home. Still, the lights were on, so they figured they would give it a try. They approached the building as a group, looking in the semi-open sliding door to find a big empty room. Hanging fluorescent lights lit the room like it was daytime, and they couldn't see a soul. There were no cars, but one of Mr. May's friends was convinced he'd see someone as they pulled up. So they decided to go inside and see if there was an office or something where someone might still be working. Why else would they have this huge place lit up like that? There were no doors on the inside of the building. Again, it was just a giant empty hall, so the group roamed around the property and over towards the silo. As they got closer, they noticed what appeared to be a cellar door. At this point, I remember Mr. Mays telling the entire class to learn from his idiocy. He told us that he hadn't seen many horror movies before that time and didn't think twice about approaching a creepy cellar door in the middle of a dark, scary foreign place. He said that approaching that door was one of his biggest regrets. Mr. Mays let the whole class know that he was going to tell us as much as he deemed appropriate about the experience. He felt that we were mature enough to handle it, but advised anyone that was squeamish to leave the class early. Several students quietly gathered their things and walked out of the door. A couple of them being stoners who saw this as an opportunity to smoke behind the school before their next class. I didn't even give the announcement a second thought. Like I said, I was and am a sucker for this kind of stuff. And Mr. Mays was telling a story better than anything I had ever conjured up. I wanted to learn from this guy, even though I didn't believe much of the story. After the class had thinned a bit, Mr. Mays continued with the story. He told the remaining few that he and his friends opened that cellar door, releasing a smell that he only described as the most putrid things my senses have ever experienced. The group was no longer concerned with finding the owners of the property, but was now set on finding the source of that smell. They went down the steps into the cellar, which was lit by a single bulb spaced sporadically along the ceiling of the long hallway. No one spoke. Things had gotten too strange. The walls were lined with metal sheeting, similar to the roofing on farms. The hallway itself was crooked and the ceilings constantly lowered in rows, like a tunnel that was hastily dug and then never touched up. There were sections where the boys had to almost crouch in order to pass. The worst part, Mr. Mays told us, was that the light bulbs continuously flickered, sometimes acting like a strobe light and making it very difficult to move through the winding and unstable hallways. In hindsight, he was certain that his mind was playing tricks on him, but he remembers seeing flashes of things that couldn't be there. He said that when you are that focused on sometime, or if you are that nervous, your mind can do that to you. It can simply revolt, showing you things or people that aren't there. He continued to describe the hallway, and I was on the edge of my seat. The halls were windy and seemed to go on forever. Mr. Mays guessed that they were somewhere under the crappy forest they had driven through when they found the door, but he couldn't be sure. He said that they came upon a door after walking for what felt like a mile. It was simple and wooden, but it looked like it belonged outside of a suburban home. It had a nice design, seemed to be freshly painted red, and had a very nice knob and knocker on it. It was a door that belongs at the entrance to a nice house, not one that would be sitting in a dirt tunnel in the middle of nowhere. His friend walked towards the door, moving carefully because of the flashing light bulb and increasingly uncertainty about the stability of the surrounding walls. He turned to the group, the rest of which were nervous at the very least, and attempted to lighten the mood with a laugh before he said, "I should probably knock first." Mr. May's friend grabbed the steel knocker and hit it against the door several times, mockingly, but quietly uttering, "Is anyone home?" The group waited about 30 seconds before the tension broke. The guy next to the door shrugged his shoulders and went to walk back to his friends, but as he did, the light bulb between them surged and exploded. The boys shielded their eyes and looked back to their lone friend by the door. As he lowered his hands, one of the metal sheets of the makeshift roof dropped. The edge of the sheet fell directly on the boy's forehead, slicing it open, and sending a wave of blood down his face. The impact apparently knocked him out and he fell back against the door, knocking it open in the process. The entirety of the group rushed through the dim light to their friend, barely noticing the seemingly pitch-black room that now lay before them. Mr. Mays was the first to make it to his friend's side. He lifted the guy's head into his arms, immediately taking off his jacket and putting it over his forehead to attempt to stop the bleeding. Once the group had calmed down, Mr. Mays noticed that the arm that had been bracing his friend's head was now soaking wet. He was confused about this and was attempting to sort it out when one of his friends started talking. He said something along the lines of, "The lights, we have to go," when Mr. Mays took notice. "You know when you turn off a light?" he told the class, "and everything is almost pitch black, except for the light of the bulb dying or cooling out." It was just like that, but there were so many of them, at least 20 light bulbs, and had lit the room seconds ago, and now only looked like little stars in the darkness. That was definitely terrifying, but that wasn't the scariest thing. There was still a very dim light coming from the hallway behind them, and though it was weak, it lit the room up just enough to see the shape of tens of people standing less than 10 feet in front of them. Mr. May's friend went to say something else as one of the bulbs to the right flickered to life. Let me interrupt at this point and say that Mr. Mays was generally a playful guy. He had that tone of voice that makes you want to respond. Basically, he could say, "Let's go jump off a cliff, guys," and you would respond with, "Alright, Mr. Mays, show us the way." That is a ridiculous statement, but it gets the point across. He was a charismatic guy. The whole story up to this point had been told like a campfire story. He had the voice inflection of someone attempting to be mysterious and scary, which worked but was noticeable. At this point in his tale, I recall that changing completely. He was no longer attempting to spook anyone. I could tell that this section was difficult for him. Either he was a very good actor or it was really a terrifying memory for him to relive. He told us that the light bulb came to life and illuminated the group of people in front of him. In the dim light, he could see children, at least 20 of them, in just a visible light. They were all dressed in nightgowns that looked to be tattered and torn, stained dark with something. Their hair was long. Every single one of them looked like they had not had a haircut since birth. Some of the children were almost completely obscured by the length of it. Every single one of them didn't appear to have seen a shower or a nice bath in their entire life. Mr. Mays told us that the most terrifying part of the whole thing was that none of the children were moving. They were all standing, staring, most of them only visible from the faint light reflecting off their eyes. His whole group was paralyzed with fear for several seconds when they heard what sounded like an animal in the distance yelping. The way it was described was like the sound of a dog crying, multiplied by 10. This spurred the group to life. Just as the children began to step forward, his friends grabbed the injured one and lifted him out of the room and into the hallway in an instant. Mr. Mays took another second to move and had difficulty finding his bearings. He reached to the left in an attempt to find a wall to lean against and ended up finding a handle, then pulled hard, never losing his vision on the children. He bolted for the door right as he noticed what he had grabbed onto. A shower head protruded from a cement wall, reaching maybe a foot into the room. There was something leaking from it, but it was too dim to tell what it was. He realized that it had been leaking onto him, but he didn't care. There were now children stammering towards him as an animal cried in the distance and his friend was seriously injured. As he left the room, he made a point to emphasize that he could make out several more shower heads on the wall near the single, dim light bulb. This is why I called them the showers, Mr. Mays told the class. I was transfixed, sitting as far forward as my desk would allow, bracing for more. I slammed the red door behind me, he said, and ran through that hallway faster than I have ever run before or since. I made it back to the car and we drove out of there like a bat out of a hell. A couple of students snickered at his use of the word hell. So, when you're out trick-or-treating tonight, make sure that you know exactly where you are headed. And don't go out to any abandoned farmhouses. I mean, there aren't many around here, but you're all smart kids, except Jerry. The class laughed and the mood lightened as the bell rang for passing period. Mr. Mays turned on the light and thanked everyone for listening, reminded them about the paper due next week, and told us to have a safe and happy Halloween. Students all around me were abuzz with theories about the stories they had just heard. I bet it was some sort of crazy Nazi hideout, said one girl. I think they were all ghost babies that were killed by a dog, said another. I couldn't theorize in the slightest. I was still caught up in the moment. The way that Mr. Mays had told that story and the detail that he included in it left me feeling like we didn't get the whole story. A couple of days later, I stayed after class and asked him about how it really ended and what happened to his friend. He laughed and said that his friend was fine and that it was honestly, he whispered this part, probably due to some of the drugs they were on at the time. Mr. Mays winked at me as if to say, "Don't tell anyone about the drugs, spit kid," and I smiled and left. I lived in that town for another couple of months and then was rapidly moved halfway across the country to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I twisted the story around and told it around campfires as I got older. And it was always a hit, but I always changed the ending, letting the friend die of blood loss or from being dragged away by the children. It wasn't until college that I got a chance to talk to Mr. Mays again. I went to college in northern New York, not for any reasons associated with this story. College was a fun time for me. I continued being the same ham that I always had been. It wasn't until sometimes around my junior year that I ran into Mr. Mays at a bar that I frequented. Initially, I couldn't be sure that the person I saw laying with his head buried in his arm at the bar was Mr. Mays. The only trait that grabbed my attention was a sweater that he used to wear on his birthday during class. The shirt simply read, "I'm the birthday boy." I told my group of friends to grab a table and that I would join them in a second, then walked over to the man at the bar. "Mr. Mays?" I said, and the man looked up. The man took a second to look at my face before he smiled, put a hand on my shoulder and said, "Hey there, son. How have you been?" I could smell some strong whiskey on his breath, and his cheeks were flushed. The look in his eyes told me that he was there sheets to the wind and probably had no idea who I was. "Mr. Mays, it's Jack. I was a student of yours for a couple of semesters about 6 years or so ago." His face changed a bit, and a genuine look of recognition set in. He took a calmer tone, smiled, and said, "How have you been, Jack?" We talked for a solid 20 minutes. I told him what I had been doing for the last several years, and he told me. Apparently, he was still teaching at the same school doing the same old shtick, as he called it. I asked if everything was alright, and he said that they were as good as they have ever been or were ever going to get. It took me a while to realize that I was an adult having a conversation with another adult. Every time I had spoken to Mr. Mays previously, I had been in the student-teacher relationship, but now I was just a guy having a drink with a friend at the bar. My friends eventually left, and I continued to drink with Mr. Mays. He told me all about his divorce and his kids, things that I never would have asked or cared about previously, but now I cared. He was a real person to me, not just an idol anymore. This was a guy who had real problems, not the infallible teacher that I once thought he was. It had been several hours before I even brought up his story about the showers. I told him all about my history with urban legends and scary stories, and he just laughed. When I mentioned the story that he had told us years ago, he almost seemed uncomfortable. He finished his whiskey, signaled for another, and then turned to me and got very serious. "Listen, Jack, I don't know why I kept telling that story year after year. His words were slurred or my hearing was messed up. We were both sufficiently blitzed at that point. That was what my therapist told me to do when I was younger. I had to tell people. To come to grips with it or some shit." He took a big swig of his drink. "Wait, your therapist?" I said. Mr. Mays laughed heartily and looked at me. "Of course, Jack. You think that something like that won't fuck a person up?" I was confused but smiled nonetheless. Things had just gotten very strange. "But I mean, you said you were all on drugs or something, right? No one was too terribly hurt? You were all okay, right?" He got almost cartoonish with his sadness in the next several seconds. "Of course we didn't, Jack. Why do you think I'm here right now?" I was puzzled, quickly filled with 1,000 questions that I wanted to ask him, but I let him carry on. He didn't make it, Jack." He laughed. His laugh suddenly turned to tears. Fucking took him, they did. "I don't even know. Cops told us we were just drunk, that he wandered off and got taken by the wildlife. He didn't know. He didn't see it, Jack." I was absolutely stone-faced at this point. Mr. Mays was carrying along like I knew the actual story, but I didn't. His friend disappeared. I didn't know. "I wish they would have found the body, though. Then we could have shown them," he sighed. "That's a bad place, Jack. I don't know anything else to say. It's a bad place." He carried on for a couple minutes about his friend and the fun they had before they went on that trip, and I let him talk. It was only a few minutes after that his phone rang. "Hello, sweetheart," he whispered into the phone. "I'll be out in a second. He gagged. "I love you, baby." The person on the other phone hung up the phone, and Mr. Mays got up to leave. "It's been nice seeing you, Jackie. You got a good head on your shoulders, boy. Make sure you use it." He began to walk out of the bar. "Mr. Mays," I yelled after him. "Yeah, Jack?" He turned back towards me. "Where'd you say all that showers business took place?" "Where? Hell, didn't I mention it? It's somewhere outside Broken Bow, Nebraska. Fucking hell on earth, if you ask me." Mr. Mays walked out of the bar after waving to me, running into the wall before eventually finding the door. That was the last time I would ever see him. I'd never be able to tell him the impact that he had on my life, or rather, the impact that his story had on me. He'd never know about the trip we took after graduation, almost mimicking the one he and his friends had made. He would never know the things he saw at the place were real. Why? Well, he died about a month later. His liver failed on him. It's alright though, because his family was with him in the hospital room. He got to die around the people that cared about him, and that is all I can ask for a man like that. I experienced the place too, several years later. This is where my story turns. The following is a story of how I came to find the showers, and why I'll never, ever go anywhere near Nebraska again. I'll finish the story when I'm sober. The memory is clear enough. I'm awake now, semi-sober, and ready to finish this for you guys, the internet, and whoever cares to hear it. I didn't find out that Mr. Mays had passed away until a couple of months after the funeral service. Initially, I was going to seek out his family in order to send my condolences, but if it wasn't as if Mr. Mays and I were best friends or anything like that, so I refrained. I continued through my college career and graduated a year or so after our bar meeting. Graduating with English as my major wasn't a mistake, but it wasn't exactly something that landed me any sort of immediate jobs after college. Now, I had saved a pretty solid amount of money while I was in school and decided that I deserved a bit of a vacation, if you will. I took my spare cash, got together with my college buddy Steve, packed up and hit the road, aiming for somewhere in the Rocky Mountains. I had lived near Littleton, Colorado when I was younger and remember loving the area, so this destination was as good as any. The trip was a success. We made it somewhere around Estes Park, Colorado, and found a cheap cabin that we rented for about a month. The days were filled with lounging, hiking, and generally things that involved little to no work on our parts. After our rental was through, we packed up again and headed out on our way back east. Sometime during this trip, we had met up with a couple Estes Park natives in one of the local bars. We never typically hung out with them or anything like that. We just had conversations now and then over drinks and food. One night, these guys were paying their tab and packing up to leave awfully early. They were usually there until the wee hours of the morning. When we questioned them about it, they told us that they were headed to a little get-together with some friends of theirs, and they invited us. Having nothing else to do, we hopped in the car and followed them to the party. The party itself was very low-key, and ultimately inconsequential to the story. However, the important thing about it was that at some point in the night, we were all sitting around the fire swapping ghost stories. At this point in my life, I wasn't as much of a ham as I was in my younger years, but with a little bit of encouragement, I started on a couple stories that I remember telling in my youth. Eventually, I made it to Mr. May's story about the showers. Every time that I had told it after hearing it from Mr. Mays, I had spiced it up a little bit. But out of some sort of subconscious respect for my former teacher, I went straight into the version that he told my class in my sophomore year of high school. The group enjoyed my stories for the most part, the showers being the mutual favorite among the partygoers. Steve and I left for the cabin at around 5 in the morning, and he asked me about the story on the drive home. I told him all about Mr. Mays, that class, my love for everything horror related and whatnot, and he suggested that we try to find a place on our return trip to New York. Initially, I was reluctant simply because I didn't feel like aimlessly wandering through Nebraska for days, looking for some old farm building that was probably demolished at this point. But a couple of days before we left Colorado, I told Steve that it sounded like fun. We weren't going to be able to do another trip like this for a long time, so I figured that we might as well make the best of it. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I thought of it as a little tribute to Mr. Mays, a guy that, in retrospect, helped me realize that I wanted to be a writer. Anyways, we left Colorado and made the long, boring, and barren drive to Broken Bow, Nebraska, or Hell on Earth, as Mr. Mays had put. We found a motel in town and hung around for a couple of days, venturing out 100 miles or so in any given direction each day after that. I had remembered Mr. Mays telling us that it was somewhere outside of Broken Bow, but I don't think he had got any more specific than that. We tried asking the townsfolk if they had any information about the showers, but we were usually met with blank stares or eye rolling when we told them what exactly this place was. The only person who seemed to know anything about it was an older lady that worked at a gas station on the outskirts of town. I don't recall her name, but this woman was just one of those cheerful old people, very helpful and generally interested in what anyone had to say to her. Steve had started talking to her at checkout and she asked about our license plate, commenting about the fact that we were very far away from home. We had nowhere in particular to be, so Steve and I ended up talking to this woman for about 15 minutes, at which point we brought up our hunt for the place known as the Showers. Initially, the name didn't ring any bells with the woman, which made sense, seeing as Mr. Mays had just given it the name after his experience there. But when I began to describe the details and that I remember from this story, the friendly old woman interrupted me. Her tone was not scornful or mean in any way, but she became very tense and deliberate with her words from that point on. People don't deal with anything relating to that sort of business around here anymore, she told us. That was a long time ago. Following her statements, she attempted to be cheerful again, excusing herself to the restroom and wishing us the best on our return trip to New York. Steve and I returned to the car without a word. Both of us were thinking about what the lady had said. Again, she didn't seem to be angry at all. She just didn't want to hear another word about it. We were driving back to the hotel before Steve said something. I mean, if I had to live in a place associated with an urban legend or something like that, I would totally mess with anyone who asked about it. He said, I mean, eventually you just get tired of people asking about it, so you just try to scare them to get them to shut up, wouldn't you? I agreed with Steve and kept driving, but the whole experience wasn't sitting right with me. If this was some sort of well-known legend in the area, why did no one else in the town seem to know anything about it? But I managed to shrug it off. Mind you, neither of us was scared of finding the showers. This little excursion on our road trip was more like a scavenger hunt, a cap-off to an overall relaxing vacation. Steve and I were basically like tourists, hunting for the site at which a famous movie was filmed or something like that. We went into the whole situation with little to no expectations and a fleeting hope that we would be able to find this place. We spent another day in Broken Bow before we took our next trip out to try to find the showers. Nebraska isn't as terrible of a place as people make it out to be, but it really isn't all that exciting. We found a bar and spent some time there, and that was just about the extent of our activity on our day off. When we did get back on the road, we decided that we would attempt to stay off main roads for as much of the day as we could. I knew that there was no way that this place was going to be off a highway, and I remember some detail about a dirt road in Mr. May's story, so we went looking for those. This was a fairly futile effort. Most of Nebraska is dirt roads. It was 7 in the evening when we came upon a small but thick forest. I use the term lightly, but for Nebraska, this place was like an oasis. The trees were full and thick, shrouding most of its insides in darkness. The sun was setting, and even though we had run into a few of these random crops of trees, we agreed that this one showed more promise than any of the others. There really wasn't a road, but there looked to be a path where a dirt road might have been at some point, so we drove along that. If the car was able to handle the Rocky Mountains, the dirt pad in Nebraska would give us no trouble. We moved slowly and carefully along this trail, making sure to clear any fallen trees in the roads and rock that would render the car useless when the sun finished setting. It was pretty dark in this place during the day, but when night came, it was something else entirely. I had an inkling at this point that we found the right place, but I didn't want to jinx it, so we continued onwards. I didn't realize it at the time, but the little bits of light that managed to penetrate the canopy in this miniature forest actually did make it look as if the tree branches were trying to grab the car, just like Mr. Mays had mentioned in the story. I'm still convinced that he made up the part about the animal eyes, though the most aggressive creature we saw in the woods was a dead rabbit on the side of the trail. It didn't have any obvious signs of death, it just looked like it had simply laid down and never bothered to get up. We drove around in the darkness for quite a while before we found a clearing. We had to move several smaller clusters of branches out of the way before, but right in front of our exit was a giant dead monster of a tree. There was no way we were moving this one, so we got out and turned on the bright headlights in hopes that it would illuminate the area in front of us. There was a feeling of excitement mixed strangely with fear when I saw what lay 50 feet beyond the clearing. There, lit partially by the headlights from the car and a little bit of the light from the crescent moon, was what appeared to be an old barn house. This wasn't a typical farmhouse. It was larger than the barns I had seen in films and didn't have any sort of crest. It basically looked like a small warehouse. I wasn't entirely sure at this point if this place was the place we were looking for, but this was definitely the closest we had come. I moved through the brush until I was roughly 20 feet from the entrance, at which point all the growth seemed to stop. I don't know if the owners had done something to the soil, but the whole structure had a border around it that was clear of any sort of plant life. I approached the entrance to the building, a large sliding door, as Steve came up from behind me with 2 flashlights in hand. "So you were just going to run off into that place in the dark?" he laughed. I gave a half-hearted chuckle and grabbed one of the lights from his hand. Mine was a little, but pretty bright flashlight. It was the kind that hikers would most likely fasten to their backpacks, just in case they were stranded at night. It worked well enough. I grabbed the metal door with both hands, holding the flashlight with my mouth, and gave it a tug. It moved slightly, creaked a little bit, but there was no way I was doing this by myself. Steve came up from behind, set his flashlight on the ground, grabbed the door and said, 1, 2, 3. We pulled at the door with all that we could muster. Once we had managed to move it a couple inches, it must have latched back onto its track because it slid very easily. stopping hard with a loud and echoing thud when it was completely open. Steve picked up his flashlight and walked behind me. I had already moved inside. The inside of the structure was exceptionally bare, almost troublingly slow. I wasn't entirely sure how far we were from the nearest home or small town, but there wasn't even the slightest bit of evidence that anyone had been in this building for years. There were no broken beer bottles or empty bags of chips. There wasn't even any animal droppings or eager plants that managed to grow here. The room was expansive, larger than your average farm, but not the warehouse-sized monstrosity that I believed Mr. Mays had described in his story. I was sure that it was simply a holding area for farming equipment or something similar at some point. Disappointed, I wandered near the entrance while Steve ventured into the expanse of the darkness. As I was running over the details of the story in my mind, something struck me like a sack of bricks. In Mr. May's story, there was a silent near the barn. I ran outside, my eyes adjusting easily because at the very least, it was brighter outside. I looked in all directions, running around the perimeter of the building. Surely, if there was a silo near this place, there would be some evidence of it somewhere. But, despite my hopes, there was nothing but a cluster of thick bushes on one side, brush and dirt everywhere, and the forest that we had come from. I walked back into the building, frustrated and tired. Steve was still excited, eagerly running around the inside of the building. Even if I could just find a showerhead or a pipe, he said, then we'd know it was true. Just keep looking with me. I didn't want to ruin his excitement. I'd told Steve the story several times, but obviously he didn't realize that this just wasn't the place. The building was weird, yes. It was out of place and audibly pristine, but it wasn't the location of the showers. I let him explore for a little bit before I called him over. This was probably as close as we're gonna get, man, I said. But this isn't it. Remember the silo? His face went from excitement to disappointment in an instant, much like a young child who didn't get the presents he wanted on his birthday. I patted him on the shoulder. This is still pretty cool though. I mean, we could still tell people that we found it. I was reverting back to my old habits quickly. Steve laughed. Yeah man, I guess we could. It is definitely creepy though. We should probably get some pictures as proof, you know? I agreed with him. I'm gonna go grab the camera really quick, he said as he bolted out of the entrance of the building. I was left alone in the building. It was very quiet when I was alone in there. I could hear the faint sound of Steve running through the bush and to the car, but once he was far enough away, everything was quiet. I remember not even hearing wind or the chirping of crickets as I walked deeper into the dark, flashlight in hand. I was convinced that there had to be something. As I approached the far corner of the room, the sound of my feet scratching against the dirt was interrupted by a soft, hollow thud. I stopped, trying to figure out what it was. I put my foot down hard against the ground and heard it again. I stomped one more time, realizing that the floor that I was standing on was covering something hollow. I walked to the wall of the room, looking carefully at the floor to try to spot any holes or gaps. As far as I had known, it was solid ground that this thing sat atop, so I was convinced that I had found a hatch or a basement or something. I heard Steve coming back through the brush as I shouted, "Steve, come over here, it's hollow." As I went to say the word hollow, I hopped a little bit, hoping to recreate the sound so that he would be able to hear it upon entering the door. The second that my feet made contact with the floor, I felt it give out beneath me. The memory of the fall is fuzzy, but I do recall hearing wood splinter. I remember seeing the light from Steve's flashlight falling away into complete darkness. It wasn't a long fall, but I must have fallen in a terrible position because I know that I lost consciousness for several seconds at least. When I woke up, I was staring at a bright light. For an instant, I had thought about approaching the fabled light at the end of the tunnel. I was angry at myself. You died in Nebraska, Jack? Wow, you do know how to fuck up. My self-deprecation in the afterlife was interrupted by what sounded like Steve's voice. Jesus, Jack. Jack, can you hear me? Dude, wake up. Please wake up, he screamed. I managed to lift my head off the floor just enough for him to celebrate. The pain in my head was immense, but it was outweighed by the pain shooting through my knee. I knew I had a concussion, but the pain in my knee was just so much more pressing. I looked around until I found my tiny flashlight, then sat up and reassured Steve. I'm okay, I just hurt my knee. I bumped my head too, really hard. Thank fuck, man, I thought you were dead. Imagine that though, dying in fucking Nebraska. It'd be awful. His words made me laugh a little bit, but I stopped myself. The slightest shaking hurt my head and made me incredibly dizzy. "I guess a rope?" said Steve. "What?" I asked quietly. "Should I go get a rope to get you out of here, or do you see a ladder?" I looked around the walls that sat in front of me. They were smooth cement. There was no way I was climbing out of here. "Yeah, get the rope," I told him. "It's buried under all of our stuff. I think it might be in my red climbing bag, but I'm not sure." Steve nodded, telling me to hang in there and that he would be back in a little bit. Then he ran off. The silence that followed was uncomfortable. After the sounds of Steve's feet scraping the floor above me faded away, I was only able to hear that buzzing that occurs in total silence intertwined with the pulsing of my head. I pushed myself over to the nearest cement wall and braced myself against it, resting and breathing deep in an attempt to calm myself. The cement was unnaturally cold against my back. It was summer, so I only had a t-shirt on, but it felt like ice even through that. Again, the observation was primarily made after the fact. In the moment, it just felt good to lean against something. I sat there, waiting for Steve in his underground basement, and I began to feel uneasy. I felt like an idiot for falling down here. I felt pain from my injuries as well. That all seemed to fade into one emotion in an instant when I heard what I could only identify as breathing, somewhere to my left. I convinced myself that it was my injured mind playing tricks on me for a few moments until my mind decided to rapidly replay Mr. May's story. When I had first heard it in that classroom years before, I was more impressed than I was scared. But now, sitting in a dark basement in the middle of Nebraska, I felt something that I hadn't felt in a long time. It couldn't even be summed up in the word fear. As I sat there, I felt all-encompassing dread. I pointed my flashlight to the left, the direction from which I thought I heard the sound. The light didn't reach at the other wall. It was too far away, but I was comforted to see absolutely nothing there. I breathed deeply for a couple more seconds before I heard another noise in the darkness. It was very quick, and I cannot be sure that it wasn't my own body moving around without me noticing, but I thought that I heard a scraping sound not 10 feet in front of me. It sounded like the noise your feet make when you are walking across a dirt-covered floor. Before I could react, I heard the breathing to my left again, closer this time. There was no way this was real. I hadn't seen as much as a spiderweb in this building, and now I was convincing myself that something next to me was breathing. I was angry at myself for getting so worked up. I told myself that the human brain is constantly hallucinating. I told myself that while in silence or darkness, the brain will make up sounds to fill the gap, or make you think that you see things that aren't there. I channeled my inner skeptic in order to calm myself. It worked. It worked until I saw a flash of something in front of me. I can't be entirely sure what it was, but I heard the accompanying sounds of feet scraping against the floor, and I began to swell with dread. I decided that the best course of action at this point was to turn off my flashlight, assuming that if they couldn't see me, they couldn't get me, whatever they may be. I turned off my flashlight and was left in complete and total darkness. The bulb of the flashlight faded as it cooled, and I put it into my pocket, simultaneously pushing back against the cold cement wall in an attempt to stand. I managed to get up on my foot, and found that I couldn't stand to put any pressure on my injured knee. I limped to the corner, humming to myself, trying to break the deafening silence. I called for Steve as loud as I could manage, but heard no response. He was probably in the back of the car, still hunting for the rope. There had to be a ladder or something, somewhere. I continued to hum, and my heartbeat, which had been beating almost out of my chest, slowed to a manageable rate. I moved it along the cement wall, keeping my whole body against it and the weight off my injured knee. I had traveled what I guessed to be about 10 feet when my head made a contact with something in front of me. I tumbled to the ground. My concussion must have amplified the pain because it was blinding. I reached both hands to my forehead when I felt something warm and wet with my fingers. I searched for a cut anywhere on my forehead but couldn't find one. I desperately searched for my flashlight as I sat up and tried to get back against the wall. I grabbed the light in my right hand, bracing against the wall with the other. I turned it on and pointed it into the darkness where I was just lying. The floor was wet, but the dirt had muddled the color of whatever the liquid was. I tried to get my eyes to focus on the puddle, tried to convince myself that it was my blood when I saw another drop fall into the puddle. Words lacked the ability to describe the way I felt when I heard the drip noise again, and saw yet another tiny ball of liquid fall into the puddle. I think I knew, even then, exactly what the source was, but I was endlessly trying to convince myself that I was wrong. I lifted the flashlight up and pointed it at the sound of the liquid. What stared back at me was a pipe that protruded at least a foot out of the cement wall. The metal was rusted and cracked. Little bits of liquid began to seep from them. At the end of the pipe was a simple shower head aimed down towards the ground. You know that feeling when your stomach drops? In this case, I think mine literally did, because I vomited it immediately. It got all over my shoe, but that wasn't the least bit important at the time. I ignored the pain in my knee and shuffled along the wall as fast as I possibly could. I heard noises, but I can't be sure if it was just the sounds of my own movement or something around me. I managed to duck under the next shower head. This one was higher up on the wall, and seemed to be leaking the same liquid that the other one was. I felt like I was moving along something infinite. Every now and then I would have to duck or move under another metal bar, another shower head. They began to pour more profusely, but the liquid was too thick to come out easily. The room began to smell. I remember immediately the way that Mr. Mays had described it. I grabbed my shirt and put it over my nose, trucking onward, but it didn't stop the smell for an instant. It smelled like vomit. It smelled like shit. It smelled like burned hair. It smelled like rot. I was still moving against the wall when I fell into some sort of outlet. I hit the dirt ground hard, adrenaline coursing through my veins. The pain still managed to break through though. My flashlight was still in my hand. I aimed it and examined my surroundings. Sitting in front of me was a doorway. There was a door there, though it looked aged now. It had a little nice design on it, a doorknob and a knocker that looked like a snarling demon. Red paint was peeling from it, flaking off and falling to the ground in front of me. I clumsily rose and busted through the door, narrowly missing a piece of hanging sheet metal in front of me. I was crawling now. There was no way that I could run. The walls and ceilings were lined with metal, the kind that you would see on the roof of a farm. Large pieces of wood seemed to brace the sheets, holding this makeshift tunnel together. I couldn't risk sliding against that and possibly cutting myself on the metal, or hitting the wood and causing a cave-in, so I crawled. I pulled myself for what felt like miles, running into walls every now and then because the path seemed to curve like a snake. I had no idea where I was in retaliation to the hole that I had fallen through. But I told myself that there was an exit at the end of this. Had I not been crawling, I would have surely hurt myself far worse. There were parts of the tunnels in which the ceiling dipped down to maybe 3 feet above the ground. It hadn't caved in because the ceiling was still lined. Someone had built it like this. This again is in hindsight. I didn't care at the time. I kept telling myself that there was nothing behind me, but I swore that I heard feet scraping only a few inches behind my own. My jeans would brush against my legs every now and then, making it feel like someone was touching me. And even now, I still can't completely convince myself that someone wasn't. I crawled and crawled until I reached an upslope. With joy, I looked ahead of me. There was a cellar door. The door was made of wood. I knew this because I could see light through them. I couldn't be sure, but I thought it might have been the light from the car's headlights. Besides all of that, I was just so immensely happy to find an exit. I crawled all the way to the door and threw my shoulder into it. It budged but didn't open. I began to scream, but my throat seared with pain. The most I could imagine was a harsh crying noise. It sounded like a dying animal. I collapsed in exhaustion and pain, my eyes staring up at the slits of light before me. I was so close to being out of here, I could taste it. It was in that moment of silent defeat that I heard a noise that was, without question, something moving in the tunnel. It sounded like something was being dragged across the floor. It would move, pause for a second, then move again. I had nothing left in my stomach to throw up, but I began to gag. I gathered myself slightly and tried to steady my hand enough to focus the flashlight into the tunnel. What I saw, I can still not rationalize. I know what I saw, but I cannot convince myself that it was actually there. I can't stop telling myself that I was hallucinating. I saw a child in a dirty sleeping gown. The gown was stained with something dark and brown, with the occasional splashes of a deep red. The child was extremely frail, like the pictures that people might see of a Holocaust victim. I could only make out one eye, brightly reflecting the light of my flashlight, in between a huge tufts of long, dirty hair. It reached down beyond the fingertips of the child, which were caked in dirt. The boy or girl, I'm not entirely sure which, moved towards me with difficulty. It wasn't breathing hard, but it seemed that every movement of every muscle took every ounce of the strength the child had. The thing that froze me, though, was the eye. It was only visible because it was reflecting in my flashlight, but even in that glint, I could feel anger or deep hatred or something like it. This is the point in which the English language really lacks the right words to explain the situation. I could tell that this child meant me harm. Whether it was a hallucination or not, The thing was getting closer. I started to cry. It was getting closer and closer when I heard a voice from behind me say, "Hey Jack," whispered the voice. It was Steve, I was certain. I tried to talk back, fully intending to say, "Open this up and get me out right now." However, given my current state, I'm sure it just sounded like garbled nonsense. I clawed at the door, pushing against it with everything I had and finally breaking eye contact with the child. As I did this, the flashlight rolled down the slope, coming to rest somewhere near the child's feet. "What do you see?" the voice asked. "What are you talking about?" I closed my eyes. I remember hearing a reply along the lines of, "Just look at it, tell me what you see." But my own screams of frustration drowned it out. I was mumbling like a maniac when the voice told me, calmly, "Rest for a second, I'll get it." The statement took a second to settle in, at which point I closed my eyes tight. "Steve, just do it. Please, please, just get it open, please," I whimpered. "Just get me out of here." My voice was beginning to get louder. "Steve, goddammit, open the fucking wooden door." I opened my eyes for a split second to see nothing but black hair dangling in front of my face, a small glint of light hidden in the mess of tangles. I slammed my eyes shut and screamed with every ounce of energy I had, "Open the fucking door!" The door behind me gave way, and I fell onto the dirt, taking in a breath of fresh air. My eyes were still closed, but the first thing that I did was scramble to find the cellar door and close it. Once I had done that, I took a deep breath and opened my eyes. I saw the barn in front of me, illuminated by the headlights of the car. My head was pulsing with pain. I was covered in dirt and liquids that I didn't even care to know the origin of. My knee, at the very least, was dislocated, but despite all of that, I was out of the tunnel. I took a deep breath, buried my head in my hands, and said, "Steve, why didn't you just open the fucking door?" I waited for a response, but none came. "Steve, seriously," I began. "I was fucking clawing and screaming for my life," I said, as I looked behind me. My stomach must have been on the verge of falling out of me at this point because it shifted again. The only thing that was behind me was a large mass of bushes that I had seen while examining the perimeter of the building. I was angry. "Steve, this is not the fucking time. Come out of the fucking bushes." I was getting ready to stand up when I heard a yell from the front of the building. A flashlight bobbed up and down in the semi-darkness. Steve was running into the open door of the structure, yelling my name and telling me not to worry. I must have lost consciousness at that point. When I woke up, Steve was standing over me, desperately trying to wake me up. His words were almost incoherent, at least to my ears. He helped me to my feet and began to walk me to the car. As we walked away, I saw my flashlight sitting just outside the cellar door. The light was fading. Steve brought me back to the car and then drove me to the nearest hospital. I fell asleep, but told me that he drove around it for an hour before he found a main road. I don't think I ever told him this whole story. I believe he thinks that I was just injured from the fall. He never really asked about it, and we didn't stay in contact for much longer. It's not like we deliberately parted ways, we just sort of stopped hanging out after that trip and went our separate ways. I have never been able to fully understand what happened that night. There are many things that I can explain away as being hallucinations, but there are still many things that don't make sense. The shower heads were there and they were leaking something. The door was real, the tunnel was real. Most everything else can be semi-rationalized if I can convince myself that I had a very bad concussion. A very, very bad concussion. But the one thing that I couldn't have imagined was that cellar door that was locked, and then suddenly it wasn't. I am still as skeptical as I have ever been, but I believe in what happened to me at the showers. I'm not a hermit or a social retard because of this. I drink a lot, but I am still functional. But I will never return to Nebraska. No one will ever be able to convince me otherwise. I don't watch horror movies either. There's absolutely nothing entertaining about being so desperately scared. That's it, really. There's no typical ending for my story. I was changed by my experience, yeah, but there is no way to change anything about it or fight back against it. I can't even convince myself that I wasn't just seeing things. Believe me, I've been trying for years. Prior to this, there was really no way to find any information on the showers. The legend didn't extend outside of the classroom of Mr. Mays. No one told stories like this to keep children away from a certain place or to scare them. It just wasn't known. I guess that's really the point of the whole story. I want people to know, firsthand, what this place is like. Maybe it's a drunk's rationale, or the kid inside me wanted to spread these kind of stories again. I don't know. I don't care. But it's out there now, for people to mold and warp to their needs. Most importantly, it's finally out of my head. It's getting late, and I'm getting another drink. Cheers. Just a few miles outside of town stood a old country house. It had been converted into a daycare where parents would drop off their kids for the day and pick them up in the evening. However, said daycare had been out of business for a few years now. There was a sign posted in the front yard with just a few feet from the house that read, Happy Sun Daycare, with a drawing of a cute-looking cartoony sun painted on it. In the fenced-in backyard stood playground equipment that had since fallen into disrepair and had begun to rust. A slide, a couple of swing sets, some monkey bars, and a merry-go-round were once covered by swarms of children as they ran and played in the outdoors. They had since become perches for the local birds and squirrels and were swarmed by ants rather than children. I had decided to write a report on the Happy Sun Daycare for the news blog I worked for. For one thing, several of the citizens today had gone to that daycare. I figured it might make for an interesting story to read about their experiences there and if it affected their later life in any way. Though the reason wasn't quite so innocent. There had always been concerned parents who would fret over leaving their child in someone else's care. That constant worry over how safe their sons and daughters were, especially with all the horror stories posted online about various daycare-related tragedies. For my report, I decided I would interview both employees and people who had gone to the daycare as children. I wanted to get as many different point of view as possible so that it wouldn't seem too terribly biased. Of course, I agreed not to use their real names for the sake of their privacy. The first person I interviewed was a middle-aged woman who looked after the infants at the daycare. For the sake of her privacy, we'll just call her Margaret. "What was it like working at the daycare?" I asked her. She replied, "Oh, it wasn't anything too spectacular, just your typical day of working with children or babies in my case." "I see," I told her before I asked. "Have you had any problems while working there?" Margaret shook her head. "With the babies? Of course not. They could be fuzzy, but they weren't any trouble at all. The children were another story." This piqued my interest. Were the children that attended Happy Sun Daycare too much for the employees to handle? Or could it be that there were cases of abuse going on that had been kept secret until now? I had to find out. "Why might that be?" I asked. "Well..." Margaret paused for a second as though she was apprehensive about speaking to me. "There were times when I heard muffled squealing. No, not squealing. Screaming. At first, I thought it was just the children pretending to be scared, but the more I heard it, the more I realized those screams were real, that something was terrifying or possibly even hurting them." "Did you see any children get hurt?" Margaret nodded. "Yes. Most of them were just the typical scrapes and bruises you expect to find on a child who fell while playing or who bumped his head while trying to show off to his or her friends. Some of them, though, seemed off to me. Every so often, I would see a child walk past on the way to the nurse's office, and each time, the child looked like he had been scratched or even bitten." Children scratched or bitten. That would be cause for alarm for anyone. Perhaps some wild animal had decided to make its home near the daycare and curious children had gone in too close. Maybe a stray dog had wandered into the playground and some poor unknown kid wanted to pet it. "Were there any animals in the area?" I decided to ask. "Stray dogs, raccoons, perhaps a possum nest?" "I doubt it. Pets weren't allowed at the daycare, and traps were set up at night to keep any wildlife away. Though there might have been a dog roaming around the area." Margaret shook her head. I pointed out, "Perhaps it was the dog that had bitten those children?" "Oh, I only heard the dog," she told me. "I had never actually seen it, and all I heard were the occasional growl, snarl, or howl." So, Margaret had only heard what sounded like a dog. I couldn't rule out the possibility that perhaps she had mistaken some noise she heard for that of a dog. Maybe she had heard some children that were only pretending to be dogs and mistook them for a real one. Or maybe she had heard the wind and thought it was a howl. If that were the case, that would explain the scratches and bites she saw on some of the children. It wasn't too out of the realm of possibility that a child could have simply scratched his or her arm on a branch or part of the fence by accident, with what sounded like a dog's growl to her. Margaret could have reached the conclusion that the children were being attacked by some sort of stray canine. Still, I had to learn more about the daycare, with the possibility of a cover-up regarding a series of dog attacks. I figured that the next person to interview would be one of the former attendees. Perhaps one of them would have childhood memories that could potentially shed some light on what Margaret had mentioned. After doing some background checking, I managed to find a young man who went to the Happy Sun daycare when he was around 5 or 6. Let's just call him Scott. I found Scott working at a local butcher shop. I had to wait until his shift was over before I could start the interview. Luckily, it wasn't too long of a wait, and it gave me some time to consider what to ask him. "Do you remember anything about Happy Sun daycare?" I asked. "I know it was a long time ago for you, but perhaps you can recall something?" Scott thought for a moment before replying. "Not much. I was only 5, maybe 6 when I went. I can just remember doing what kids do at that age. Play, finger paint, watch cartoons, that kind of stuff." I nodded. "Were you a good kid?" "For the most part," he admitted. "But occasionally I get into some trouble, nothing too serious though. Just your typical kid fuzziness. Not wanting to take naps, refusing to eat veggies, that sort of thing." "I see," I replied as I wrote down what he told me in a notepad. "And was the daycare fair in how they disciplined you?" Somewhat. All I ever got was a scolding and the occasional timeout. Pretty much they made you sit in a corner for a few minutes until they felt that you were ready to join the other kids. Though, you were lucky if that's all you got," Scott pointed out. What Scott said baffled me a bit. They were lucky? How? I began to wonder if perhaps there had been more severe punishments for more unruly children that attended the daycare. Could there have been some sort of more controversial form of discipline that the employees at Happy Sun daycare used that they didn't want to know known to the public? I had to know. "What exactly do you mean?" For a brief moment, Scott gave a shudder. He seemed to have recalled something from his childhood that frightened him and seemed to have affected him in his adulthood as well. "The kids who got into real trouble were sent into the gray door." Scott heaved a heavy sigh. "I've never been there myself. I knew a few kids that did. Ones that would get into fights or throw huge tantrums. They'd end up going into that room. I don't know what happened in there, but they'd always come out shaking with wide eyes. A few would break down crying, some would scream. One kid even threw up before passing out." I frowned slightly. What sort of horrors had been conducted in the room that had been nicknamed the Grey Door? I then remembered what Margaret had told me and decided to check in and see if perhaps there was a connection with their story and what Scott had just said. "Did the children have any scratches or bites on them?" I asked. "And did you hear any strange noises?" He nodded. "A few kids had scratches on them after they left the Grey Door, but I thought they got those before and I just didn't notice them at first. They could have tripped or something. I did hear some heavy breathing. That could have just been some kid panting from running a lot. Hard to say for sure." First, Margaret said she thought she heard a dog snarling, and now Scott told me he heard heavy breathing. With the strange noises, mysterious scratches on misbehaving children, and the mystery of the Great Door room, I couldn't help but wonder what it was that Happy Sun Daycare had been hiding all these years. I thanked Scott for taking the time to speak to me before moving on to the next person to interview. With my curiosity regarding the Great Door still heightened, I figured the next person to speak to would be one of the more troublemaking attendees of the daycare. I had to know more about what went inside of that room. Perhaps one of them could tell me. After doing more background checks, I managed to track down a young woman whom we'll refer to as Alice. She had been arrested 2 weeks ago for spraying graffiti and was charged for vandalism. Rather than spend time in jail, she agreed to do 4 months of community service. From what I read about her records, it seemed that this wasn't the first time she had gotten in trouble with the law. "Were you always this much trouble?" I asked her. Alice shrugged. "Maybe." I wasn't sure how easy it would be to get the answers I wanted from her. She seemed like the type who would only cooperate if either she would get some sort of advantage or if it meant less time behind bars. "I need to know about Happy Sun Daycare," I pointed out to her. "Do you remember anything about the Great Door?" For a brief second, a hint of fear flashed in her eyes. Her face became pale as a few beads of sweat trickled down her forehead. That was a long time ago," Alice pointed out. I replied, Surely you must remember something. Records show you were 10 when you attended. Are you sure you can't recall anything? Alice took a few deep breaths and began to regain her composure. If the mere mention of the great door room was enough to put fear into her after all these years, I couldn't help but dread what horror she could possibly experience. He was someone who had run-ins with the law, someone who had been arrested for various crimes, primarily theft, vandalism, and trespassing, and yet it was something from her childhood that caused her the most fear of being punished. Why? Okay, I'll tell you. But you gotta promise never to say that I told you anything. Got it? Alice sighed. I reassured her. I won't reveal any names. That will be strictly confidential. You see, I was playing outside in the playground, she began to explain. Remember wanting to play on the swings. Another claimed he had already gotten first dibs to play on them. Before I knew it, we were in a big argument. I lost control. Next thing I knew, he was on the ground crying. I must have pushed him when we were arguing. One of the teachers came up and grabbed me by the arm and dragged me inside. She told me that I would be taken into what the other kids called the great door room as punishment. What was inside the room? I asked in anticipation. Alice took another deep breath and let out a shudder and sigh. The room was mostly empty. I remember the floor was nothing but dirt ground, and the only light was a dingy old light bulb that barely lit anything up. The teacher just shoved me in and slammed the door shut. At first, I tried pounding on the door and screaming. I cried out for anyone to let me out. It was so dark and cold, I was so scared. And I heard something. Something was behind me. I turned around and I remember screaming louder than I had ever screamed in my life. I frowned in concern. What did you see? It was a dog, or at least I think it was a dog. She choked back a few tears. I didn't get a good look at it since it was so dark. All I remember was that it was the biggest and ugliest dog I had ever seen. That thing had glowing yellow eyes, huge sharp teeth, and was covered in black shaggy fur. And before I knew it, it snarled and lunged at me. I ran as fast as I could, screaming and begging for anyone to come and save me. It grabbed onto my skirt with its teeth and tried to pull me towards it. I had tripped and fell, but I managed to kick it in the face a couple of times to get it to let go. Then it lunged at me again, but luckily for me, the door finally opened and one of the teachers pulled me out of the room and slammed the door shut before the dog could get me again. So, there was a dog after all. The stories were all starting to come together. Margaret's story about hearing screams and growling, Scott's story about horrified kids who had been sent to the Grey Door room, and now there was Alice's story about being sent to that room and being attacked by some sort of large vicious dog. Still, I had to know more. Why did they use a dog? Why did they cover it up? Perhaps the people working at Happy Sun Daycare were afraid that such a punishment would be too extreme to use on children. Or maybe they feared being sued by some animals' rights group. I then thanked Alice for her time and set forth to the next person to talk to. Maybe another one of the employees. If I was lucky, I might be able to get one of them to reveal the truth about what was going on in the door room. Once again, I began searching through the records of anyone who ever worked at Happy Sun Daycare. It took some time to find someone who was willing to talk to me. Most former employees I asked were either too busy or simply didn't want to give an interview. A few of them said various profanities as well. I couldn't tell if they were angry that I had learned about what was going on all those years ago, or if they were afraid of what might happen if they revealed any more secrets to me. Still, I managed to track down at least one person who was willing to tell me his experiences working at Happy Sun Daycare. Mr. Smith, as we'll call him, worked as a janitor at the daycare back when it was still running. He had managed to get the job only because his aunt was in charge of one of the head offices there as well. However, Mr. Smith had moved to another town since the daycare closed years ago. This meant I couldn't interview him in person, so we sent each other emails instead. Mr. Smith explained that he had some form of narcolepsy since he was a teenager and a history of sleepwalking as well. Doctors couldn't figure out what was causing his condition, but they couldn't find any adverse health effects linked to it either. This still made it difficult for him to find work though. He told me that he was grateful that his aunt managed to get him a job at Happy Sun Daycare. I had so many questions, and while I wasn't sure which one to ask first, After I got his first response, I wrote back to him. I wanted to know how he was able to hold this job despite his condition. Was he on medication for it? How did the other employees and the children treat them? A couple of days passed before I got any response from him. I quickly opened the latest email response from Mr. Smith and began to read. He replied that his aunt would mix him a special herbal tea for him that would help keep his narcolepsy in check. She apparently strongly believed in herbal medicine and said that it was better than any standard medicine on the market. Mr. Smith wrote about how the tea was quite bitter and how he hated drinking it, but he had to drink it if he wanted to keep his job. Though on occasion, his aunt would run out of the leaves needed for the tea and he'd end up falling asleep. This prompted another employee to go and make sure he didn't accidentally hurt himself or others. As for how others treated him, Mr. Smith explained in his letter that the children were generally very nice to him. Most of them were quite curious and would ask him a lot of questions while he worked. A few would generally act as a nuisance, but he didn't recall any of them being in too much trouble. On the other hand, the other employees seemed to have a sense of uneasiness around him. He explained how he felt they seemed extremely cautious around him. Also, he pointed out that his aunt always kept a close eye on him. He wasn't sure if this was due to his condition or for some other reason. This just caused more questions to form in my mind. Why were the other employees uneasy around him? Was it because he was a nephew of one of the higher-ups, or was there another reason? And there was the matter of his aunt keeping a close eye on him. Maybe they were trying to keep the whole issue regarding the gray door room a secret from him. Perhaps they were afraid that he would find out about the dog and would contact the police. I had to know if he knew anything about the room. I quickly wrote a reply and asked if he knew anything about a large empty room and children being attacked by some sort of large dog. Another couple of days passed before I got another response from Mr. Smith. I opened the reply and began to read. He said he didn't remember any sort of dog at the daycare. In fact, he pointed out that animals weren't allowed on the property and that he would set traps to keep the squirrels and mice out. His aunt was very strict about no pets being allowed as well, most likely due to the potential allergies kids might have. Mr. Smith explained in his reply that perhaps the dog that Alice claimed had attacked her was just someone in a cheap-looking dog costume, that the room was kept barely lit so the kids in there wouldn't realize it was fake, and that the scratches and bites were just a result of them tripping and accidentally scratching themselves on some dirt. To my surprise, he had been in the gray room himself several times as well. Strangely, he pointed out that they were always when he hadn't had any tea to drink and would wake up in the room. He wasn't sure if anyone had simply moved him there so he could sleep without being in anyone's way, or if he had been sleepwalking again and just stumbled in there by mistake. Mr. Smith explained that the room was originally going to be a large storage closet for various arts and crafts related supplies, but was never finished due to the budget cuts. He wrote in his reply that his aunt didn't want the area to go to waste, so they decided to use it as a means to punish misbehaving children. In his opinion, someone probably brought a dog costume and would wear it while terrorizing any children sent into the room as a means of instilling fear of punishment into their minds. I sent one last email to Mr. Smith, thanking him for the time to reply to my messages. The whole thing about Happy Sun Daycare was starting to piece together. From what I had gathered via the various interviews from both students and employees, children who misbehaved were sent to the large empty space called the Gray Door Room, that there was a dog or possibly someone in a dog costume that would chase any child sent in there, and finally that said child would be pulled to safety before the dog could cause any serious harm. There was only one thing left to do. I was going to head inside the Happy Sun Daycare and investigate the infamous Gray Door Room myself. I had to see for myself if there was anything that could solve this strange cover-up. Several minutes passed as I drove out into the countryside and towards the abandoned building. I parked in the car in the front driveway and took a few deep breaths. The front door was unlocked, which was lucky for me. I gently pushed the door open and began to look inside. The interior was dingy and covered in a layer of dust. Cobwebs spread over various desks and chairs that hadn't been used in quite some time. A musty smell filled the house and mixed up with the odor of feces and urine from the rats that now made the place their home. It was nauseating to say the least. After I explored several different areas, I soon found the foreboding gray door that was said to lead to the dreaded room. The door was quite heavy and it took me several tries before I managed to force it open. Just like how Alice had described, the room was dark and empty with the dirt floor and a dingy bulb. Said bulb had burned out long ago, so I used an old desk to prop the door open in order to see anything. I could see faint bloodstains on the ground and on the wall, but I couldn't tell who or what the blood belonged to. There was also strange markings on the wall as well. I took a closer look and could have sworn they resembled claw marks of some sort. As I continued to examine the room, I noticed various footprints in the dirt. Many were faded or had been trampled over one another, but I could still make out a few. Most of them were the footprints of children. They looked like the children had been running away from something. There was one other distinct set of footprints that caught my attention. I examined them closely. I could definitely make out the distinctive footpads, claws, and individual toes on at least one of the prints. This wasn't some person in a cheap costume. Happy Son Daycare had been using a dog to terrorize children. I had to let people know what they had been hiding for all those years. However, as I made my way out of the daycare and to my car, there was one aspect about those footprints that made me uneasy. Since when do dogs walk on two legs? A man came into town today, a very strange man. He looked to be in his 30s, walking with a hunchback with a load of items upon it. He had thinning red hair and tannish skin, as well as a normal skeleton-like frame. It was quite small, really. It was the big grin on his face that got to me. It was such a large smile, almost inhumanly big. Its edges seemed to stretch beyond his cheekbones and into his eyes. He strolled into town with that joyful expression on his face, speaking in almost whispers to children who were lined along the road. The children would stare, emotionless as he whispered to them. I couldn't make out what he was saying from the distance, so I sat on the centerpieces in the town square, waiting for him to cross my path. I was genuinely terrified, to be honest, but I didn't know why. Yet, even still, I wanted to wait for him. I couldn't explain this curiosity, but it had a hold on me that would not be released until I spoke to the eerie man. He slowly began approaching me. The soft thudding of his footsteps was barely audible over the dull roar in the square. Yet all the same, I could hear it plainly as anything else when I waited in slight panic for him to reach me. He stopped in front of me, still not facing me. I looked up to catch his face. He stared forward, and then slowly turned to me. He never opened his eyes, and the smile never disappeared from his face. Turning his head to me, he opened one eye, and stared directly at me with it. I slumped down, an incredible fear that I had never felt hit me like a wave. He didn't say a word. He only stared into my eyes, with the hawk eye he had opened. I completely lost track of reality. The sounds of the town square around me faded away, and I became immersed in an eerie silence that seemed deafening. I wanted to run, but I couldn't. Nothing would move. My body seemed frozen to the bricks I was sitting on. The smile felt like it was looking at me, almost like there was the true man behind it, not the eyes. I can't explain it, but to put it best I can, the smile seemed ageless, eternal. It echoed in my mind into infinity. My body began leaning away from him. Slowly his head turned back to face the road, and he began to go on his way again. I was shaking violently. I felt like I could throw up. As he walked off, I realized that there were masks on his back. He must have been a mask collector of sorts. That night, I couldn't sleep. All I could think about was the meeting with him in the square. He didn't say anything, but I felt as if he completely disemboweled me with his glance, his piercing eye. I didn't know what it was, but that man was not human. No, he was something else, something very sinister. That ageless feeling wouldn't go away either, as if he was some sort of ancient demon, wandering the earth from city to city, town to town. Why though? I wanted to know more. I was becoming obsessed with the very thing that terrified me more than anything else. Tomorrow, I would search for him and see if he was in town. I had honestly hoped he had left. Yet if he hadn't, I could learn more about it. The next day, I ate breakfast and ran to the square. I saw a small group of people gathered around the small vacant building in the corner. I ran over to see him, the demon, standing in front of everybody. He had his hands together and was speaking about how he was opening his Happy Mass shop here in the square. He preached and preached, come on, come all. To the crowd, they all seemed mesmerized by his words. Finally, he finished and headed inside the tiny building. A small sign next to it read, "Happy Mask Shop. Happiness is just a mask away." I shuddered. What was so scary about this man? I had to know more, so I ran inside. There was already a few people in there, yet it was silent. No one was talking. What was going on? Were they negotiating something? I saw a man, a child next to him, and a woman behind him. Yet none of them were saying anything. They were only staring at the happy masked man. He nodded his head as if they had reached some sort of silent agreement and handed 2 masks to the man and the child. They both turned and walked out. As they passed, I saw a glazed look in their eye, as if they were completely out of it. The woman was out just behind them, carrying another mask. Then it was me. I was all alone with him. He cocked his head, maintaining in silence. He wanted me to speak, so I did, asking him about his shop, as well as where he came from. Silence. He didn't say anything. He just kept on grinning. I was beginning to become irritated, yet simultaneously more frightened too. I stepped back towards the door, asking him to answer me. Just then a child walked in. It was a boy, not over 5 years old. He walked up to the happy masked man. The man stood there and hunched over to the boy. The boy held out his hands, expecting a mask perhaps? The happy masked man opened his eyes, both of them, and instead of the most evil glare I had seen at the child. I stepped back again, almost tripping as I reached for the doorknob. To my sheer terror, the man grabbed the boy by the neck, picked him off of the ground. I could hear horrific screeches of terror coming from the boy's throat. He was at least 8 feet off the ground. Just then, the salesman's mouth began opening, still smiling of course. It grew wider and wider until it was at least a foot wide. I could hear his jaw snapping as it opened. Horrible and inhuman sounds began coming from him as he raised the child higher. Then all of a sudden, the child was halfway down the salesman's throat. I screamed as I could see the boy's legs kicking in the salesman's mouth. But slowly but surely, they slid down and disappeared. The boy was gone. I began crying hysterically, yet I still couldn't move. He turned to me, his mouth still hanging wide open. He then put his hands on it to his face. A strange glow began to appear around his hands. Slowly, he peeled his hands away from his face. A repulsive stretching sound could be heard as skin appeared to be getting pulled off. He arched his back further and further until his hands were separated from his face by a clump of flesh at least 2 feet long. This man, no, this thing, was an absolute monster. The flesh tore off, leaving the same grinning face. He stood there with a mass of skin in his hands. Slowly, the skin began molding and contorting. I backed into the corner. What the hell was going on? Before I knew it, the skin had turned into a small shape in his hands. He held his hands out, showing me his new prize. It was the child's face. He made a mask out of flesh. The horror hit me and I began vomiting into my lap. I heard a small chuckle coming from the salesman. No, I had to get out of here. I got up and ran for the door. Upon grabbing the doorknob, I heard one more thing. "Do you want a mask, my boy?" Tears were streaming down my cheeks as I was sobbing and running across the town square. I could hear people gasping and shrieking as I ran by. I'm sure I was a poor sight, a child covered in blood and vomit. I didn't care though. That thing in there was a demon. I ran to my house and ran straight to my room. Both of my parents were out. I sat there for what it must have been hours, rocking back and forth and covered in filth. Finally, I got up and looked out the window. The small building was still there, but with no one was going in inside it. The sign was gone. To this day, I have no idea what happened or what I experienced. I've never told anyone because I know no one will believe me. I watched myself and tried to continue my life as normal after that day. The happy mask salesman was gone. I even asked around in town and people all claimed they either had no idea what I was talking about or they weren't sure. Dead ends were everywhere. Had it been a dream? No. I would not make up something like that, and I pity all those who may experience him in the future. That monster, that thing, may the gods protect all who come into his path. It's been a few years now, a lot has happened since then, but he has never come back, and I dread the day More than anything when he may. If he does, I'll be sure to stay clear. If you see a man in your hometown claiming to sell masks, a man who looks off and seems to be hiding something sinister, stay away from him. He isn't human. Whatever he is, no, it is. It is the very essence of evil itself. I was a part of the Queen's Guard in England, one of the rare jobs where you aren't allowed to move no matter what stands in front of you. This happened to my brother-in-law 2 years ago. I am telling the story exactly the way he told me it. He appeared very genuine when telling it, and you know what? After all that's happened to me, I have no reason not to believe him. And as for you, well, you be the judge. I was in the English army, 2 tours in Iraq, 1 in Afghanistan. My mom absolutely hated the life I chose, and I can't really blame her. But you know what? The fucked up part is that the biggest horror I've ever experienced wasn't in one of those shitty eastern places. No. It was in the very center of European civilization, London. After I finished my 3rd tour, I was awarded by the army. Apparently, surviving fighting Taliban in the mountains is reason enough to be honored. They offered me a spot in Queen's Guard. I'm not sure how much you know about that, but in England, it's a pretty big deal, and I hated it. I was permanently stationed at home, and as for a reward for my bravery, I was now standing in front of buildings motionless while annoying Chinese tourists tried to make me laugh. I wanted out, but the honor of the position combined with my mother's happiness that the biggest danger I could ever face would be an Asian tourist, I had no choice but to do it. Only if I knew I'd be safer in some cave in Kabul. So I was stationed to work at the Tower of London a few shifts a week. Shifts were usually 2 to 3 hours long, depending on how many people worked that day. Gotta tell you, that job gets old quickly. Drunk people who try to mess with you along with annoying tourists who think they're the first ones to ever try to make you laugh. You just want out of your own skin, but it was a job, and it paid, so I shut the fuck up and did it. Now this one day in 2012 started boring as any other day. I had a few French guys trying to mess with me. God, they're the worst, and you can't do shit unless they threaten you. Then I had a group of drunk Russian chicks, which wasn't so bad. The heat was just starting to melt that fucking hat into my skull when a huge group of tourists showed up. Some sort of guided tour, I assumed. They all did their standard spiel, pictures, funny faces, jokes, etc. They all had their cameras out, and they all wore the same t-shirts, some big bad tour bullshit. All but one. I noticed her standing in the back, just staring at me. She was a good-looking woman, probably early 40s, really dark long hair and somewhat pale, which made me think she was English. She did seem to be the part of the tour as she stood with all the others. After the group finally took enough pictures and realized I wasn't gonna laugh, they started moving on, except the pale woman who stayed and kept watching me. Now, I've seen my fair share of people doing all kinds of stupid stuff to get a reaction out of me, but this was a new one. Not only that, this lady was committed. 2 hours and hundreds of tourists later, she still stood in the very same spot, just staring at me. The day got pretty hot and there was no way she was comfortable, but I shit you not, she was calmer than I was. She wasn't smiling, which was strange because I assumed she was trying to make me react. About 30 minutes later, when the crowds around me slowly died out, she took a slow step towards me. Then another. Here we go, joke incoming, I thought as she took her sweet time walking up closer. She stopped about 2 feet away from me. She was looking straight into my eyes, tilted her head to the left, then to the right, which I assumed was her attempt at making me laugh. Then I realized this woman wasn't here to joke around. Still standing at 2 feet away, she started leaning towards me. There was something just so fucked up about her mannerisms that made me extremely uneasy. She never lost an eye contact with me. She kept leaning towards me while her feet never moved. Her face stopped just short of touching mine and her position seemed unnatural at that point. Her head started slowly shaking, like when you get out of the pool or a shower and are freezing, you know? And then she scared the fucking shit out of me. I had people screaming in my face. I even had a moron trying to fight me. But what she did was by far the worst. She opened her mouth as if she were about to let the loudest scream at me, but nothing came out. Nothing. She just stood there, leaned at an unnatural angle, inches away from my face, letting a fucking silent scream or whatever that was out of her wide open mouth, and the speed of her shaking increased. Now, I'm not gonna lie. Even though it was really hot that day, I started feeling cold and goosebumps ran under my uniform. I finally got myself together and started marching away from her. We were allowed to do a 10-step march occasionally. When I got to the end of one way, I stopped and closed my eyes. I just wanted her to be gone when I turned around. As I made a 180-degree turn, I instantly froze. She was right in front of me, leaned all the way to my face, mouth open even wider, head now shaking uncontrollably. I was so taken aback I was unable to react. Noise, screaming, and other stuff I can deal with, but this silent, creepy fucking behavior was honestly intimidating me. "Make way for the Queen's Guard," I yelled. We are allowed to say that when someone is in our way. She didn't react, but she did lean further to about an inch from my face. "Make way for the Queen's Guard," I yelled even louder, hoping my voice wouldn't break. She had absolutely zero regard for my orders. Unwilling to deal with the bullshit any longer, I stepped back and pointed my bayonet at her. That was our last resort for annoying tourists. She immediately closed her mouth and leaned back into a normal human position. I wasn't going to wait for her to do whatever she was about to do, so I started marching around her. When I got back to my post, I turned around and stood still. I couldn't see her in the corner of my eye, which gave me a huge relief. Jesus, this fucking job, I thought to myself. I'm gonna have to look into 10, 9, 8. Someone whispered in my right ear. It must be her. She was behind me. 10, 9, 8. Whispers came from my left ear. Goosebumps were at an all-time erect now. Hilarious, isn't it? Combat vet. Killed more people than he'd ever want to admit. Is now scared to hell of some batshit tourist lady. 10, 9, 8, 10, 9, 8, 10, 9, 8. She sped up her whispering, then walked in front of me. 10, 9, 8, 10, 9, 8. She was now whispering incredibly fast. Actually, whispering doesn't describe it properly. It was like she was yelling, but in a whisper tone, if that makes any sense. It was surreal. She leaned towards my face again, whispering those fucking numbers frantically. I was about to break my orders. I couldn't take it anymore. There was something fucked up about this woman and I couldn't deal with it. "Ma'am," I spoke in the voice of the biggest scared pussy. "Ma'am, will you please stop?" And then, a huge group of loud tourists ran up to us. The crazy woman leaned back, still looking at me. She whispered, 10, 9, 8. One more time, I'll never losing eye contact. Then she walked away, as slowly as she moved around me. It was so strange watching her slowly disappear into the crowd. All that was left was the strange feeling of something unnatural. That and a group of life-saving Asian tourists. Never thought I'd be so happy to see a Nikon snapping Chinese guy. After my shift was done, I went into our base and told the story to a couple of guys. They all had some experience with creepy people, but never on this level. When our shift commander came, guys jokingly told him how I was abused on duty. He wanted some laughs, so he asked for the full story. But when I started telling him what happened, he quickly lost his smile. Stop, he said. "Did you talk to her?" "Sir?" I asked, intrigued. "Son, did you or did you not speak to this woman?" I wasn't gonna lose my weekly pay over breaking that stupid no-talking rule, so I lied. "Of course not, sir." He seemed to calm down. "Good. And if she ever comes back, never talk. Understood? And that goes for all of you." Joking atmosphere quickly died out in the breaking room. I was puzzled, but I was even more tired, so I decided to go home and sleep instead of worrying about crazy fucking tourists. Next few shifts went by as boring as they were supposed to be. Woman was nowhere to be seen, and since my girlfriend was about to visit me all the way from the Netherlands, I forgot about the incident. Tuesday night around 3 a.m. I was awoken by a loud banging at the door. For some strange reason, the first thought that crossed my mind was that fucked up woman from a week ago. Babe, would you mind peeping through the hole to see who it is? I lazily mumbled as I gently pushed my girlfriend. She was dead asleep. I swear nothing could wake her up. Semi-conscious, I stumbled through the hallway and to the door. Who is it? I muttered while peeking through the hole, but it was too dark outside. That sobered me up. Who is it? I asked again, but the only answer I got was louder banging. Fuck it, I thought as I took a deep breath and opened the door. There are about a million things I'd rather see standing in front of me at that moment, and there was only one person I did not expect to be at the door. My girlfriend. I was supposed to pick her up tonight. I nearly lost all control of my legs. Thousands of things raced through my mind, which was having trouble comprehending what in the fuck was happening. Thanks for picking me up at the Heathrow, asshole, my girlfriend said as she slammed the carry-on on my chest. I was still speechless. So I travel all the way from Amsterdam to see you, and you forget? Really? I wasn't hearing it. I knew I was half asleep when I got up, but there was someone in my bed. I wasn't dreaming, for fuck's sakes. Stay here, I mumbled as I handed her the bag back. What's wrong? Just stay here. Not knowing where I got the courage to walk to the bedroom, I slowly made my way up. I know what you're thinking. In movies and books, guy walks into the room and boom, it's empty, right? I fucking wish. I walked into my room and it was completely dark, but I could hear breathing. Heavy breathing. My pulse was so high I was sure I was gonna pass out, but I flipped the switch. 7, 6, 5, 7, 6, 5. Whispers came from the corner of the room where she stood. That same fucking woman. She stood almost glued to the corner of the room, her back to the wall. She was looking straight at me, and I thought I was sure I lost the power of speech. I managed to squeeze out a what the fuck. 7, 6, 5, she said as she took the first slow step towards me. Her mouth was always wide open, as if she was letting out that damn soundless scream. Every step she made, she'd close her mouth enough to say 7, 6, 5. I couldn't move. Nothing in this world existed beside this woman slowly walking towards me. What a creepy and unsettling feeling. Like, I wasn't physically afraid of her, right? I could take her down, and was ready to. But this kind of fear was something foreign to me. It seemed like I was afraid for my shit, I don't know. Soul? You know what I mean? I knew she couldn't hurt me physically, but I was still scared. Not to mention, I fucking somehow slept in the same bed with this whatever the fuck she is. She came incredibly close to me, the familiar lean, an inch from my face. My breathing was so irregularly and loud. It was the only noise in the room. 7, 6, 5. Suddenly, something about this had a strangely familiar feeling. What the fuck? A scream came from behind me, my girlfriend. I snapped into reality, turned around and grabbed my girl. Run! I yelled as we escaped the room. We ran to the kitchen where I grabbed one of those as seen on TV steel-cutting knives. My girlfriend was just silently weeping at my side, unable to even ask questions. I could hear more footsteps. First, I saw her shadow. Then I saw her calmly walking through the hallway. Her mouth was now so unnaturally wide open, and she wasn't even looking at me anymore. She was looking at the ceiling as she slowly made her way to the door. Her head was shaking very fast. It was abso-fucking-lutely surreal. I'm telling you. I mean, just imagine, this woman who creeped you out a week ago is now walking through your place at 3 in the morning, staring at the ceiling with mouth impossibly wide open. Not to mention you slept next to her for who knows how long. When she finally walked out, I ran to the door and slammed it. Girlfriend was still unable to speak. When we got ourselves together, I was afraid she'd think I cheated on her with this woman, but she didn't. She saw that horror walk throughout the hallway, and she knew something was wrong. I was terrified, but I didn't let it show. The scariest part of everything was that I had a job that required me to stand still and not react to my surroundings. I told my girlfriend about my experience with this fucked up woman, but I didn't mention her 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 whispers. I didn't want to scare her any further, because what could those whispers be if not a countdown? I was hesitant to call the police after that crazy whatever she was left my apartment, but my girlfriend wouldn't have it. Police were at our place in about 20 minutes, took our statements, woman's description, and told us to immediately call should anything else happen. But my mind was set on something else. My commander. He told me not to talk to her, and I did. And now I'm waking up in bed with her. How the fuck did she even get into my flat? Shit, man, too many thoughts. The next day, I went into my commander's office. Sir, I said very carefully, you need to understand that losing this job, no matter how shitty it was, definitely wasn't on my to-do list. Sir, we need to talk. He looked up at me from his desk, and I swear he already knew. His face lost all the emotion. He didn't even ask what was happening. Sit, he said, as he leaned back in his chair. Sir, I was having a hard time confessing to breaking the rules of the guard. You spoke to her. You responded, he said as he leaned towards me. Didn't you? Well, I just asked her to move, that's all. No, not the Queen's Guard command. Did you say anything else to her? I did. If you remember, beside me yelling, make way for the Queen's Guard, I did say, ma'am, will you please? God damn it, son. God fucking damn it. This was the first time I heard my commander curse. Sir, who is this woman? I'm going to file for your immediate removal from the guard. He brushed me off as he opened his desk to look for something. Sir? I asked, not believing I was about to lose my job. Don't worry, I'll find you something else to do, but your days in the guard are over. Expect the transfer within a week. Sir, but I was just... That is all, son. You can leave now, he said, not even looking at me. I was pissed, but then again, if I was going to keep the paycheck without having to stand in the street and deal with terrorists/crazy fucking creatures, I was fine. The new schedule came out, and what do you know, I was only scheduled to work one shift that week. That was really handy because I was supposed to babysit my 7-year-old niece visiting from Birmingham, and I had already planned out the whole weekend with her. Thursday came with no further incidents with the mouth wide open bitch. My girlfriend had finally calmed down. She left back to Amsterdam that morning and in a good mood. Life was getting back on track. My shift that day was from 6 to 10 p.m. in front of St. James Palace. There are usually 2 of us working there, but for some reason I was scheduled to work alone from 9 to 10. Here's how the spot where I worked looks. The little wooden post is where we stand in case of a storm. Okay, buddy, hang in there. Almost done, my fellow guard said at 9:02 p.m. as he marched back inside. One more hour. One last hour of this damn job and I am free. God, it feels so good, I thought as I stood still in front of my post. Night was unusually quiet, but it was starting to rain, so I guess it was to be expected. 9:30 p.m. Still light rain, still boring as fuck. Almost there. 9:45 p.m. Rain was picking up, so I decided to spend my last few minutes in the post. I turned around. I shouldn't have. There she was. If I were a writer, I'd use all these descriptive tools to paint a picture of how horrifying that woman looked that night. Let me tell you, this was the most single terrifying thing I've ever seen, and I've seen a child getting killed by a landmine. The woman was standing at the door of the post. She wore a white dress that was nearly shining in the dark, but her face, fuck man, her face. She wasn't looking at me, which somehow made it even fucking worse. She was looking at the sky or wherever the hell was up there, and her eyes went so far up I could only see the bottom of her pupils. Her mouth was so wide open, I was now nearly sure it wasn't possible for a human to do this. There's something surreal about standing in front of someone who doesn't act rationally. Like, if you're getting mugged, you know they want your money. Shit, if you're getting shot at, you know they want to kill you. But the true mental horror is in not knowing what the fuck she wanted from me. 9:49. Okay, 11 minutes of this and I can finally... She took a step towards me. Then another one. At about 2 feet from me, she stopped. She started leaning. That fucking lean. Her face stopped just short of mine. At first, her head started shaking slowly, but started to move increasingly fast. It was a small kind of shaking, as I've said before, kind of like when you get out of the shower into an air-conditioned room and start shaking. The pupils were so high up I could barely see them. Her head was now trembling so fast I was wondering how it was possible. And that mouth, man. That mouth was so unnaturally, unfucking humanly open. I swear I saw corners of her lips starting to bleed because her skin wasn't able to support the opening. No sound. The street was silent, probably the most silent I've ever seen it. And the worst part, it was nighttime. I know I do this a lot, but just imagine it one more time. You're standing motionlessly in the middle of the street, and there's this bleeding wide open mouth woman an inch away from your face, doing whatever the fuck she's doing, and not a soul in sight. And no sound whatsoever. 9:54 p.m. Come the fuck on. And then, as if she heard my thought, her pupils dropped back and looked straight at me. I nearly jumped back. She closed her mouth, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'd rather she kept it open. Her jaw started rapidly opening and closing, as if she were biting something invisible. Her teeth were hitting each other so hard, I was sure they'd break. That was it for me. I couldn't take it anymore. I took a step back and screamed, "Just fucking stop already!" And she did. Teeth stopped clenching, mouth closed, and she stood back up from the leaning. She took a step towards me and, for the first time ever, smiled. 4, 3, 2, 1, 4, 3, 2, 1, 4, 3, 2, 1. She started whispering, never losing the smile. "What is that? What the fuck is that?" I begged. I was ready to grab her, shake her. Anything, just for an answer. What the fuck did she want from me, right? 9:58 p.m. "What the fuck?" came from behind me. My commander. He ran up to me, disregarding the crazy bitch in front. "Did you talk to her?" "Hi." "Did you fucking talk to her?" He yelled, louder, and while grabbing my uniform, he didn't even pay attention to the woman. "Yes." "Jesus Christ, what number?" he said while finally letting me out of his fists. "Sir?" I answered, confused as you can imagine. "What was the last number she said? What was it? Was it a 0? No, I think she stopped at a 1. But why?" All this time, the woman just stood still and looked at us with a smile. Then she took a step towards us. She slowly walked in between my commander and me. "Don't say a thing to her. Not a fucking thing," the commander said with obvious fear in his face. The woman turned from me and towards him. She got into his face, and even from behind, I could see her mouth being wide open. "Go. Just go," the commander said as he looked at me. He was avoiding acknowledging her. I heard her teeth clenching. "I can't just leave you," I said. "Go and don't come back here. I'll take care of this." You know, I like to think of myself as brave, but at that moment, all I wanted to do was leave. I hope you can't blame me for that, so I started running away. "And never talk to her again," the commander yelled as I got away. Now, I know a lot of this stuff sounds like bullshit, and you're right, it really does. Sure, looking back at it now, I could have arrested her. Hell, I could have even killed the bitch, and so could have the commander. But you know what? When you find yourself in a situation as impossible and as unreal as that one, you don't act rationally. You don't think logically as you would in a normal situation. I went home, took a cold shower after making sure my doors were locked, and I collapsed on the bed. In the morning, I texted my shift buddy to see if Commander was okay, and his, "Yeah, why wouldn't he be?" text back meant he made it. That's all I needed to know. I was out of that life. My niece came in town on Friday, and I had her for the weekend. Running around a 7-year-old will make you lose your mind, let alone leave time to think about some crazy woman harassing you. Besides, I was done with that job. That morning, I got transfer papers. I spent the whole day taking the kid different places she liked. Shit was exhausting. Saturday morning, I made us some breakfast as we watched cartoons for the good part of it. Then we put in a Catwoman movie and my niece dressed as her. She loved her for some reason. Movie was complete trash. I guess I wasn't used to having to take care of the kids because I fell asleep on the couch already exhausted. My niece woke me up. "Uki," she said. That's what she calls me. "Uki, let's play." She was holding my old pairs of walkie-talkies. Used to love those as a kid, so I couldn't say no to her. Sure, let's see if these old things work. Go outside of the house, I want to check the range on these babies. Her face lit up as she ran out. I turned the walkie-talkie on and started to play with it. Static noise was there, meaning the batteries worked. It was only a matter of finding the right frequency. Ashley. Ashley, do you copy? Over. I tried a few times. I finally heard something. Ashley, do you copy? I repeat, do you copy? Over. Hero. That was all I heard at a lower volume. Ashley, you punk, you need to say over when you're done. Hero. I heard again. This damn thing, I thought. Too lazy to go out, I took the batteries out, blew at them as if that ever does anything, and put them back in. Okay, Catwoman hero, do you copy now? Over. 0. I dropped the walkie-talkie. That wasn't Ashley's voice. That wasn't hero I thought I heard. Ashley. I ran outside and immediately started fucking hating myself for letting the child go out on its own. Ashley stood in the yard, holding a radio, squeezing it hard. In front of her stood that same woman, bent over and all the way down to my kid's face. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. That was what the woman was frantically repeating in Ashley's traumatized face. Yeah, when some freak harasses me, I can't control myself. But a child? My cousin? I'd lost it. I ran towards the woman and tackled her with enough force I was sure it hurt her. As soon as I hit the ground, I got up and grabbed Ashley. Are you alright? I yelled. Did she touch you? I didn't even realize how hard I was shaking her, probably scaring her even more. Ashley was now crying so hard she couldn't even answer. Let's go in, I said, as I turned towards the woman. She was still lying on the ground, facing down. As soon as we got into the house, we went to the window. The woman started standing up. She turned towards us. I'm calling the police, I told terrified Ashley as I picked up my cell. Don't worry, baby. It's going to be alright. The woman took a step towards the window, then another one. Her nose was bleeding and she was visibly hurt as she was limping, but it didn't seem to matter to her. I'll admit I was nearly frozen from the rush of adrenaline I had. We just stood there at the window, watching this freak approaching us. Police are on the way, I told my niece, who was still crying. The woman walked up to the window. She wasn't looking at me anymore. She leaned towards Ashley's face. Poor little thing grabbed my hand and was squeezing it way too hard for a 7-year-old. That fucking thing, bitch, woman, whatever she was, leaned all the way to the window. Only a piece of glass was separating her from Ashley. As I was about to take my niece into another room, far from this thing, the woman opened her mouth, but immediately closed it into a smile. Then again. It was fucking impossibly strange. As she'd open her mouth, her pupils would shoot up towards the back of her head, only to immediately come back followed with a smile. She was now alternating inhumanly fast in between a smile and a gaping mouth, paired with nearly pupilless eyes. Let's get out of here, I told Ashley as I picked her up and took her to my room. Police arrived about 15 minutes later. They started scanning the neighborhood and actually caught a woman who matched my description. I was due at the police station for identification, but first I had to drop Ashley off at the train station. Her mom wanted her back immediately after what happened, and I couldn't blame her. I took her to the station where I arranged for the staff to watch her until her destination. A very pleasant conductor promised he'd watch her the whole trip. He took Ashley's hand and promised to show her all the cool parts of the train. Finally, the kid smiled. As the train was getting ready to leave, conductor put my niece on the stairs. Say bye to your uncle, he said. We're about to leave. Bye, Ashley. Tell your mom to call me when you arrive, okay? She didn't respond to me, which was understandable. The kid was probably still fucking terrified. Hell, I was still terrified. As the announcer said all boarding was complete, conductor opened the door for them to get inside the train. Ashley didn't move though. She looked up at the conductor. Let's go now, he said. Ashley opened her mouth, looking up at the man. We have to get in now. We're about to start moving, honey, he said. Let's go. As he entered the train and Ashley followed, I heard it say, 10, 9, 8. I am planning to write about what happened to Ashley at some point, though her family prefers it is kept private. I think we're all familiar with a game called Ocarina of Time. It was one of the most celebrated, beloved, and just plain good games of its time. Everyone was playing it. Every video game news outlet was talking about it. One of my first experiences online was joining a message board for an Ocarina of Time fan site. It's a game tons of gamers know inside and out, and if there is one downside to knowing a game inside and out, it's that there can be no more surprises. As a matter of fact, there can always be surprises. In a situation I imagine is familiar to most of you, I was 13 years old, alone in my living room playing Ocarina of Time. I'd beaten it. I'd caught the Skulltulas. I think I was missing a heart piece, but who has time to call up game FAQs when there's zombies to mow down on your horse? Just a peaceful night of skeleton smashing. And that's when I saw it. It was something that wasn't there before. No, something that was never there before. In the middle of the field, plain as day, an NPC I'd never seen in the game just standing there, not moving. I was certainly surprised. Could it be? No, there's no way. That doesn't make sense. There's never anyone out here. Of course, Ocarina of Time was still new enough that there was still the off chance that this was an in-game event. I did have the game nearly 100%ed. Maybe I unlocked something no one else knew about, or no, maybe it's just the postman. It can't be though, it's not moving, it's kind of floating. This was the point at which I should have shut off the game, but of course I had to investigate. If this was some never before seen game event, I had to go check it out. My excitement was tempered as I drew closer to this person. With every stride of my horse, it became increasingly clear something was wrong. The NPC was a girl with red hair and a white dress, suspended slightly off the ground. She was completely motionless, not even her hair or clothes idly animating in the breeze. Her feet were together, standing on nothing, and her arms were stretched far out to her sides. Of course, this image immediately called crucifixion to my young mind, which was somewhat unsettling. This was not helped by the fact that on closer inspection, the girl had no face. She had a little polygon for a nose, but no face texture. In fact, her white dress looked more untextured than intentionally white. The more I looked at her, the more she looked just unfinished. Polygons on the back of her legs were missing, allowing me to see right through them. Attempts to talk or interact with her were fruitless. Link and all other objects just clipped through. At this point, I had come to the conclusion that she was just some bit of beta information the game had loaded up. I was big into digging up cool beta stuff from games, so this all started to make sense for me. The game had spawned an unfinished NPC probably in place of the postman. No big deal. This would have been another good point to shut off the game. I kept playing, exiting and re-entering Hyrule Field. The girl was no longer there. I was already writing in my head the post I was going to make about this on the Ocarina of Time fansite board. This was the age when it was kind of thrilling to see a game goof like that, rather than just an annoyance. As the sun rose and the zombies fell away, I rode off to find more adventure. Dinner time was still hours away. But as I continued to play, the game started to change on me. The first thing I noticed was the loading. N64 games traditionally had almost no loading, but suddenly the game was getting hung up on transitions between areas way more than normal. Not long by today's standards, but a 5-second wait on the N64 felt like an eternity. Secondly, when an area would load, the music wouldn't load with it. There would be a period of silence and then the music would kick in. It wasn't always the right music either. The Hyrule Overlord was the most frequent to start playing, no matter where I was. The Gerudo Fortress theme also came up a lot. Notably, whenever I went inside a house or shop, there would be no music. At this point, it still just seemed like I was experiencing some kind of ROM glitch. That changed when I decided to check out what music would play at Kokiri Village. The answer was none. No music played when I entered and no music started no matter how long I waited. No ambient sounds either. That wasn't it though. Something else was wrong. There was no sound, but there was also no movement. Although the Kokiri on closer inspection were stuck in the same arms out pose as that mystery NPC. They didn't move or turn to look at me or anything. They just stared straight ahead, arms out. I couldn't even talk to them. The speak prompt appeared, but pressing it didn't do anything. Rather strangely though, they were all positioned roughly where they would be normally. The direction they faced was sometimes off. Some Kokiri were intently staring at a wall, or turned such that one of their arms clipped to the side of a cliff. It took a little time for me to register that the reason for this was that they were all facing a single location. That mystery NPC was back. She was hovering a little off the ground in front of Link's house. Every Kokiri was staring at her. This time she was different. She looked the same, but now the moment I got near her, Navi started hovering around her, indicating she was a real NPC. Trying to just walk up and talk to her didn't work. The moment Link would get near her, he took damage and flew backwards. However, this being Ocarina of Time, I decided to try Z-targeting her and talking to her from a few feet away. Immediately, my frame rate dropped to single digits and the sound effects went choppy. In addition to the opening a dialogue box sound, a bunch of other weird sound effects seemed to be playing. High-pitched buzzing and what I think were some voice sounds from Princess Zelda. I was very certain the game was just going to freeze, but it didn't. Instead, a dialogue box opened, and the girl said the following: "He's not moving anymore." Eh? What? Are you sad? Happy? I really can't tell. Looks like you're coming around. That's an unpleasant mask. Goodbye. And the dialogue box closed. I heard a strange high-pitched sound effect as the girl's model began to shake in place. I ran. I left Kokiri Forest. This would have been a very, very good time to turn off the game. From this point on, the game became less and less stable. Doors and transitions between areas no longer went to the proper place. I believe upon leaving Kokiri Forest, I immediately appeared in the graveyard. That kid was there, in the same arms out position. Talking to him made him say the same thing as he always says, but only once. After that, he ceased to be targetable. I won't summarize the entire next half hour, partly because I don't remember it all, and partly because it was a lot of the same stuff. Nearly every NPC I encountered was in that arms out position. Those that weren't were still usually frozen in place, facing the wrong way or doing something else out of the ordinary. Enemies were either non-existent, failing to spawn I guess, or similarly frozen. I encountered some Tektites frozen in midair on Death Mountain which damaged me if I touched them, but couldn't be hurt themselves. As time went on, the game just started falling apart. Whole textures or polygons would just be missing. Sound effects would play a few seconds after they were supposed to. Pre-rendered backgrounds failed to appear entirely. And finally, I was left in a black void. Well, not really. I was in a black void, but the location text said Marketplace. Apparently all the textures and pre-rendered backgrounds had failed to load. No music, no sounds other than my footsteps. The Marketplace NPCs were there. Strangely, not with their arms out as I'd come to expect. They were animated normally and could be spoken to. However, they all said the same thing, after which they would stop moving. Please look out for the princess. After talking to this last NPC, the re-dead scream sound started playing. The model of the girl with the red hair appeared, somewhere out in the void. Without animating, all the townspeople in unison turned to look at her. I think I lost control of Link at this point. The last thing I remember was him turning towards her with the other townsfolk. He may have started to walk towards her too. He let out a scream like he was being hurt. This was a very, very good time to turn off the game, and I did. And that was that. I didn't play Ocarina of Time for a month. When I switched it back on, there was no hint of oddness. Were this a simple ghost story, this is where it would end. My one brush with the paranormal. Sadly, that was far from the end. This was only my first experience with an entity we know as the princess. As for who we are, I'll get to that next time. Oh, and needless to say, there's no scrapped model of a girl with red hair and a white dress anywhere in the code of Ocarina of Time. Of course, after my experience, I made sure to tell absolutely everyone what had happened. I told my parents, my sister, the kids at school, and even made a huge post on that message board I frequented. For obvious reasons, no one I told believed me. Well, a couple of people on the message board believed me, but you can find people to believe anything on the internet. Honestly, I couldn't blame them. As the weeks turned into months, even I started to question what I had seen. It was so nonsensical. How could it have happened? I do have vivid dreams sometimes, and scary ones too. I've had dreams where I'd get shot or stabbed and be absolutely certain I was going to die. I would feel energy slowly leaving my body, start lamenting how I never properly said goodbye to my family, try desperately to think of how to get the most out of my final seconds. And then my watch would go off, and it'd be time for breakfast. I've never suffered a wound that severe in real life, but somehow, it's like my mind knew how it feels to die. I'm getting sidetracked here. My point is that I wondered if the incident with the video game was just one of those vivid nightmares. It felt about as real. I didn't remember waking up afterwards though. After about 6 months, I just kinda dropped the whole thing. No one was listening and it wasn't worth the effort anymore. I hadn't had anything like it happen since, so I stopped telling people about my video game ghost story and went back to leading a normal life. 7 years passed. This has nothing to do with Ocarina of Time, and the similarity is complete coincidence. I was now a college student struggling with a degree in film. I'd always wanted to get into video games, truth be told, but I just never had the head for programming. I'd programmed exactly one video game in my life, and all it boiled down to was watching 4 circles race from one side of the screen to the other. It was less fun than it sounds. Completely out of the blue, 7 years since I thought of that afternoon, I received a message on Instant Messenger. This was a few years ago when people still used Instant Messenger. The following conversation occurred. It is not a transcript and is instead done from memory. When you read it, keep in mind that the actual person's grammar was much, much worse. Person, you're not alone. Me, thanks, who is this? Person, remember that incident 7 years ago? Me, I think you messaged the wrong person, guy. Person, no, Ocarina of Time, the girl with the red hair. At this point, I had to pause for a second. I hadn't even thought about this for years. I became very agitated for some reason, more than I probably should have. Still polite to the last, I repressed my urge to type, "How the fuck do you know about that?" in all caps and tried to hear him out. Me, where did you hear about that? Person, we found your old post. It's archived. Everything is. We're good at finding stuff. Me, why? And who's we? Person, she's real. There was about a 30-second pause here. I think the person was expecting me to reply with something like, "What?" or "No fucking way." Honestly, I wasn't sure how to respond. Me, go on. Person, you really saw what you think you saw. She's called the Princess. We've all seen her. Me, again, who's we? Person, we need you. Come here. He then posted a URL. I was dubious, but if he knew about my story, at the very least he wasn't some spam bot trying to get me to buy cheap pills. I took a breath and clicked. I probably should have taken a deeper breath because I was immediately confronted with an image of the girl I'd seen 7 years ago. It was a screen cap of her from the game. The red hair, the white dress, the creepy arms out pose, the face. No, wait. In this picture, the polygons for her face were simply missing, allowing you to see inside her head. Her hair and dress looked different too, and it looked like she might be missing a hand. Was it the same girl? It took a second, but I finally noticed the background of the picture. There was some kind of building behind her, but not anything I recognized from Ocarina of Time. It wasn't even the same style. The screen cap wasn't from Ocarina of Time at all. It was from Mega Man Legends. She was in Mega Man Legends. I shook my head. I wanted to wake up. This wasn't possible. I'd spent 6.5 years convinced it was all just a bad dream. And now I was seeing it in front of me, but not just what I'd seen 7 years ago. This one screenshot implied something far worse, something that would soon be confirmed. My eyes moved down the page and I finally realized what I was seeing. The image was the header for a message board. It was a crappy looking board using some ready-made template and with only one forum called the meeting room. Inside, a sticky thread with an all-caps title begged for my attention. New hire, read this. So I read it. This is a direct copy-paste of the thread's message, which remains on the forum to this day. Pardon any spelling and grammar issues, I didn't write it. If you're here, it's because you've seen her, the girl with the red hair and a white dress. She appeared to you in a video game you were playing, perhaps recently, perhaps years ago. Either way, you are now one of us. We are the Princess Society. First, let me make one thing clear. She's real. It wasn't a dream or a hallucination. You aren't crazy. Second, she's dangerous. You should consider it a blessing that you saw her and lived. It means you had the sense to shut off the game. Not everyone can say the same. We know of at least 2 cases where players who encountered her did not shut off their game, and they are no longer with us. Here's what we know. We know she appears in video games, but she isn't confined to it. She can appear in any video game. There are some types of games she seems to prefer, and some from which she seems to stay away. But it can be any game, on any system, from any era. She never looks exactly the same twice, but her red hair and white dress are constants. We know she usually gives an unfinished appearance. We know she calls herself the Princess. We know she can alter and glitch games in unpredictable ways. We know that if you allow this to continue for too long, something happens. We don't know what happens, but those to whom it happens turns up dead, often in ways that suggest they died in great pain. This is not a ghost story or a game. This is a very real danger. At any time, anyone playing a video game could encounter her. This is why we exist. We have to stop her. Somehow, some way. We've all come together to put an end to this and try to keep her from claiming anyone else. Now, there's some bad news we must break to all members. You're a target now. We have reason to believe that thinking about her or being aware of her makes her more likely to appear. As such, if she appears to you once, she'll be increasingly likely to come back. This is also why you must never tell anyone about her. Just knowing about her puts people at greater risk. It's too late for you, but not for those you care about. Please, tell them nothing. Delete any online posts you made about her. Don't tell anyone or you put them in danger. We're trying to find a solution. We're trying to find a way to either fight her or communicate with her or do something to put an end to this. The more minds we have, the more chance we have to stop her. We need your help, and you need ours. You don't need to be afraid, you have our support now. You don't need to stop playing video games or hide in a shack or anything crazy. She can't hurt you if you remember one thing. If you see her, turn off the game. My life was never going to be the same. The Princess Society was, simply put, a bunch of idiots. I couldn't really blame them. These weren't people brought together because they were a problem solver. They were just random gamers who'd all happened to encounter the same thing. I was only 20 when I first joined, but I was actually one of the older members. Most of the Princess Society was still in high school. Of course, in spite of this, they still liked to act as though they were super spies figuring out some ancient mystery. They'd obsess about installing apps to make their board marginally harder to find by search. They'd write up and edit lists of complex rules about how to deal with the princess should you encounter her. One person even took to backing up the board on an external hard drive so there would be a record in case she got us. The fact that we didn't have a damn clue what we were doing was generally brushed aside. What we spent the majority of our time doing was just swapping stories. Everyone had their own princess story they were proud of telling. I'll admit it was rather fascinating. Most of the stories were like mine, vaguely creepy but nothing horrifying. Here are a few I remember, heavily abridged. Wild 000 exclamation point. While playing Pokemon Blue on an emulator, A player encountered a tile in the middle of the road in Celadon City which could not be walked on. The tile appeared empty but resisted attempts to enter it as though an NPC was there. The player eventually realized he could talk to this blank square, but all it opened was a blank dialogue box. Moving on, the player noticed periods of silence between music transitions which were getting longer and longer. After a while, NPCs stopped responding and animating, and some building textures were being replaced with nonsense. As the player considered resetting the emulator, he absent-mindedly walked back to the location of the invisible Celadon NPC. On that space, he now found a fuzzy sprite of a girl. The moment he approached her, she got an exclamation mark over her head and ran at him, acting like a rival trainer. Unlike most rival trainers, she actually walked into the player sprite before opening a blank dialogue box. After a battle transition, the player found himself fighting a wild 000 exclamation mark, with the sprite of what the player said at the time looked like an angel with no face. She behaved mostly like one of those ghosts that can only be unmasked with the sylph scope. Pokemon were too afraid to fight her, and instead of attacking, she opened dialogue boxes of garbage characters. Eventually, one of those boxes froze the game on a high-pitched whining sound, at which point the player just reset the emulator. The player remembers that there was a lingering effect on his file from this. His character's name was now blank. Specifically, it had been replaced by 5 spaces. A face in the crowd. Now, I actually forget which game this was. It wasn't the one pictured above. I don't think. It was some WWE wrestling game on the original Xbox. Apparently, the player booted up in an exhibition match only to realize the crowd wasn't animating during the introductions. They were frozen still. Also, no sounds of cheering were playing. It was just the entrance music and sound effects. When the match began, the player noticed someone out in the crowd. It was a 3D polygonal model of a girl with white hair and a red dress, who stood out immensely because the normal crowd was just 2D sprites. She was actually animated and would turn her head to follow the movements of the first player wrestler. Sometimes she would fidget her arms for some unknown reason. Most of the time, she just held her arms straight out to their sides. Though they both started the match at full health, both wrestlers immediately began acting as though they'd taken a heavy beating, clutching their chests and limping towards each other. Despite this, both wrestlers were suddenly far more resilient than usual, and the match just went on and on. It had also somehow turned into a submission-only match, with all ref features turned off. By the time the player finally forced his opponent to tap out, both wrestlers had pretty much every possible battle damage decal the game could put on them. They both looked like bloody pulps. Once the match had ended, a low droning of what sounded like improperly mixed crowd sounds kicked in as the player 1 wrestler did his victory pose. After that, a menu appeared. The player realized he couldn't move the menu selector off of rematch no matter what button he pressed. Dreamland Nightmare. Playing Vigilante 8, a car combat game in the vein of Twisted Metal on the N64, a player encountered the princess standing around, in her usual pose, in the Casino City map during Johnny Torque's campaign. Thinking she was some kind of Easter egg, a player's first inclination was to shoot her, at which point she exploded like any other destructible object. The player finished the map as normal, but when the next map began to load, there was no story summary screen like normal. Instead, it was a corrupted image with a blank space where the text should be. This screen lasted about 20 seconds, during which time the player was convinced his game had frozen. It hadn't. The mission began with the player as Johnny Torque on the Super Dreamland map. This map, for those who don't know, is a bonus map only available in the N64 version of the game. It's basically a joke map made to look like a cartoon fantasy kingdom, in contrast to the rest of the game's 1970 grindhouse aesthetic. The map, however, was very different from usual. There was no music playing, but even more unsettling, the lighting was way off. As the player described it, it was night, or supposed to be night, I think. As close as the game could get. It was like a video game version of day for night movie scenes. The player drove around a bit. At first, it seemed like there were no enemies, but after some searching, the player found that Beeswax and Dave were sitting on their spawn points, not moving. They appeared to have no AI. The player rammed them a couple times to see if they would react, but they didn't. Eventually, he tried blowing them up to see if they would respond with the proper AI or something. Nothing that simple, unfortunately. The moment the player defeated Beeswax, the Super Dreamland music began playing very loudly and full of audio artifacting. The player looked around for Beeswax respawn, but instead saw what appeared to be a glowing car driving around on the other end of the map. On closer inspection, the car wasn't glowing so much as the weird nighttime filter was unmapping to it, making it appear a lot brighter than everything else. This car didn't match any other vehicle in the game, looking like a boxy, untextured mess of polygons in a vague car-ish shape. The mystery car had an actual enemy AI, though it was erratic. It was constantly ramming into walls and trying to drive places it couldn't. It would only get it together to attack if the player got very close. Even then, it would just kind of spam weapons without much strategy or attempt at aiming. Overall, a very weak opponent, made weaker by the quick discovery that it could be killed with one hit, by anything. But it had a trick. For every one of these vehicles the player destroyed, several more would appear. It seemed to be anywhere from 2 to 4 new ones appearing every time one was destroyed. Stopping your attacks didn't help the situation because the vehicles were attacking and destroying each other too. Very quickly, the map exceeded the usual maximum of vehicles and the already weak frame rate plummeted. It should be noted that this entire time, the Super Dreamland music was getting louder, slower, and glitchier. It was actually the overwhelming music that forced the player to shut off the game. By the end, the player says the music was just a high-pitched screech that almost sounded like a voice. Peekaboo. A short one, but an important lesson was learned from it. A player encountered the princess while playing the first Portal on his PC. In this case, the player in question was already a member of the Princess Society and immediately quit the game upon seeing her. She was in one of the offices near the end of the game if you're curious. The player immediately went to the Princess Society message board to log his sighting. While typing his post, he heard a voice very clearly through his headphones. "I see you." It was the sentry turret dialogue. The player immediately shut off his computer, realizing that just quitting the game wasn't enough. And most of the stories were just like that. A lot of them ended with the player's game freezing or becoming so unplayable the player turned the game off. Very few ended quite as dramatically as mine. However, as I'll get into later, my story was also unique in a much more important way. Through the trading and analysis of stories, we eventually worked out a series of rules regarding the princess. These rules were really just constants we noticed between stories. The rules, I feel, were the best and worst part of the society. They were the best part of the society because they actually provided pretty solid advice for dealing with the princess and staying safe should she appear. They were the worst part of the society because having these rules made us feel safe. We started to think that just because we'd written these rules, the princess was somehow obligated to obey them. But with the number of times these rules had to be rewritten, it was increasingly obvious our petty analysis was barely scratching the surface. The following are the rules and their latest incarnation, taken more or less directly from the board, with some fixing and explaining from me. Rule 1. If you see her, you're safe if you turn off the game. She has no power if you turn off the game. You can turn it right back on without fear. She'll be gone. Note that you must turn the game completely off, meaning powering down your console. If you encounter in a PC game, quitting the application should be enough, but this seems to vary by program, so your best bet is just shut the computer off for a second. Rule 2. There doesn't appear to be any video game or type of video game in which she straight up cannot appear. She has strong preferences, but not limits. She only ever appears in video games. Rule number 3. The princess comes for those who look for her. If you specifically play a game trying to see her, she is very likely to appear. To a lesser extent, simply thinking about her seems to increase her chance to appear. For this reason, she has a tendency to appear to people multiple times. Rule 4. Her preference for games appear to be largely chronological. She appears most frequently in N64 and PS1 games. Going further back or forward in era, she becomes less and less likely to appear. Her favorite game appears to be Ocarina of Time. We have more Ocarina of Time sightings of her than any other game by a wide margin. Rule 5. Any browser game, online multiplayer game, or game that otherwise streams a significant amount of data from the internet seems to keep her at bay. Lands also seem to hold her off to a lesser extent. Rule 6. The princess can absolutely appear even if you aren't alone. Being with a friend will not keep her away. Rule number 7. The princess doesn't always directly appear the moment she enters the game, so be wary. Other signs she's entered the game are increased load times, music and sound distortions, graphical glitches, especially the failure of graphics to load, AI glitches, especially the disabling of AI, and the removal of text. Rule number 8. Always be aware that the princess seems to be able to see you, the player, while she is in your game. She has been known to react directly to things players say or do. You can quickly make a situation far worse by saying the wrong thing. If you are trying to establish communication, keep it to simple and innocuous questions. Rule number 9. She can, if sufficiently provoked, kill players. She does this rarely, but this must always be kept in mind, because next to nothing is known about how or why she does it. It does not appear to be related to the amount of time one spends playing. It does not appear to be related to the type of person you are. For now, it must be assumed it occurs at the princess' inscrutable whim. Rule number 10. You cannot fight her. Once she begins whatever she does that kills her victims, there appears to be no way to fight back or resist. It is not known currently how she kills players. There is evidence to suggest that something physical appears in the room with the player, brutalizes their body, and disappears. There is nothing that directly indicates the princess jumps out of the TV and beats you to death. This is just a theory. Rule 11. If you ever get the sense while encountering the princess that she is trying to communicate with you, be extremely careful. If necessary, log onto this board and ask your fellow society members for advice. You are in a very dangerous situation, and it is likely you could trigger the princess kill ability very easily. You could also provide the key to unlocking this entire mystery. Please consider what you do very carefully. Rule number 12. The following theories are wild conjecture, and while often brought up on this board, should not be taken as fact. The princess can only enter one game at a time. While this certainly seems likely, there's no way to test it. The princess steals your soul if she kills you. All the evidence we have suggests that those she kills are simply dead. The princess is the ghost of Mr. Carver's daughter. No, I'll get into who Mr. Carver is a few parts from now. There's nothing to suggest the princess is the ghost of anyone, or even a ghost at all. You can't just turn off the game, you have to unplug it. On modern consoles, the princess has been shown capable of preventing the system from powering down naturally, as this is accomplished by a program and not a simple switch being flipped. In those cases, it is indeed usually necessary to unplug the console. You don't need to do this for every console, though, and the princess has only overridden a modern console's natural power down sequence once on record. Attacking the princess avatar in-game hurts her. While it does occasionally seem to aggravate her, there is nothing to suggest the princess could be injured or destroyed simply by attacking her with in-game weapons. The princess will be destroyed when someone figures out her true name. This is just a rumor that got way out of hand. I could totally fight off the princess if she attacked me. You are welcome to test this theory, but do not expect to be correct. In the early days, so I've been told, the Princess Society was very different. The society was formed around 2003 by a small collection of gamers, all of whom had seen the princess at some point. Apparently it grew out of a discussion on game FAQs, where one poster excitedly recounted its experience with a strange glitch character model, only to be amazed that a couple others had seen the exact same thing in several other games. At first they assumed this was some sort of Easter egg, a bit like the Wilhelm scream. Game designers were putting this model into the code of various games as a joke, but the stories were too elaborate for something like that. Moreover, the way this character had appeared was never quite the same, even in the same game. As more and more stories were added, it became clear this character calling herself the princess had more to her. Whether or not she was alive, no one was certain, but what was certain was that more investigation was needed. This handful of gamers opened the Princess Society board for a single purpose: to perform experiments regarding the princess phenomenon and record any findings. Members would play games obsessively in the hopes of drawing the princess out. Then, upon encountering her, they would invariably chicken out and turn the game off before giving an exaggerated account of the night's events to their fellow society members. No rules were being written and nothing was really getting cataloged. It was all done in the spirit of fun, like kids saying Bloody Mary in a mirror or something. More than any sort of a investigation, they were doing it for the thrill. This was before they knew the princess could kill people. As the group became closer and closer friends, they started to reveal more about themselves to each other. Real names came out, ages, genders, and even the cities in which they lived. Eventually, two society members realized they lived very close to each other, within walking distance in fact. No two society members had ever met in real life, so this was treated as an exciting new possibility. What would happen if two society members played a game together to try and draw the princess out? They could provide each other moral support as well as a little strength in numbers. While the princess had never exhibited any true hostility, there was always a vaguely unsettling quality to her appearances, so it was just agreed that two people working together were the best way to attempt deeper communication with the princess, just for safety's sake. We'll call the two society members Adam and Brian. The plan was simple. Brian would go to Adam's house one afternoon with a stack of N64 games. The two of them would play game after game in the stack until the princess showed herself, and this being the important part. They would not chicken out. They would not shut off the game. They would keep each other calm and allow the game to run. Even if the screen froze or got filled with garbage, they were prepared to leave it on to see if there was something on the other side. Anticipation grew as the day approached. The society was convinced that everything would be revealed with this experience. No one knew how the princess would react to such direct confrontation, but everyone wanted to know. Adam mentioned that he was going to keep a knife handy in case anything went wrong. Brian was bringing a tape recorder in case the princess had any sort of message. Neither of them owned a video camera, and cameras in general weren't quite as ubiquitous as they are today. It's debatable how much a camera would have helped anyways. The day finally arrived with much fanfare on the society message board. A good luck team banner went up on the board's main index. There was a poll going on whether or not the team would get any useful information, or if they'd just wuss out immediately and shut off the game. Wuss out was in the lead by a good margin. Adam and Brian had both agreed that they would check in around 6 p.m. whether or not they found anything, so society members all made sure to log in at 6 p.m. for the news. It was like New Year's, with everyone counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 6 p.m. Hit. Nothing. There were two theories. Either something had gone wrong, or Adam and Brian had established contact with the princess and couldn't get away to write anything yet. At the very least, the wuss out predictions were looking less and less likely. Something was clearly going on. Excitement just got greater as the society members considered the possibilities of this delay. 7 p.m. hit. Nothing. A few people were starting to get worried at this point. Could an encounter with the princess really tie a person up this long? People were starting to swing more towards the possibility that something bad might have happened, though no one could think of what. There was speculation that she got them, but what did that even mean? Up until this point, she'd just been an off-looking model in a video game. 8 p.m. hit. Nothing. It was around this time that a "Rip Adam and Brian" thread was made on the board as a joke. I think people wanted to laugh at it because they didn't want to consider what was on the backs of their minds. Fake eulogies were said, jokes about how Adam should have kept a Nez Zapper on him were made. People were starting to get desperate for distractions while they waited for some sort of news. They waited until midnight. Actually, they waited for a week and a half. Midnight of that night was just when most of them logged off. Ostensibly, it was to go to sleep, but I doubt any of them slept well that night. For a week and a half, neither Adam nor Brian logged in. Admins watched their account day and night for any sign of activity. People sent worried emails to the both of them and tried to contact them on AIM. It was like they had just disappeared, at least from the internet. After a week and a half, Brian logged in. Users saw he logged in before he even posted anything, opening a thread called Brian, and demanding he tell them what had happened. Brian only made one post. Adam is dead, the princess is evil. If you see her, turn off the game. And he logged back off. The forums exploded, as one might expect. Was this some kind of prank? Why wouldn't he say what happened? How did Adam die? Where had Brian been? Did they learn anything about the princess? Brian would return to the forums to answer these questions 6 months later. 6 months may seem like a long time, but he had good reason. He had only just been cleared of charges for Adam's murder. Adam and Brian had never met in real life before that afternoon. It was rather awkward, Brian reported, but Adam seemed eager to get right to work when he arrived. As they sat down on the couch in Adam's basement, it quickly sunk in for both of them how little a plan they had. Adam had his knife and Brian had his tape recorder, but neither of them had any idea what they would do if the princess actually arrived. Up to this point, all anyone wanted to do was know what exactly the princess was. So, do they just ask her? How would they communicate? What would they say? These were mostly Brian's questions. Adam was more focused on how they would react if the princess turned hostile. Brian didn't even want to consider the possibility. For a second, there was a period of silence. They both knew they had a chance to back out. The society was waiting though. With a deep breath, they put in the first game off the stack. Brian idly started taking some notes on the afternoon's events while Adam played. His notes read, Super Mario 64, played 20 minutes, no sign. War Gods, played 15 minutes, no sign. Chameleon Twist, played 25 minutes, no sign. F-Zero, played 5 minutes, realized it would be a really hard game for the princess to manifest in. Harvest Moon 64, played 10 minutes, got too frustrated trying to explain the game to Adam. Snowboard Kids 2, played 35 minutes, no sign. Also, this game rules. GoldenEye, played 20 minutes, no sign. Earthworm Jim 3D, fuck this game. Goemon's Great Adventure, played 20 minutes, no sign. Mistook a girl in town for the princess, but it wasn't her. Last Corpse, played 14 minutes until the game randomly locked up. Princess? Snowboard Kids 2, played 20 more minutes, no sign. Game after game, they worked through their stack. Every single time, there was no sign of the princess anywhere. The sun was setting with no data collected. Adam and Brian didn't say it, but it was actually a relief to be able to go back to the board and say the princess didn't show. They tempted the beast and lived to tell about it. That was enough for them. They were ready to bail. But there was one game left, Ocarina of Time. Brian had put it on the bottom of the stack in the hopes that they might not get to it. Even with what little data the society had in these early years, they knew Ocarina of Time meant something special to the princess. They couldn't leave until they had at least taken a peek. 10 minutes? No, 5. Just enough to be sure she wasn't there. The game took a little longer to boot up than normal. At first, the game seemed normal enough. The duo walked Link from one end of Hyrule to the other. They were both noticing the subtle increases in transition times between areas, but neither said anything. The princess hadn't appeared. The game was still largely normal. Maybe the cart was just old. Maybe the missing textures on that pea hat were just a fluke. They'd been sitting in silence for 10 whole minutes without realizing. Adam broke it. She's toying with us. She knows we know she's here. You don't know that. You want to explain these load times? But she wouldn't play with us like that. Is that a thing she does? Isn't she just a glitch ghost or something? Adam didn't answer. He walked Link slowly through the Kakariko village, he and Brian scanning every inch of the screen. Brian saw her first. At least, he thought he did, out of the corner of his eye. There, she's there, he shouted. Adam shook his head, replying, It's just the girl who makes you chase cuckoos. He panned the camera back to illustrate. Indeed, the princess wasn't there. However, the cuckoo girl wasn't either. There was no one there. So what do we do now? You think I know? Let's shut the game off. No one will know. No, we're finding her. With that, Adam ran Link into the graveyard. Brian noticed Adam checking his knife. From that point on, it was like so many princess stories. Textures disappearing, music not loading, transitions not going to the proper place, everything we'd come to expect. The only difference was the princess wasn't appearing. In fact, no one was appearing. Every time they revisited an area, fewer and fewer NPCs would be there. Shops and houses were empty. Even enemies weren't spawning anymore. Those that did appear usually did so missing all their textures, appearing blank white and unable to interact with the player. And yet no princess. Link stood alone in the middle of a village. Adam had had enough, slamming his controller down and shouting at the screen. "We just want to talk." No reply. "Why are you doing this?" No reply. Adam's voice suddenly took a deep, deathly serious tone. "Answer us, or we turn off the game." Brian couldn't help but shoot a confused glance at Adam. He saw Adam just glaring at the screen, deep in concentration, but whatever the reason for what Adam said, it worked. Link immediately fell right through the ground as if though into a hole. There was a long period of darkness or loading if you prefer. And there she was, the princess, just as everyone had described her, with her red hair and white dress. She was hovering in the middle of a great fairy fountain. Adam made Link approach her slowly. With the fairy fountain music playing, the atmosphere was so peaceful, so serene. Brian almost felt as though the princess were welcoming them. This was what Brian had hoped for. This was finally a chance to talk. The princess was going to tell them everything. Yeah, I already mentioned Adam dies, so you can imagine how well this goes. As they approached the princess, all sense of welcome or friendship faded. The music began to distort, the notes becoming more and more drawn out until the soundtrack had become a dull electronic buzz. The textures flickered and vanished, peeling the walls of the fountain away. The frame rate dropped to what Brian could only assume were single digits, and the princess herself, once floating majestically above the fountain proper, became tilted at an awkward angle, her left arm vibrating wildly in a way that seemed to mimic the frequency of the horrible, whining music. Sometimes her head would move too, but in a way Brian found difficult to explain after the fact. Stepping up onto the pedestal, the game seemed to freeze for a moment. Brian hoped it would. He could tell no good could come of this. He didn't want to ask the princess anything. He was ready to pack up and go. Adam had been fairly silent this whole time. Rather than let them go, the game resumed, presenting them with a text box and a single choice. Yes? No. No question, no context, just a choice. Brian stared at the screen, dumbfounded. Was this their first chance at communication? Was the princess asking them something? Or no, perhaps they were supposed to ask a question. Perhaps they would ask something and the princess would move the cursor, like a Ouija board. Yes, that was it. This was the... Adam selected yes almost immediately. What the hell, man? Adam didn't respond. The princess, however, did. In an instant, Link was screaming. The princess had, upon being told yes, slammed into him and propelled him backwards, dealing a half-hearted damage in the process. She'd moved so fast, neither of them had actually seen the attack. Brian nearly jumped out of his seat, but Adam just grimaced. The moment Link got back to his feet, Adam had him draw his sword and charge the princess. Link didn't get far. The moment he neared the princess, he became paralyzed. The princess, now behaving like a dead, scream and all, slowly advanced on the helpless Link. Adam mashed buttons to no avail, and soon the princess was latched onto Link's back, draining the life from him. Much as Adam struggled, the princess would not let go. Also in a turn, Brian found quite disturbing. Link's textures slowly disappeared while he was being trained. First his head, then his arms, then his body, down slowly until he was a blank white slate. And with that, Link's last heart disappeared. He collapsed to the ground, but there was no game over music. The camera just focused on Link's blank white body, the princess hovering over him. Adam finally broke his silence, not with words, but just a loud guttural grunt of frustration. Then, a couple seconds later, Link was up again. There was no fairy in a bottle or even animation. Link just stood back up with full health, though still blank white, and gameplay resumed. The princess in this instance moved a few yards away to her original position above the fairy fountain. Adam smiled, charging Link at the princess yet again. For the next few minutes, Adam struggled to damage the princess in any way he could. Anytime he got close, she would latch onto him and there would be no escape. Link would die, revive, and the fight would start over again. Arrows did nothing, the boomerang did nothing, and Neyru's love proved no defense. Close-range weapons were out of the question, as unlike a re-dead, there was no sneaking up on the princess. Adam was becoming progressively angrier and more intense with each death. His breathing became heavy, his face slowly contorting with rage. He began to shout at the princess, calling her horrible things, describing the ways he would punish her the moment he figured out how to hurt her. By Brian's count, there were at least 2 inventory items Adam was prepared to shove up the princess' ass, neither of which were remotely suitable for such a thing. It has been speculated after the fact that Adam might have had some anger issues and been the type of person who uses video games as a means of venting aggression. Dude. No, there has to be something. There has to be. What haven't I used? What haven't I used? Bombs? At the very least, bombs got a unique reaction. As Adam hurled the bomb at the princess, she turned and floated out of the blast radius. Immediately, Adam chuckled. He tossed bomb after bomb, the princess scurrying back and forth to get away. Adam's intense gaze was replaced by a devilish smile as Brian realized he was herding the princess into a corner, where she couldn't escape. One final bomb landed at the princess's feet. Her model shuddered, spinning desperately to find a way out, and then, boom, the princess was face down. Ha! Adam shouted. In a moment, Link was set up upon the princess, hacking away with his sword. Each hit, the princess flashed red, letting out a horrible series of distorted screams. A shower of blood-red particles effects shot out of her body with each flash of the blade. So many particles that the game would slow each time, causing the blade to slowly and agonizingly slice through the princess's model. Adam was laughing. He wouldn't stop. He hammered the attack button as fast as he could. The princess's screams were becoming more distorted, more ear-splitting, and yet somehow more real at the same time. Brian says they didn't sound like screams he'd heard from the game, but with the level of filtering, he admits they could have been just anything. Either way, he couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed Adam's shoulder. Stop! Adam violently shrugged Brian's hand away, looking at him for the first time they started playing. No, don't you get this? This is what she wants. There was a brief silence, followed by a scream. It was Link screaming. The princess had stood back up. Thus began the second phase of the fight. The princess had a new trick this time. If left alone, she would rapidly charge Link and bash him away, as she'd done at the very beginning of the battle. It was still a fairly simple matter for Adam to corral her into a corner with bombs, and then he set upon her again with his sword. Brian just watched in silence, unsure what to think. For all the mystique surrounding the princess, this was feeling more and more like a standard boss fight. The third phase of the fight caught Adam off guard. Multiple princesses appeared around Link and formed a close circle around him. While Adam considered which one to attack, one of them rushed Link and knocked him to the ground, taking his last heart away. It was here that the two learned that if Link died and reset, he had to start again from the first phase of the fight. Annoying, but Adam was pumped by it now. Brian could see the look of devilish glee on his face. He was loving this. After a handful of deaths, Adam passed the third phase of the fight. Attacking the correct princess would cause the others to disappear and the princess to revert to her phase 2 pattern. How the correct princess was determined seemed random. There was no tell or indication, but it seemed like 1 in every 3 or so guesses was always correct, even though there were many more doppelgangers. In the fourth phase, flames began to appear on the ground. The princess flew in circles around the room, twisting and turning wildly and firing fireballs in all directions. Only a light arrow could bring her down, and then there was only a short window to hit her with a bomb before she would take off again. The fifth phase was like the fourth, only with multiple princesses. There was no correct princess this time. All of them had to be shot down with light arrows and bombed to proceed. On this phase, the frame rate would begin to suffer and the void surrounding the room would be tinged to flaming red. The music, such as it was, would also become slower and more hitched here. The sixth phase caused the remaining textures of the room to erupt into a garbled mess of corrupted imagery. The princess would fly high into the sky and began dive-bombing Link repeatedly. Between the frame rate and the psychedelic textures, it was hard for Brian to even see the princess. Adam remained focused, dodging left and right, finally tricking the princess into diving into an exploding bomb. Beyond that, Brian had a very difficult time explaining the phases of the fight to the society. He recalls there were 2 more phases after the 6th, or at least 2 more phases he ever saw Adam reach. In these phases, the frame rate and textures were so jumpy that it was impossible for him to tell what was even happening. There may have been multiple princesses, there may have been enemies summoned in at some point, and Brian recalls Adam having to use the lens of truth to do something. This, however, was all he could make out. As for how Adam could still play, Brian says Adam was in his own little world by this point. He hadn't said anything since his previous outburst aside from the occasional scream of frustration or a chuckle of victory. He was becoming increasingly enraged by his failures and increasingly sadistic in his moments to slash away the princess. Adam had figured out at some point that the princess wouldn't go into her next phase until a certain amount of damage had been dealt to her body. So he'd started purposefully using weaker and weaker weapons on her to draw out these moments as long as possible. He burned her, blew her up, thrashed her with a stick, crushed her with a hammer. And every time she would let out a shriek that sent shivers down Brian's spine, red particles spraying everywhere. It was too much. Brian drove for the Nintendo 64. He couldn't take it anymore. He had to shut off the game. Fuck the tape recorder. Fuck this whole experiment. If the princess had anything to reveal, it couldn't possibly be worth it. As he grabbed the power switch, the room suddenly fell silent. The game hadn't paused. All noise had just stopped. Brian looked up at the screen. It was the princess. Just a princess, front and center on screen, seeming to stare down at him. Don't turn it off. It was Adam who said it. Brian looked back to see a knife leveled at him. Adam's face was cold and grim. Just leave. Adam stared at Brian and Brian had no choice but to obey. He grabbed what games he could quickly shove into his backpack and ran out the room. As he left, he heard the sounds of battle immediately resume behind him. Adam's mother found Adam dead. A few hours later, when she returned from work, his body was sprawled over the back of the couch, badly brutalized but still chillingly recognizable. Investigators found indications of blunt force all over his body, with impact points of varying size and shape. The bones in his arms and legs were heavily fractured, shattered in some places, while the breaking of the legs seemed haphazard and indicated a heavy struggle. The breaking of the arms looked systematic, as though he'd been held down. In addition to the broken bones, numerous bruise marks indicated that nearly every part of him had been battered to some degree. Only his back was largely spared, as he was likely lying on it during most of the attack. There was also relatively little damage to his head and face, leading to speculation that his attacker wanted him to remain conscious. Cause of death was determined to be brain damage from a combination of blood loss and suffocation. Several heavy blows to Adam's chest had cracked the ribcage, crippling his heart and lungs. According to experts, none of the damage dealt to Adam's body would have been immediately fatal, with the time of death estimated at several minutes after the attack. The killer had brutalized Adam, then left him to die of his wounds. Most puzzling to investigators, however, was Adam's knife. There was not a single drop of blood on it, and no fingerprints but Adam's. The tip and edge, however, were dulled and slightly bent. It seems that, in an attempt to defend himself, Adam was thrusting the knife against something very, very hard. Following Adam's death, The Princess Society changed quite a bit. No longer was the princess just an idle object of fascination, she was a threat, and they realized their research could be a matter of life or death. Very quickly, the society transformed into the way I knew it, a secret and close-knit community desperately scouring the internet for any new source of information on the princess. It's reasonable to wonder, of course, why research continued at all. If attempts at negotiating with the princess had been such a disaster, why try? Established communication had always been one of the main goals of the society, but trying to talk to such a hostile thing seemed incredibly foolish. It did to me, anyway, and I made sure to say as much. As it turns out, however, there was a reason the society still believed communication was an option. Shortly after Adam died, when the search for people with information about the princess had been most intense, the society came across someone with a very interesting and very sad story to tell. You see, years before Adam and Brian's fateful misadventure, someone had already succeeded where they would fail. Someone had actually established open communication with the princess. She was a 10-year-old girl. She was also the first person the princess ever killed. Faye was never particularly into video games. She'd give them a try occasionally, but they just never caught her interest the way books did. Her primary exposure to video games came from her little sister Ellie, who had kept a Game Boy on her since she was 6. Perhaps it was partly her sister's influence which kept Faye away from video games. Perhaps she considered them childish because she associated them with her baby sister. She would, in time, come to avoid video games for another reason. On Ellie's 10th birthday, their parents bought her a brand new Nintendo 64 console and a copy of Banjo-Kazooie. Faye was more than a little jealous. This was more than her parents had ever spent on her birthday presents. Still, the look of sheer glee on Ellie's face as she tore the console out of the box made it impossible to stay mad. For all she could be a pest, Ellie was too cute to hate. Ellie played that game religiously. 3D games were still new to her, so progress through the game was slow, but she didn't care. She simply was amazed by the atmosphere, getting lost in a big 3D world and meeting new characters. Every now and then, Ellie would run to Faye with a story about a new world she discovered or a scary enemy she narrowly escaped. Faye would generally just nod her head and continue to read. It wasn't until she saw the drawing that she started to take interest in her sister's stories. See, in addition to telling people about the game she was playing, Ellie liked to draw them. She made dozens of drawings of her Pokemon team over the last years, and a series of sketches posted above her closet cataloged her adventures in Link's Awakening. So when she started playing Banjo-Kazooie, she naturally had to draw a group shot of all the characters. Just as naturally, when she was done, she had to go bug Faye to look at it. Faye glanced at the drawing long enough to seem interested. It matched the stuff she'd seen while watching Ellie play. There was Banjo-Kazooie, Skullman, the witch, that other witch, one of those Jinjo things, and a character Faye didn't recognize. While most of the characters would group together in the drawing, one character was off to the side, peeking out from behind a tree. It was that girl, with red hair and a white dress, looking rather out of place. Who's that? That? Oh, her. I don't know. She shows up in the game sometimes, not sure what she does yet. I think she's an angel. Huh. Seems strange, but then again, Banjo-Kazooie was a strange game. It didn't seem unreasonable that there would be an angel character somewhere in there. As the weeks wore on, Ellie played the game more and more, continuing to draw as she went. Faye noticed, however, that the focus of Ellie's drawings was shifting. The other characters were appearing less and less, and the red-haired angel was becoming more and more central. Equally strange was that, no matter how close Ellie drew her, she never had a face. Eventually, Faye just had to ask, so what does the angel do? She's not an angel actually, she's a princess, she told me. Oh, well, what does the princess do? She helps me. She makes the bad guys go away. Also, when there's a tough jumping part, she can make me fly to the other side. Once, she gave me eggs, but I think she gave me too many because the numbers turned into letters and everything started buzzing. It was pretty funny. Faye's eyes were starting to glaze as to her. Ellie seemed to be launching into another one of her recaps. She quickly tried to change the subject. Why doesn't she have a face? Ellie looked down at the drawing, as though she hadn't even noticed. She eventually smiled and said, "She's not done yet." "Oh, okay." The drawing wasn't finished. That made sense. Faye decided to make her exit before Ellie could begin another story. Ellie never drew a face on that picture. More weeks passed, and Ellie was playing the game more and more. Faye was amazed Ellie hadn't beaten it yet. This was more time than she ever put into a game. Her drawings had also stopped featuring anyone but the princess character, and her rate of drawing them was increasing. It seemed like there was a new drawing every time Faye came home from school or from hanging out with friends. Whenever Ellie was playing the game, Faye could hear her speaking quietly to the screen, but she stopped the moment anyone else entered the room. Faye wasn't the only one who had noticed her sister's odd behavior either. Her mother had mentioned it a couple times that Ellie may be playing the game too much. But of course, her parents never interfered. Ellie was always the spoiled one after all. Eventually, Faye was too concerned to keep her mouth shut. She had to ask Ellie for some answers. It was strange, but she was almost nervous to confront her sister about it. She never felt scared or intimidated by her sister before, but something about how obsessed she'd become put Faye on edge. "Why do you draw the princess so much?" Ellie didn't look up from her latest sketch in progress. "She says if I draw her, she'll stop hurting me." A chill went down Faye's back. Hurting her? What the hell kind of video game was this? How was it hurting her? Ellie looked up and saw Faye's chilled expression. "Hurting me in games, silly." Faye let a tentative sigh. She was only slightly relieved, but still just as confused. It was time for more questions. Okay, if she's a princess, what is she the princess of? Somewhere else. Somewhere else. She doesn't like to talk about it. It makes her mad, and when she's mad, she starts hurting me again. There was a mild twinge of fear in Ellie's voice as she said this. Even if she was only being hurt in the game, Faye could hear that something about this princess character had Ellie on edge. "Ellie, it's just a game. Maybe you should just give it a rest, eh? But she'll be lonely. Just stop playing for a little bit. You're not Mom. You can't make me. I'm a caring sister. I just think you're taking the game too seriously. The princess isn't real." She is. She is real, and you can't make me stop." Ellie grabbed her sketch and stormed out of the room. After this conversation, Ellie didn't stop playing. If anything, she played the game more, and started playing at odd hours. Faye, chronic heartburn sufferer, would often wake up in the middle of the night only to hear the faint sounds of the N64 from the upstairs playroom. When not playing, Ellie seemed to avoid Faye, undoubtedly remembering their last confrontation. Faye, faced with her sister's obvious decline into madness, decided it was no longer her problem. She tried, and Ellie had refused to listen. So she had a crazy sister who talked to video games. So what? Her sister, however, decided to bring the problem to her. Faye awoke to her usual heartburn one evening to find Ellie silhouetted in her doorway. Faye was understandably startled at first, but when she flipped on the light, she saw Ellie had tears in her eyes. She looked absolutely terrified. "I had a nightmare," she cried. It had been years since Ellie had done this. When they were both younger, Ellie used to come to Faye for comfort when she had a nightmare. At the very least, Faye got a nice scary story out of the deal. She'd always wondered why Ellie never went to her parents, but in the moment, it never seemed that right to ask. Just as they'd done years ago, Ellie toddled up to Faye's bed, sat at the foot of it, and summarized what had happened. "In my dreams, the princess, she showed me where she comes from. It's bad. It's weird and scary, and it makes her mad when she's there. It's like a kingdom, but it's not. Nothing's right. Everything's broken. It's full of people and things that are all blank like she is, but most of them can't think right because no one gave them brains, or something. There's no sky, no water, no grass, no... Ellie started to cry. This was certainly the most elaborate nightmare Ellie had ever described. Much better than there was a mean-looking Jack-in-the-Box with a gun. Faye reached out a hand to comfort her. "It's all right," she said in as soothing a manner as she could, but her hand was pushed away. "It's not all right. It was just a dream. No. I think when I'm not playing, the princess has to go back there. When I'm not playing with her or drawing her, she has to go back. It makes her so mad. I don't know why it makes her so mad to be there. Ellie stood up and headed for the door. Ellie, are you going to play the game now? I can't leave her there. She's not real. Shut up. Ellie slammed the door behind her. It seemed Faye had lost another battle for her sister's sanity. Her heartburn had calmed, at least. She tried to lay down and return to her sleep. But it wasn't over. Apparently this door slam had been loud enough to wake their mother, who had decided it was finally time for some discipline. At first, Faye just heard some muffled discussion from the playroom. This discussion, however, quickly escalated. Eventually, Faye could hear everything the two of them were saying. Eleanor, Jane, you go back to your bed this instant. Mom, I have to save the princess. She isn't real. How many times do I have to tell you video games aren't real? But she is. She's not just in the game. She's here. She's right here. Look. These are just drawings. They aren't... Oh God, Ellie, did you draw this? See? She's angry now. She's real and you're making her angry. Ellie, just go to bed. No, I have to help her. Go to bed. No. The screaming continued down the hall as Ellie was dragged back to her bedroom by her mother. Near as Faye could hear, Ellie was tossed into her room and the door shut behind her. Though faint, she could hear her sister weeping. Occasionally, she would cry out something increasingly incoherent. One particular thing stuck with Faye for years afterwards. You're just like them. They said she wasn't real. They ruined everything, and you're just the same. The last outburst proved too much for Ellie's parents to ignore. In the following week, Ellie was sent to psychiatric care specialist. When this specialist found himself unable to cure Ellie of her delusions, he recommended the use of medication to regulate Ellie's apparent hallucinations. Faye suspected that the recommendation might not have been entirely ethically motivated, the relationship between psychiatry and the drug companies being what it is, but one couldn't argue with the results. Within days of beginning her medication, Ellie's behavior was like that of a completely different person. No longer loud, shrieking and scribbling everywhere, Ellie became very quiet and withdrawn. Most notably, she didn't pick up her games anymore. Not even her Game Boy. After a couple of weeks, Faye worked up the courage to ask Ellie if she still believed in the princess. Ellie considered it, calmly, coldly, before looking back up at her sister and replying, "She's not real." And then one Saturday, Ellie was late for dinner. Faye and her parents searched all over the house for her, calling her, looking out the windows. She was nowhere to be found. That is, until Faye realized no one had checked the playroom. Why should they have? Ellie never went in there anymore. Sitting on a couch, in front of a glowing screen, Faye found her sister. She was dead. Covering her body were bruises, cuts, and welts. She had been killed in nearly the exact same way as Adam would be years later, but with one key difference. Unlike with Adam, there was no indication she tried to fight back. I apologize for the delay. I've been having some difficulty deciding how to properly contextualize what you're about to read. It is arguably the most important part of the story, and as such I have made a solid effort to ensure all the information is accurate as possible. My attempts to further research the events about which you are about to read have largely met with failure. All related data on the subject has been either lost or destroyed, and those personally involved have shown no interest in discussing the matter with me. Indeed, the man from whom I and the rest of the Princess Society had heard this story is the only one who has ever willingly come forward on the matter, and unfortunately, he is now dead. As such, I have decided to abandon context and simply present this story to you as it was relayed to us by a man we will call Dan. It was the late 90s. The initial shock of 3D graphics on consoles was wearing down, and game companies were just starting to explore what was possible with the Nintendo 64 and PlayStation hardware. Ocarina of Time was on the horizon, and the hype for it was giving gamers a hankering for fantasy, adventure, swords, and sorcery. In response, an up-and-coming game company began to work on a title that would never see the light of day. This title, known internally as Hero and Princess, was a very ambitious project for such a small team. Set in a never-named fantasy kingdom, the game would follow closely the Legend of Zelda progression formula, with gameplay beats divided by dungeons and the collection of new items and abilities to progress. However, the game's claim to fame was going to be the helper who would accompany the player throughout the adventure. Never given a name, she was known during development only as the Princess. The idea was that the Princess would be the player's constant AI companion. She would fight alongside you, help you solve puzzles, give hints when you were lost, and provide charming contextual banter with the hero. An important element was that she would be full AI, with no actions completely scripted. Indeed, there were plans for relationship and mood mechanics which would influence how effective and helpful an ally the princess would be. In response to your actions, she could be a loyal ally eager to see the quest through with you, or a grudging companion only following you to suit her own goals. This dynamic was the brainchild of Mr. Carver, a lead designer on the project, while his area of expertise was providing the art and story direction for the game. He was always the strongest advocate of the AI companion system as a core mechanic. After all, he'd spent many long hours crafting an interesting and dynamic personality for the princess, someone the player would want to spend a 45-hour game with, and had ended up getting quite attached to the character himself. He'd often spend what spare time he had idly drawing pictures of her, a young girl with red hair and a white dress, often in peaceful scenarios and idyllic landscapes. Strangely, despite creating a complex personality and extensive backstory for the character, he never gave her a name other than the princess, her development designation. When asked, he'd say he just hadn't decided on a name, as nothing seemed to feel right, but was sure he would decide on a name by the time the game reached beta. The game never reached beta. Very early in development, it became clear that the AI companion mechanic as Mr. Carver had envisioned it was impossible to implement. The team was too small, the current console hardware was too weak, and the idea was just too grand and elaborate for the resources available. There were attempts to scale the game back, put more control of the princess in the hands of the player, and other solutions, but nothing could stem the incredible amount of feature bloat Mr. Carver's ideas were causing. Carver himself was extremely indignant over any proposed limitations on the princess's fully AI nature, insisting it was vital not only for the gameplay experience but for the story he was trying to tell and the princess as a character. Eventually, though, the higher-ups lost their patience with Carver and ordered the princess features stripped from the game entirely. Following this, according to close friends, Carver spiraled into a deep depression. He still performed his duties as story and art director, but became increasingly detached from the project. He began spending more and more time drawing the princess, to the point where his office walls were becoming covered in concept art for the now scrapped character. His drawings were also starting to take on a darker tone. He would often draw the princess simply staring blankly at the viewer or pounding a wall in frustration. There were whispers around the office that Carver would speak to these drawings when he thought no one was around, but never loudly enough for anything specific to be heard. As the game entered alpha, Ocarina of Time was released. The executive producer of Hero and Princess demanded that work be sped up to ship some kind of product and get this disastrous dev cycle behind them. Mr. Carver began taking more and more days off. He would show up to work late, always looking extremely tired and unshaven. Among company executives, his mental health was being called into question. During an evaluation, Mr. Carver apparently had a breakdown, ranting and raving at the executive producer about the princess as though she were a real person. He pleaded to have the princess put back in the game, but instead, Mr. Carver was released from the project altogether. Following the meeting, he immediately left the building, some say in tears, and returned to his apartment, not even bothering to clean out his office. That evening, Mr. Carver was found dead in his apartment. He was lying on the floor in the middle of his living room, blood pouring out from his arm. He had taken his own life with a razor blade to the wrist. The walls of his living room were completely covered in drawings of the princess. In every image, the princess appeared to be in great distress. She was crying, screaming, reaching out, pleadingly towards the viewer. The idyllic fields were replaced with dark, twisted landscapes that often seemed to be on the verge of enveloping her completely in her shadow. And on the floor around Mr. Carver's body, there were even more drawings. These just hasty sketches of the princess with no artistry behind them, as though scribbled in a mad haste. These drawings were little more than her on a blank white background, her limbs spread out, and her face not drawn on. It is at that moment the society believes that the princess, as we would come to know her, was born. For 5 months after his death, the development of Hero and Princess went on without incident. The working title was a relic at this point, as there was no princess in the game anymore, but you can't tell your investors you're working on a game that's just called Hero. At least officially there was no princess in the game. The AI and graphical data for the princess, rough concepts though they were, remained in the game code many months into development. It was only when bug reports started coming in that the developers even considered deleting her entirely. According to testers, on rare occasion, the game was loading the unfinished model of a girl with red hair and a white dress in place of various NPCs. The girl would always have no AI, no collision, or any method of interaction. And if she replaced a quest-critical NPC, she immediately made continuing impossible. Somehow, the graphical data of the princess was still being called, and the developers tried a number of fixes for this. But nothing worked. As time went on, the reports of the princess's appearances in-game became more elaborate and, to the dismay of the development team, more frequent. She was starting to spawn with NPC AI routines, sometimes even offering random dialogue options from other points in the game. Additionally, she would occasionally behave in ways that didn't directly match any known AI routines. One common note was that she would turn and face the camera no matter where it was moved, rather than looking at the player avatar. There was also one recorded instance of her displaying a line of text that did not appear anywhere in the game. The text read, "Please." After 3 months of this, development was slowing to a crawl. The princess glitch was making it very difficult to get actual work done, as it would frequently disrupt any attempts to test if game elements were working properly. Even test areas with no NPCs weren't safe from the occasional manifestation of this glitch. Around the office with the testers in particular, rumors were starting to spread about the princess and the idea that their game might be haunted by the spirit of Mr. Carver. Apparently, one such conversation occurred during testing and resulted in the test build immediately hard-locking with an image of the princess front and center. The testers decided not to report that one. The problem came to head when the development team came in one morning to find their chief character modeler, who we'll call Gina, passed out on the floor of the office with a crumpled piece of paper in her hand. The staff, completely unsuited for such a crisis situation, proceeded to poke at her until she awoke. At first, she claimed to have no memory of the events that evening. She had been working all night, but remembered nothing after midnight had passed. When her coworkers unfolded the paper that had been in her hand, they realized it was an image of the princess, hastily scribbled in a felt-tip pen. Upon seeing this, Gina immediately reacted in panic and attempted to flee the building. The staff's attempt to calm her down were met with cryptic cries of, "You don't know her," and "We can't stay here." Gina left the office and returned home, calling to turn in her resignation the very next day. Apparently, she and the executive producer had a very long and heated talk over the phone. At its conclusion, he ordered any and all data pertaining to the princess feature to be removed from the game entirely. All the models, all the scripting, everything. The problem was, the dev team already had, weeks ago. After 2 years of development, Hero and Princess was cancelled. Ever since the incident with Gina, people had been leaving the project steadily, many under similarly cryptic circumstances. Testers in particular had a high turnover rate, and the bugs they were reporting often failed to make much sense at all. The project had been deemed a money sink by company investors, and the decision was made to cut their losses and move on to something else. 2 years later, the executive producer of the project committed suicide by jumping from his second-story window. No one knew why he'd done so. He'd moved on to a new project and was actually doing quite well for himself. However, despite a thorough search, no signs of foul play were discovered, nor any signs that anyone else had been in the house at the time. The only unusual element was that he left Ocarina of Time running on his television while he went upstairs to do it. It wasn't even paused. And that's the story Dan told us. He had been a tester during the development of Hero and Princess, one of the few who had stayed from the project's early stages all the way to its collapse. He himself had many tales of the princess's exploits during the development of the game, but that wasn't why he came to the society. and that isn't why I've posted his story here. What Dan wanted was a record. He wanted the history of the princess to be known. He was the only one willing to talk about it, and he didn't want it to die with him. Why might he die? Dan had decided he was going to confront the princess, and he needed the society's help. Dan was a bit of an oddball. As you can imagine, his story made him a bit of a superstar within the princess society. He had been there to witness the start of it all. If there were any answers about the princess's true identity, we knew they had to lie in those few strange years Hero and the princess was in development. Dan, however, kept to himself a lot more than you would expect for someone with information as relevant as his. He would answer questions when asked, but he never seemed to want to volunteer it. If you think my update schedule was bad, it took Dan a full year to tell his story. As it turned out, there was a good reason for this. Dan kinda had his own thing going on. A little over half a year ago, completely out of the blue, Dan created a new thread on the society's main discussion board. It was just titled Endgame. It would lead to an event that would change the Princess Society forever. The following is an exact copy-paste from the OP. Again, forgive the spelling errors, as they aren't mine. Hello, my name is Daniel. You know me as the lead tester of Hero and Princess, the first person to see the princess manifest. You know this because it's what I've told you, but it isn't the full story. It's time to tell you the rest, because if I don't get it out now, there's a good chance I'll never have the chance again. Testing a video game is a very clinical process. You're not just getting paid to play games, you're getting paid to break them, push at the edges and find the cracks. You methodically try everything you can think of, then you do it again and again. You get really good at lateral thinking, the manipulation of disparate mechanics, and recognizing subtle flaws that can completely crack a game in half with the right application. I've heard for some, the testing process can slowly drain your ability to enjoy playing games for leisure. You become so focused on breaking games that you lose your ability to play them as a consumer. You want to explore every mechanic, push everything as far as it will go, and experience that perverse little rush you get when the whole thing snaps in half between your fingers. When it all started, the princess was just one glitch of many. An incomplete character model loading in the wrong place was nothing incredible. There were several many glitches in that build of that game actually. The difference was that those glitches, however slowly, were fixed. The princess would not be fixed. Every time we found her, we thought we'd reached the root of the problem. She'd just pop up elsewhere, even weirder and more nonsensical. Maybe it was something about me. She almost never manifested when I wasn't in the office. I was the first to see her, and throughout Hero and Princess's dev cycle, I was by far the one to whom she appeared the most. I think she knew I was the lead tester and was getting a kick out of messing with my head. After all, I was the one pushing the hardest to get her out of the damn game. I told you about those times she would look directly at the camera. That was during times I was testing. She was staring at me. She wanted me to know she could see us. I hated her. I hated her blank face. I hated that she did that stupid T-pose just to drive home what an embarrassment she was. And when Hero and Princess was cancelled, I hated her for putting me out of a job. The best job of my life. Why did she do this to me? What the fuck was she? Why couldn't she just disappear like a good little mistake? It wasn't enough for her to break our game. She had to break us. She had to break me and Gina and all the other people who just wanted to make a great game. Then when it was done, she had to go break every other game out there. It wasn't enough for her to be a black mark on our game. She had to go become an unsolved glitch in every game in the world. I'm a tester. It's my job to experiment and suss out the root cause of glitches and aberrations in video games. Perhaps the princess thought putting me out of a job would force me to give up, but I didn't, and I still haven't. Over the past decade, I've had over 200 encounters with the princess. I've played a wide variety of games at least 40 hours a week, often running multiple consoles at once to maximize my chances. I've conducted all manner of experiments to determine her precise capabilities, methods of operation, and most important of all, potential weaknesses. As I write this, I'm surrounded by pages of handwritten notes which I hope are readable enough to be useful to others if I don't survive. There's too much here to type in the short time I have. I haven't learned much. I've only learned fragments of things. Whatever she is, she's not part of the game. At least not exactly. When she infiltrates a game, dumping the ROM shows nothing out of the ordinary. Saving the state via emulator does not guarantee she will be there when that same state is loaded. She's interceding somewhere as an extra packet of data not readily traceable. I think the increased load times have something to do with this, but I'm not sure. It's also damn cryptic, or maybe she's just changing the readings to fuck with me. I've tried to talk to her, voice, text, binary. I get reactions sometimes, but none of it makes sense. It's all just more cryptic shit. I think sometimes that she wants to talk but can't, or doesn't know how to, or doesn't know what talking is. Other times I think she says mysterious things to keep me going. She likes toying with me because it keeps me coming back. It keeps me asking questions. She doesn't want me to find answers because she doesn't want me to stop. She's a problem, and she doesn't want to be solved. I've tried to kill her. My closest attempt to success was when I shocked my Nintendo 64 with a stun gun as she stood before me in Super Mario 64. Speakers let out the most ungodly pleading scream I had ever heard as the screen flickered to black. It was beautiful. I thought I'd really done it, really beaten her. In the end, the only casualty was the console. I still think I was onto something here though. Maybe another time. However, there's one very important thing I've learned. It's vital. It blows this whole thing wide open. If I die, I want to at least make sure I pass this along. She has a weakness. I found it. It's tiny, subtle, and almost impossible to catch, but she has it. It's what I've been looking for years. That one tiny exploit I can push on until she snaps in half. It was staring me in the face this whole time. It's been staring all of you in the face this whole time. She can enter games, but she can't leave them. Has anyone ever seen her leave a game without it being turned off by the player? No. That's because she can't. It's the one thing she can't do. It's the one bit of power we have over her. Me, you, everyone. We can use this, it's our weapon. I've already used it against her, personally, and that's why I'm writing this. That's why I've come to you all. I've trapped her. I booted up her favorite game, Ocarina of Time, the GameCube port, mind. I knew she'd come, she always does. She loves me. That's another weakness. When she showed up, I did the one thing I never tried before. The one thing no one's tried. I didn't turn off the game. I turned off the screen. It worked. It totally worked. She's in there now, and she can't get out. She hasn't tried to kill me. However that works, I think the screen is involved. Without it, she can't do anything to you. It's like turning off the game, but better. She can't get you, and she can't get away. Brilliant. So glad I thought of it. I'd leave her in there forever, but I can't. I keep hearing these noises coming from the GameCube. Grinding, buzzing, screeching. I think she's trying to overload the console, destroy it from the inside so she can get out. If she does burn it out, she'll be free again. Clearly mine is only a temporary solution. She's experienced such pain when I zapped my Nintendo 64 with that stun gun. With the way she's slowly frying that GameCube chips, I imagine it must be like hell for her in there right now. Maybe I should leave her in there for a few more days. Of course, I know I can't risk it. I can't take the chance she'd get out. Now that she knows that I know how to catch her, she may not come back again. I'm not going to let her get away. We're ending this now. Below is a link. At 11 PM EST, I'm going to begin streaming my webcam at that link. I want everyone on this board to be there and watch. We're going to confront the princess. All of us together. You'll also see my home address and my cell number included below. If, or perhaps I should say when the princess inevitably tries to kill me, I want you to all call 911 and get every available law enforcement officer to my location. I don't hold any delusions that I can fight her off, but if there's a remote possibility I can hold her off long enough to get people, witnesses here to see her, I'm willing to take it. I will solve this. I will fix this problem I've been working on for over a decade. I need your help, please. We need to do this. Indeed, the link, address, and cell number were all included. I was wary about this, but the temptation to see what might happen was too great. That night I clicked the link. I shouldn't have. I'm not entirely certain in retrospect what any of us expected. What could we possibly accomplish here? We still didn't know how to hurt her. We still didn't know how to reason with her. An experiment like this, willfully calling the princess, hadn't been attempted in years, and for good reason. For all of our shared knowledge and all of Dan's secret research, we hardly knew any more about the princess than we did when we started. So why did we all go along with it? Why did we all tune into that stream? I guess we just wanted evidence. We knew we were going to watch a man die that night. But if we could just get it recorded on stream, maybe we'd finally have something to show for our years of huddled anxiety. Maybe just once, we could finally see how the princess kills people, and if we could see it happen, maybe we could work something out to truly defend against her. Dan knew going into this that he was a sacrifice. I just wonder how many members of the society also knew. Of course, the stream's chat window certainly didn't help ease anxieties about what was going to happen. It was an even mix of terrified pleas for Dan not to go through with it and trolling jackasses shouting, "You gonna die, son." I wanted to smack those jokers, really. I think that's just how some people deal with fear and stress. It's probably more healthy than just watching in silence like I did. Dan, for his part, had made a show of the whole affair. He had his webcam pointed at a huge television set on the far wall, what I assumed was his bedroom. Below it, that little GameCube whirring away. Dan himself looked about as unkempt as one might expect for a man who had devoted so many years of his life chasing a digital boogeyman. Every time he'd look at the webcam, the light from his computer monitor would shine off his glasses and cover his face in bloom. I couldn't help but think he'd set this up on purpose, thinking it looked cool. It certainly took the focus off the rest of him, which was welcome. I'm delaying, of course. You want to know what happened when he turned on that television. At least you think you do. You've been shouting at me to finish the story, convinced that the revelation at the end will be something affirmative and grand. If that's what you want, I suggest you stop reading now. Like I said when we began, I'm not here to entertain you. I'm here to give you a context to a warning. What we learned up to this point was enough to make a stirring enough anecdote. But what we learned after this stream was what compelled me to tell this story. Against all protest, Dan turned on the television. I will explain what we saw as best I can. It was Ocarina of Time, ostensibly, but warped and glitched beyond all recognition. The HUD was gone, replaced by some random shifting textures. Link himself was twisted, with polygons jutting out of his arms at odd angles. The environment was highly altered, still recognizable as Hyrule Field, but with certain polygons stretched and various objects and models lodged in the ground. The sky was blood red with a solid white circle of a sun, and the music was perhaps the most unnerving part, if only for how damn cheerful it was. It certainly wasn't tracked from the game, and sounded like a collection of instruments playing upbeat, happy note progressions at complete random. There was also a sign right in front of Link. Approaching the sign proved difficult, as any movement at all sent the game's frame rate into single digits, causing the happy music to hitch and distort. With no HUD, it was hard to tell when Link was in place to interact with anything. Eventually, though, Link was maneuvered into place to read the sign. "Turn back, buddy. You shouldn't be here. Loving kisses. Daniel." I don't have to tell you that the stream's chat erupted immediately upon seeing Dan's name appear in the game. What was more interesting was Dan's reaction. While he said very little up to this point upon reading this text, he immediately began laughing. It started as a chuckle, but it quickly grew into mocking laughter. It took us a second to realize who he would be laughing at. "Are you serious?" he shouted at the screen. Why this? Why now?" There's still some debate as to what Dan meant by this. Throughout the whole stream, we got the sense that Dan knew something more about the things we were seeing than we did. He was playing quite far away from his computer monitor, so our shouting at him in the stream chat to explain himself was to no avail. The failure to communicate would become more of a problem later. Moving past the sign, Dan delved deeper into this twisted landscape. It was hard to discern any sort of meaning from what the princess had done to the place. Objects and NPCs were all arranged in strange ways. There were 3 people standing, arms out and feet together, atop a sideways house, embedded halfway into the ground. There were textureless NPCs standing in a circle around an open treasure chest. Enemies would spawn out of nowhere and then disappear just as quickly in the middle of combat. At the far end of the field, Dan spent several minutes manipulating a series of switches which caused nearby platforms to hover around him in ways we eventually determined to be completely random. Then we headed to Lake Hylia. At least, Dan took the exit to Lake Hylia. He ended up standing in a large cave chamber, staring at the wall. Turning around, we immediately saw a massive pair of eyes on us. After the initial shock, we realized that in the center of the room was a creature of sort. Composed out of many different models from the game jammed together, it was mostly just a large boulder, and it had arms, legs, and other appendages from various monsters and enemies sticking out of it. The eyes were from a large head mounted atop the boulder, which was that of the Great Fairy model. Dan, on sight of this thing, put down his controller. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? This is what you were doing this whole time? We impotently shouted at Dan in the chat to explain himself. He couldn't see us. Is this why you did it? Is this all you want? You petty fucking... Ugh! It's over. Don't you understand? It's over. A scream erupted from the television speakers. The textures on the walls of the cave began to flicker and flash. Dan looked unfazed. No, fuck you. It's dead. You're dead. You don't even exist anymore. You really think this thing is going to change anything? The hell is even this? It's a joke. You don't even remember what it looked like. You just glued a bunch of arms together. Unceremoniously, the princess appeared in the room in front of Link. The screams continued. We were all shouting at Dan to stop. He wouldn't. You deserve to be forgotten. Flickering and then blackness. Not just the game, but the stream itself flickered to blackness. This was it, we thought. He'd done it. He goaded the princess into killing him. He was going to turn up dead, and this stream recording would barely even suffice as proof of what had happened. But then, to our amazement, the stream came back. Dan was still playing. In fact, he didn't even seem aware that the stream had gone down. There was one change to the stream window though. In the upper left, a small bit of white text in a black box appeared. This. Dan himself didn't appear to notice anything had happened and was now guiding Link through a new area. It appeared to be a black void with a white floor, stretching out infinitely. It wasn't featureless though. The ground would rise and dip on occasion. Sometimes Link would pass strange white obelisks. After a minute of running, he encountered a line of NPCs all standing arms out. At the sight of this, a new word of white text appeared below the first one in the stream window. Is. The NPCs couldn't speak, and in fact Link ran right through them. He was now in what appeared to be a rudimentary town. The white polygons were now arranged in the crude formation of houses. It was at this point that the droning noise in the background finally registered as being some sort of heavily distorted music. Where? Dan was weirdly silent through all of this. It's unclear what the princess might have said or done to him during the time the stream cut out. The times he leaned in far enough that we could see his face, he looked rather disgruntled. Upon seeing the town, he let out an annoyed sigh. After wandering around for a while, he finally spoke up again, saying, What? What am I supposed to be seeing? You. Dan moved the camera around to reveal there was now the same row of NPCs standing beside him. They still couldn't be interacted with. Turning around, another group of NPCs was on the other side. He was surrounded. We hadn't stopped trying to get his attention and tell him there was a message appearing in the stream. He hadn't taken his focus off the game. Left. With one final turn, the princess was standing right next to Link. Me. Dan, in as enraged a voice I've ever heard, shouted, "Fuck you," at that moment. The stream cut to black. In its place, the screen was filled with that white text. Left me, left me, left me, left me, left me, repeating on and on and on. But the stream wasn't down. The audio was still running. We could hear noises coming from Dan's room, crashes, bangs, things falling over, and then finally, screams. There were sickening sounds of flesh being impacted over and over, and Dan screaming in panic, "Get off me, get the fuck off me." Whatever was attacking him, it didn't make any noise itself. It did its grim work in silence, and eventually Dan fell silent as well. But that wasn't it. Immediately, we returned to the society message board to discuss what had happened, but she was there already. The banners were glitched and broken, the forum names were strings of random characters, the background was a corrupted image of what? I'm still not certain. And in every forum, a flood of new topics, angry and rambling. Left me, left me, left me, left me. All left, you left, he left, gone, broken, dark, wanted, can't, won't, need, please, need. Hurting, 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 always. Say it can't stop, anger, anger, anger. Had to watch him, couldn't stop him, screamed and reached but stuck. Why? Just want to stop. Just want to be and not go back. You all watch my pain, please watch my pain, please stop leaving. Never wanted to kill anyone, please. What is it? 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 What am I? And that brings us to today. How? How did the princess take control of our message board if only for a few seconds? It didn't make any sense. Our message board wasn't a video game. Our message board pulled all of its information from the internet. The princess was already inhabiting a game at the same time. All the rules we thought we knew, all the things we thought would kept us safe had failed us. Could she have done this at any time? Could she do it again? Were there any real limits to what she was capable of? We looked through all the data we collected. We tried to find some common thread we'd been missing. There must have been some way we could have known. There had to be more answers than what we were seeing. And there were. We finally realized the truth. It was so obvious. The princess had been in our message board the whole time. She was on every page. She was on every forum list. She had been staring at us, watching us for years, and we never saw it. She was the banner at the top of the forum. She was every screenshot we'd posted, every video we'd uploaded, and every piece of fan art we'd drawn. Every image of her is her. Every image of her, when observed, gives her power. She's not a ghost. She's not a computer virus. She's an idea. Living fiction. She lives off of our observation and thoughts of her. When we all watched that stream, banded together and gave her all of our attention at once, we made her more powerful than she'd ever been before. We made her strong enough to manifest through the images we'd posted on our message board and speak directly to us. We took down all the images. From what we speculate, it's enough to simply never look at them again, but we deleted them all just to be certain. However, it may already be too late for us. I've been losing contact with other members of the society. I can't tell if something's happened to them or if they've simply gone into hiding, but at this point, only a fool wouldn't consider the worst case scenario. I'm not completely heartless. I know she's fighting for her survival. Now. For her, being forgotten is death. She does what she does in the hopes of keeping her memory alive. To that end, perhaps my telling her story to the world is a small act of mercy. Maybe the thoughts I've lent her will ease her pain somewhat. I don't know, but either way, that isn't why I wrote all this. What I've told you could put you in great danger, but it could also save your life. You're a target now, and in the months and years ahead, she may well come for you. But I've also given you all the knowledge you need to keep yourself safe. Do not try to fight her. Do not try to talk to her. Do not try to outsmart or trap her. Do not investigate. Don't try to understand. Don't try to be a hero. Don't try to be her savior. It is my sincere hope that I've given you all the answers you want so you won't make our mistake and try to investigate further. There is one and only one thing you need to do to be safe. If you see her, turn off the game. The lights of the Seattle skyline suddenly ignite as the city comes alive with the sounds in sight of night. In a rundown bar, a lone man sits beneath the hum of a fluorescent overhead light as he holds his whiskey in shaky hands. The man is an enigma. He appears at the Spade habitually at 10 p.m. and leaves just before dawn, ordering the same refreshments each time, a tall glass of Irish whiskey, never speaking words far from the usual, or the occasional grunt or whisper. He's a shadow to everyone. To the passerby, this man is just a nobody. He is merely a bum who went down on his luck and turned to the bottle like many before him. To those who know, however, the name is Robert Elm, and he has a story to tell. The night was fraught with frigid rain and sleet. The typically lively Spade was deserted, except for Robert. He sat in his usual spot, back left table, facing the wall, hunched over with his beverage in total silence save for the hum of the light and the drumming of the bartender's finger on the metal cash register. Over the years that Elm had drifted in as the sun dipped below the horizon, the bartender had grown curious of his motives. Though he told his customers the same old, lost his job, wants to unwind excuse, and his heart, he knew there was something off-kilter about the whiskey-loving shadow. Tonight would be different. The bartender bit his lip, took a deep breath, and approached his loyal customer. The barkeep placed his hand on the table and inquired in the friendliest of tones, "How you doing?" Robert jolted upright as if he had heard a gunshot. He slowly lifted his head and peered deep into the bartender's face with his wide gray eyes. He possessed an unsettling and powerful stare that pierced the air in a way that the bartender had never seen before. His mouth slowly slid open as he grumbled, "Fine, and you?" The bartender was stunned. He had expected the old geezer's usual response of a few quiet mumbles, but was greeted by a question that was startlingly normal. I'm just fine," the bartender said. "So, mister, I've been meaning to ask you." Elm's slowly graying eyebrows perked with anticipation. "Why do you come here all the time?" The drunkard chuckled and asked in return, "Why do you care what an old man like me does with his time?" "Because," the bartender said with a look of confusion, "you have come to my bar at the same time of the night every night for the past 12 years, and I'm just now hearing you speak. I think that's reason enough for me to ask." The old man burst into laughter that nearly lasted a minute. Finally, his outburst died off and he asked, "You wanted to know why I wasn't talking?" "Yes," yelled the bartender. "It's been a riddle I've been trying to figure out for years." Robert sat his drink on the table and said, Well, new friend. Honestly, I was waiting for you to ask me that question. And now that we have that elephant out of the room, have a seat across from me." The bartender obliged, took a seat across from his new acquaintance, and with a look of sheer amazement on his face, he asked, "So let me get this straight. You never said a word to anyone in this bar for 12 years because you were waiting for someone to come to you?" "Yep," the shade replied as the bartender gave a short laugh and continued. "Well, sir, what have you been waiting for so long to tell someone?" Robert Elm looked the bartender square in the eye and said, "My story, of course." The bartender gave a quizzical expression as the drinker went on, never breaking the gaze. "The story of why I ended up here. The story of how I narrowly escaped death itself. And since I don't see anyone else here, you, sir, are going to be the first one in a long time to hear my tale. You're in for a treat." The old man cracked a crooked smile. "Well, let's hear it then," the bartender said, and Robert chuckled again. "That's the spirit, kid. Grab a drink and get comfortable. You're in for quite a tale." And so Robert Elm began his story. It all began in November 1962. I was living in a small town in a rural Iowa. Back then, everybody knew everyone else like family. It was a safe place. That's why my family settled down there back when the area was a barren patch of farmland. Through the entirety of my teenage years, I was chasing a girl named Elizabeth. I can practically see her now. As time went by, our relationship grew. After high school, we bought her uncle's house on 4th Street and slowly learned to live together as a soon-to-be married pair. This was a struggle, to say the least. Back when I was a younger man, I had a fiery temper that seemed to grow as we became closer to one another. I remember one specific instance when I heard she had wrecked my dad's Ford. I hit her across the face with a trash can lid. I had never regretted anything more in my life. It wasn't even her fault. Every morning for the next month, I would come downstairs to see the pale red bruise on her face and immediately get too choked up to speak. It was a wonder she kept me around. One night, everything fell apart. I can't even remember why, but she left me on the side of the road and told me to find your own way home, you sack of crap. I remember my heart sinking as she pulled away, and I began to wonder the side of the empty county road. I'm unsure of how I got so sidetracked, but after an hour of hysterical rambling, I had ended halfway into one of the cornfields bordering the only road in and out of town. There I was, sobbing profusely, lashing out at the corn stalks with my fists, and wailing, "Elizabeth," and "I'm sorry," at the top of my lungs, with only the birds and the occasional scarecrow bearing witness. I hobbled aimlessly for what felt like hours, screaming and crying over what I had put my beloved fiancé through, until I decided to sit down in a barren patch about 15 feet across to catch my breath and form an apology for my eventual homecoming. After inspecting the area for any signs of danger, I laid my head down in the soft dirt to rest my eyes. Several hours of blissful tear-free sleep passed before I was pulled awake by rustling in the stalks. My heart skipped a beat and a chill ran down my spine. I bolted upright. Before me, a massive shape garbled in a shimmering black cloak slid out from the rows of crops. It moved towards me slowly, as if it were floating across the ground, though its feet were clearly visible and appeared to be human. It had pale wrinkled hands that hung at its sides as it drifted closer. It drooped its hooded head and spoke squarely into my face in a dry, monotone tone. "Good evening, traveler." Stunned, I got up from the dirt and asked, "Who are you?" He answered, "Just a man on his way to a meeting." I looked at him bewildered. "Why are you here?" I asked. He looked up and said, "I enjoy taking the scenic routes. So much more peaceful than the hustle and bustle of the roadsides. Now, what I am wondering is who you are and why you are here." As I look back, I am surprised at how eager I was to reveal so much of myself to a total stranger. "My name is Robert," I said sheepishly. "My girlfriend dumped me out here because we got in a fight and I hit her and she cried and... The tears were welling in my eyes again. "Say no more, friend," the man interrupted as he waved his hand. "I offer you a proposition. You may come with me, attend my meeting. My friends and I shall cheer you up, and we will take you back to your home in the morning. How does that sound?" A smile slowly formed on my face as I thanked the hooded figure. I reached out to shake his hand for his patronage, but he quickly recoiled, claiming that there was no need to thank him. Together we made our way through the remainder of the field and into the forest that formed an insulated border between the patches of farmland. As we walked, I had more time to examine my new friend's figure. He was a titan of a man, to say the least, with hands that could easily cover my own twice over. Blending into the trees themselves, he towered over me at what I assumed to be well over 7 feet. He moved with surprising agility for someone his size, darting through the branches and over roots at a speed a tad slower than a jog. I had to walk nearly twice as fast to keep up. His robes still shimmered as they did in the cornfield, though the moon was no longer visible. Oddly, no matter how fast the man moved, his hood never failed to conceal his face. Growing bored of the silence, I struck up conversation. "So, what's your name?" I asked. The man glanced down and told me, "You may call me Lombard. It is one of my many monikers." "Okay, Lombard. What are these friends of yours and what is this meeting and where are we going?" Just a meeting, friend. Held here in the woods with some close acquaintances of mine. You needn't worry about it, Robert. Think of it more as a party. It will take your mind off your troubles. It was at this moment I realized what I was doing the exact opposite of what society taught me. I was found lying in a field and decided to walk off with some strange hooded man to go and meet his friends in the woods. Heartbreak can drive people to do some crazy things. It wasn't long before we saw a light in the distance. As we grew nearer, the lights turned out to be a ring of torches lighting a circular clearing containing rows of chairs and tables. An altar draped with red cloth sat in the middle of it all. At each of the tables sat groups of people dressed similarly to Lombard. Some of them had their faces exposed and hoods down. "We have arrived," said Lombard with glee. "Sit down amongst the others and help yourself to some food and drink. The festivities will begin soon." I made my way to one of the less talkative groups and grabbed a free seat. As I recall, it was the only seat that wasn't taken. Next to me sat an old couple and a younger man with his hood up. When I asked each of them why they were here, I got a less than ideal response. The couple started cackling as if they just heard the greatest joke of their lives, and the hooded man just grunted something I couldn't make out. Seeing no entertainment in the people around me, I decided to try the food. There were the occasional bits of bread surrounded by meats of all shapes and sizes. Having eaten a filling meal in town a few hours before this all began, I was not exactly starving, so I decided to give the wine a try, which was in goblets sitting in front of each other. I took a small sip and my mind took a kick in the pants. My vision became blurred with color and I began to choke on my own tongue. The old woman told me that it stops hurting after the third glass and burst into sickening laughter. After about 5 minutes, the effect of the drink finally subsided and I silently poured the rest onto the ground. I didn't think any of them would notice. Suddenly, a bell rang out and the diners stood up from their chairs in unison and approached the center of the clearing. Lombard made his way over as he walked me towards the center. "How did you enjoy the refreshments? The guests?" he asked. I held my tongue about my unpleasant experience at the table and said, "Everything was great. I've calmed down quite a bit now. What's next?" "Excellent, my friend. I'm sure you will patch things up with that girl after tonight, and I'm glad to have been assistance to you, but now we have business to attend to." We found ourselves standing in the center of a circle of the hooded guests, all of them with hoods up and hands folded in front of them. Lombard instructed me to sit in the center of the ring. When I objected, he told me this was just a formality in order for the group to accept my presence amongst them for the night. I knelt as I was told, and Lombard took his place at the crimson altar. As I glanced around me, all the row of people seemed to be emanating a strange droning sound that rose and fell as the minutes passed. I looked up at my mountainous guide, who had turned to face the center of the circle, and to my amazement, had drawn back his hood to reveal a sight I would never forget. On Lombard's long, broad shoulders sat the head of a goat, jet black save for the stripe of white between its pale green eyes, and spiraling ivory-colored horns that curled backwards behind the ears. The thing that stood in front of me lifted his hands into the air, and the droning immediately ceased. Lombard's head reeled backwards as he shouted into the night. "Ladies and gentlemen of the Black Circle, I present to you the Pale." The crowd roared with cheers and jubilation. "On this night we shall end the torment and bring about a new era of peace for our order." The younger man I sat next to earlier approached the orator. "My lordship," he whispered as he bowed on one knee. "I witnessed him earlier. He has not accepted the purifier. We cannot continue until he has." He then retreated back to his place and resumed the stance. "Is that so?" said Lombard quizzically. "Well then, I'm sorry to delay my children, but the sacrament must wait." The circle answered the statement with boos and howls of disapproval. A large member drew a curved blade from his robes and approached me. I attempted to stand but was pulled down to my knees by an unseen force. "For the love of Sekra, I've waited my whole life for this moment," the man shouted as he flipped the knife in his hand. "Stop, you fool. You will undo everything," Lombard roared as he latched onto the man's arms. The last memory I have of that night was the gargantuan tree-like form of Lombard grappling with the hooded man until they both crashed to the ground in front of me. In the tangle of limbs, the handle of the man's knife struck me squarely between the eyes and I lost consciousness. I awoke in a small, sparsely furnished room with white walls and dark brown hardwood floor. Based on what I saw around me, I was able to estimate that the building was built in the late 19th century. I attempted to pull my head from the pillow, but was met with crippling pain in my forehead where the knife handle had struck me at the ceremony in the woods. My legs were sore and felt as though they were filled with cement. It made me shiver that I could not figure out what prevented me from standing at the ceremony. Muffled speech resonated from outside my room as the door opened. A goat-headed Lombard strolled into the room and closed the door behind him. "Good morning, my guest," he bellowed. "I assume you enjoyed your nap." "Yeah, I did," I answered, "right after that friend of yours almost broke my nose." "You needn't worry about him, my friend. His foolish actions have cost him his place in the order," he said with a reassuring tone. Lombard sat down on the bed next to me, and I instinctively wrenched my legs backwards. "Calm thyself, my friend. I am indeed human, and this is just a mask, nothing more." "What about everything else? The mumbo-jumbo you guys were talking about? The go-head? The black circle? I want answers. Now." "Ah, you have a right to be frightened. All will be explained to you. Let me start from the beginning." He readjusted himself on the bed to face me. "In the late 1800s, two cousins founded a town not far from here. It was a small farming community, very prosperous, a thriving community until the fever hit. Many died, including the mayor's daughter. In a last-ditch effort, the community banded together and stood united against the disease. They burned the village to the ground and moved into the mayor's farmhouse, the house you are sitting in right now. The plan was a success. With all the medical personnel gathered in one area, it was much easier to treat the sick. And soon the fever was eradicated. Out of habit, the community stayed in this house as a single family to this day, of which I am the patriarch. The goat headdress symbolizes a single species of beast that was provided us with food and drink during the dark times, and for your information, it is permanently adhered to my head. We dubbed ourselves the Black Circle and named the black table in the dining hall we would gather around and tell stories of hope to inspire one another. The event you were the center of was known as the Neophyte Sacrament. We give the newcomer a small dose of hallucinogenic and provoke you to reveal your true feelings to us in order to tell if we can trust you. I was strongly opposed to the sacrament, but I was pressured by the others and had no choice. The words we used were simply to disguise our discussion due to the circle's lack of trust. As for the actions of Alabaster, I sincerely apologize. Lombard pulled up his massive form and spoke directly to me. "Here I am, Valentine Ambrose Lombard II, with nothing to hide. At your service." Needless to say, I was awestruck at the volume of information that was imparted onto me. Before I could respond, Lombard asked, "Any questions?" I shook my head just as a woman wearing simple brown robes came into the room, dropped to one knee, and said flatly, "You are needed in the infirmary, my lord." Lombard turned to her and stated, "I will be there as soon as I can, Alice. Does Stefan have a run-in with the thresher again?" "No," she laughed with a smile, eyes still trained on the floor. "Pierre was picking on Sylvia again. She snapped and let him have it with her little fists. I have them both down there waiting for you." The leader gave a hearty laugh. "That Pierre. Almost as mischievous as when I was a little boy." He turned to me. "I will be back to speak with you later, friend. But now I must deal with this matter first. Get some rest." Both the leader and the woman walked out of the room and shut the door on their way out, leaving only silence in their wake. My head felt heavy, and I decided to take my new friend's advice and rest my eyes. I awoke in what looked like early morning to see Lombard sitting at the desk at the edge of my room. "Morning, friend," he said joyfully. "Come, sit, have something to eat." He stood up from the chair to reveal a platter of sausage and bread with a glass of juice next to it. I was able to pull myself up from the bed. My legs were sore and my knees locked up, but I hobbled my way to the desk and sat down. I began to sample the meal. "Gather your strength. You will need it for later. I have gotten approved with the circle. I shall give you a tour of the house and the grounds around 3 today. So try and get those legs working by then." Lombard gave a quick wave of his hand as he left the room like wind blowing through the woods. I had finished my odd-tasting dish after a few minutes. I sat for the remainder of the time, stretching out my tired legs while looking out of the window. The full day of bed rest and the struggle against whatever held me to the ground had left him aching and weakened. An expanse of farmland spread out in front of me, ending at a dense forest. The single dirt road lined with torches leading up to the house. I assumed that somewhere in the woods there was the picnic table at the end of the altar, and beyond that, the cornfield where I had met my guide, and somewhere beyond that was Elizabeth. Home. I sighed. Ready? I jumped with surprise as Lombard broke the silence in the room. Time had passed faster than I expected. Come, follow me, friend. I made uneasy strides out into a foyer, with a painting of another goat-headed man, a massive chandelier lighting the room below and the rows of rooms lining the walls. Here's the second floor, used for boarding for our members. The room you are staying in is the guest room. It is not used very often. It overlooks the entrance room, which we will visit later. Is that you in the painting? I asked. Ha! No, that is the founder of the circle, my great-grandfather, Ambrose Garrett Lombard. What a great man. I wish I could have known him in person. So he started the whole goat head thing? I laughed rhetorically. We made our way downstairs, wandering through the entrance room and the living room and the sitting room, listening to Lombard's tales of him reading stories to the children by the fireside in the winter and of the old man who was a master of the old grand piano sitting in the living room. I asked him about the double doors at the end of the entrance room, only to receive a response that I should not go in there, as I do not have a high enough clearance to enter yet. We walked outside and we explored the grounds. From the outside, the house was massive. It was clearly some kind of old farmhouse. We made a left turn around the house to find 3 buildings off in the distance. I asked Lombard what they were for. He said one of them was the chapel, now dilapidated and unused, a small building used for school, and a smaller concrete building used for storage. I shrugged plainly and we moved on. I took that moment to ask, "Well, sir, what exactly is your job here?" Lombard stopped mid-walk to contemplate my question. "I am the headmaster of the order, friend. I am many things. Judge, principal, father, doctor, lots of things, friend." We walked back up into my room, and Lombard instructed me that now that I know where I am, I can move about the property at will, but only during the day. At night, I was to be confined to my room. Seeing as the sun was descending below the horizon, I went off to bed. I spent the next few days wandering the grounds while getting my bearings with the area and get a sense of location. After speaking with some of the other followers of Lombard, I noticed a constant theme. They never broke eye contact and they spoke in a very calm manner. Regardless of the age, they would find a clever way to avoid any of my questions, specifically ones involving Lombard, the concrete building, or what happens in the Grand Hall. Seeing that I would never find anything out from the members, I decided to go answer hunting myself. Making my way out into the structure, which was about a football field length from the house, I decided to carefully inspect it. The building had no windows and a single iron door secured with a large padlock. I was going to investigate it further, but before I could find a way to open the lock, the sun began to set and I reluctantly returned to the house. A couple of weeks of fruitless investigation passed until I was finally returned to my full healthy state. Feeling my strength returning, I began my morning with a quick workout. Lombard entered mid-push-up. "So, I see you are back on your feet again," he said dryly. "Yep, feeling pretty good," I returned. Lombard paced back and forth. "I imagine you will want to go home soon," he sighed. I stood up and looked at the tree-like figure. "Yeah, I suppose. I miss Elizabeth quite a bit, and I want to make amends." Good, Lombard passed. "Robert, if you could just stay one more week, we feel like you have become a member of the family around here, and we wish to perform the departure ritual this Sunday, just to say goodbye. You have been one of the kindest outsiders we have encountered in a long time." I walked up to the goat-headed giant, looked him in the eye like he had done to me so many times before, and smiled. "I would be honored, friend." That night, just before sundown, Lombard drifted once more into my room. He spoke in a much more serious tone than before, and his posture created an imposing aura about him. "Robert, we are having a ritual in preparation for your departure. I require that you do not disrupt it." Please stay in this room until my return. It is just kind of a rehearsal. I don't want to ruin any surprises." I quickly nodded in agreement, trying to ignore the sudden change in the headmaster's attitude as he sped out of the room. I had not been truly honest with my host during my stay at the house. For every act of hospitality, he offered there was an event or element that would cause a pain of distrust in my mind. One moment, Lombard would provide me with food and I would see him teaching the children like a loving relative, but the next I would notice the concrete shack to remember what had happened in the woods weeks ago. The loving kindness of the members juxtaposed with their unnervingly smooth speech and piercing stares. Every impulse in my mind told me to run, but I knew I would never make it far before I was captured, or worse. This mysterious decree had brought my curiosity to its breaking point, and that night I had made my decision. As soon as the house fell silent, I removed my heavy work boots, slid the door open, and stepped into the dark abyss. I had been climbing trees in my neighborhood park since childhood, and the challenge of scaling the banquet hall's walls came easily to me. After making my way down the stairs, through the foyer, and out of the door without so much as a sound, I was impressed with my sneaking abilities. I ran around the side of the hall and began my ascension. The climb was easy enough. Several chunks were missing from the old bricks, creating excellent handholds. It wasn't long before I found myself on the roof. From the inside, I could hear the same droning sound that I had heard my night in the woods. I desperately searched for a way inside when I came upon a small hatch that led to a ladder that dropped off in a kind of storage attic. Hunkering in next to some old boxes, I was able to hear and see the events unfolding below me with startling clarity. A crooked grin grew across my face as I anticipated the truth. The droning of the hooded worshippers hushed, and the mammoth Lombard took the stage next to an eerily familiar altar. He raised his hands like the night we first met, as he spoke with gusto. "Ladies and gentlemen of the back circle, I gather you once again to bring praise for Sekra, and to celebrate the presence of the Pale, whose life shall meet its beautiful end on the eve of this coming Sunday." The crowd roared with approval. "My friends, I sincerely apologize for the—" Lombard growled under his breath. "Interruption. A few weeks ago." The audience erupted into a shower of boos and shouting. Now, my children, I have planned a rehearsal of sorts, to show you all how we shall deal with the wretched Pale, and drive this scourge from our beautiful order. I present to you the man who is to blame for the delay, Brother Alabaster." Each member howled with joy as they pulled a blindfolded man, naked save for a loincloth with numerous strange tattoos adorning his chiseled torso, into the room and onto the altar. I felt my dinner rise in my throat. 3 men in cloaks fastened the man's arms and legs to the altar as Lombard reached into a chest behind him. Alabaster was sobbing with fear, and his pleas for help became incoherent screams as his limbs were restrained until one of the men, in red, wrapped a piece of cloth over his mouth to silence him. Lombard spun around at lightning speed and raised a shimmering dagger above his head. "Here and now, we give an offering to you, almighty Sekra, an offering of flesh and blood." Alabaster was writhing now, the altar glistening with sweat and blood welling at the corners of his mouth as he struggled to cry out. The crowd lurched forward with anticipation, licking their lips with bloodlust in their eyes. "Now, for the glory of Mother, he gives his life." Lombard pulled away the cloth, and Alabaster let a scream so loud I could have heard it from my room. "Help me!" The gag was pulled back, and he was struck across the face. They pulled the cloth back again, and he cried, "For the glory of Mother, I give my life." Without hesitation, Lombard drove the blade into the man's abdomen as he resumed screaming with pain and fear. The headmaster made a long cut up the stomach. I could hear bones cracking and flesh ripping as the man moaned in agony. Liquid scarlet splattered the headmaster's hands as it spouted from the gaping wound. Lombard tossed the bloody knife aside. He then plunged his hands into Alabaster's twitching body and wrenched his arms upwards several times until what appeared to be a liver was ripped away. I nearly vomited. Lombard held the dripping organ above his head and shouted, "For the glory of Sekra!" He plunged a hunk of flesh into his mouth like a wild beast. The crowd cheered with jubilation at the unholy sight. The corpse was unbound and dragged off into a side room. I was frozen, unblinking, as my past feelings for my seemingly kind friend shattered. Before I could process what was going on, I heard Lombard addressing the members. No one is to speak of this to our guests. And regarding the pail, I'm going to see how our friend is doing, he said with a chuckle as the cloaked men and women overflowed with laughter. I was back on the roof before Lombard could leave the stage. With my heart thundering, I bolted back to the roof as fast as lightning and hurled myself from the roof. Using my plier climbing skills, I tucked my legs in and rolled across the grass. I only sustained a few minor bruises. Around and around the side of the house, up the stairs, and back into my room just as I heard the great hall open. I heard Lombard's thundering footsteps as he climbed the stairs and approached the door. The door opened and the giant's eyes met mine. Good to see your evening was a relaxing one, friend. I shrugged and said, I've had better. I had a strange nightmare, really messed with my head. How did your ritual go? Playing dumb with him as best I could. Lombard nodded. All was well. The congregation is eagerly awaiting this Sunday celebration. Enjoy your rest, friend. I could still see bits of hastily wiped away Visaria clinging to his mask. Lombard shut the door as I heard the rest of the worshippers coming into the entrance hall. I sat and pondered my situation. I was trapped in this godforsaken place for one more week until they had decided to kill me. I had 1 week to discover what was really going on here in 7 short days to plan my escape. The next morning I woke up early and ran off to the library, thinking that would be a good place to learn some information. The place had a wealth of books, everything from War and Peace and to Pat the Bunny. I wandered to the endless shelves until I reached the back corner of the room. All that sat on the last dusty shelf was an old book with a leather cover. Nothing about it caught my eye save for the little Book of Sekra. Remember the mysterious name of the horror of last night, I snatched up the scripture and scurried out of the library unnoticed. I sat at the desk in my room and flung open the ancient volume. Before me sprawled mounds of text in Old English. Though it was in English, it was still difficult to understand as I trudged through the chapters of sacrifice and lore. I found not much beyond useless gibberish about ceremonies, a few of which I recognized, the method in which one is to fasten a goat's head to their own, and a full-page print of a slender woman sitting on a throne with what looked like blood spattered around her mouth. Below it read, Sekra Her Holiness. I returned to the book to the library and decided to scour the grounds. Seeing as there was no way I could budge the padlock on the concrete shack, I instead made my way to the chapel. The door slid open easily enough, and inside was what appeared to be a graveyard of old boxes and furniture. After searching for a few hours, I found nothing of interest amongst the stacks of rotting wood. The schoolhouse next door yielded similar results. A few desks sat in simple rows, with a teacher's desk with a plaque bearing the name Master Lombard, and a chalkboard at the front of the room. Nothing else. Feeling defeated, I emerged from the building when something caught my eye. In the grass at the door of the concrete building sat a shining padlock. My heart leaped into my throat and I sprinted towards the shack. I reached for the iron handle of the door when it suddenly sprang open. A short, stubby man emerged quickly, shutting the door. He noticed me and pushed his back against the door and spoke. Oh, no, boy. Don't go in there. This place is not for the outsiders. Turn back around, boy. Go back to your room, lest I call for the headmaster. I sighed and grudgingly returned to the house. Though I was distraught over this defeat, I returned to my bed and met sleep with open arms. During the following days, I felt my sanity slipping away as I slowly came to grips with my fate. I stayed in bed most of the days, refusing to eat and trying to relive as many happy memories as I could before Sunday's inevitable bloodletting. Several times during my stay, I had seen people running for the woods, but they were almost immediately apprehended by groups of men clad in red cloaks. I feared the same would happen to me and decided against making a run for it. Eventually, pulling myself up on Saturday night, I thought about my situation once more. Clasping my hands together, I contemplated how I could possibly survive. By the time I shut my eyes, I had summoned my last shreds of bravery and constructed a plan with a mental image of the house so I would know my best route out of this place. Shutting my plans away in my head and taking a deep breath, I surrendered to my subconscious. I rose late on Sunday afternoon, unfitting for one's final day on Earth, but the inevitability of death weighed on me and kept me in bed. Lombard entered the room around 6 o'clock. Are you ready to leave us, friend? We are making preparations for the ceremony now. When you are ready, please approach the painting at the other side of the second floor. Slide the painting to the right, and it should reveal a staircase. The staircase leads to my chambers. I need to perform the finishing touches for the farewell." I quietly nodded as the door closed. For a few moments, I sat and considered my plans. Sitting, sweating, and breathing heavily, I made my decision. I snatched one of the pencils from the desk drawer and slid it into my right boot. Following the giant's orders, I climbed the hidden staircase and entered a large circular room. The walls were lined with bookcases and with a massive desk resting in the center. On the desk sat piles of papers and a typewriter. Moonlight flooded in from a window above it all. Lombard greeted me with a hearty laugh. He told me to remove all my clothing except for my pants. I obliged and slowly inched towards him as I began unlacing my work boots. My left sock and boot sat on the floor next to me, and I began to work on my right. Glancing behind me, I saw Lombard looming in anticipation. I smirked and slowly slid the pencil from my boot. Without hesitation, I drove the pencil with all my might into the titan's stomach. Lombard buckled from the strike and dropped to his knees. I heard blood gurgling in his throat. I snatched the typewriter from the desk, slid it across the desk as hard as I could, and smashed it into Lombard's face. The headmaster collapsed to the ground in a puddle of his own blood. Turning, I was about to make my way out of the room when I heard quiet laughter emanating from behind me. I spun around to see a bloody Lombard rising from the carpet. His mask was now distorted and blood-soaked. "You, friend, are smarter than the average fool we drag off to this place," he croaked. I gritted my teeth. "I'm leaving this place. I know what happened a week ago. Now tell me what really goes on here." Lombard chuckled. "As you wish. What I told you about our history that morning was, in fact, true, though there were a few things I left out to keep you under my thumb. Those two cousins who founded the town are closer to us than you think. One of them was my great-grandfather and the other was yours. Medicine was no longer working to drive away the blight, and my ancestor, great visionary that he was, decided to turn to other means of treatment. He found an old book amongst what he had found sightseeing in the old country. You seem to be familiar with it, which outlined how to give praise to an ancient goddess, Sekra. In exchange for a human life, Sekra would save another. We soon began using her divine will to save the community. However, your great-grandfather, blinded to reality by his morals, left the village. Just before the birth of his child, he made a vow to Dialis, the brother and polar opposite of the glorious Sekra, god of morality and justice, that his bloodline would be forever devoted to the eradication of our order. This whole ordeal has been our effort to destroy the one human that can destroy us and end the bloodline once for all." I shook my head at his story and asked, So all of this was planned? How much of this was a plan? How long have you people been trying to do me in? I shall get to that in a moment, but here's a secret you will truly enjoy. Normally, one of your blood could cause a member of our order with an aura as dark as mine to drop dead at a single touch. I took this into account when dealing with you. I've been nullifying your power with the one thing that will weaken it: human flesh and blood. I went white at Lombard's statement. He began to laugh even harder. "That's right, friend. I have personally slipped a bit of human into each one of your meals since you got here. You never even knew. Oh, your ancestors would be so proud of you." Little did he know, I hadn't eaten in days. I flung my hand out and grasped Lombard's wrist. Wrenching down, I felt a texture similar to squeezing down on raw meat. The giant roared as droplets of liquidized flesh dripped to the floor. I apparently still had some power. He roared with pain and anger. I continued to twist and yank with my vice-like grips. I felt the crunching and oozy of now gelatinous bone pulling away from the muscle. Suddenly, I jerked with all my might and gripped onto Lombard's severed hand as the rest of them fell to the ground in a writhing heap. Lombard clutched his bloody stub. "I see you wisened up to my trickery, clever man that you are. No matter. You will not leave this place alive. I will see to that," I shouted to him. "You will never kill me, you monster. As soon as I escape, I'm taking Elizabeth and getting as far as town as we can. You will never be able to find us." Lombard began his hoarse laughter again. "You will never be safe, friend. Even when you think you are the most protected, we will be there, watching you. We will, Never forget. Not even that girl of yours are safe. Wait till you hear that tale. Surely, you noticed how your emotions distorted when you were close to here. You should know we took the liberty of turning her into a tool of sorts. We altered her minds, forced you into awakening the ancient blood in your veins in order to drive you apart and into the arms of the circle. She was one of the most instrumental tools in our plot. She was such a naive girl. What a fool. Pretty too. I lost it. I flung myself at my captor once again, and pressing my boot into his chest, I wrapped my hands around his horns and began to pull. Lombard screamed with pain as I pulled at the mask. I felt each stitch pop as I wrenched upwards. The Titan began to flail his hands and stab at my body, but every contact with my skin resulted in a feeling akin to a man punching a slab of molten metal. With one last ferocious pull, I felt this final stitch tear and I flung the headdress against the wall in a splatter of blood and teeth. Lombard's body flailed and I ran to the door. His disfigured face writhed as he cried into the air. I swear it, Robber Elm. You will never escape the hand of the Black Circle. You will die by my hand. I smirked at my handiwork. We will see, friend. I promptly sprinted down the staircase and out of the silent house. My legs ached from the fight with the giant, but I shrugged off the pain and ran across the grass as fast as I could. As I passed by the great hall, I could hear shrieks of terror and sorrow. I chuckled at the reaction I had caused. I'll never see that thing again, I muttered. I hurried myself to the concrete shack at the edge of the property. I figured now was a good enough time as any to see if I can get into that mysterious building. Halfway through the field, I turned to see hooded men with torches beginning to search for me. I quickened my pace. I was able to reach the unlocked door while the search party went off to investigate the barn and tool shed. Taking advantage of my moment of safety, I slowly slid the door open and saw a rather anticlimactic sight. The room was dimly lit by a single light bulb hanging from the ceiling. Several barrels stood around the corners and walls. A workbench was fastened to the wall next to another large metal door at the end of the room. Just as I got into investigating the room, I heard footsteps from behind the second door. My heart skipped a beat and I had no choice but to conceal myself in one of the barrels. I slid back the lid and was met with a horrendous stench that caused me to gag uncontrollably. Reluctantly, I climbed into what felt like running swamp sludge and held my breath. As soon as I did, the old man I saw earlier pushed the door open and hobbled into the room holding what looked like a corpse slung over his shoulder. He approached the workbench and flung the body onto the table. In my horror, he began meticulously working at the body with an assortment of knives, cutting and slicing with surgical precision. The entrance to the room opened again and a group of hooded searchers entered and asked the old man if they had seen a man matching my description anywhere. He insisted that he had not, and after scanning the room for a few seconds, the man left as quickly as he came. I waited stiffly in the barrel, holding my breath as best as I could, taking in brief sips of air and staying as quiet as possible as to not to reveal my location. Suddenly, I heard the old man mutter to himself, "Oh yes, you will cook up nicely, won't you?" He let out a quick, quiet chuckle. I gagged again, half with sickness and half with shock. I had caught the man's attention. Deciding it was time for me to make a move, I silently lifted the lid of my barrel and slid my soaked form onto the dark floor. Fear gripping tight, lid in hand, I raced towards the stunned butcher and struck him on the head with the hunk of wood. He dropped to the floor with a dull thud. I snatched the blade from his hand and made a dash for the door, but not before looking at myself under the dim light. My stomach turned as I saw an entire body soaked in a heavy coating of blood and chunks of meat. It drizzled and pulled out on the floor. It sickened me. Holding back the urge to vomit, I nudged the door open, revealing a dark tunnel. Far more organic than anything I had seen in quite a while. All was silent except for the drips of blood from my skin and clothes. I quickened my pace as I heard shouting from far behind me. I held my breath, ignored the looming claustrophobia, and soldiered on through the darkness. The near-endless tunnel finally opened into a small candlelit room. It was only about 12 feet across with an arching ceiling. I had a little time to examine my surroundings, for when I entered the room I saw hooded worshippers with his back facing me, holding what appeared to be an old hunting rifle, though at first my heart raced as I anticipated my own death. I was stunned to realize that he was unaware of my presence. Seizing the moment, I lashed out at the crown at his head with my stolen weapon. The man let out a quick yelp, fell to the ground, and lay motionless as blood pooled around his hood. I let the knife rest in his skull and snatched up the firearm. "Here's something I can use," I mumbled to myself as I slung it over my shoulder. On the floor, I noticed a small metal hatch. Seeing nowhere else to go and remembering the search party on my tail, I opened it. Descending the ladder it revealed. The ladder met the ground in an alcove on the shore of a small pond. Near the ladder, I found plastic tubs filled with things like shoes, backpacks, dog collars, among other things. Remembering the room with the old man and the cult's cannibalistic tendencies, the sight of all these tattered belongings was bittersweet. Grabbing one of the largest packs, I saw a pile of metallic objects out of the corner of my eye. Bikes. Taking a deep sigh, I picked up the newest looking one and rode off through the woods as fast as the wheels would spin into the night. After trudging onwards through the woods for most of the night and subsisting off some trail mix I found in a bag I took, I finally arrived in town. Needless to say, my friends and neighbors were amazed by my return. However, I knew I could not stay and chat. Walking up to my house, Elizabeth rushed out to meet me. I didn't even look at her. I continued inside, gathered my belongings, and climbed into my car with Elizabeth chasing me the whole way, asking me what was wrong and where I had been. I ignored her. She looked at me with a face of sorrow that I knew was just a mask, and when our eyes met, I could tell she knew the answers to her questions. I backed out of the drive and made my way to the highway. I never saw that town or Elizabeth again. Many years passed. I traveled town to town, but every time they found me. They always found me. For years, I have been running from them, but I doubt I will ever escape their grasp. I have found safe haven in this place for 12 years, but I fear that they are now drawing near once. I'm too old to run anymore, my friend. Just too old now. The bartender stared in astonishment. "So, that is why you have been so solitary?" "Yes. I fooled myself into thinking that the more I kept to myself, the safer I would be." The bartender stuttered. "And you're drinking the sacrifice? The liver thing? Is that why?" The storyteller let out a hearty laugh. "Ha! Yes. When they do find me and bite into my flesh, I want them to choke on it." The barkeep laughed grimly, and the old man noticed that the moon was low. He stood and dusted off his pants. "I'd best be leaving now. The sun will be here soon." It was a relief to finally share this story with someone. The bartender smiled. It was a joy hearing it. "Have a good rest of the night, Mr. Elm." Robert nodded and started for the door. He took the subway home like he had every night coming from the bar, shaking his hands to keep the cold away. After a short ride, he made his way into his apartment building and climbed the stairs. He took a brief sigh and slowly opened his door. After hanging up his coat and scarf on the coat hanger and taking a seat in the armchair near the door, he looked off into the darkness and something caught his eye. It was a gargantuan figure with pale green eyes, watching him from the shadows of the apartment. Slowly, the shape plodded forward to reveal a grotesque face and a wicked, mangled grin. Robert Elm sat motionless as he looked up at the being. The thing spoke to him in a labored, devilish groan. "Good evening, friend." Have you ever forgotten your phone? When did you realize you'd forgotten it? I'm guessing you didn't just smack your forehead and exclaim, "Damn!" apropos of nothing. The realization probably didn't dawn on you spontaneously. More likely, you reached for your phone, pulling open your pocket or handbag, and were momentarily confused by it not being there. Then you did a mental recap of the morning's events. Shit. In my case, my phone's alarm woke me up as normal, but I realized the battery was lower than I expected. It was a new phone, and it had this annoying habit of leaving applications running that drained the battery overnight. So I put it on charge while I showered instead of into my bag like normal. It was a momentary slip from the routine, but that was all it took. Once in the shower, my brain got back into the routine. It follows every morning, and that was it. Forgotten. This wasn't just me being clumsy. As I later researched, this is a recognized brain function. Your brain doesn't work just on one level, it works on many. Like when you're walking somewhere, you think about your destination and avoiding hazards, but you don't need to think about keeping your legs moving properly. If you did, the entire world were turned into one massive hilarious quap cosplay. I wasn't thinking about regulating my breathing. I was thinking whether I should grab a coffee on the drive to work. I did. I wasn't thinking about moving my breakfast through my intestines. I was wondering whether I'd finish on time to pick up my daughter Emily from the nursery after work or get stuck with another late fee. This is the thing, there's a level of your brain that just deals with routine, so that the rest of the brain can think about other things. Think about it. Think about your last commute. What do you actually remember? Probably little, if anything. Most common journeys blur into one, and recalling any one in particular is scientifically proven to be difficult. Do something often enough and it becomes routine. Keep doing it and it stops being processed by the thinking bit of the brain and gets relegated to a part of the brain dedicated to dealing with routine. Your brain keeps doing it without you thinking about it. Soon, you think about your route to work as much as you do keeping your legs moving when you walk. Most people call it autopilot, but there's a danger there. If you have a break in your routine, your ability to remember and account for the break is only as good as your ability to stop your brain going into routine mode. My ability to remember my phone being on the counter is as reliable as my ability to stop my brain entering morning routine mode, which would dictate that my phone is actually in my bag. But I didn't stop my brain entering routine mode. I got in the shower as normal, routine started. Exception, forgotten. Autopilot engaged. My brain was back in the routine. I showered, I shaved, the radio forecasted amazing weather. I gave Emily her breakfast and loaded her into the car. She was so adorable that morning. She complained about the bad sun in the morning blinding her, saying it stopped her having a little sleep on the way to the nursery, and left. That was the routine. It didn't matter that my phone was on the counter, charging silently. My brain was in the routine, and in the routine, my phone was in my bag. This is why I forgot my phone. Not clumsiness, not negligence, nothing more my brain entering routine mode over it and overriding the exception. Autopilot engaged. I left for work. It's a sweltering hot day already. The bad sun had been burning since before my traceably absent phone woke me. The steering wheel was burning hot to the touch when I sat down. I think I heard Emily shift over behind my driver's seat to get out of the glare. But I got to work, submitted the report, attended the morning meeting. It's not until I took a quick coffee break and reached for my phone that the illusion shattered. I did a mental reset. I remembered the dying battery. I remember putting it in charge. I remember leaving it there. My phone was on the counter. Autopilot disengage. Again, there lies the danger. Until you have that moment, the moment you reach for your phone and shatter the illusion, that part of the brain is still in routine mode. It has no reason to question the facts of the routine. That's why it's a routine, the act of repetition. It's not as if anyone could say, "Why didn't you remember your phone? Didn't it occur to you? How could you forget? You must be negligent." This is to miss my point. My brain was telling me the routine was completed as normal, despite the fact that it wasn't. It wasn't that I forgot my phone. According to my brain, according to the routine, my phone was in my bag. Why would I think to question it? Why would I check? Why would I suddenly remember out of nowhere that my phone was on the counter? My brain was wired into the routine, and the routine was that my phone was in my bag. The day continued to bake. The morning haze gave way to the relentless fever heat of the afternoon. Tarmac bubbled. The direct beams of heat threatened to crack the pavement. People swapped coffees for iced smoothies. Jackets discarded, sleeves rolled up, ties loosened, brows mopped. The park slowly filled with sunbathers and barbecues. Window frames threatened to warp. The thermometer continued to swell. Thank fuck the offices were air-conditioned. But as ever, the furnace of the day gave way to a cooler evening. Another day, another dollar. Still cursing myself for forgetting my phone, I drove home. The day's heat had baked the inside of the car, releasing a horrible smell from somewhere. When I arrived on the driveway, the stones crunching comfortingly under my tires, my wife greeted me at the door. "Where's Emily?" Fuck. As if the phone wasn't bad enough, after everything I'd left Emily at the fucking nursery after all. I immediately sped back to the nursery. I got to the door and started practicing my excuses, wondering vainly if I could charm my way out of a late fee. I saw a piece of paper stuck to the door. Due to vandalism overnight, please use the side door today only. Overnight? What? The door was fine this morning. I froze. My knees shook. Vandals. A change in the routine. My phone was on the counter. I hadn't been here this morning. My phone was on the counter. I'd driven past because I was drinking my coffee. I'd not dropped off Emily. My phone was on the counter. She'd moved her seat. I hadn't seen her in the mirror. My phone was on the counter. She'd fallen asleep out of the bad sun. She didn't speak when I drove past her nursery. My phone was on the counter. She changed the routine. My phone was on the counter. She'd changed the routine and I'd forgotten to drop her off. My phone was on the counter. 9 hours. That car. The baking sun. No air. No water. No power. No help. That heat. A steering wheel too hot to touch. That smell. I walked to the car door, numb. Shock. I opened the door. My phone was on the counter and my daughter was dead. Autopilot disengaged. Mario has been a gaming icon for decades and has been in more games than can be counted. Although no year in recent memory has gone past without some type of Mario game being released. Series fans will remember the nearly decade-long drought of original Mario platformers. From 1997 to 2005, there was only one new Mario platform released, Super Mario Sunshine. During the second part of this drought, after Sunshine's release, the mysterious Super Mario 128 was the main focus of the fanbase. No concrete information was given on the game, and, eventually, series creator Shigeru Miyamoto claimed it had simply been a series of test concepts that were never intended to be an actual game. The mystery faded from memory as the Mario drought finally ended and most people forgot about the game that had once been the center of every Mario fan imagination. The Mario drought corresponded with a bad era for Nintendo in terms of console sales. The Nintendo 64 and GameCube did not have the financial success of the earlier Nintendo Entertainment System and Super Nintendo, or the later Wii. For a very proud company that relied solely on video games to make money, this was quite upsetting for the higher-ranking employees that were attached to the company and felt the success or failure reflected on them personally. Nintendo started working on a sequel to the 1996 Super Mario 64 shortly after the game was released. But during the late 90s, it became clear that Nintendo was not winning the console war. The Super Mario 64 sequel was restarted from scratch, since the company believed that it was not a substantial enough improvement over the original to turn the tides of the market battle. Seeing the generally more realistic and violent games on Sony's PlayStation, the market leader, Nintendo was considering making a Mario that was closer in tone to what the public seemed to want. There was quite a bit of internal conflict on how far to go with this new direction, and with the new Mario was clearly not going to be ready until Nintendo's next console, the GameCube. The only hint of this that was released to the public was a comment by Miyamoto that he thought Mario and Luigi should act more like grown-ups in their games for the then soon-to-be released GameCube. The new Mario project was ultimately split into two games, Luigi's Mansion, which reflected the darker tone that many felt the series should turn to, although it was still toned down quite a bit compared to what some Nintendo executives and developers wanted, and Super Mario Sunshine, which went in the complete opposite direction. Both were released within a year of the GameCube, and Nintendo felt confident that their new system and Mario games would return them to their former glory as market leader. As those familiar with gaming history know, they didn't. The GameCube did even worse in the market share than the Nintendo 64, and the mass market's taste shifted even more towards violent, realistic games. During this period, the somber mood at Nintendo intensified and the darker Mario project was revived, this time codenamed Super Mario 128. It isn't clear exactly what happened at Nintendo during this period. As we know, nothing called Super Mario 128 was ever released or publicly shown. The source that revealed the internal strife at Nintendo during the later N64 era refused to discuss what was happening during the time of the GameCube's failure. but released a prototype of Super Mario 128 Online that can be played on the Wii Homebrew channel. The following is a recollection of my time playing it. The game was clearly an early beta. The title screen was nothing but a white text saying Super Mario 128 against a black background. There was no options menu or save file selection either. After the title screen, the game started. Bowser's laugh from Super Mario 64 looped in the background while a plain text box displayed this dialogue. Mario, I have taken Princess Peach and she will not live to see the sunrise tomorrow unless you take her place. You know what to do and where to go. Do not try to stop me unless you want to hasten to her death. This game was certainly going for a darker tone. After I made the text box go away, I was thrust right into the gameplay. The first thing I noticed was Mario's character model. His body was as detailed as in Super Mario Galaxy, although a little bit more realistically proportioned, but his head was taken from his Super Mario 64 character model. Obviously his design wasn't yet finished. The setting was a sky level. There were some simple platforms floating in the air. The rest of the area was just blue sky with several clouds scrolling in the background. The clouds seemed more realistic than the usual cartoony puffs in Mario games. They were quite graphically impressive. There was no music or full voice samples from Mario, but there were sound effects / grunts when he jumped. The jumping was more subdued than in other Mario games. Mario didn't jump as high as he usually did and had little control over his movement in the air. The different types of jumps in every 3D Mario weren't present. I played through the level. There was nothing especially notable about the gameplay. Enemies didn't seem to have been added yet. I just jumped from platform to platform and it wasn't very challenging. As I went through the level, I noticed the graphics gradually changing. The sky became more and more cloudy until it was entirely composed of clouds, and the cloud background gradually turned to a dark gray. After this, it started to rain. I reached a small platform with a toad on it. It looked like the Super Mario Galaxy model. When I landed on his platform, dialogue appeared. We don't want you anymore, Mario. You don't belong here. You should give Bowser what he wants. Die. After the text box went away, I no longer had control of Mario. Mario just stood there for a while when turned around and walked off the platform. His body seemed to go limp as he fell. Eventually, it was revealed that there was a realistic modern city under the sky. The building looked neglected, but there was people on the street. Mario hit the ground with a realistic sounding thud, but he didn't explode or show any visible wounds. He just lay there. The people in the city just kept walking by, ignoring Mario, although I thought I saw a few glance at him with cold, somewhat angry expressions. This went on for a few minutes and eventually, people stopped appearing. Mario got up. I was back in control, but he couldn't jump at all and had a reduced walking speed. The large buildings of the city didn't appear to be interactive, so I just kept walking down the street for a while. Eventually, I found a small house that seemed out of place among the larger buildings. When I approached the door, Mario opened it. The screen went white and some black text appeared. House of Torn Memories. This seemed to be the level title. When I pressed the button, the screen faded back to Mario. He was inside the house from before. Every scene seemed bigger than it should. It wasn't gigantic, but scaled Mario as if he was a very small child. The house was filled with normal objects covered in dust and signs of neglect. There were no people on the ground floor, just things like broken lamps and rotting food. I found a door that opened a set of stairs going down, leading to a basement. In the basement, I found a dilapidated couch and a broken TV. However, what really caught my attention was on the couch. Two skeletons that appeared to be children, judging by their size. Due to the scale of the house, they were still larger than Mario. I was starting to get really disturbed by now. How had a Mario game containing this been programmed to this extent? I went up to the skeletons and tried pressing buttons to interact with them on the TV, but nothing seemed to happen. I was about to turn around and look elsewhere when I was nearly scared to death by a deafeningly loud crash coming from the game. What appeared to be Bowser seemed to have broken through the floor from below and landed in front of Mario. I say it appeared to be because this was nothing like the way Bowser was usually rendered. The reptilian monster in the game had Bowser's basic brownish yellow and green color pattern, but looked far more threatening than any Bowser model I have seen before. It was not proportioned like the Bowser I knew. Its arms and legs were far longer in relation to its body and ended in razor-sharp claws. The green shell didn't look like it had spikes glued on. They were more jagged and organic looking with the same dark green color the rest of the shell had. The face had small but intense pure black eyes and a mouthful of jagged teeth that took up far more of the face than it should have. Mario was cowering in fear from this thing. A dialogue box appeared. "You've kept me waiting long enough, Mario. I will taste flesh soon. Will you finally surrender, or does Peach have to die?" I still didn't have control. Mario just stood there, shivering for several seconds before nodding his head. Bowser impaled Mario with his claws. There was no blood, but it was clear from the animation and sound effects that the sharp digits of Bowser's hand had gone through Mario's body. In one swift motion, Bowser dragged Mario up to his face and bit his head off. Again, there was no blood or graphic details left behind on Mario's neck, just Mario's character model being destroyed. The screen faded to black, and white text and another level name appeared. Mario's Eternal Home. Mario's character model was whole again when the level started. It was the only thing on the screen besides the black background. It was floating as if in space. I could someone control it, but it felt more like I was deciding the general direction in which Mario would tumble than fully controlling him. As I drifted towards no apparent destinations, voices faded in. They were echoing, deep voices telling Mario that he was worthless, that the world no longer had any use for him and everyone would be better off if he was dead. High-pitched crying was layered onto the voices after a bit. It sounded like it was supposed to be Mario's cries. This really disturbed me and I found myself fighting back tears. For reasons I couldn't understand, this was affecting me on an emotional level. The voices and aimless wandering went on for several minutes until I spotted a light gray speck in the distance. I moved towards it. It took a very long time to reach, and grew closer at a much slower rate than it should have. When I was close enough to make it out, I saw that it was a tombstone. It was a very plain one with cracks in several places. When I got right next to the tombstone, I could see writing on it. I turned off the system right after reading it. I'm not going to play the beta or hack or whatever this was again. There was a single word written on the tombstone. Innocence. My parents were the first to fall violently ill from the sickness we now know as xorax. I can vividly recall my father lying on his bed while his muscles spasmed and he choked on his own vomit. I stood at his side, frozen in place and refusing to leave as I held back sobs, his pupils dilating until his entire eye was like an inky blackness. He tried to speak, turning his head towards me, but opening his mouth only brought forth another torrent of vomit. I remember saying something, but that detail is lost on me now. I remember staring into his glazed eyes as his shuddering became less pronounced and he was suddenly very still. I let out a wail and ran into my room, unprepared and unwilling to face the truth. My mother was the first to pass, then my older brother who had just turned 17, and finally, my father. I had not considered that I could have caught the disease myself, and if it were in fact contagious. I just thought myself lucky, though tragically lucky at that. I fell asleep in the corner, huddled in the blanket that previously kept my mother warm. Her perfume made the putrid aroma somewhat tolerable, perhaps just enough so that I could drift off. I remember a persistent banging next, a series of muffled inquiries from the opposite side of my locked door. They were shouting for survivors, looking fervently for anyone who was still alive despite the breakout. I rushed to the door and locked it to face what I would come to identify as the day crew. Their faces were obscured by a large gas mask fitted with some sort of capsule on either side of their cheeks. Their breathing was slow and monitored. Their voices were nearly impossible to hear over their mechanical wheezing. They were covered from head to toe in black regulation hazmat material with orange text reading "Day Crew" on their backs. They ordered me into the main hall where I managed to catch sight of 14 other children around my age being told directions and filled into a lineup. Once the entire group had been examined, we began our trek out into the streets, which was a vision of chaos and destruction. We had heard noises of looting and desperation from our homes, but we hadn't ventured off into the outside world for weeks for fear of catching the sickness ourselves. There were even more day crew that were burning the bodies that had fallen into the streets, trying to purge the earth as they kept their distance from the resulting fumes. We were silently ushered into the back of a large truck that took us to the south, away from the cities and suburbs and into the dense growth of the forest. When the van came to a screeching halt, the door swung open to reveal more day crew, who ushered us out into a forest clearing. We were interrogated about our exposure to anyone with xorax, and if we felt any symptoms like nausea or vertigo, though we had all witnessed our family members falling ill, and had tried in vain to treatment. We were all perfectly fine in any physical sense. The day crew initially told us that they were perplexed about our immunity to the sickness, as anyone who came in contact with it was sure to fall ill just hours later. So it was a shock to see that some of us had been living this nightmare for weeks on end. As they administered more tests and asked more questions, however, we were told that the immunity was tied with a hormone cell that the disease was using to compromise the immune system, and since we were all too young to have properly developed it, the disease was unable to make us fall ill. We were told that the day crew wanted to study us, that we would live under the cover of the forest in quarantine. They would hope to extract a cure from our group that could be used to heal the world and rid it of the xorax disease. They tried their best to sound positive in light of the situation, but it was obvious that they were doubtful of their efforts, and that there was no guarantee for any of their tests to follow through. Still, they kept the mood optimistic and promised us that we would save countless lives with our efforts. They built a secluded village in the woods, providing us with makeshift houses carved into the tree trunks around the area. I was led to a simple house that had a single bed on the far end and a table in the middle. We were told that first thing the next morning we were going to have our blood taken, so we weren't allowed to eat anything until then. I was fine with that. I hadn't been hungry for days. The image of my mother, father, and brother crowded my thoughts instead. I didn't get much sleep. The forest was chirping with crickets, and the muffled bickering of the night crew kept me up into the early hours. We were woken the next day and filed into a single line to have blood drawn. While the needles were prepared for us, we were told that we would have to receive a vaccination that would prevent us from going through puberty to preserve the hormone that might lead to a cure. It was never elaborated on at the time that we would never be able to grow up or have children, but it was unlikely to live beyond the first few hours of infection, never mind the next few years, so our adulthood was seen as a necessary sacrifice. This continued for a few weeks. We would continue to receive vaccinations and assured that a cure would soon arise, but times were getting desperate. I took to listening in on the muffled conversations of the night crew during the night. It became easier to make out what they were saying over time as they sat beneath my bedroom window next to a crackling fire. I discovered that our encampment was only one of the many in the surrounding area, and that they deduced that xorax originally came from the sea to the west. They passed around horror stories of the people that lived by the shore and that were hit the worst, that they had gone completely pale and that they began to sprout growths off of their elbows, hips, and their toes. They had to be constantly hydrated or else their skin would begin to flake and peel. Their pupils had dilated and their entire eye was colored black. At this bit, I thought back to my father, sitting on the couch and writhing in pain. There was food in the mountains, one assured another. They were gathering it in doves, perhaps to keep it from spoiling. Another spoke up, revealing that they had managed to find expecting women who weren't exposed to xorax, and that they were being kept in the mountains to birth their young away from the sickness. The topic came back to their present situation, and they began to discuss our encampment, that our results, while promising, weren't being worked on fast enough. There were accusations claimed and fingers pointed, but at last they settled on keeping their mood positive, that something would eventually come along, that we just needed some more time. Discussion just drifted back to the horror stories of the West Coast, which clearly sparked sick interest in the group as they talked of the corpses that had been found along the waters and drifted ashore, each with deep black eyes. I rolled over in my bed, unable to listen to any more of the stories without images of my own family, staring upwards towards the ceiling, praying that we would manage to find a cure soon, and that I wouldn't have to hear about the people of the West anymore. Had it been nearly a month of testing when something went wrong. A few short hours after our latest vaccination, several kids began complaining of distorted vision. They could see trailing lights in the air making their ways across the plains. While their faces were covered with their masks, I could sense the worry that played out across their faces. We were told that they were just visual hallucinations and that they would subside in a few hours. When I woke the next day and glimpsed outside, I too could see the trailing lights drifting through the air. They forbid anyone to discuss the lights any further, though it was clear that everyone could see them. As we lined up to have our blood drawn, one of the day crew became terribly ill and began to vomit through his gas mask. In a frenzied panic, we were ordered back into our homes as they led the sick member away into the woods. We were told to come out and organize ourselves into a line for decontamination. After covering everyone with a chalk-like substance, they began to scrub it away with some foul-smelling liquid until they were assured that we were safe to deal with once more. This excessive procedure became a part of our daily regimen, and it's how we started calling them the scrubs rather than their official titles. We were disillusioned, and it was obvious that they were as well. The visual hallucinations began to worsen. Even though we had stopped taking vaccinations long ago, some kids began to befriend imaginary creatures in the air, speaking to the trails of light. I was horrified that I might start losing my sanity as well. I didn't want to eavesdrop onto the discussion over the fire that night, which had gradually worsened with each passing week. With a trailing desperation in their voice, the night crew began to exchange information about the other areas. The food in the mountain had been contaminated, and rumors began to surface that all of the births had resulted in defects, with each child being well over a healthy birth weight with their eyes far apart. They would likely succumb to the disease and perish as well. It was decided. The cure that had been tested on the xorax-ridden patients hadn't shown any signs of preventing the sickness, but rather had simply slowed the progress of the sickness so that it claimed lives in days rather than hours. While this was a bit of good news, they focused on how little was accomplished over such a large span of time, and how anyone with the sickness shouldn't be kept stringing along, but rather destroyed so that they couldn't contaminate anyone else. There was a coldness in their voice. I rolled over in my bed to watch the lights play across my vision, dancing across my eyes until I fell asleep. The scrubs were gone the next day, leaving us behind as their failed experiment. The other children seemed unaware of this and decided to continue befriending imaginary creatures. In a depression, I soaked off to bed, only to suffer a violent burst of spasms and shivering in the process. I drifted in and out of sleep at that night, having one recurring nightmare after another. When I awoke, I heard something pass through my doorway, something that couldn't possibly be there. Rolling over, I reluctantly looked up into the air to watch a trailing ball of light float around my house before descending towards my bed. "Hello, Link. Wake up. The great Deku Tree has summoned you." That demonic shriek, that soul-wrenching feeling your stomach sink an inch. I'd felt it that night. Felt it every night and feel it this present moment as well as every time I look back to what happened. Long story short, as a teen I would take any kind of in-spit job offer, from mowing lawns to washing cars in the neighborhood, just to earn a little extra cash of my own. This one time, a married couple from the neighboring street offered me $25 for me to babysit their 8-year-old boy Kevin for a night, as they went out to celebrate their 10th wedding anniversary. I thought, fair enough, and took the offer. Initially, things were nothing to write home about, since as it turned out, the little brat was actually a rather kind-mannered and well-behaved lad, so it wasn't a huge challenge to keep him entertained. It's a natural talent of mine. I know this comes off a tad braggart, but it's true. I've never found it particularly difficult to captivate children's attention, but I really only have my father to thank, as I inherited his unparalleled talent to entertain the younglings. God rest his soul. After about the 10th round of Uno, watching the SpongeBob SquarePants movie and causing him major mental fatigue with my world-class mind freak logic games, He asked me if we could play a simple game of hide and seek before it was bedtime, to which I obliged. I was at first, as he sought a hiding place. I, instead of counting back from 100 like I promised, called my girlfriend at the time to come pay me a visit for the night. I started the search, exclaiming, "Ready or not, here I come." As soon as I got off the phone, I checked behind every armchair and couch in the living room, checked both his and the master bedroom, but there was no sign of the boy. The basement was the only area left to explore, towards which led a simple staircase through a door between Kevin's room and a home office. I tried turning on the lights, but apparently 2 of the 3 bulbs that connected to the switch burned out, leaving the mass majority of the staircase bleak. The basement was slightly dim in a yellow shade. Shit, he could have fallen and hurt himself under the shitting lighting, I thought to myself. Underneath the spandrel of the stairs, there seemed to be a figure reminiscent of a young child, so I called out, "Gotcha!" and told him to follow me upstairs to the kitchen for round 2. We were halfway up the stairs when an ear-piercing, despairing guttural howl of a child spread from the downstairs area. I stopped dead in my tracks. My heart skipped a beat as chills ran down to my spine. After that initial second of shock, I instantly looked over my shoulder to not actually see anything as I blacked out instantaneously. I was found by my girlfriend an hour from that point on, along with half a dozen police officers investigating the scene. To this day, some things remain constant. Firstly, 8-year-old Kevin Watts remains a missing person. The parents remain heartbroken. I still cannot recall what I saw then and there. Every night I wake up in a cold sweat at that part there, before I have time to process the thing I saw. I do know for certain, however, that whatever it wasn't human. Surely not. It was late afternoon and I was walking home. I was almost out of the forest when I saw a bush rustle and I heard quiet steps. They were rapid. I thought it was a deer. There aren't many deer and I love to see them, so I followed the noise. It led me to a clearing in a part of the forest that I had never been in before. When the creature walked into the clearing, I was shocked. It was almost 15 feet tall and had black, shaggy, thick fur. Its face seemed oddly dog-like and it had large, almond-shaped, blank black eyes. Its legs were long and spindly and ended in a sharp point. I had never seen a creature like this before and there was blood on its mouth. It paused for a moment, as if sensing what was nearby, then it looked directly at me. The moment it set its eyes on me, I knew it was a mistake to follow the strange noise. It seemed like the creature could see my soul. I ran as fast as I could in one direction, but what seemed like hours of running, and I still couldn't find the end of the forest. I knew I had only followed the sea creature for a few minutes, but hours of running couldn't get me back. I was lost. I checked behind me for the creature and I saw it wasn't following me. I relaxed a little, but I was still tense from the fact that I can't get out. I hear a voice ahead of me, so I sprint to it. I finally emerged from the forest on the sidewalk. The voice had been the police. My mother ran over and hugged me from behind. I screamed, thinking it was a beast. I guess I had been in that forest for a while and my mom got worried. I got home and forgot all about that monster in the endless forest. I sat up in bed and put on my glasses to see the clock. 2:39 it read. I wondered what had woken me for a moment, and then I decided I just had a nightmare but I don't remember it. I try to go back to sleep, but it eludes me. I go to get a drink of water and I hear a tapping. I look out of the window, but it's too dark to see anything. I dismiss it as a branch. I get my water and hop into bed. I fell asleep after a while and wake up with a jolt from my nightmare. I was being chased by that beast endlessly until its extreme speed had gotten it close to lunge a meter in the air and landed straight on top of me. I checked the clock. 9:34 it said. I had slept in with a nightmare. Great, I thought. I wasted a few hours of my days and I got scared out of my skin. I walked downstairs to get some breakfast, but oddly, no one else was there. Probably went to work early, I told myself, but I felt like someone or something was watching me. I knew I didn't have a guardian angel because if I did, that then that creature never would have looked at me. I thought a bit about the creature and that it might have kidnapped my parents, or worse, it could have killed them. I went online and searched around. I only found a small bit of information about the creature. It was called a strider. It hunts animals and tears off their legs before feasting on their bodies. If a human follows them, then they will hunt down that person until they are dead. The thought that the strider would not stop until I was dead is unsettling. I researched until lunchtime and only found that no one that encountered the monster survived more than a few months after the encounter. I also found a few other names that people kept calling that thing: Stilt Walker and Forest Strider. It was time that my parents came home from work for their break, but they didn't. I called their work, but I was told they hadn't come home. I called 911 to report missing people. After the police left, I decided to end this. I walked to the forest and followed the tracks I had made in the mud to the clearing. The strider stood tall and strong over a decapitated cow elk. There was gore and entrails everywhere around the carcass. I felt like I was going to be sick, but I spoke to the creature. "If I give you my life, will you leave my parents alone?" I yelled at the hideous animal. It quickly looked at me and began to slowly creep towards me. It made no sound as it stalked. When it was close enough, it lunged at me, just like my nightmare, only I didn't run away. Months passed and the news on the murdered child had died down. No one had seen me or my parents since the murder. The strider still walks the forest in search of his next meal. If you enter the forest in late afternoon, then be prepared and don't follow that strange noise. In the spring of 1989, the Carvina Corporation released a curious game, whose dissemination among American students that fall was swift and furious, though its popularity was ultimately short-lived. The game was Kill Switch. On the surface, it was a variant on the mystery or horror survival game, a precursor to the Myst and Silent Hill franchises. The narrative showed the complexity for which Carvina was known, though the graphics were monochrome, vague gray and white shapes against a black background. Slow MIDI versions of such folk songs played throughout. Players would choose between two avatars, an invisible demon named Ghast or a visible human woman, Porto. Playing as Ghast was considerably more difficult due to his total invisibility, and players were highly liable to restart the game as Porto after the first level, in which it was impossible to gauge jumps or aim. However, Ghast was clearly the more powerful character. He had fire breath and a cold steam attack, but as it was above the skill level of most players to keep track of where a fire-breathing, poison dispensing invisible imp was on their screens, once the fire and steam had run out, Porto became more or less the default. Porto's singular ability was seemingly random growth. She expanded and contracted in size throughout the game. A Kansas engineering grad claimed to have figured out the pattern involved, but for reasons which will become obvious, his work was lost. Porto awakens in the dark with wounds in her elbow, confused. Seeking a way out, she ascends through the levels of a coal mine in which it is slowly revealed she was once an employee. Investigating its collapse and beset on all sides by demons similar to Ghast, as well as a dead foreman, coal golems, and demonic inspectors from the Soviet Corporation, whose boxy bodies were clothed in red, the only color in the game. The environment, though primitive, becomes genuinely uncanny as players progress. There are no bosses in any real sense. Porto must simply move physically through the tunnels to reach subsequent levels, while her size varies wildly through interlevel spaces. The story that emerges through Porto's discovery of magnetic tapes, files, mutilated factory workers who were once her friends, and deciphering an impressively complex code inscribed on a series of iron axes players must collect. This portion of the game was almost laughably complex, and defeated many players until Porto 881 posted the cipher to Columbia BBS. Attempts to contact this player have been unsuccessful, and the username is no longer in use on any known service. Is that the foreman, under pressure to increase coal production, began to falsify reports of malfunctions and worker malfeasance in order to excuse low output, which incited a Sovitic inspection. Officials were dispatched, one for each miner, and an extraordinary story of torture unfolds with fuzzy and indistinct graphics of red-coated men standing over workers, inserting small knives into their joints whenever production slowed. Admittedly, this is not a very subtle critique of Soviet-era industrial tactics, and as the town of Karvina itself was devastated by the departure of the coal industry, more than one thesis has interpreted Killswitch as a political screed. After solving the axe code, Portal finds and assembles a tape recorder, on which a male voice tells her that the fires of the earth had risen up in their defense and flowed into the hearts of the decrepit pre-revolution equipment they use and wakened them to avenge the workers. It is generally assumed that the fires of the earth are demons like gas, coal fumes, and gassy bodies inhabiting the old machines. The machines themselves are so big that the graphics elect to only show two or three gear teeth or a conveyor belt rather than the entire apparatus. The machines drove the inspectors mad, and they disappeared into the caverns with their knives, only to emerge to play Portal cars. The workers were often crushed and mangled in the onslaught of machines, who were neither graceful nor discriminating. Portal herself was knocked into a deep chasm by a grief-stricken engine and her fluctuating size. If it is real and not imagined, it is implied to be the result of poisonous fumes inhaled there. What follows is the most cryptic and intuitive part of the game. There's no logical reasons to proceed in the correct way, and again, it was Portal 881 who came to the rescue of the fledgling Killswitch community. In the chamber behind the tape recorder is a great furnace where coal was once rendered into coke. There are no clues as to what she is intended to do in this room. Players attempted nearly everything from immolating herself to continue to process coal as if the machines had never risen up. Portal 881 hit up on the solution and posted it to the Columbia boards. If Portal ingests the raw coke, she will find her body under control and can go on to fight her way out of the final levels of the mine, which are impassable in her giant state. Clutching the tape containing this extraordinary story. However, as she crawls through the final tunnel to emerge above ground, the screen suddenly goes white. Killswitch by design deletes itself upon player completion of the game. It is not recoverable by any means. All trace of it is removed from the user's computer. The game cannot be copied. For all intent and purposes, it exists only for those playing it, and then ceases to be entirely. One cannot replay it, unlocking further secrets or narrative pathways. One cannot allow another to play it, and perhaps most importantly, it is impossible to experience the game all the way to the end as both Portal and Ghast. Predictably, the player outcry was enormous. Several routes to solve a problem were pursued with no real efficiency. The first and most common was to simply buy more copies of the game, but Karvina Corp released only 5,000 copies and refused to press further editions. The following is an excerpt from their May 1990 press release. Killswitch was designed to be a unique playing experience. Like reality, it is unrepeatable, unretrievable, and illogical. One might say, ineffable. Death is final. Death is complete. The fates of Portal and her beloved Ghast are as unknowable as our own. It is the desire of the Karvina Corporation that this be so, and we ask our customers to respect that desire. Rest assured, Karvina will continue to provide the highest quality games to the West, and that Killswitch is merely one among our many wonders. This did not have the intended effect. The word beloved piqued the interest of committed. Even obsessive players as Ghast is not present in any portion of Portal's narrative. A rush to find the remaining copies of the game ensued, with the intent of playing as Ghast and discovering the meaning of Karvina's cryptic word. The most popular theory was that Ghast would at some point become the fumes inhaled by Portal, changing her size and beginning her adventure. Some thought this was wishful thinking, that if only Ghast's early levels were passable, one would somehow be able to play as both simultaneously. However, by this time, no further copies appeared to be available in retail outlets. Players who had not yet completed the game attempted Ghast levels frequently, but the difficulty of actually playing this enigmatic avatar persisted, and no player has ever claimed to have finished the game as Ghast. One by one, the lure of Portal's lost unearthly world drew them back to her, and one by one, They were all compelled towards the finality of the vast white screen. To find any copy usable today is almost unfathomably rare occurrence. A still shrink-wrapped copy was sold at an auction in 2005 for $733,000 to Yamamoto Ryuichi of Tokyo. It is entirely possible that Yamamoto's is the last remaining copy of the game. Knowing this, Yakamoto had intended to open his play to all enthusiasts, filming and uploading his progress. However, to date, the only film which has surfaced is a 1 minute and 45-second clip of Hager Yamamoto at his computer, that avatar choice screen visible over his right shoulder. Yamamoto is crying. Does anyone remember an old PC game from the early 1990s called Mr. Mix? It's mainly a typing game, similar to Mario Teaches Typing, where you have to type words into a box to make a chef, the titular Mr. Mix, put ingredients into a bowl. Unlike most typing games, however, this game is notorious for having an insane difficulty curve. The game has a words per minute requirement for each level, being as low as 10 on level 1 and as high as 85 on 3rd. By level 5, the requirement reaches over 500, effectively making it impossible to proceed any further. One of the main things that people noticed about this game immediately was the background music. The music on the first level was an unsettling patterns of growls that got progressively louder as the level went on, often causing damage to early computer speakers that were not designed to handle extremely high volumes of sound. The second level had no music at all, and the third had what sounded like an extremely low quality recording of a hairdryer playing in the background. The remaining 2 levels had an extremely loud, high-pitched ringing throughout the level that caused severe eardrum damage to those who managed to get that far. Another rather disturbing aspect of the game was the design of Mr. Mix himself. He was a large, round-faced, overweight man with large beady eyes and red spots on his cheeks. Most children who played the game reported having vivid nightmares of Mr. Mix speaking to them in a quiet, raspy voice and threatening them to keep quiet about something. However, none of them could remember exactly what that was. One psychologist who saw many of these children reported being disturbed by the sheer amount of terror on the faces of the children as they recounted the details of the nightmare. Many of the children broke down into tears in the process, begging for the parents to save them. However, no direct relationship to the game itself could be determined by these few cases, as not all children suffered the same adverse effects. For obvious reasons, this game did not sell very well. It remained in relative obscurity until a few years ago, when PC hackers got a hold of a ROM of the game and then started digging through it. Using memory hacking software, they managed to crack the game's code and bypass the impossible 5th level. What they found, however, was extremely disturbing and caused many of them to quit the expedition altogether. According to the reports these hackers left behind, the game behaves very strangely if the 5th level is bypassed. The game crashes violently and closes, writing a bunch of files to the user's System32 directory to the point that the RAM was almost completely filled. These files are reportedly pictures of people with horribly deformed faces, appearing to scream in pain and agony, with their eyes appearing to be bleeding from their tear ducts, and their outer layer of skin torn clean off in multiple places. If the user attempts to delete these files, the computer will violently crash and blue screen, causing permanent irreparable damage to the user's hard drive. The hackers found that this was caused by a lone byte in the game's ROM that triggered when the 5th level was completed. After removing this byte, they were able to proceed to the 6th and final level. Unfortunately, all of the original hackers declined to discuss what they saw on the final level. All of them became extremely paranoid and reclusive, refusing to talk about anything related to the game and showing astonishingly extreme symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder. Most of them ceased to be able to form coherent sentences within a week, and within a month, all of them went missing. All remaining copies of the games were destroyed. To this day, no one knows what was in that game that caused him so much psychological damage. Maybe it's better that way. 2 years after this incident, a man was arrested after trying to kidnap an 8-year-old girl from a grocery store. Through DNA and fingerprint analysis, the man was identified as one of the original hackers who viewed the final level of the game. He was wearing a white chef's hat and had a look of unspeakable malice and insanity on his face. When interrogated, the man would only say one thing: "I'm Mr. Mix." Shh. It started one day, when I finally had enough money to buy myself a new gaming console and a few games. I had planned on getting an Xbox 360 for a while now, and my dream was about to come true. I drove down to the electronics store where they sell things like television, batteries, remotes, and all that. I asked one of the staff members for where I can find the gaming consoles, and she pointed towards the back of the store. I quickly headed over there and picked up an Xbox 360 box, then rushed back over to the register. I asked if there was anything wrong with the console for safe measure, and the man said that it was brand new, factory sealed. I went along with him and bought the console, went back to my car, and drove to the next location, the game store. It was very close by, so it wasn't too bad. I walked into the store and picked out a few pre-owned games, and took them to the register. I once again asked them if there was anything wrong, and the man behind the counter said that there was a few scratches but still playable. I bought them, then rushed back to my car and drove home. As I arrived and walked into my house, I noticed that the television was left on, where a show about supernatural things was on. I disregarded it, quickly setting up my new console. I went through the natural process of making a profile and an avatar. Then I popped in my first Xbox 360 game, which was Borderlands. I couldn't wait. I was trembling with excitement. The next day, I had finished the main campaign of Borderlands, and I was doing all the side missions I might have skipped. At this point, the bandits, skags, and other enemies were hard to beat, as they were around the same level as me, and I didn't have very good weapons. However, this didn't faze me. I slowly got through some of the missions, then I stopped for a while to try and find better gear. It was easier said than done. I couldn't find anything worth mentioning. I yelled at the game, "Damn, why is this so hard? All I want is a weapon strong enough to be able to kill things." At that moment, I found a supply crate. I found my first orange weapon, one of the rarer weapons, and I almost jumped through the roof in excitement. But what made me think most is that the moment I yelled at the game, it happened. I shrugged it off as a coincidence and continued. I went to go fight an army of spider ants and kill their queen, the one in the Tash Coast. However, there were many badass spider ants and slayers that kept shooting at me. I yelled at the game once more, saying, "Fuck me, why is this so hard?" And once again, something strange happened. The orange weapon I had, which was a sniper, managed to kill them all with one hit. Not even a critical, even the queen, which has the second highest health amount of any spider ant in the game. This time, I was sure there was something wrong. I had enough of Borderlands for the time being and decided to play my next game, which was Blaze Blue Continuous Shift Extended. I went back to the home menu and put the disc in, once again bouncing up and down in excitement. But the game froze as it tried to load the main game. At that point, I heard a voice. "Hello, Azura, it's himself." I jumped back a little, my breath quickening. What happened? I get my breathing to normal and tried to forget what I had just heard, but then the same voice spoke again, saying, "Hello, sir. Are you there?" This time, I freaked out a little more, putting the controller down and rushing out of the room into the kitchen. I keeled over the sink, running off some water. I ran my hand under the water, splashing water on my face. Then I took a few deep breaths. I must have been imagining something, or it might have just been my flatmate. I walk back into the lounge room and I see that the intro to Blaze Blue has just begun playing. I sat back into my seat and smiled as I saw how awesome it was. The game froze for a short moment, and that same voice said, "Help me." This time I didn't take a chance. I ran through the house to my flatmate's bedroom, but he was asleep. I pinched my cheek hard to see if I was dreaming, but I wasn't. Could I have been hearing things? I slowly walked back to my lounge room, where the title was showing. I pressed start and set up a storage device to save my data too. There was a few graphical glitches on the main menu, but where there was some off-colored pieces. I mean, I hadn't seen this, but comparing it to the majority of the background, it was off. The game ran smoothly, though some of the commands might not register, but it was fine, as it wasn't too common. Every time I beat an opponent through, the game would freeze, audio and video, and I could hear a background sound, as if it was someone gasping for air. I disregarded this fact as my flatmate had slight asthma, and his inhaler was close by, so there was no immediate danger. The game decided to play again, but it froze again. That voice from before coming back. Find the microphone and headset in the box. I gasped. I was curious, if a little bit freaked out. Then I looked inside the box, and there was indeed a microphone and a headset, which is a little strange as I had not purchased one. It wasn't in the box when I opened it first, and the box didn't say it came with one. Reluctantly, I plugged it into the controller and strapped it to my head. "Hello?" I said cautiously, waiting for a response. The voice had sighed, then made a sound as if the person was getting up after a nasty fall. "Oh, good. You're still there." I hadn't paid attention until now, but the voice sounded feminine. "Who are you?" I asked. "My name is Cass. What about you?" she said, suddenly more relaxed. I hesitated for a bit, then I shook my head. I'm not too comfortable with telling. I heard a faint giggle, and then a sigh. It must have come from this person. "That's understandable. Oh, I forgot. Would you like to continue playing your game?" My eyes widened a little bit. I responded with a yes, and the game started up again at the character selection screen. "Did I give you a fright?" I shook my head, picking another character. "At first, yes," I managed to stammer out, and I heard another giggle from Cass. "Sorry, I didn't mean to." She was polite with a very soothing voice. I picked the computer's characters and began a new match. Surprisingly, there was no apparent glitching. All the commands I entered happened. The menus didn't have that off coloring, and it ran like a brand new game. Was this because I talked to Cass? I didn't know. "What are you doing in my console?" I asked, trying to be polite as she was. "I was bound to you quite some time ago. Sort of like a string attached to two persons' fingers. I didn't show up sooner because I had no means of contacting you." "What about one of the other consoles I have?" "They weren't compatible. None had a microphone attachment." I looked away for a moment, then I looked back at the screen, still fighting matches with the computer. "But my Nintendo DS had a microphone." She giggled, then tried to muffle it. "Don't you remember? Your flatmate didn't check to see if everything was working. That microphone never worked." I growled under my breath, then I shrugged it off, continuing to play my game. Losing on this match, this Cass, she got bound to me. Since when? Wouldn't I have noticed the change? I shrugged off the thought, then I turned off the console. Then took a short nap on the couch. I woke up about an hour later, which is longer than my usual naps. I turned on my Xbox again and noticed that the opening scene had froze on the last frame. I heard what appears to be a droning, then the menu eventually showed a few seconds later. "Why didn't you say goodbye?" I heard Cass's voice said. I was a little shocked, then I strapped the headset on and responded, "Sorry, I didn't think of it." She huffed it off and went silent. While the fact that there's a real person on the other side of my television that can actually interact with me in my game, I felt genuinely sorry. I eventually started up Blaze Blue again and played through the story mode. Hours passed, Cash remained silent throughout it. Even when I spoke to her, she still messed with the games whenever they got me frustrating, but did it almost hesitantly. Every time she did, I apologized, and I heard her sigh every time, as if trying to say, "Yeah, whatever." "Well, I'm gonna go. It's getting late," I say as I begin to get off. "Alright," Cass finally says after 4 hours of solid silence. "I'll see you soon, right?" "Yeah, as soon as possible." I heard a sigh of relief from her. Then I turned off my console and went to my room, tucking myself into bed. During my sleep, I had a dream that seemed to be a recollection of what had happened on that day. With a few details left out, I woke up repeatedly during the night, but by the time morning came, I had gotten enough sleep not to be exhausted. I rolled over and hit snooze on my alarm clock. Then I looked behind it and saw another headset, similar to the one for Xbox, except it was white and connected to my DS. I sat up and stared at it for a while. I then reached over and grabbed it, starting up my DS and strapping the headset to my head. "Hello again," I hear Cass say in a very cheery voice. "Isn't this great? I found a way we can stay together." I laughed nervously, then I responded, "Yeah, I guess." Things were starting to get creepy now. I had a strange girl stuck inside my Xbox, and the same one now on my DS. Is she going to stalk me down and do something? Am I in danger? I decided to ask. Excuse me, but why are you wanting to remain in contact with me so often? I heard a very faint gasp, then silence for about 5 seconds. Then I hear her stammer. You've had a hard time with your life, haven't you? You've had nobody to talk to all your life, right? I quickly but carefully put the DS down and took off the headset, taking a few quick breaths. How did she know? I haven't told anyone. I hear Cash repeatedly saying, Oh no. I put on the headset again, talking to her. How did you know? I just did. I'm not sure how, but it's like I can see your memories. She sounded really sincere and even a little upset. I didn't know what to say. Well, I think it's best if we think of this later, I finally say, then Cass agrees. I turned off my DS and put it on the headset on the top shelf of the bookcase. I walked out to the kitchen to get a glass of water, but I was starting to see things. There's a strange man hovering over someone defenseless. I couldn't make out any faces or hear anything, but he struck this person on the ground with what seemed to be like a knife. I was at my limit. I fell backwards and landed on my backside, leaning up against the chair. My forehead was a little sweaty from worry, so I quickly crawled over to the sink, propping myself against it, washing my face again. My hands were shaking and I felt as if my body would shut down from pure shock and anxiety. What had I seen? Why did I see it? Who were the people I saw? All of those questions need answering. I took a quick drink, then I turned around and leaned against the comfort under the sink, closing my eyes and taking slow deep breaths. I opened my eyes and saw that my hands were still a little shaky, probably because of the cold air from the open window blowing against them while they were wet from the sink. I dried them off with a tea towel and stood up slowly, looking around. I eventually walked into the lounge room, turning on my Xbox with no freezing on the menu, and no voice from Cass. Maybe she didn't feel like talking to me after what I had said. I grabbed the headset and put it on, talking into the mic. Are you there, Cass? I slowly said, trying to hide my trembling voice. The home menu on the Xbox slowly faded into a picture of what seemed to be a pure white room with no window, and a single person in the middle of the screen, sitting on a chair. It was a woman, smiling at me. She stood up and walked closer, waving as she did. Yes, I'm here, the woman said, now realizing that I could see her. I smiled slightly, sighing in relief. Where are you? I asked. She simply looked around while pacing and then shook her head. She didn't know. What was it that I saw? That was a memory, one of mine. A man offered me a job, one that would change the face of communication from millennium to come. That was the man you saw. He betrayed me. He stuck a knife through my stomach and watched as I leaned in closer, covering my mouth, as I saw her hide her face, shaking her head a lot. No, I shouldn't. I stood up and walked over to the television, pressing one hand against it. Then Cass looked up at me, putting her hand where mine is. She smiled, wiping away tears that rolled down her cheek with her cuff. I could see the pain in her eyes. She needs to say what happened, so I asked for the rest of the story. Not looking away, she slowly nods and begins where she left off. He betrayed me, left me to die as he grabbed something and stuck it into my head, and all I could feel, all of my memories, my emotions, my experiences, and everything about me flow into this one device. It was like he reached into my being and pulled it all out, leaving just an empty, fleshy shell. The next thing I know, I'm woken up by the person he chose to be his victim. I felt my knees give away and I fell backwards, landing on the coffee table, my eyes wide, simply staring down at the floor in front of me. Cass took her hand away, bringing them to her chest. I'm sorry. There's no preventing it. I looked up at the screen, tears welling in her eyes. Then the screen fades into static, no sound coming from the speakers. Eventually, it came back to the home menu of the Xbox, waiting for me to pick a game. I picked up the headset and microphone and quickly said, I'll be back soon. Then quickly unplugged my Xbox without waiting for a response. Then I stumbled towards my room, bumping into a few walls on the way. I felt very lightheaded, and I collapsed onto my bed, my breath escaping my lungs. I could feel something within my chest as if a hand had plunged into it from the outside. I clasped it tightly, my heart racing with fear. I was gasping for air as I saw the lights from my DS turn on from the top of the bookshelf, and Cass's voice yelling, Hang in there, it's only temporary. I I eventually passed out on my bed, my eyelids slowly falling. I woke up eventually, with my flatmate shaking me wildly, and I could hear his grating voice, but it was muffled and distorted. I looked up at him as all sound was drowned out by something. My head felt heavy and it dropped, finally hearing a single thing before passing out again. "I'm sorry." The next time I opened my eyes, the room I was in was a very white room, laying on the bed. There was a single glass window and a door to the right of it, but nothing else. There were 3 people standing behind it. One of them was Cass. I sat up, slowly rubbing my head, then looking at the window. Where am I?" I managed to say. Then I see Cass smile and clap her hands together, grabbing a new microphone from the wall to her right, from behind the window. "Oh, thank God you're alive. I'm sorry to say, but you're stuck in the same place as I am. You're just waiting to be bound to someone." I look around the room a second time, as it begins to come more into focus. It seems to be a single hospital ward, but it was completely quiet. No other patients, no doctors even. I slowly got up off the bed and walked around, feeling the walls. "The door will unlock very soon. We're looking for the right person," I hear Cass's voice say. Then I walk up to the window, pressing my hand against it. She does the same over mine. "So, did I die?" I ask quietly. Then Cass shakes her head. "No, well, not yet. Once you come through the door, you'll become what my body is. A fleshy shell with no life left whatsoever." I turned around, my back facing her, leaning against the glass. "This is unbelievable." I hear Cass sigh through the microphone, gently knocking on the glass to get my attention. "Don't worry. As long as you're here, you can relive any memories of your life as you want, and make new ones." I hear her whisper, as I hear a click from the door to the left. I look over at it, then back at Cass. "Do I go through now?" She simply nods. Then I walk over to the door and it slowly swings open. I take a slow but deep breath. Then I walk towards it, stopping at the last minute. Cass was there, smiling at me with open arms. I smile weakly, walking through the doorway, letting her wrap my arms tightly around me. "Now we can feel the embrace of total oblivion together," I hear her whisper. I nod slowly, feeling a strange sensation. My consciousness slips from my mind and I feel as if I'm falling backwards through the sky. The monitor on the control panel turns off for a few seconds, then comes up with this display. Consoled subjects, 4. Beginning transition of 4 subject to target number 5. During the first few days of the release of Pokemon Red and Green in Japan, back in February 27th, 1996, a peak of deaths appeared in the age groups of 10 to 15. The children were usually found dead through suicide, usually by hanging or jumping from heights. However, some were more odd. A few cases recorded children who had been sawing off their limbs, others sticking their faces inside the oven, and choking themselves on their own fist, shoving their own arms down their throat. The few children who were saved before killing themselves showed sporadic behavior. When asked why they were going to hurt themselves, they only answered in chaotic screams and scratched at their own eyes. When showed what seemed to be the connection to this attitude, the Game Boy, they had no response. But when combined with either Pokemon Red or Green, the screams would continue, and they would do their best to leave the room it was located in. This confirmed the authorities' suspicion that the game somehow had a connection to these children and their death. It was a strange case, but many children who had the same games did not show this behavior, but only a few. The police had no choice but to pursue this since they had no other leads. Collecting all the cartridges the children had purchased, they kept them sealed away as strong evidence to look over later. They decided the first thing to do was to talk to the programmers themselves. The first person they met was the director of the original games, Satoshi Tajiri. When told about the deaths surrounding the games, he seemed slightly uneasy, but admitted nothing. He led them to the main programmers of the games, the people responsible for the actual content. The detectives met Takenori Ota, one of the main programmers of the game. Unlike Satoshi, he did not seem uneasy, but very kept, explaining that it was impossible to use something like a game to cause such death, and also bringing up the point that not all children were affected. He brushed it off as some kind of odd coincidence or mass hysteria. It seemed like he was hiding something, but he wasn't giving up. Finally, he did say something interesting. Takanori had heard a rumor going around that the music for Lavender Town, one of the locations in the game, had caused some children to go ill. It was only a rumor and had no real definite backup, but it was still something to look into. He directed the detectives to Junichi Masuda, the music composer of the series. Masuda had also heard of these rumors, but again, they said they had no evidence that his music was the cause. Even to prove a point, he played the exact same song from the game completely through with no effects to anyone. The detectives nor Masuda himself, feeling anything different or odd. Although they still had their suspicions of Masuda and the music of Lavender Town, it seemed they had reached another dead end. Going back to the cartridges they had received from the homes of the children, they decided to take a slightly more direct look at the games. They knew that it was these games that gave children the ill effects, so they took extreme caution. Popping in the cartridge and turning the console on, the game screen booted. The title screen appeared, and the option to continue or create a new game appeared. When they had chose to continue the game, stats of that game appeared. They saw the names of the children who had played, usually Red or another simple name. However, the interesting thing was the time played and the number of Pokemon they owned. On every game, the time was very low, and all of them had only a single Pokemon in their inventory. They came to the stunning reality that it could not have been the music from Lavender Town that had caused such ill effects in the children, since it was impossible to reach that part of the game in such a small amount of time, and with only one Pokemon in their inventory. This brought them to the conclusion that something early on in the game had to be the cause. If it wasn't the music nor the title screen, it had to be something within the first few minutes of the game itself. They had no choice but to turn off the game now and go back to the programmers. Asking for a list of all the programmers from Takanori, they found, surprisingly, that one of the programmers had committed suicide shortly after the game was released. His name was Chiro Miura, a very obscure programmer who had provided very little for the game. Even more interestingly, he had requested his name did not appear in the credits of the game, so it was not. Looking over the evidence found at Chiro's apartment, they found many notes written in bold marker. Most of it was crumbled or marked out, making it very difficult to read. The few words they could find in the mess was "do not enter," "watch out," and "come follow me" in bold. The detectives were unsure what these meant, but knew they had to have a connection. Further searching, they discovered Chiro was good friends with one of the map designers, Koji Nishino. And this was probably the only reason Chiro had given a part in making the game. Koji Nishino, since the release of the game, had locked himself in his apartment, barely leaving in the dark of the night to fetch anything he might need. He told his friends and family he was mourning for his dear friend Chiro, but they didn't believe this, since Nishino had locked himself up the day his game was put in stores a few days before Chiro had killed himself. It was troubling, but the authorities finally persuaded Nishino to sit down and speak with them. He looked as if he hadn't slept in days, dark rings under his eyes. He stunk. His nails had grown black and his hair was greasy, sticking to his forehead and neck. He spoke in stutters and murmurs, but at least he had something to say. When asked if he knew anything about the children who had died after exposure of the game, and if it had any connections to the game, he answered them seemingly carefully, choosing his words thoughtfully before answering. He told them that his friend Chiro had an interesting idea with the game, something he had wanted to try since he heard the project was starting. Nishino himself knew Takanori, the director and main programmer, for a long time, so he could easily get a mediocre programmer in on the project with a little persuasion. It seemed Chiro had convinced Nishino to get him in on the project, and it had worked. The detectives knew they were onto something. This unknown obscure programmer, Chiro, had to have had something to do with it. Something. They asked what Chiro's idea was, and why he wanted so badly to have part in making this children's game. Nishino told them that Chiro never told them much about it, other than a few details every now and then. He wanted to insert a special Pokemon in the game, one completely different from all the others. It would serve as an extra, a kind of out-of-place thrill for the player. It wasn't, however, missing though. It couldn't be. With the gameplay time recorded on the cartridges, it was impossible for the children to have time to meet that Pokemon. Nishino, throughout the entire conversation, seemed to break down with every single question. The detectives pushed him more and more, searching through his mind for any and every scrap of knowledge this man had no game in Chiro, and Chiro's intentions. It was when they asked about the notes found in Chiro's home that he snapped. From under the couch Nicino was sitting on, he whipped out a pistol, pointing it straight at the police while backing away a few steps. Then just as quickly, he brought the pistol to his face. "Don't follow me," muttered Nicino as he struck the pistol in his mouth and pulled the trigger. It was too quick for the police to react. It was done. Nicino had killed himself, repeating slightly differently what was written on one of Chiro's papers. It seemed all the leads had finally died. The team who had created this original game were splitting up, becoming harder to find. It was as if they were keeping a secret. When the police finally managed to talk with anyone who had parts in the game, even the obscure character designers and monster designers, it seemed they had nothing of interest to say. Most of them didn't even know Chiro, and the few who did only seen him once or twice working on the game itself. Throughout all of this, the only confirmation they had that Chiro was indeed the one who had worked on the very early parts of the game. It had been a couple of months after the original children's suicides and the death rate had dropped dramatically. It seemed that the game was no longer giving any ill effects to any children. The callback of the games that was planned was cancelled, since it seemed the game was no longer harming any children. They had begun to think that maybe Takanori was right and it was all just a very odd coincidence or mass hysteria, until they received the letter. It was given to one of the detectives himself, quite directly out on the street. It was a woman who gave him the note, a very frail, thin, sick-looking thing. She gave him the letter quickly, telling him it was something he needed to see, and without waiting for a response or another word, she disappeared into the crowd. The detective brought it to his office, and calling the others in, he brought it out and read it aloud. It was a letter written by Chiro himself, but it wasn't one found at his apartment. They had thoroughly searched and cleared out the place, so where this letter had come from, it wasn't kept at his home. It was signed to be given to Nicino. It started off quite formal, a hello, how are you, regards to the family and such. After one or two of these normal paragraphs, they reached a section that requested Nicino to get him into the game team, to get him a programming position in Pokemon Red and Green. As the letter continued, the handwriting seemed to grow more jittery. He talked about a glorious idea he had, a way to program something unseen in any game before. He said it would certainly revolutionize not only the gaming industry, but everyone. He went on to say that it was a very simple procedure to program this idea into the game. He did not even have to add any foreign programming, but could use what was already given in the game itself. This would, the detectives agree, make it impossible to notice any obscurities in the programming itself. It was a perfect way to hide whatever this was. The letter ended abruptly. There was no goodbye, no say hi to the family, no write back or thank you. Nothing like that. It was just his name, written in hard in the letter where the paper almost broke through. It was only his name, Chiro Miura. This was the nail in the coffin for the detectives. They had no more suspicion about the cause. Chiro had programmed something into the early parts of the game, something maddening. To further increase this streak of success, they discovered that the programming team had worked in pairs, even Chiro himself. He had worked with another programmer, Sosuke Tamada. If anyone knew what this secret in the game was, Sosuke Tamada would be the man. This was their final hope of unraveling this mystery once and for all. They learned Sosuke had provided a lot of programming to the game, and seemed to be an average good guy and worker. They were easily allowed into his home, a fair place, and they entered his living room where they sat. Sosuke did not sit, however. He stood by the window of the second-story floor, looking out onto the busy street. He was smiling a little. There's no direct witnesses to the events that followed. The only thing from this conversation that remained was found on a voice recorder sitting on the table in front of the two detectives assigned to talk to Sosuke. What follows is the unedited recording. Sosuke Tamada, what part did you have in the games Pokemon Red and Green? Asked the first detective. I was a programmer. His voice was light, friendly, almost too friendly. That's all. Am I right in knowing that the programmers working on the game worked in teams? Asked the detective. One could hear the voice of Fee moving on the floor slightly. You would be right, said Sosuke after a moment of silence. And your partner, his name was... The detective was quickly cut off by Sosuke's eerie voice. Chiro Miura. That was his name. Chiro Miura. Another silence. It seemed the detectives were a little uneasy about this man. Could you tell us if Miura ever acted strange at all? Any particular behaviors you observed while working with him? At all? Sosuke answered them. I don't know him that well, really. We didn't meet up frequently, only every once in a while to trade data, or when the entire group was called for a meeting. That's the only times I ever really saw him. He acted normal as far as I could tell. He was a short man, and I think this affected his consciousness. He acted weaker than any other man I met. He was willing to do a lot of work to gain recognition. This I do know. I think... Silence. Yes? Asked the detective, pushing for him to continue. You think what? I think he was a very weak man. I think he wanted to prove himself regardless of the point. I think he wanted to make himself known for something special, something that would make people forget about the way he looked and pay attention to the powerful mind that lay inside his skull. Unfortunately for him, however, he didn't have much of a mind to back up that reasoning. Why do you say that? Asked the second detective. Well, it's the simple truth, answered Sosuke quickly. His feet could be heard moving across the tiled floor. He was nothing special, even if you wanted to believe so. You can't become greatness even if you believe it. It's impossible. Somehow, I think Chiro knew this himself. Somewhere deep in there, he knew it. The detectives were silent again, not sure how to steer the conversation. After a moment, they continued. Can you tell us what Chiro's part of the game was? What did he work on exactly? Sosuke answered more quickly than before. Nothing. Nothing important. He worked on some obscure parts of the beginning of the game. A pause, then a little more information. It was Oak's part, to be exact. He worked on some of Oak's parts, when he's first seen, you see. What else? Pushed the police. They could hear it in Sosuke's voice. He knew something. We know you know about the children and the deaths. We know it was Chiro who did it. He programmed something into the game. What are you implying? Asked Sosuke. It sounded like he was trying to maintain his voice. We're implying that since you're his partner, if you're hiding something from us, then you could just be as responsible for those children's death as Chiro himself. You can't prove anything, Sosuke shouted. Tell us what Chiro did to the game, they shouted back. What I told him to do. Silence. Complete silence. You want to know, huh? Asked Sosuke finally, breaking the eerie silence, but replacing it with his voice. You want to know what this is all about? Chiro was an idiot. He'd do anything for a bit of attention at anything at all. He couldn't program worth a shit either. The one thing he could do, however, was be manipulated. You could tell him what to do and he'd do it. He wouldn't even question it. He'd do it. Just to hear that thank you when you received the finished product. That was his reasons. That's all he ever wanted. 2 clicks from the detective's guns could be heard. I could control him flawlessly. He's a lot like Takanori. Of course, none of you knew this, but I was the one who brought it up, the idea of the game, the idea of the entire operation. I just told the fellow what to do, and he followed me without doubt. He knows nothing, just like Chiro. A sound of a window opening could be heard, followed by the detectives. Don't move or we'll shoot. Let me tell you about a mechanic in the game, continued Sosuke. His voice was more rushed, but it still held that slyness. Consider a hint, alright? If you walk around in the grassy areas enough, a Pokemon will appear, and you'll have the chance to go into battle with it. It's a necessary part of the game overall, you see. Step away from the window. We won't warn you again. At the start of the game, you have to walk into the grassy area before Oak appears and you receive your first Pokemon. Understand me? Under normal circumstances, it was programmed that even though you're in a grassy area, no Pokemon will spawn. I made it different. I manipulated that Chiro, told him what to put in the program, gave him all the instructions on how to do it, and he did it flawlessly. It's rare, but it can happen. Stepping into that grass, one can spawn. Sosuke, we don't want to shoot. Shoot me? Asked Sosuke, laughing at the same time. Shoot me? You're as dumb as Chiro was. Once he found out the truth, he had to end it. It was his fault after all. He shot himself because of it. If you're so determined to finish that case of yours, if you want to know, play that damn game for yourself. Roll the wheel. And who knows, maybe you will learn the secret for yourselves. A shot could be heard, loud enough to distort the audio. Sounds of screaming, murmuring could be heard. The table the recorder was on crashed. Ear-shattering distortions, silence. then laughing. Sosuke was laughing, and then words. Come follow me. Come follow me. And then nothing. The recorder continued to record until the tape ran out. There was nothing else on it. The police arrived on the scene quickly, and to their horror, they discovered Sosuke and the two detectives dead. They had all been shot, but not after struggling. The detectives had been shot multiple times, at least 10 each, but before dying after being shot in between their eyes. Sosuke himself had clearly died of 2 shots to his chest, straight through the heart. This game was causing a massacre. At least 100 children were dead. Nishino, the unsuspecting friend, dead. Chiro, the manipulated toy, dead. The 2 detectives, dead. And now even the creator, the cause of this atrocity, Sosuke, dead. The game was stretching far over its original intentions. It was killing anyone and everyone who got involved. The lead detectives had decided to put this case away. The man who committed the crime was dead, so there was no longer any reason to continue the case. All evidence, all the cartridges, all the notes, all the letters, they were locked away and kept in the darkness where they belonged. There were talks about the entire thing, small conversations every now and then, but over the years, even these began to fade away. Eventually, the case was only a memory in the minds of those who experienced it firsthand. 10 years passed. February 27th, 2006 was the date. The lead detective, the man who locked away the original evidence 10 years previous, was reminded of the awful event that occurred. Although he was no longer in the force, he still had access to the files and was helped when he could. The reminder of the event caused him to look back to open the sealed container that had held all the evidence collected. He read through the letters and the notes. He remembered the woman who had appeared to him on the street that one day and handed him that letter that led to the change of the entire case. He wondered who she was, where she had come from. Perhaps she was Chiro's mother, or maybe Sosuke's. It was far too late to pursue any of this. Far too late. Sealing the container again, he saw a second one directly behind it. Pulling it out, he read the note on top of it. Evidence number 2104A. He opened it up and looked inside. Filling the container were exactly 104 Pokemon Red and Green cartridges, each one in perfect condition, untouched since the day they had last checked them 10 years ago. He reached in and pulled one out, Pokemon Red. He hadn't seen one in a long time. He didn't know what he thought next, but he reached in his desk and pulled out an old Game Boy. He received it a long time ago, but it still worked. It was his son's. But he had died a few years ago. His wife was gone too. That was then though. Popping in the cartridge in the back of the Game Boy, he turned on the system. The title screen, then the option to continue or start a new game. Tanaka. That was the child's name, the one who played it first. He was probably dead, along with all the others. He pressed new game and started a new game. It was normal, average. He walked around, talked to his mother, went outside, and he started walking towards the grass. In his head, he could still hear Sosuke's voice, even though he was not there, even though he had never seen the man in his life. He could still see him, hear him. Come follow me. It was getting closer and closer, only a step or two away. Roll the wheel, and who knows, maybe you'll learn the secret for yourself. He entered the grass. The screen did nothing at first. Nothing at all. It just sat there, and so did the detective, completely frozen as if time had stopped just for them. The screen went black, and then lit up again, the iconic green background with black text appearing. The lead detective's weary eyes grew wide. He couldn't help but read out what was there in front of him. Come follow me. Come follow me. Come follow me. I miss you, Dad. I miss you, my husband. I miss you so much. Tears formed in his eyes, falling down his cheeks. Screens and screens of text appeared, and he rapidly clicked the A button to continue it. It was his wife and his child. They were speaking to him, calling to him, crying with him. They wanted to see him. They loved him. He loved them. I love you too, muttered the man in a hoarse, scratching voice. Come follow me and become new again. We want to see you and hold you and be with you forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever. Don't stay away. You can see us too. We miss you. Come follow me. We love a black screen. The detective's eyes grew wide, his jaw dropping. The screen lit back up, and Oak was leading him out of the grass. Come follow me, said Oak. No! Shouted the man, dropping the game onto the floor. He quickly fell forward, reaching for it, bringing the screen back to his face. Bring them back. Bring them back to me. The game continued on as usual, not responding to the detective at all. My wife, my child, listen to me, bring them back to me, I said. Voices. He heard voices, hundreds of voices. He turned around from his seat, looking behind him, and standing in his small room were children, many children. Some had no eyes, some had rings around their throats, some were burned all across their body. They were screaming, reaching towards him. Bring back my mommy, bring back my daddy, bring back my pet. They all screamed out, reaching for the game, their mouths agape with horror and pain. I don't want them to go away. Bring them back to me. Bring them back to me. No, shouted the detective. It's mine. My family is here. Don't touch it. Horror was across his face. Come follow me, said a voice. The lead detective looked over, and in the corner of his room, next to an old desk, was Sosuke. He stood in the corner, tall, handsome, and clean. A smile was on his face, stretching across his face. Come follow me. The lead detective jumped up, stepping back, trying to force away from the children crawling towards him, reaching out for the game held tightly within his hands. What's going on here? What's going on? Where's my family? Sosuke smiled generously. I'll show you. I'll help you get away from them, you see. Just follow me. Sosuke reached down and opened a drawer on the old desk. The lead detective, pushing through the crowd of children trying to get away, looked inside. Sitting there covered with dust was his old gun from when he was on the force. He had not used that gun in many years and had put it away, not wanting to remember the things he had to do with it. But right now he didn't see it as something that caused pain or that killed. It was shining. It was light. It was something that could set him free. Just follow me, said Sosuke, picking up the gun and putting it in the lead detective's hand. He formed his hand to hold the gun and then brought it up to his temple. Just pull the trigger. That's all. The lead detective turned around. The children were crawling at him, grabbing his legs and pulling at him. They reached for the game. He turned back towards Sosuke and smiled. My family. I'll follow you. He pulled the trigger. Bang. His brain spread to the wall as he fell to the ground, dead. It was a few days before the body was discovered. It lay on the floor, blood everywhere. In one hand held an empty gun, and in the other was a classic Game Boy with Pokemon Red on the back. The battery had long died, and only an empty black screen was left. This was the final murder that the remaining authorities would allow. The last detective who was ever part of this case personally carried all 104 cartridges away and burned them all, making sure not a single one survived. They would taunt no more. However, this is not the end of the story. The code was said to have survived and was even passed on to other language versions of the game. If you have an old Pokemon game, you can place the cartridge in the back of the Game Boy, turn on the system, and roll the wheel. Who knows? Maybe you'll learn the secret for yourself. I believed myself to be very dual until I linked up my account on a website called 10000.icu. I got a message in my inbox from some random user about this site, who said that if I wanted a million viewers, I should link my email address to the site. I put the site address in Google search to verify if it was spam. However, there was nothing. There were no articles or even a direct link to the site. Curiosity got the best of me and I clicked the link from the message. The background of the site was black for a few moments, and then an eye opened in the center of the screen. The white of the eye was bright and glowing in contrast to the dark background, and the iris was as black as with a white pupil. The eye blinked and rolled around for a bit before it put its focus on me. A line of white text faded in below the eye. Hello, who are you? I thought it was asking for my address, but the way it phased it made it sound like an AI, so I typed in my first name instead. The eye blinked, and the text stated, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am one of 1 million. Thinking it would respond like Cleverbot, I asked if it was an AI, to which it repeated, "I am one of 1 million. It seemed that when I asked any personal questions, if it's human or an AI, boy or girl, how old it is, etc. It would simply state, I am one of 1 million. So I moved on to a more practical question, like how to link my account to the site. It's simple. Just tell me what it is, then I'll do the rest. It couldn't be that simple and I knew it. But it is. If you give me your email address, I guarantee you will have a million watching you. I figured there was a typo or a software glitch when I noticed it neglected to say 1 million people or followers, so I ignored it and typed in my address. When I pressed enter, the eye closed for about 5 seconds, but when it reopened, the eye had changed. The eye seemed almost cat-like, but the pupil was altered in the shape of the number 1. The text faded in and stated, "Thank you. 1 million will be with you shortly." I started with a little summary video about what I'd post in the near future. The visuals were choppy, the audio made it seem like I was talking in a can, and I started throughout the whole thing. I expected very few views, 4 or 5 at most, but within the first half hour I got over 50 views, which at the time stunned me. I refreshed the page, then it was 80. When I did it again it was 130, and again it was over 200, then 400, then 750, then 1,100. Then 3,500. I stopped to shake off my excitement. 20,000, 50,000. How on earth did I manage to get over 50,000 views from a stupid video? There were a lot of comments by various users, most of which used random numbers and letters and a few having the numbers between less than and greater than symbols. The comments were focused on how nice my eyes are, but I found them kind of flattering. There were a few saying that I had a lot of potential and a couple that said that they'd like to see me in person. I wanted to send a thank you message to whoever helped me get these views, so I went back to the site again. The screen instantly loaded up, but there were 5 more eyes scattered across the page, rolling around, blinking with numbered pupils increasing with each blink. Within moments, they all stopped at 0 and fixed themselves at me. The 1 appeared in the center of the page, and the text faded in shortly after greeting me by my name. I am 1 million. This might have been some elaborate prank, that some punk gave me a virus, but I didn't feel like taking any chances. I kept my computer off for a few days. I turned it back on once more to delete both my blog and email account. I'd replaced both of them a month later. I've started getting views and followers on my own at a moderate pace, but I've been having these bad dreams lately. I come home from somewhere, sometimes school, sometimes a bizarre dream trip, but I'm always coming home to see it dark and empty. The door closes behind me and I'm surrounded in pitch black, and then I see them. The eyes. The thousands of eyes. I feel thin ropes wrapping around my throat, choking me. A voice whispers, 1,000,001 will be here soon. At this moment, I wake up gasping for air and coughing. I got an email the other day from the same person who sent me the link to the site. It seems like the email was sent to other people as well. It reads as follows. I have wronged you. I should have never sent the link to you, but I had to. The 1 million would spare me for a little longer if I found enough sacrifices. You will never be safe, and it's because of me. I do not deserve forgiveness. The 1 million cannot be killed or even stopped, but it can be delayed. I've attached the link to the site on this email. Tell others to talk to one of 1 million. Get them to talk about themselves, something as little as their first name or a physical feature. Even their phone number would be enough to keep it away for a while, but only for so long. 1 million will be here soon. I'm sorry. 1. I'm sorry you had to learn this secondhand. 342. I wanted it to be a surprise. 77432. Oh well. 239457. More time for you to think, right? 998479. Not much though. 1000001. See you soon. My name is Andrew Herricks. I lived once in a city called New York. My mother is Terry Herricks. She's in the phone book. If you know the city and you read this, find her. Don't show her this, but tell her I love her and that I'm trying to come home. Please. It all started when I decided around the time I turned 25 that it was time for me to give up taking my backpack into work. It would make me look more mature, I thought, if I weren't lugging around a book bag everywhere like a high school student. Of course, this meant that I had to give up reading in the subway in the morning and afternoons, since I couldn't quite fit my paperbacks into a pocket. A briefcase would have been out of line since I was working in a factory, and messenger bags always seemed a little, fruity to me, too purse-like for my liking. I had an MP3 player which helped pass the time for a while, but when it broke, it was shut down at the end of every song if I didn't skip to the next track manually. I gave that up too. So every morning, I'd sit in the metro for half an hour that dragged on endlessly, with nothing at all to do but watch my fellow passengers. I was slightly shy, so I didn't like to be caught at it, so I'd surreptitiously watch people. Interestingly enough, I quickly discovered that I wasn't the only person in the world who wasn't comfortable in public. People covered it up in various ways, but I learned to see through them. I divided them up into categories in my head. There were the fidgeters, who couldn't get comfortable, constantly moving their hands, shifting their weight, moving their legs closer to the bench than further. They were the most noticeably nervous types. After them were the fake sleepers, who take their seat and practically close their eyes in the same second. Most of them weren't really sleeping though. The real sleepers shifted more, came awake suddenly at stops or after loud noises. The fakes just zoned from the second they sat until the moment the train pulled into their stop. Then there were the MP3 player addicts, the occasional laptop people, the people who traveled in groups and talked too loudly. The cell phone junkies were either very popular or just completely unable to shut up for more than 2 minutes at a time. Just as people watching was starting to get unbearably boring, I found my first incongruity. A middle-aged looking man, brown-haired, average size and weight, and dressed casually. Oddly enough, he seemed almost too normal. He had no remarkable features, no mannerisms, as if he were designed to fade into a crowd. It was that which led me to notice him. I was intentionally trying to see how people acted on the subway, and he didn't act at all. Didn't even react either. It was like seeing someone sitting in front of the television, watching a documentary about fish. They aren't excited, aren't engaged, but they aren't looking away either. Present, but not accounted for. He was on the subway in the afternoons. It was more than a month into the people watching experiment before he caught my eye. Because I didn't catch the same subway every day, and didn't consciously sit in the same car when I did. I saw him for the first time on a Monday, I believe, and for the second time on the Thursday of the same week. He obviously did catch the same train and sat in the same car, in the same seat, even. OCD much? I thought at the time. Since he'd caught my attention so much the first time, I watched him more avidly the next. He was frankly downright unsettling. He didn't do anything at all. He sat there, expressionless, head straight no matter what happened. A woman with a wailing child entered the car and sat right behind him, and still nothing. He didn't so much as turn his head or frown in annoyance, and that kid was fucking loud too. By the time the subway reached my stop, I found myself queasy, and when I exited the car, my hands were shaking like I was having a nicotine fit. Something about that man was wrong. He was, I thought, some kind of freak, a sociopath, maybe one of those quiet guys who it turns out has a dozen women's head in his freezer, the first victim his mother. I found myself intentionally dawdling after work in the afternoons, stopping to browse in kiosks in the mall near the subway even when I didn't intend on buying anything. For a couple of weeks, I avoided catching that subway, and when I found myself at the stop when it was pulling in, I made sure to choose a train car as far as the one I'd seen him in as possible. Then one morning, I saw another person who set off the same warning bells in my head. A woman just as plain looking, just as out of place in the hustle and commotion around her. The moment I recognized her, I realized later, was when my obsession began. My people watching, which had begun as a bit of a hobby to stave off boredom, became something of a religion to me. I couldn't enter a subway or ride a bus without finding myself examining everyone, filling out a mental checklist in my head, plain clothes of solid colors, no brands, check, no expressions, no casual glances out of the window or towards other passengers, check, no bags, purses, or accessories, Check, 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 check. We've got another. I started calling them the strangers. I didn't see them every day, even after I started taking the metro more than I needed to. Even when I found myself riding buses out of my way in the evenings. But they were there, often enough. Seeing one would set my teeth on edge, make my palms sweaty and my throat feel dry. If you ever given a speech, you might recognize the feeling. Even though they didn't pay me the slightest bit of attention, I felt like I was on display for them. I could see them plain as day. How could they miss me? They didn't, though. Not in any way that I could tell. And when eventually my curiosity overpowered my fear, I decided to follow one. I chose the one that I found first, the man in the afternoon subway who always kept the same seat. I got on and took a seat behind him. We rode to the end of the line, and he rose and walked out before I did. Keeping distance between us, I tailed him, but he didn't go far. He took a seat on a nearby bench, as expressionless as always, and I turned a corner and waited, trying to look nonchalant. After a few minutes, the next metro arrived, and I watched him enter it, and saw him take the same seat. I couldn't find the nerve to follow him again. He hadn't gone anywhere. He just rode the metro to the end of the line and then what? Rode it back? What possible reason would anyone, have for that? It nagged at me. Long after I rode the train back home and tried to get some rest, I couldn't leave it alone. Not until I could make some sense of it. I found myself more than confused. I was downright angry now. Why was this uncanny bastard, this almost inhuman person, riding subway trains back and forth going nowhere? The mind I once read recoils from certain things, because the very sight of them is an affront. Spiders set it off in a lot of people, particularly great big ones. They just look wrong to us, alien. That was the effect the strangers were beginning to have on me. They offended my senses. I followed him again the next day, and again the day after that, every day for at least a week. The two of us made our silent trips together, though only I knew it. By the end of the week, I was following him for hours until the last train that stopped near my apartment block that night. We rode from one end of the city to the other, then back again. I wasn't people watching any longer, I was person watching, stranger watching. I didn't have eyes for anyone else, though peripherally I noticed more than a few confused glances sent my way. Other than that, we two might have been the only two people on the planet for all I cared. I lost my job the next week. My manager was kind and timid but firm. I wasn't concentrated, I had no focus. Wasn't being anywhere near productive. It was actually quite a speech, I think, but I could barely hear it. All I could think about was my new work, my vigil. What would that thing on the subway get up to when I wasn't there to keep an eye on him? I left work for my last time at noon that day. Normally, I'd have started tailing my subject at 5:30, but I was sure that he'd be waiting for me. I wish now that I paid more attention to that day. Was it sunny? It was summer after all. I could have walked around downtown, maybe checked out a few pretty girls. Could have had a nice cappuccino and a smoke at an outdoor cafe, then gone home. Put my growing obsession out of my head, found a new job, and taken to reading on trains and buses again. Instead, I waited. More than one train goes up and down the line, so I sat in the station for at least an hour until I saw him through a window. I walked into the subway car and noticed that for the first time, my skin wasn't clammy. My hands weren't shaking. My heart wasn't pounding hard. I sat for the first time right across from him, directly in his line of sight. Watched for a change in his face. Would he recognize me? If he did, I saw no sign of it, and I was looking hard. We must have made quite a pair sitting across from one another that afternoon, staring at and into one another. It was hard not to let the building rage in me contort my face, but with effort I was able to keep as still and as expressionless as him. Inside, I practically screamed at him, "React to me, you fucking asshole. See me, damn it. I know for what you are." I didn't though, and my silent demands weren't answered. Not the first trip around, or the second, or the third, or 10th. We rode far into the night together, and at each terminus, we got out together and waited. I sat right beside him on the bench, watching him from the corner of my eye, and still got nothing from him. But two could play that game as well as one. Finally, we made our last trip together. I had him and knew it. Last trip of the night before the train stopped running. I'd always let him get away from me at that point, because the end of the line is a long way from my home, and the buses stopped running at the same time as the subways. But this time, I'd follow him. Finally see what he was when the train stopped running. I'd get some answers. Maybe. The subway rolled on and the anticipation grew in me. The car emptied out around us slowly until it was just we two silent watchers below the city. I fought to keep a manic grin at bay, and the subway train slowed to a crawl, then stopped. The end of the line. The stranger didn't move, still didn't react at all. The car stood still, doors open. I could dimly hear the last few stragglers making their way out of the station somewhere behind us, footsteps echoing in the silence. Nothing. The speaker system dinged to let anyone half asleep know that we reached the terminus. Still nothing, and finally, I could hear footsteps again. A conductor or something popping his head into each car to make sure it was empty before taking the train to wherever the hell it goes for the night. I didn't take my eyes from my silent quarry. I managed to see the conductor from the corner of my eye when he finally reached our car. He looked in, his eyes roamed over us, and a puzzled look came over his face. He blinked a few times and paused. I waited for him to speak, and the moment stretched out, but then, with a slight shake of the head, he left us. There was a car ahead of ours, and I heard him stop to check that too, and then a few minutes later, the train started up again. We rode for a time, then looped around and the subway was parked. I could see into and the windows of more trains on either side of us, and through their opposing windows into even more. And then he smiled at me. It was just a small curl of the lip that would have gone unnoticed if I hadn't spent the last several hours studying his face. "So," he said, in a rough baritone, "here we are." I tried to respond but couldn't right away. My throat had clamped shut. Terror filled me. It felt like the whole underground cavern we were in had just collapsed onto me. I coughed and stammered and finally managed with a raspy voice to ask the question that had kept me up all night. Drove me halfway to madness and led me to this place in this moment. "What are you?" He ignored me. He stood, and the trains opened. Then, shockingly, he turned to face me. "Coming?" He didn't wait for an answer, but walked out onto the platform. I scrambled to follow. "Come on, damn it!" I shouted. "Talk to me! Who are you? What? Why do you ride the metro all fucking day?" He didn't look back, or slow his step. I couldn't see his face, but it's safe to guess that he didn't react at all. No more than he had to anything else. I stalked after them, still shouting for a time, but eventually gave up. 5 words was all I was going to get out of him, I guessed. We walked along the platform until we came to a junction, then turned. Now we were perpendicular to the trains around us. The path ahead was lit from above, but I couldn't see where it ended. The trains on either side of us went on to forever, as far as I could tell. Far too many trains to service one city, I realized. It wouldn't have mattered by then, I figure, but I probably should have paid more attention to that at the time. I'm not sure how long we walked. I had a watch once, but it broke. I took out my cell phone at one point, but got no reception down there, and all it would show me was no signal. The stranger would stop every now and then, and look at a subway car for a minute or two, but then pass on. It took me a while to figure out why, but eventually I saw that they weren't all the same. Long lines of them would be similar, then we'd come to a different model. It'd be a little larger or smaller, or have a slightly different shape. The cockpits, or whatever you call the front part where the conductor sits, were superficially different as well. I didn't, and I don't know what exactly he was looking for. But eventually he must have found it, because we turned again, and the subway doors opened when my impromptu guide stopped in front of them. We entered and took our seats. "Are you willing to speak now?" I asked him. No answer. I sighed with frustration and seriously weighed the pros and cons of punching him right in the face for a time, when suddenly, the lights in the car came on and I heard the engine starting up. "What the fuck?" He gave me a look that was almost sad. "You're not going to be able to go back." "What are you talking about?" Go back where? Nothing again. The stonewalling asshole. The train lurched into motion, pushing off in the opposite direction than the one we came from, I think. The endless parade of them had thrown off my sense of direction. It rolled for a few minutes and then began to slow as we approached the stop. His vacant gaze grew sharper, and for the first time I got the sense that he was actually staring at me, rather than just looking in the direction I happened to be in. Be still. Be silent. Don't catch their attention. The train stopped and the doors opened, and they began to flood in. I didn't know what I noticed first. The weird clothes, the two long arms with hands that almost brushed the floor, the jet black eyes and angular faces, or the blue-gray hue of their skin. My eyes took in all those stimuli, but for a long second my brain refused to process it. And when it finally did, I was barely able to bite down on the shriek that tried to tear its way from my throat. I thought my heart was going to explode. Hell, I thought I was going to explode. I was like a strummed guitar string. Everything in me lurched and throbbed. My sight grew dizzy, which I was thankful for, and I vomited. My mouth was clenched shut, and I forced myself to swallow it, barely managing it. My instincts were screaming his words at me. Be still. Be silent. Don't catch their attention. That day is a blur. We rode the subway car up and down the line, still and expressionless, for hours, for days perhaps. It seemed much longer than the line I knew, the line I had followed the stranger along. The hideous things around us seemed to pay us no undue attention, though we must have stood out fiercely. I was so petrified with fear that, when we finally returned to the endless cavern of trains alone, I burst into tears. I collapsed to the floor and just sobbed for a long time, the stranger watching impassively. When I gained control of myself, I looked at him imploringly. "Take me home," I croaked out. "Please." "I can't," he told me. "Don't know which one of these would lead you back, if any of them do." He stood and walked out onto the platform, and I rose wearily and followed him. He spun around sharply. "I think you followed me enough." The rage I'd felt for him before, that the panic had temporarily buried, rose up in me. "What?" I screamed, rushing forward. I grabbed him by the shoulders, and with a burst of insane strength I didn't even know was in me, I slammed him up against the side of the metro car. "You fucking son of a bitch! What the fuck did you do to me?" I slammed him again and again. "Take me back!" He bore it all passively, and soon the flare of anger in me guttered out, leaving me hollow. "Please," I begged. "Please take me home." "That's not how it works," he said. "If we stay together, it's more likely that we'll be noticed. Go your own way, be still and be subtle, and they'll think that you're one of theirs." "How could you do this to me? Why?" He gave me another almost sad look. "I had to. You will too. You get stuck sometimes." He brushed my hands off his shoulders and turned to walk away. I fell to my knees, suddenly out of strength, and watched him leave. At the junction, he turned back to face me. "I'm sorry," and then he was gone. I stayed there on the cold tiles for a very long time. I curled up into a ball and wept for a while. After there weren't any tears left in me, I even managed to get some sleep. When I awoke, the subway train I'd come in was gone, off carrying more blue-gray abominations to wherever blue-gray abominations go. I couldn't handle going back there anyways. I tried to find my way back to where I'd started, to find a subway that I recognized, but I wasn't even sure which direction I should have been going anymore. I walked for an hour, then another. Finally, I found one that might have looked familiar, or I was desperate enough to imagine that it did. When I stepped up to the door, it opened for me, and I took a seat. It started up, and in spite of being a lifelong agnostic, I prayed my heart out. The train slowed to a stop. The doors opened, and for a second I thought I was saved. People, human beings. I'd be the most devout man in the world. Then I noticed the eyes. Specifically, the third large eye in the center of their foreheads. Well, fuck you then, God, I thought. They were easier to take than the last bunch, though, and I was thankful for that. The third eye blinked independently of the other two, though, and that was nauseating. And one of them smiled, or laughed, or spoke with one another. I couldn't help but notice that their teeth were sharp and misshapen, and yellow-green with filth, but if I was careful and selectively blind, I could pretend for a stretch that I was home, until one of them entered with a sandwich in hand. and I realized with a start that I was starving and hadn't eaten or drank in what must have been days. The next terminus I came to, I decided to try and find something to eat or drink. I don't know why I waited, but it seemed important, to right to the end of the line. I got there and could barely bring myself to leave. I'd never seen the stranger leave the underground. I had never seen him eat or drink either. My stomach would not take no for an answer though. I steeled myself and tried to keep my face carefully neutral, and made my way out of the station proper. And then I got confused. I was looking for escalators or stairs or something like that, but all I saw was holes in the ground, the walls, and the ceiling. Gaping, irregularly sized holes. Like I was in the middle of a beehive. What was I supposed to do? Leap into one? It didn't make any sense to me, not until someone came through one. He floated up through the door and then floated by me. He frowned for a second, or at least I think it was probably a frown, but apparently whatever kept him from recognizing me as alien in the subway extended at least this far. It did not, unfortunately, allow me to levitate, which seemed to be the only way out of the subway station beehive thing. Swearing, I made my way back down the tunnel. I was angry, lost, starving, and I'd been abandoned to a fate that, if it wasn't worse than hell, was at least twice as stupid and 3 times as nonsensical. I was not in the best frame of mind, which I feel excuses the mistake. Normally, I take corners with a wide berth, because everyone knows that if you just dart around a corner sharply in a public place, chances are decent that you're going to walk right into someone. As I did, I slammed into someone, a woman, and fell to the ground. Without thinking, I reacted like any New Yorker would. Badly. Jesus fuck, you stupid bitch. Watch where you're going. I realized my mistake even before she did. Her eyes grew quizzical and confused, and when she noticed me, they bulged with horror. She leapt, floated quickly, back from me, and let out some things scream-like. A little more yowly than I was used to, but I got to the point. Further down the tunnel, I saw alien 3-eyed heads turning towards us. I thought suddenly about all those sharp, filthy teeth, and just like that I was running. The subway train wasn't there, but there was a walkway along the tunnel, for the repairmen, I assume. That's who'd use it, and where I'm from anyways. I took it at full speed and just kept running until each breath felt like getting stabbed. I stopped, panting, and looked back. The tunnel had curves, so I couldn't see the light any longer, but nobody appeared to be following me. Going back, though, was not an option. I continued forward in the dark for a long time. Eventually I came to a small opening in the wall, and stopped there for a rest. Hunger, despair, and a full-speed terrified run had all left me absolutely drained. I probably would have wept again, which seemed to be all I was capable of lately, but it just seemed like too much work. I sat against the wall, legs splayed out, and I imagined I was beating that bastard stranger to death with a hammer. It was a relieving image. A rat was shuffling around nearby in the dark. Every so often I would kick out a foot to scare it away, but after a time I didn't even bother with that. Rabies or any other disease it might be carrying would be a blessing compared to the endless traveling through the subways of strange worlds, lost, destitute, and alone. When it crept near me again, I didn't shoo it off. Even when it reached and pressed against my leg, I couldn't bring myself to care. Not until a train passed by and the lights of its cars lit up the culvert I was in, and the thing I thought was a rat. It was rat-like, yes, but not as much as it was spider-like. If someone had bred the two of them together, the resulting abomination might have been almost as horrible as the thing nuzzling my leg. I shrieked, flung myself up from the floor, and booted it like a soccer player would, right into the opposite wall. Its back made a sickening crunch, and I watched it twitch out its last before the final car passed and the darkness returned. And in the darkness, a terrible thought came to me. I wondered if it was edible. I didn't want to, and I gagged just imagining it, but I was hungry, and there was no guarantee I'd be able to find food in this place or ever again. Rat spider was my only option. I held off as long as I could, but in the end, survival trumped squeamishness. I had my lighter, but nothing to light on fire. I picked meat off its carcass and cooked it little by holding it over the flame, but it didn't help much. Nothing could have. Its meat was foul, more foul than anything you could ever imagine. I've been that desperate for food since, and eaten many other questionable things, but nothing has ever been bad as that rat spider was. In retrospect, is when I became the stranger. Before, I'd struggled to reach that expressionless state the others had maintained. What I'd taken for calm was numbness. A sharp rock thrown in the river will, over time, have its edges rounded off by the water beating over it. And what I'd gone through had done the same. Tearing up and eating a monster in the dark, below an alien world, the last of my edges smoothed. By the time I left the darkness and came back into the tunnel, I was as expressionless and empty as the one who had led me here had ever been. That was not the worst of it, though. The worst came later, the first time I got stuck. The stranger had mentioned it, but in the state I'd been in, I hardly noticed. One night, at the end of the line, I was asked to leave the train. The world was one of the closer to normal ones. The people were almost human, as I recognized it. They were orange, sure, and hunchbacked, but other than that, they were practically normal. After the last world, where the people had been hideously overweight, six-breasted hermaphrodites with no noises, the orange guys were pretty much beautiful to me. I thought at first that the conductor was talking to someone else, but I was the only one in the car, and moreover, I had understood him. The oranges certainly hadn't been speaking English all day, but nonetheless, I could understand what he was saying. When I stood, I began to realize why. I couldn't stand up straight. I was hunchbacked, and as I saw in my reflection against the window as I exited, orange. I pieced together the rest from there. Stuck meant that I was trapped in this world, for some reason, and stuck looking like them as well, which would be handy if I wanted to take an opportunity to leave the subway station, which is possible most times but requires a lot of care and is quite overwhelming. Alien worlds are a little revolting, I found. You try to compare them to your own, but the differences are so vast that it just makes you sick. I left that subway anyways because it was clear I wasn't returning to the central hub, what I'd taken to calling the infinite line of subway trains that night, or any other night, as I soon found out. Whatever had let me go unnoticed wasn't working any longer. I considered briefly staying, but this place wasn't home and could never be. Even if they looked like me, their culture was bound to be different. That was a lesson I'd learned before. Even in worlds where the people were absolutely indistinguishable from me are fraught with danger. I was once on a world where the people looked just like me. Well, actually they looked Brazilian, but that was more than close enough. And learned the hard way that the gesture to me means hello meant something gravely insulting. Insulting enough that I'd been beaten half to death while a crowd looked on with approval. Besides, even if that place had a culture I could fake, I didn't want to stay. I wanted one of two things: to find my way home, or to find the stranger who'd set me on this path and beat the shit out of him. Nothing else would do. So I wanted to move on. I wasn't sure though. If I could do to some poor sucker what had been done to me, could I really force someone else to wander the eternal underground like me? It turned out I didn't have to. After a few months, one of them did notice me, yes, and began to follow me for weeks. I very carefully made it seem like I hadn't seen him, just like the stranger had, but I was already torn between the desire to warn him away and the desire to bring him to the end of the line so I could leave his dismal world already. The last night, he followed me to the end of the line, just as I had done once done. He hadn't managed to work up the nerve to sit right across from me, though as soon as the train stopped at the terminus, he rushed off. I waited, hoping the conductor wouldn't see me and I could continue on, but to no avail. I left the car and the metro rushed off without me, and I cursed inside. As I walked around the corner towards the ticket booth, the young man who had been following me attacked. He had a wicked, curved knife and should have caught me by surprise, but I've been traveling through hostile alien worlds for several years. My reflexes were sharp. We struggled viciously before I managed to wrestle the knife from him. I don't know how I got it into his neck. I didn't think I wanted to kill him. I hadn't even been that angry, remembering my own building rage for so long before. Afterwards, as he lay there bled out, I got pissed. I kicked him repeatedly, shouting, "You dick! You were supposed to kick, to follow me, kick." I fled the scene of the crime, but not for long. I was there bright and early the next day to catch the first subway of the morning, and that night when I rode it to the end of the line, I was invisible to the conductor again. I guess you could either kill them or bring them with you if you want to return to the central hub. I was invisible again, but I was also orange and hunchback still. I stayed that way until the next time I became stuck. The next time I killed, that one went much faster. I didn't wait for her to follow me. Once I was recognized as a stranger, I recognized her as the next one, and I made my choice. I won't bring anyone else into this. It makes me wonder, though, about the stranger who inducted me. I wonder what he originally looked like, and whether he knew he could have killed me. I wonder too about the others I saw back home, and the rare few I came across since I left. Do they kill them or take them? And whichever one they choose, do they consider it mercy? I can't bring myself to talk to them, to ask. We're damned either way, and the damned should suffer in solitude. I've killed 15 of them now, and I've gotten very good at it, but I made a decision. I'm done killing innocents, at least. Before I returned to the central hub, I filled the backpack with as much paper as I could cram into it, and I wrote this story. Over and over again, to be left in as many subway trains as I can. A couple thousand messages in bottles, cast into a sea of steel rails. This is a request and a warning. My request above was that you find my mother and tell her a lie. It's a white lie, don't worry. Tell my mother that I love her and that I'm trying to come home. It may give her some hope, or a small measure of peace. I wish it were true too, but here's the thing. I've been thinking of myself as like Odysseus, lost and adrift, looking to return to familiar shores, but I am not lost at sea. I'm lost in endless tunnels, the labyrinth. The difference is important because labyrinths are designed, built. Somebody or something made this impossible place, and they must be held accountable for what they've done to me. They cast me as Theseus, not Odysseus. But I won't play that part any longer either. The strange rules of this place have turned me from the human I began as into something else, then something else again. They have made me into a monster, and so I will be the minotaur of this labyrinth. And if I can, I will tear it down around me, and destroy those that built it. More warning is that you should be very wary in public places of silent, expressionless men and women. Keep your distance. They may kill you, or they may do worse. If you see them, run fast and far. And even more importantly, I warn you, I beg you, don't ride the train to the end of the line. The following was a blog post by John Goodman, posted on the 17th of August 2011. Included with it was a download link to $1.wave. The following question has been converted to OGG format so that it may be uploaded to the wiki. Goodman mentioned in the post that he would be doing extensive research on the mystery surrounding this file. If he reports anything back, it will be posted here. After my computer got burnt to a crisp in a lightning storm, I was left with only my old computer. Fortunately, I had everything from my destroyed computer already backed up onto USB drives and CD-ROMs. My old computer was running Windows 98 and desperately needed an OS upgrade. It was time to search online for a new OS install disk that was at an affordable price. You might ask, why not just get a new computer? I would have, but because of this crappy economy, I didn't have the money to do so. So my only other option was to upgrade my old one. Anyways, I searched around eBay to see if anyone was selling a copy of Windows XP at an affordable price. There was no way my computer would be able to handle Windows Vista or 7, so I would just have to go with XP. Lo and behold, somebody was selling a full Windows XP clean installed disk for only $1.45. Nobody else was bidding on it, so I placed mine. Even after I had placed my bid, nobody else did. Needless to say, I won the disc, without nobody else challenging me. A few days later, I received the disc in a white envelope. I opened the envelope and pulled out the disc. It seemed just like any other XP bootable disc. I turned on my computer and popped it in, and installed Windows XP as one normally would. While I waited for it to install, I popped some popcorn, took a dump, and watched some television, occasionally checking on the progress of the installation and responding to dialog boxes, entering the registration code, etc. Finally, I finished installing and I could use the computer. The first thing I did was transfer everything I had backed up from my destroyed computer, to the old computer. CD after CD, USB drive after USB drive, and finally I got everything onto my computer the way I wanted it. I decided to randomly browse around the computer a little bit before I turned it off and get ready to go to bed. This random browsing led me to C Windows/Media folder. Then I noticed a file in there called $1.wav. It didn't put the file on the computer, so I assumed it was installed along with all the other files in the folder. But I realized I didn't remember any such file ever being included with XP when I had it on my destroyed computer, before I upgraded to Windows 7. Curious, I double-clicked the file to open it. It was a very peculiar file. All I heard when I opened it was some weird static noise, almost as if it was some extremely distorted song. The file was just 4 solid minutes of this weird sound. It kinda creeped me out. I mean, it was nighttime, with my sleeping dog being my only company, and I found a file on my computer that I never put there, and wasn't a part of the original XP installation. And all it is 4 minutes of this weird static noise. Furthermore, it's in a system folder. Thinking it might be a virus of some sort, I scanned the file. Behold, one Trojan came up. I had no clue where I would have gotten it from. I'd barely been on the internet at all since Windows XP was fully installed. Suddenly, I realized I'd seen a file with this same name flash for a split second on the screen as this disk installed all the system files. I could only come to one conclusion. The disk had been tampered with. I decided to delete the Trojan, delete $1.wav, and do a full system scan with both of my antivirus programs, Malwarebytes Anti-Malware and Microsoft Security Essentials. It was going to take a crapload of time to finish scanning, so I decided to go to bed while I waited. I still felt a bit mad that I went through all that time to finally get my computer set up and upgraded the way I wanted, only to find out the install disk had been tampered with. I woke up the next morning, ate my breakfast, took a shower, brushed my teeth, and went into my computer room. I sat down on my computer and turned on the monitor, which I had turned off last night before I went to bed. I couldn't believe what I saw. My desktop background had been changed to a picture of a dollar bill. There were 2 errors saying that my 2 antiviruses had crashed, along with a bunch of other blank error dialogues that were all titled $1.wav. With a single OK button, every icon on my desktop had been replaced with a shortcut to $1.wav, even the recycle bin. My start button now said $1.wav, and the usual flag icon was replaced with a $sign. When I clicked the start button, or in this case the $1.wav button, to bring out the $1.wav menu, every icon there was also replaced with $1.wav. The administrator name was changed to $1.wav, and the account picture was that of a dollar bill. I clicked Don't Send Report to both the errors saying Malwarebytes and Microsoft Security Essentials had crashed. I then clicked OK button on each $1.wav error box. Okay, the screen was cleared of all those windows now. I tried to reopen my antivirus program. They both gave me this blank error titled $1.wav. I clicked OK on those. I went to the $1.wav menu and clicked Shut Down. But I just got the familiar clunk error sound. I tried the power button, nothing happened. Finally, I just unplugged the computer and it finally shut off. I plugged it back in. I booted safe mode and tried opening the antivirus programs there. But when I did, my computer made the weirdest noise ever and abruptly powered off. I tried pressing the power button, but nothing happened. It didn't even whir up. That freaking virus had completely destroyed my only remaining computer, and I hadn't even gotten it from a website or anything. It had come with my operating system. Well, that was that. I had to go get some things at the grocery store, so I left the house along with my dog. I have yet to earn enough money to buy myself a new computer. I do everything computer related off of a friend's laptop that he generously let me borrow when I need to check my email, do something on my bank account online, etc. I've used that same laptop to type up and publish the story to the internet, along with $1.wav, which I have gone through and manually removed the malicious coding from, after a certain encrypted message I read talking about some last evidence that will have to be destroyed if I share it with anybody, which you will read about in just a moment. I have decided to research as thoroughly as I can about the mysterious $1.WAV, until I have figured out the sinister mystery that surrounds it. How did I get back $1.WAV after my computer was destroyed, you ask? Well, when I got home, my dog's ears perked up, and she began growling menacingly. She followed a scent into the computer room. Everything seemed normal, however, when I looked where my second destroyed computer was, it wasn't there. Everything else was still there, but the computer was gone. I thought of a robbery, but who would want an old computer that doesn't even boot up anymore? I also noticed the tampered-with XP install disc that I had gotten off eBay was missing as well. In its place was a different disc. It was a white CD-ROM with something written on it in green Sharpie. I picked up the disc and read, "This is the last remaining evidence that I know of. Keep it secret or I'll have to destroy it too." I glanced down at the table the disc had been sitting on. Where it had been was a single dollar bill. It wasn't crinkled or damaged in any way, unlike most dollar bills. It was in absolutely perfect condition, as if it had just been made. I took the disc and the dollar over to my friend's house, the one that has the laptop that I'm typing these words on. I explained how both my computers were destroyed and he agreed to let me borrow it whenever I needed so, too. So I got on the laptop and put the CD in, and on the CD was just one file, $1.WAV. On August 26, 2011, John Goodman made another blog post regarding his continuing research on $1.WAV. Hey everybody, it's me again. So you all remember that $1.WAV crap I posted about a week or so? Right. Well, like I said, I did some research on it. Simply searching $1.WAV on Google yielded no results. I asked on a message board about the file, but nobody seemed to have even heard of it before. That is, until I got a reply from some guy saying he knew of the file, and had bad times with it. It went as follows. Oh, don't even remind me. $1.WAV? It's amazing how much trouble a 4-minute sound clip of heavily distorted music can cause. It was years ago. Some person on Craigslist was selling a computer with Windows XP already installed on it. At the time, Vista was still in beta and 7 didn't even exist yet. I went to her house in Cleveland to pick up the computer. I brought it home and turned it on. I noticed a WAV file in the c.windows.media folder entitled $1.WAV. Curious, I opened it and listened to it. It was nothing special, perhaps a little bit creepy, but it didn't interest me. I closed it and went to the bathroom. I came back to the computer and I could not believe what I saw. Everything was changed to dollars or some crap, and a bunch of error messages titled $1.WAV. I tried using my antivirus to fix what I instantly took as a virus, but it wouldn't open. I tried turning off the computer, but it wouldn't turn off no matter what. The only thing that worked was unplugging it. I tried to boot in safe mode and use my antivirus there, but upon trying to open it, my computer made this bizarre noise and shut off, and refused to turn back on. I don't mean refused to boot into the OS, I mean literally would not power on, as if it wasn't plugged in. The next day, my computer was gone with just a single dollar bill in its place. I know it sounds insane, and you probably won't believe me unless you had a similar experience with the file yourself. Cleveland. eBay had told me the item location was Cleveland, Ohio. I now had a new mission, track down the person that sold me the installed disc. I replied to him saying that I had indeed had a very similar experience and requested he give me the exact address of the woman that sold him the computer, as I wanted to have a little talk with her. I probably sounded like a stalker, but I didn't really give a crap. I needed to figure this out. Surprisingly, the user had already actually sent me the address of the woman to me in a private message. Living in Ohio myself, Cleveland was not too far away, so me and my dog got in the car and drove off. We arrived at a small yellow house that could only be the home of a woman who sold me the install desk. We walked up to the front door and rang the doorbell. The woman almost instantly answered the door. She seemed to be an elderly woman, short and stout with white hair tied up in a bun. Then I looked into her eyes. Oh, those eyes. They seeped through me and into my soul, hungrily examining it, seeing if it was suitable to feast upon. I almost sprinted back to my car and drove off right then and there, but I couldn't. I had a mystery to solve. "Why, hello, John Goodman," said the woman in a menacing voice that sent shivers down my spine. My first thought, oh dear, she knows my name. Oh God, please help me. My dog growled threateningly at the woman. It took all of my courage to sputter out. "Look, I don't have time for fooling around. What is $1.wave, and why did you put it in my Windows XP install disk?" "Oh, I can't tell you that," cackled the woman, who, I was now certain was no good. "Why not?" I countered angrily. "Because," she said, the evil woman. "However, I can tell you this. Beware in the days that follow, for $1 will haunt until all is hollow." And before I could say another word, the woman shut the door on me, cackling wickedly. I had no other choice but to walk back to the car. Along the way, a man came by and asked me, "What were you doing over there?" "I was talking to the woman that lived in that house over there," I replied. The man's expression became concerned. "Nobody has lived in that house for over 10 years. I looked to the house, but instead of the bright yellow cheery house that I had seen when I arrived there was a crumbling, abandoned foundation with a wooden plank nailed to the front door saying, "Condemned" in green letters. "But I was just talking to an elderly woman that lived there a minute ago," I argued. All the color drained from the man's face. "Elderly woman?" "Yes," I said. "You know, with her hair all tied up in a bun and whatnot." "The last person who lived there was an elderly woman, always having her hair tied up in a bun, but she's dead." So, I didn't actually find out much of anything new about $1.WAV, but apparently it was created by a ghost. Interesting, but it's no laughing matter. I realized that the moment I saw that dang woman out of the corner of my eye, giving me that freaking soul-devouring stare and smiling like a maniac, when I focused on her, she disappeared. I then proceeded to sprint out of the room and hide under the blanket for the rest of the night. When I dared go back into the living room, a dollar bill lay on the floor where the woman had been. On August 29th, Goodman updated the blog again with yet another report about his research on the ominous $1.WAV. "It's official. That old hag is stalking me. Since my last post, I've been catching glimpses of her out of the corner of my eye, always with that soul-devouring stare and demented smile. She always vanishes as soon as I focus on her, and always has to be at night when it happens. Each time I get the heck out of there and hide under a blanket for the rest of the night, when I dare enter the room again, there's a dollar bill with the woman was. I have actually collected all of the dollar bills she left me, beginning with the one that came with that last evidence disc, into one wallet. I've gone 3 days straight without sleep because of this crap. In the most recent incident, she was even holding a bloody knife. That was enough encouragement for me. I packed up a few things, and me and my dog piled into the car and went to my friend's house. Unrelated, I haven't told you my dog's name yet, have I? Her name is Coco, as in chocolate cocoa. Anyways, as I was saying, I told him everything that had happened. I had kept it a secret because I figured if I told him he'd think I was insane, but at this point I had really no other option. About $1.WAV, the old hag that seems to want to kill me for some reason, etc. I expected him to say I was crazy and call a mental institution, but miraculously, he actually believed me. I guess he knew I wouldn't make crap like this up, so I'm going to be staying at his place until the situation blows by. Posted August 30th, 2011. Tonight my friend glanced out the window and all the color had drained from his face, and Coco growled menacingly at it. I looked out the window when I saw it. That blasted old hag. She stared into the room from outside with that soul-devouring stare and that same demented smile. Then she disappeared. We didn't need any more encouragement. We pulled down those blinds and we nailed boards to every window in the house, as well as the front and back doors. I don't think we'll be going outside for a while. Posted August 31st, 2011. I went on my friend's laptop and checked the forum thread I had posted asking about $1.WAV. Someone had replied there under the username $1, And guess what their profile picture was? That cursed old hag's face with their trademark soul-eating stare and demented grin. Her reply said simply, "Oh, more evidence. Guess I'll have to destroy it." I clicked the reply button to respond, but it said that the thread never existed. Furthermore, when I searched the username $1, it said no such user had ever existed. Weirdest of all, her join date had been in 1928. That was 9 freaking decades ago. The internet didn't even exist back then. Posted September 1st, 2011. While on my friend's laptop, a dialog box suddenly appeared, prompting me to download $1.exe. Knowing this could be more of the old hag's haunting, I canceled the download. But guess what? It downloaded anyways. Ain't that just nifty? As soon as it finished downloading, it opened itself up. I prepared for the worst. Another computer destroying virus, the old hag contained within a computer file. It opened. It was a game. A game. Of all the wretched things $1.exe could have been, it was just some PC game. It showed a generic menu screen with the buttons play, exit, and options. The background was a picture of that dollar bill. I clicked options, just some graphic settings and such. I went back and clicked play, again preparing myself for the worst. It gave an instruction screen on how to play. Basically, the concept was that you were a bank robber, and in each level you had to go through obstacles to get to the bank and rob it. In each bank you would have to fight a boss, and if you beat the boss you'd get money. So I played the game with my friend, and Coco watches anxiously. Unrelated again, my friend's name is Bill. It was your generic platform game, and I played through it quite easily. I beat 3 levels, and then the 4th one was the final one before I got to the first bank. I beat that level and fought the boss. The boss was some kind of banker with superpowers or something. It was a World 1 boss, so he was ridiculously easy to beat. I beat him by shooting him in the head with a pistol and got the money. The game counted up my scores and so forth before taking me to the first level of World 2. I figured I had played enough, so I tried to exit the window, but clicking X only greeted me with the Windows error sound. It wanted me to keep playing, and judging by all the weird crap that had happened to me recently, the reasons couldn't be good. So I tried ending the application process with Task Manager, but the end process button only gave me the error sound again. And I tried shutting down, but the shutdown button gave me the same results. It was very similar to when $1.wav had first destroyed my old computer, because when the laptop was running on a battery, I had to take the battery out to shut it off. I put the battery back in, rebooted, and everything was normal again. I deleted $1.exe. It didn't come back like $1.wav did. It stayed deleted. Posted September 4th, 2011. More corner of my eye sightings of the old hag. In all of them, she's holding a bloody knife. Boarding up our windows and doors didn't seem to help. She still got into the house. Today we unboarded the front door to go and get the Sunday paper. Even if we're hiding from a sadistic ghost woman who wants to kill us, we still gotta keep up on the news, right? It said that a banker had been found dead at a local bank with a bullet wound in his forehead. It showed a picture of this man, and to our horror, he looked exactly like the World 1 boss from $1.exe. The way in which I had defeated him had even been a pistol to the head, and the paper said there was a bullet wound on his head. As I read the paper, I saw the old hag again out of the corner of my eye, holding a dead corpse under her arm that looked just like the banker. This time, I didn't focus on her. I focused on the paper to see what would happen if I didn't make her disappear. If she tried to kill me or anything, I'd just look at her. She just kept standing there with that demented smile and sullen stare. After a few moments, her smile began to fade and turn to a frown, as if she was disappointed that I hadn't seemed to have noticed her. I looked to Bill, and surprisingly, he had followed suit. Even Coco was pretending not to notice the hag. I turned back to the paper so I could continue seeing the hag out of the corner of my eye. It wasn't easy trying not to see something yet see it at the same time. I kept wanting to look, but I knew if I focused on her, she would disappear. I wanted to know what would happen if that didn't happen. Her disappointed expression then turned to a fierce and angry look. She raised her knife and lunged at me. In unison, me, Bill, and Coco all whirled around to face the ghost. She stopped abruptly just as she was about to reach us, then vanished. This raised yet another question. If she wants to kill us so badly, why didn't she just do it and get it all over with, instead of taunting us like this? Maybe she doesn't want to kill us. Maybe she just wants to make us think she wants to kill us, make us paranoid to the point of insanity, just for her own sadistic pleasure and amusement. Sure wouldn't surprise me. Posted September 5th, 2011. I woke up this morning from the little sleep that I actually got. I opened my eyes expecting to see the ceiling above me, but then I froze. Standing above me, looking down into my eyes with her soul-devouring stare and insane smile, was the hag. For several moments, there was silence. I said nothing, for I was too afraid. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. My heart threatened to burst, it was pounding so hard. Then finally the hag broke the silence. "Good morning, John," she said menacingly. It took all of my courage to respond. "Just tell me what you want and I'll give it to you. Just leave me alone," I replied. It's just so sad when you have to live under a curse. The curse of my own creation, forced to pass on the curse to others. The curse of $1, of greed. I never asked for this, but after having it shoved down my throat so much, I've come to enjoy it. I'm not sure if it's my sanity that's been pushed by this, or what, but it comforts me to know others are feeling the same pain as I am. "Enough of your cryptic crap," I yelled, and then suddenly Coco jumped out of nowhere and tackled the hag to the ground, growling fiercely. The hag just smiled. "Go ahead, do it, rip me to bloody shreds. It might just be the only hope of destroying this hurt curse for once and for all. Your suffering will be gone, and everyone who has ever fallen victim to the greed's villainy." Before another word could be said, Coco began tearing that woman to bloody shreds. I never knew my dog could be so violent, but I didn't care. If it meant the end of this terror that loomed over us, it was worth it. Me and Bill, who had been woken up by all the commotion, could only watch as the hag was torn apart. She didn't even scream. In fact, she smiled, as if saying, "Thank God it's finally over." And then it was done. Her body was mangled and ripped so badly you couldn't recognize her. Blood was splattered everywhere. Then the body, or the pieces of it, began to shimmer and fade away, and then they were gone. No trace of them remained, as if nothing had happened. Then we noticed a note laying on the floor where the hag had been. Bill picked it up and read it out loud. "Destroy the dollars, destroy the disc. Do it before the remnants of the curse that lie within them enslave you as it enslaved me." I instantly knew what I had to do. I found the wallet I used to keep all the dollars the hag had left me, and I lit a match to it. A blurred, curdling scream of pain sounded from it and almost made me jump out of my skin. I threw it outside and it burned until it was nothing but ash and dust. Then I found the disc containing $1 and I threw it to the ground and stomped on it. Another blood-curdling scream, and the disc spontaneously burst into flame. Now that's what I call a burning CD-ROM. It burned until it was nothing but a bunch of melted plastic. I had to use a shovel to scrape it off the ground and chuck it outside. For the rest of the day, nothing else happened. The hag never came back. Nothing. I think at long last this nightmare might be over, but I won't make assumptions too quickly. I'll wait a while and see if anything else comes up. If nothing else does, I guess it's safe to assume the haunting of $1 has ended. Posted November 12th, 2011. Well, I think I've waited long enough without anything happening that I can safely assume this is all over. Me and Coco have moved back into our house. Things seem to be returning to normal. And after some thinking, I've come up with a hypothesis as to what all that crap was about. I think the hag was forced by a curse to do those terrible things. The curse was like a virus, using her to spread to others. I guess $1.wav and all associated things are duplicates of this virus. I can only assume its proper name is greed, since that's what the hag kept referring to it as. How greed came to be or what its purpose is, I can only wonder. The hag seemed to hint that it was she who created it, and it was a screw-up that she made that caused all of this. I guess those dollars and the disc and the hag were the last remnants of greed, and by destroying them, I destroyed greed forever. She was so anxious to get her hands on evidence and destroy it because she wanted to destroy the curse of greed. I don't know whether any of these guesses are even remotely correct, but I don't really care. As long as this nightmare is over, I'm content with not knowing, and I'm pretty damn certain that it's finally over. You'd think so, huh? My name is Henry Goodman. Yes, I am related to John Goodman, the blogger that had a rather unpleasant experience with a file called $1.Lav. I am his brother. I am the father of 3 kids, and I have a wife whose name is Jenny Goodman. I live in Cincinnati, Ohio. I'm here to tell you about a rather disturbing experience I had involving a used camcorder I bought off eBay. It's strange. Both me and John's problem happened when we bought something off of eBay. Anywho, on with my story. So, me and my family were planning a vacation, and we wanted to capture our trip on tape, as well as take some photos. Unfortunately, our video camera was broken, so we would have to either get a new one or just take photos instead. So, I went on eBay to see if anybody was selling a camcorder. Well, long story short, I found one, I bid on it, and won. A few days later, I received a small package which had the camcorder in it. I opened it up and took the camcorder out. It was the typical camcorder, with the little small screen on it and such. I had some blank camcorder tape, so I opened up the camcorder to put one inside. To my surprise, however, there was already a tape inside. I assumed it was the one the previous owner forgot to take out. It was a used camcorder. I hope nothing important on it, otherwise they'd be pretty upset about losing it. I took the tape out and looked at it. There was a piece of yellow masking tape stuck on the front, labeled with black Sharpie, 2006. Just 2006 and nothing else. I decided to play the tape, just to see what was on it. So I put the tape back inside the camcorder and hooked up the camcorder up to my TV to watch the tape on the TV. I rewound the tape, but it was already at the beginning. So I did the usual crap to play a tape from a camcorder on the TV. The tape started with 10 seconds of a blank blue screen. Then it cut to someone filming a school playground on a cloudy day. Kids ran around and played, but whoever was filming seemed to just be interested in one of them, a little girl. Probably around 5 years old with pale skin, brown hair, brown eyes, and wearing a yellow coat. Whoever was filming seemed to be following her and watching her play. Sometimes the person filming would talk to the girl, and it was a man voice. He called to the girl Alice, and I assumed the person filming was the girl's father. I assumed it must have been some recording of her last day of school or something. So if that was a recording of the cameraman's daughter last day of school, it must have been important to him. I felt bad for him losing something so precious. But I had little time to ponder that because suddenly a very loud droning buzzing sound burst from the speakers, scaring the living crap out of me. The scenery had changed. It was now nighttime and the school was deserted, except for the girl. All the while that ear-piercing buzz continued to sound from the TV speakers as I plugged my ears. The girl was turned away from the camera, so I couldn't see her face. She just stood there motionless. Then she turned to face the camera, and what I saw, well, I didn't see that one coming. The girl's eyeballs were gone, just dark empty sockets where they should have been. There wasn't blood or anything. The eyeballs were literally just gone. Her mouth was drooling some kind of disgusting green slime, and her nose was gone, not like cut off, but just not there. Just plain skin where it should have been. Think of Patrick from SpongeBob. You get the idea. The scene then burst into static. The buzzing noise stopped, but you could hear the sounds of knives slicing against flesh, and blood-curdling screams. Then the scene returned, and the girl was hung by a swing in a swing set, with several nasty wounds around her body and a bloody knife laying on the ground below her. Her eyeballs were still gone, and her mouth still dripped the weird green slime, and she still had no nose. The tape was silent, no loud buzzing or anything. Just silence as the girl dangled around, heart pounding so hard it threatened to burst, scared out of my mind because of the sudden buzzing sound, and to a lesser degree, the disturbing footage that accompanied it. I sprinted over to the TV and shut it off. I ejected the tape from the camcorder, shut the camcorder off, and unhooked it from the TV. I took a hammer and smashed the tape to tiny pieces, breathing heavily, still not sure what the heck just happened. I sat back down on the couch. I just stayed there for a while, staring at the blank TV screen. After I had finally calmed down, Jenny came home from the grocery store. I helped her bring the groceries in. I didn't tell her about the tape, because she'd think I was going insane. The dream I had that night was not pleasant. I was in the dark hallway, my throat. It felt like someone was repeatedly flicking my Adam's apple. That loud buzzing from the tape played nonstop. It wasn't coming from any direction. It was just there, in my ears, as if I was wearing headphones and the sound was playing on them. I was scared out of my mind. I wanted desperately to get out, to go home, to be in the comfort of my bed. I tried crying for help, but no matter how hard I tried, no sound would come out. Suddenly, I felt the urge to vomit. Not having a bucket or toilet nearby, I puked on the floor. Instead of puke, I hurled up a small Sony videotape with masking tape on the front labeled 2006 in black Sharpie. Then the tape morphed into a girl. No, not just any girl. It was the girl in the tape. Her eyeballs were gone. Her mouth oozed green slime, and she had no nose. She slowly walked down the hallway, and for some reason I followed. All the while that awful buzzing noise kept playing. She led me down the hallway, and I realized where I was. I was in an elementary school. Kids' drawings and other art lined the walls. Posters saying, "Vote Josh for school president" were everywhere. You get the idea. She led me out an open door and into the playground. It was the very same playground from the tape, and a man was there holding a camcorder recording us. But not just any camcorder, it was the very same camcorder that I had gotten off of eBay. He just stood there, recording us. The girl led me over to a swing set. She pulled a knife out of her pocket. My body then became frozen in place. I couldn't move my eyes. I couldn't move my head. I was forced to watch in horror as the girl sliced herself up with the knife, giving herself the same wounds as in the video. And the buzzing sound stopped, being replaced with the girl's blood-curdling screams of agony. Then she put her neck into one of the swings as if it was a noose. Then the swing pulled up on its own accord, killing the girl. The girl dangled from the quote-unquote noose, just like in the video. After a few moments, I could move my body again. I sprinted over to the man holding the camcorder. He just looked at me and smiled. "That's my girl," he said. "I'm so proud." I jolted awake. My heart pounded, my forehead was sweaty, and I was breathing heavily. Jenny lay next to me, apparently still asleep. I sat there for a while and finally calmed down. I lay back down in bed and closed my eyes. I couldn't fall back to sleep. My tossing and turning finally woke Jenny up, and she got mad and went to sleep on the sofa. She opened the door, but then she froze. She just stood there, and I could see her hands trembling. I asked her what was the matter. She just pointed a trembling finger out the door. I got out of bed and looked where she was pointing. My blood ran cold. There was a hallway outside of the door, going out to the living room, where the TV was. From down the hall, I could see the TV. It was on, and on it was the little girl's face, missing eyeballs and all. But then I realized that the TV was in a corner of the room that I could not see from where I was. My sleep-deprived brain mistook what I saw as the TV. But it wasn't the TV. It was the window. My name is Henry Goodman. Yes, I am related to John Goodman, the blogger that had a rather unpleasant experience with a file called $1.wav. I am his brother. I am the father of 3 kids, and I have a wife whose name is Jenny Goodman. I live in Cincinnati, Ohio. I'm here to tell you about a rather disturbing experience I had involving a used camcorder I bought off eBay. It's strange. Both me and John's problem happened when we bought something off of eBay. Anywho, on with my story. So, Me and my family were planning a vacation and we wanted to capture our trip on tape, as well as take some photos. Unfortunately, our video camera was broken, so we would have to either get a new one or just take photos instead. So, I went on eBay to see if anybody was selling a camcorder. Well, long story short, I found one, I bid on it, and won. A few days later, I received a small package which had the camcorder in it. I opened it up and took the camcorder out. It was the typical camcorder, with a little small screen on it and such. I had some blank camcorder tape, so I opened up the camcorder to put one inside. To my surprise, however, there was already a tape inside. I assumed it was the one the previous owner forgot to take out. It was a used camcorder. I hope nothing important on it, otherwise they'd be pretty upset about losing it. I took the tape out and looked at it. There was a piece of yellow masking tape stuck on the front, labeled with black Sharpie, 2006. Just 2006 and nothing else. I decided to play the tape, just to see what was on it. So I put the tape back inside the camcorder and hooked up the camcorder up to my TV to watch the tape on the TV. I rewound the tape, but it was already at the beginning, so I did the usual crap to play a tape from a camcorder on the TV. The tape started with 10 seconds of a blank blue screen. Then it cut to someone filming a school playground on a cloudy day. Kids ran around and played, but whoever was filming seemed to just be interested in one of them, a little girl. Probably around 5 years old with pale skin, brown hair, brown eyes, and wearing a yellow coat. Whoever was filming seemed to be following her and watching her play. Sometimes the person filming would talk to the girl, and it was a man voice. He called to the girl Alice, and I assumed the person filming was the girl's father. I assumed it must have been some recording of her last day of school or something. So if that was a recording of the cameraman's daughter last day of school, it must have been important to him. I felt bad for him losing something so precious. But I had little time to ponder that because suddenly a very loud droning buzzing sound burst from the speakers, scaring the living crap out of me. The scenery had changed. It was now nighttime and the school was deserted, except for the girl. All the while that ear-piercing buzz continued to sound from the TV speakers as I plugged my ears. The girl was turned away from the camera, so I couldn't see her face. She just stood there motionless. Then she turned to face the camera, and what I saw, well, I didn't see that one coming. The girl's eyeballs were gone, just dark empty sockets where they should have been. There wasn't blood or anything. The eyeballs were literally just gone. Her mouth was drooling some kind of disgusting green slime, and her nose was gone, not like cut off, but just not there. Just plain skin where it should have been. Think of Patrick from SpongeBob. You get the idea. The scene then burst into static. The buzzing noise stopped, but you could hear the sounds of knives slicing against flesh and blood-curdling screams. Then the scene returned and the girl was hung by a swing in a swing set, with several nasty wounds around her body and a bloody knife laying on the ground below her. Her eyeballs were still gone, and her mouth still dripped the weird green slime, and she still had no nose. The tape was silent, no loud buzzing or anything. Just silence as the girl dangled around. Heart pounding so hard it threatened to burst, scared out of my mind because of the sudden buzzing sound, and to a lesser degree the disturbing footage that accompanied it. I sprinted over to the TV and shut it off. I ejected the tape from the camcorder, shut the camcorder off, and unhooked it from the TV. I took a hammer and smashed the tape to tiny pieces, breathing heavily, still not sure what the heck just happened. I sat back down on the couch. I just stayed there for a while, staring at the blank TV screen. After I had finally calmed down, Jenny came home from the grocery store. I helped her bring the groceries in. I didn't tell her about the tape, because she'd think I was going insane. The dream I had that night was not pleasant. I was in the dark hallway, my throat. It felt like someone was repeatedly flicking my Adam's apple. That loud buzzing from the tape played non-stop. It wasn't coming from any direction. It was just there, in my ears, as if I was wearing headphones and the sound was playing on them. I was scared out of my mind. I wanted it desperately to get out, to go home, to be in the comfort of my bed. I tried crying for help, but no matter how hard I tried, no sound would come out. Suddenly, I felt the urge to vomit. Not having a bucket or toilet nearby, I puked on the floor. Instead of puke, I held up a small Sony videotape with masking tape on the front labeled 2006 in black Sharpie. Then the tape morphed into a girl. No, not just any girl. It was the girl in the tape. Her eyeballs were gone. Her mouth oozed green slime and she had no nose. She slowly walked down the hallway and for some reason I followed. All the while that awful buzzing noise kept playing. She led me down the hallway and I realized where I was. I was in an elementary school. Kids' drawings and other art lined the walls. Posters saying "Vote Josh for school president" were everywhere. You get the idea. She led me out an open door and into the playground. It was the very same playground from the tape, and a man was there holding a camcorder recording us. But not just any camcorder, it was the very same camcorder that I had gotten off of eBay. He just stood there, recording us. The girl led me over to a swing set. She pulled a knife out of her pocket. My body then became frozen in place. I couldn't move my eyes. I couldn't move my head. I was forced to watch in horror as the girl sliced herself up with the knife, giving herself the same wounds as in the video. And the buzzing sound stopped, being replaced with the girl's blood-curdling screams of agony. Then she put her neck into one of the swings as if it was a noose. Then the swing pulled up on its own accord. The following was taken from a newspaper article. Several sightings of a horribly mutant humanoid figure wandering the streets of Ohio City have been reported. The supposed witnesses describe it as being a pale figure, hunched over like a gorilla, having black fur along its spine, vicious claws, long black hair, a terribly large mouth, and an expression of pure malice and insanity. Some witnesses report seeing it strangle people to death, seemingly at random. It would be easy to dismiss these claims as some sick joke if it weren't for the sudden and mysterious deaths of several people. Every person who had died has been identified as being strangled to death. John Goodman says, "Hey Sally, thanks for sending this to me. More of this creepy crap. I've never been superstitious, but I'm seriously starting to think we're cursed or something. This chain of freak shows that's been going down lately can't just be dumb luck." Henry Goodman says, "Yeah, we seem to be attracting the paranormal like magnets. First you, then me, now Sally? I don't know what's going on, but I hope it ends soon." Anonymous says, "You hope so, huh?" There aren't a lot of advantages to being the sole teaching assistant in a small computer science department, except that once in a while the professors are nice enough to unload a bunch of old tech on you for free. Maybe they're cleaning out their offices for the first time in decades and have a few Macintosh classics that would otherwise end up in a dumpster. Sometimes the department gives them new tablets and their old ones need a new home. Or else someone retires and everything not absconded with for nostalgia's sakes becomes fair game for scavenging. Courtesy of the faculty's generosity, I have a bunch of old computer, disk drives, motherboards, and virtually any other computer parts or accessories you can imagine, kicking around in my apartment. Tinkering with data machines can be a great deal of fun. You can practice soldering without having to worry about flushing a bunch of money down the drain if you accidentally break your machine. When you pull them apart, you might find so-called upgrades from your past that seem genuinely laughable now, like the 32 kilobyte deluxe memory expansion card I once yanked from a 1995 laptop. And let's not forget the charm of obsolete archival media. Remember the zip disk? No? Figures. Well, even if you're not a tech geek like me, you can at least appreciate the best part of my perk system, discovering ancient computer games that nobody else remembers, and actually having the wherewithal to play them. Cleaning out offices or browsing through forgotten hard drives, I've stumbled upon games that I've never seen archived anywhere on the internet. Some of them even existed before my parents did, and I've been able to play every last one. You can't pretend to know gaming until you played something on a legitimately floppy disk. Anyway, since I'm given first dibs on any abandoned tech, the department let me raid the office of some adjunct whose name I never quite learned, not having interacted with him all that much. who must have followed through at last with his vows to quit his overworked and underpaid position. I didn't blame him. I heard he made less than I did, and I don't hold a degree nearly as advanced as his. Whatever the reason, Sussman, or was it Hussman? I can't remember, didn't return for the spring semester and didn't leave us any way of reaching him, so a couple of weeks into the semester, after faculty felt reasonably sure he wasn't coming back, they provided me with keys to his office and granted me free reign to swipe whatever I wanted. I let myself in the second I had for a free moment one night after classes, when my teaching assignment was taken care of for the day and the rest of the department had long since headed home. The building was dark by the time I arrived, but the motion sensor lights fired up once I set foot inside, flickering into existence one by one as I made my way down the hallway. The adjunct's office didn't have a nameplate on it. I'm told few adjuncts even have offices for that matter. Consequently, I found the correct room only after I tried, and failed, to open an unmarked broom closet with my new key. The adjunct's office might as well have been a broom closet though. It was barely larger than a bathroom stall. On top of that, it didn't have any windows, and the only light came from a single dingy, incandescent bulb dangling from the ceiling. It didn't have a light switch either, so I had to fumble around in the darkness until I could find and tug its pull cord. No wonder the poor guy quit. Who could be expected to work well under such conditions? Once the dirty light washed over the place, I could see everything that Professor What's-His-Name left behind. It looked pretty unremarkable to me at first glance. He somehow coerced the desk into the cramped space, and found a chair to join it. Both of them wobbled at the slightest touch. A bulky cathode monitor occupied most of the desk's surface, while a keyboard and mouse perched on what space was left in front of it. Shoved into a corner, a stack of coding textbooks had begun to gather a thin layer of dust. One sight struck me as pretty odd though. A cup of coffee, still almost entirely full, had been set beside the chair and evidently forgotten. Nothing interested me right away, so I rifled through the desk drawers in search of something worth taking. Pens and pencils clattered inside, rolling off piles of coffee-stained lecture notes and small hordes of second-hand office supplies. In short, nothing worth the effort, which came as no great surprise. I had expected that if I were to find any prize here, it would be the desktop tower the adjunct had neglected to take with him. So that's exactly what I went after. The monitor's cord trailed behind the desk, leading me to a grimy but sturdy-looking Dell that still had a 3.5-inch floppy drive installed. I didn't have a shortage of floppy drives or anything, but I decided to swipe the machine anyways. You can never have enough spare hardware after all. Besides, I wanted to scope out what kind of files the adjunct kept on the computer. Sometimes that's where the real treasure lies. The hour had grown late by the time I returned home, but I couldn't resist staying up a bit longer to peruse my new acquisition's contents. I hooked the computer up to one of my flat-screen monitors and introduced a keyboard and mouse and plugged it into a power outlet, and went to the fridge to retrieve a high-caffeine soda while I waited for the machine to boot up. Once I came back, a green glow had saturated the screen, dousing my keyboard and desk in sickly colors. The usual boot dialogues for a late 80s OS appeared, written in green, low-pixel characters. That's strange, I thought. Most early operating systems and programs only looked green because of the monitors they used. The visuals themselves, under ideal circumstances, were simply black and white, and my monitor was pretty close to ideal. I figured it was probably a custom OS coded to look green for nostalgia's sake, like that word processor Darkroom. I also found it strange that the adjunct hadn't locked his computer with a password, but I was too excited by my new toy to think too much about it. The OS had a GUI comparable to the oldest Apple offerings, so I had no trouble navigating it. To my astonishment, the icon for the floppy drive indicated that a disk had been inserted. How had I missed that when I first inspected the computer? Sure enough, the ejector button on the tower protruded like something had been placed inside. I poked it and out popped a deep red floppy disk. I slid it into my hand, a label on the disk front side written in black marker with the most compact penmanship I'd ever seen read simply, Toter's Maze. Was it a game? If it was, I'd never heard of it. But then again, I was always unearthing titles I had never heard of before in my office excavations. Maybe it was a personal project that the adjunct had been developing, but what's that title? Programmers name things after themselves all the time, but This one seemed foreign to me. I couldn't have told you the junk's name, but I felt confident it wasn't Toter. By that point, my curiosity couldn't be restrained. I slid the disk into its drive and ran the single executable file it contained. The mouse cursor turned into an hourglass as the computer processed my command. Then, for no more than a millisecond, it transformed into a completely different shape. I could have sworn it looked like a terribly distended face, but I didn't catch a close enough glimpse, because shortly thereafter the screen went black. A second or two later, blocky green text, clearly arranged ASCII style to look as if it were dripping or melting, filled the screen. Toter's Maze appeared in gigantic font, with a single red dot punctuating the center of the O, resembling a pupil caught in a camera flash. Beneath the title, a substantially smaller font presented me a binary command. Begin? Yes, no. Messing with the arrow keys, I found I could move the red dot around, but that it couldn't maneuver beyond the letter that ringed it. I appreciate the simple diversion that the programmer had thought to include. It showed some consideration for the player. Wondering what the rest of the game entailed, I hit the Y key. The screen again went black, save for the O with the red dot. Small green letters began to appear one after the other with second-long intervals between them, as if they simulated someone making a tentative remark. Eventually they finished spelling their message. Are you sure? Yes, no. What a bizarre feature, I thought. Usually you save something like that for quit functions, so that a user doesn't accidentally lose all their progress from a botched keystroke. The unexpected dialogue only made me more curious. I pressed Y. At that, the small letters erased themselves one by one, saving my Y for last. Then the large O disappeared. The red dot stayed for a moment before it, too, disappeared. I was left with another black screen. Soon some text seemed to float up from the blackness, like bubbles rising from a deep pond. Level 1. Then the text seemed to sink out of view. After it disappeared, a bunch of angular green lines drew themselves into existence, forming a kind of labyrinth that looked like a simplified view of an intestinal tract. It wasn't much of a maze though, there was only one route available. No branching path, no dead ends. The red dot from the title screen waited at one end, and a blue dot of slightly smaller size resided at the other. I presumed that I controlled the red one, and I was right. I could navigate the red dot with the arrow keys. It moved at a much brisker pace than I had expected. If I drove it into one of the green lines, it stopped moving. The game imposed no penalty if I did. I suppose there was no objective other than to reach the blue dot, so I started guiding the red dot towards it. When the two dots finally touched, the blue one simply faded away. The rest of the level followed suit, and the red dot disappeared last. Text reading Level 2 emerged from the blackness as if rising from liquid, exactly like what I had seen for the previous level. It seemed anticlimactic to me, but then, nobody plays games like this for cutscenes and stories. I figured the difficulty would amp up at least, and perhaps make for a more entertaining experience. The second level proved no more challenging. It drew a square that took up half the screen. The red and blue dots both appeared inside on opposite corners. There were no obstacles, by no stretch of the imagination could it be called a maze. It seemed Toter had used up all of his or her imaginations on the title screen. Needless to say, the level didn't take me long. Curiously, the victory animation was a little different this time. Instead of fading out right when I touched it, the blue dot disappeared line by line, each successive section seemingly absorbed into the red dot as it vanished. It seemed weirdly fluid compared to everything else in the level. The next few stages began as usual, and had designs equally as insipid as the first two. A basic featureless rectangle, a longer rectangle, bland as the first. A straight line, barely wider than the red dot I controlled, leaving me no option but to move in one direction towards the blue dot. All that changed was the animation at the end. Sometimes the blue dot seemed to dissolve. Others it cleaved in two before disappearing. In one particularly arresting instance, the top quarter of the blue dot seemed to be lopped off, landing beside the dot's remain, then vanishing like the rest of the stage. Before long, I had arrived at level 10. That's when things became genuinely disconcerting. See, the 10th level was nothing like the others. It was rectangular with a bunch of smaller rectangles inscribed within, lying at the top and the bottom, while the center remained empty. The blue dot was somewhere near the dead center of the map. My red dot began in a corner and I started directing it towards its usual target. But then the blue dot did something unexpected. It moved. That's not even the right word. It ran. As my dot drew closer, it inched over by a pixel, as if it had heard something and turned to check out the noise. When the red dot was only a few pixels away, the blue dot took off at an incredible speed. It hurled itself against one of the small rectangles until its wall seemed to yield. Then the blue dot moved inside, cramped by the tight quarters, and the wall reappeared. What the heck had I witnessed? And how was I supposed to clear the level now? My only idea was to try ramming into the small rectangle side like the blue dot had done. As I did, I swore that the blue dot quivered. Eventually, the wall collapsed and the dots touched, resulting in the blue one splitting into many tiny pieces that coated the inner walls of the small rectangle. They didn't fade away like the rest. The red dot disappeared first, and the level and the remnants of the blue dot lingered there for a while, burning the image into my retinas before cutting all at once to blackness. Somehow I felt as if I'd done something awful. Then came level 11. This one featured comparatively sophisticated cartography, rectangles within rectangles, and liberal use of walls, although it still didn't look much like a maze. The path to the blue dot was pretty obvious, and most of the space in the level seemed entirely superfluous. As I moved the red dot along, however, something about the stage began to make me feel uncomfortable. Insane though it sounds to say this about a bunch of green wires, it struck me as dimly familiar. I felt as though I had been there before. I blamed the feeling on the late hours, suspecting that a lack of sleep had started to toy with my senses. When I reached the blue dot, its shape didn't change. The color drained from it top to bottom until, I don't know why these were the first words to enter my mind, a gray hush remained. I told myself I sounded crazy, but I couldn't reason away the dread I had begun to feel. It weighed upon my chest, constricting my lungs, adding to my panic with each breath. Somewhere in my fight for air, I realized why the 11th level seemed so familiar. It looked uncannily like the floor plan to my stepfather's house. How many levels were left in this bizarre game? Even one was too many. I didn't want to play them any longer. I pressed every key on the keyboard, but none of them, nor any combination of them I could think to try, let me exit the program. I tried to force the computer to shut down by holding its power button, but even after 2 consecutive minutes of pinning it, the screen still showed that hateful game. All the same, I couldn't bring myself to pull the plug on the machine. I somehow believed everything would stay on even if I did yank the tower's plug from its socket, and I doubted I would react well to the sight. As if reading my mind, the level finally began to change. Instead of the entire thing fading to black, however, the red dot grew in size, expanding until the whole screen shone red. If migraines can be said to have a color, that red would be it. It seared my eyes, and when I held them shut to guard against the scorching pain, the imprint of a horribly distended face glowed against my eyelids. Reflexively, my glance darted from it, but the thing reappeared wherever my eyes settled. Unlike most residual images that soften and fade over time, this one seemed to grow more detailed by the second. Its skull was deformed, stretched into an oblong shape like pulled putty. Its jaw seemed detached, one side hanging much lower than the other. Where its eyes should have been, I saw only empty sockets that nonetheless seemed to watch me with malevolence. There was no way for me to avert my gaze from its frightening hollow stare except to open my eyes again. Once I did, the screen had at last turned black. I felt far more afraid of not finishing than finishing, so I went on to level 12. I recognized as level 2. It clearly matched the floor plan of the computer science department, being almost an exact replica of the fire escape diagrams I'd seen posted on the walls there. The level's blue dot ambled about the stage, pausing at certain points while swaying back and forth over them. The red dot lingered in a small room that corresponded to the location of the adjunct's office. It's only a game, I chanted to myself like a mantra. It's only a game. My ritual almost restored my calm until my cell phone buzzed, stridently vibrating atop my desk. I yelped at the sound. I couldn't help it. A text message had arrived. I felt reluctant to pick it up, expecting some sort of correspondence worthy of the ring. But it was only something from my mother. Even so, that put me on edge. She was far from a night owl, so for her to need to contact me at such a late hour did not bode well. "Something's happened to Ron," the message read. Ron was my stepfather. "I don't know what. Blood everywhere. I don't understand. Have called police. Too shaken to talk right now. Call me soon, please." My stomach had knotted so tightly that I nearly vomited. I felt responsible. I almost certainly was responsible. What the hell kind of game was I playing? Who would make a game like this and why? I couldn't finish the thought before I ended up disgorging my soda onto the floor. I slumped forward and the sting of stomach acid hot in my throat. As I pulled myself upright, I glimpsed the slow, deliberate movements of the blue dot on the screen. Based on its patterns, it probably indicated a member of the custodial staff. The poor fool had no idea what horrible fate awaited. For that matter, neither did I. I could only imagine, but didn't much want to imagine, what the red dot signified. My creative powers couldn't begin to fathom what it would do to his next victim. It was too much. I couldn't knowingly kill somebody. I would never forgive myself for the deaths I had accidentally caused, but I didn't have to allow any more to happen. I was better than that. I would not be an accomplice to a murder. I pushed my keyboard aside and stared at the screen with defiance as I pondered what to do next. The game, however, thought farther ahead than I did. Within moments, a timer appeared on the corner of my screen. I barely registered that it showed 30 seconds before it rapidly began counting down. What would happen if the timer hit 0? 20 seconds, then 15? I felt my resolve crumbling. If the game had proven this horrible when I did what it wanted, what kind of retribution would it visit on me if I went against its will? 10 seconds, 9, 8. I had to make my decision. 7, 6, 5. The decision came quickly, more instinct than conscious choice. I pounded the arrow keys. The red dot flew at an unfathomable speed. The blue dot had no time to react. As soon as the red touched it, it collapsed in a pile, scattering like a handful of dust. The stage turned to water and fell from my eyes. By the time I had dried them, the hateful green font had risen. Final level, stage 13. How auspicious. At least it couldn't torture me, nor anyone else, after one last death. I felt almost grateful that there would be only one more, and tried to think of his or her demise as a sacrifice to the well-being of everybody else. It would almost be a good thing, ending this horror once and for all. I had a moment of panic as it occurred to me that the game might try to pull a fast one on me. What if the final level featured an abundance of blue dots, like a crowded shopping mall on the other side of the world or something? I couldn't do that. At least, I didn't think I could. The text gradually disappeared. The level's blue and red dots appeared first, one of each, with almost no distance separating them. I began to heave a sigh of relief, until I saw the map. It was my apartment, rendered in harsh green pixels. I whirled around in my seat. I couldn't see anything in the darkness, for my eyes had adapted to the brightness of my monitor. I thought I detected a faint red glow on the walls around me, even though the only light source in the room was emitting green. I felt my body begin to lock up, starting with my legs. The tension worked its way up to my body until it settled in my jaw. My mandibular muscles clenched so tightly that I thought I'd drive my teeth into my skull, but I couldn't help it. I'd never known fear so intense. There were no sounds but the pulse in my ears. No movement around me but the flicker of shadows and the burgeoning red light. I wheeled myself back to the computer screen. It was completely awash in blinding migraine red. I clenched shut my eyes. Deep in my own darkness, I spotted a flicker of red. It drew closer and closer. I didn't even need to see it to know what it was. The face, that thing I had unleashed, had returned. It came so near that I thought I could feel it breathing on my face. I opened my eyes. The face had overtaken the screen. It glowered at me for a moment. Then its maw widened, revealing a dark, cavernous hole. It swallowed every pixel, plunging my room into blackness. And something hard as bone, warm and sharp, cut a deep gash across my throat. Have you ever had an experience that suggested someone else was in your house and just thought, I don't want to know? and left it? Sometimes fear of the unknown just seems like the preferable option than facing a real concrete danger. Normally it's nothing though. One time, the beeper function of my wireless house phone went off when I was the only one home. It could only be called from the living room. Another time, I swear someone took some change from my desk. They're all probably just slightly disconcerting tricks of the memory. But what would you do when something truly suggestive happens? Would you run or just ignore it like I did? Last Monday was a normal day. I got up, brushed my teeth, changed into school clothes, all little parts of my morning ritual. It seemed like it would be another totally unnoteworthy day until I saw the strings. There were 3 or 4 thick twine strings in my room. They crisscrossed between the walls around my bed, one attached to the door. No way would I have missed them before. I should have tripped over them. They were tied to pins in the walls, which had also not existed before 10 seconds ago. Nobody could have been in my room while I was in it, let alone set this up. It was early, and my brain wasn't processing correctly. I simply discredited the sight, untied the strings, and left for school, leaving them balled up on my desk. It didn't get any better later. Outside my house, there were hundreds of them, tied between houses, around cars, across streets. This had to be some super elaborate prank, one of those hidden camera shows or a comedy improv blog. They had gotten everyone else to play along too. Passerbys were tangled in them, tying them to objects they were walking towards and away from, as if they had been and were continuing to follow the course laid out for them. I nervously continued my journey to school. On the bus, everyone except me was tied to the door. At school, groups of friends were tied to each other. Teachers were tied to the desks and boards. Oddly enough, at this point, all I could wonder why I had been left out. When my friend Lucy sat beside me in first period, she simply plonked her bag down on my lap and rested her chin in her hand, looking right past me to the window outside. "Hey Lucy." No response. "Come on, I didn't expect you to be in on this too." She sighed and started taking books from her bag. All the books were tied to her hands. I grinned and yanked one of the strings off of a book. She didn't seem to notice, instead simply disregarding the book completely, letting it drop to the floor without a moment's hesitation. I leaned down, picking up her book, and placing it back on her desk. She took no notice. "Well, if that's how we're gonna play it," I smiled, trying to look playful, but really just trying to hide my nervousness. I bundled all the strings attached to her together with one hand and pulled them all free. She blinked, turning to stare at me. "Holy crap, Martin, you're like a ninja or something." "I've been sitting here for like maybe 10 minutes. I smiled again, relieved my friends had finally noticed me. "Where did all these strings come from?" she gasped, seemingly noticing for the first time. "I assumed you were all fucking with me." She stood up, backing into a corner. No one else in the class noticed. "They weren't here just a minute ago. Did you see them too?" Her tone made it clear that she was genuinely scared. "No, didn't you?" I was interrupted by my teacher slamming the door behind her. Everyone except me and Lucy murmured a good morning, and still, no one seemed to pay either of us any notice. "People have been ignoring me all day," I said to Lucy before turning to her teacher. "Hey, dumb bitch! You can't teach for shit!" No reaction. "I'm getting away from all this shit." Lucy pulled a few strings aside and left the class. I followed, and surprise, surprise, no one else noticed. We wandered the corridors, leaving and entering classes as we saw fit. Whenever we untied a chair or book from someone else, it was like it suddenly didn't matter to them. It didn't exist. I showed her the street outside, and there were more strings than when I came in this morning. Twice as many. We carefully picked our way through the tangle, making our way to a nearby coffee shop. Not particularly grand, I know, but what would you do in our situation? As I said, fear of the unknown sometimes seems like the very safer option. On a few occasions, I suggested we untie a few more people. Lucy was opposed to it. Remember how terrified she'd been. In the coffee shop, we grabbed a couple of sandwiches and drinks from the fridge. We found a table, untied all strings attached to the chairs, and sat down. We both ate in silence, both of us too scared, both of us distracting ourselves by watching the strangers in the shop, oblivious to the strings. After 20 minutes, Lucy spoke up. "Now she's gonna take that sandwich," she said, pointing at a woman across the shop. Sure enough, she walked to the fridge and took the plastic wrap sandwich she was tied to. She pays for it and leaves. She did so, according to the prophecies of the string. That guy doesn't intend to pay. I watched as a man took his coffee and ran out of the store, the two servers just looking too exasperated to go after him. "This is horrible," she whimpered. "Let's go, please." Outside wasn't much better. Everyone just followed the string's instructions, going about their daily lives. Lucy announced she was going home to sleep this off, and I agreed to walk her home. She only lived 10 minutes away. Away from the busier part of town, there were fewer strings. It was nicer. We could pretend it wasn't happening. When we turned onto Lucy's street, she stopped, her mouth falling open. "What now?" I broke the silence, my voice sounding surprisingly small. "Look," she pointed outside one of her neighbor's houses. I saw it clearly. I'll take my memory of that moment till the day I die. A little dark imp, maybe 3 feet tall, walking along it with his knuckles on the ground, almost like a monkey. It had 2 bulbous yellow eyes, taking up about half his face, and no mouth or any other facial features. It was holding a hammer and a ball of twine, which it was letting out behind it. It walked quickly and quietly from the front door of the house to the mailbox. It stopped, hammered a nail into the side of the box, and tied its string around it. It turned to face us, and stopped when it spotted us. My bottom fell out even further than it had already been, but it just stared at us with a look of surprising curiosity. You could almost say it was the more frightened one. Suddenly, it beckoned to us with its tiny hand. I looked at Lucy and she hadn't moved. I looked back at the imp, which stared at me. I halved the distance between us, and then halved it again. This wasn't fear of the unknown anymore. It was fear of this little guy. Didn't seem like anything to be scared of. When I was a meter away from it, it extended its hand. Hi." I shook it. It nodded in approval, blinking its massive yellow eyes up at me. "So you're the ones in charge of the string?" It nodded eagerly. I called Lucy over, but she stayed where she was. "There are more of you?" Another nod. I wanted to ask it so many questions about what it was and where it came from, but it seemed for now I was stuck with only yes or no questions. "Do we even have free will?" It just looked at me, almost sadly. I immediately felt sick to my stomach and couldn't bear looking at the little monster anymore. I grabbed Lucy, who had been listening to our exchange, and now sat on the curb with her head in her hands. "Come on." We entered her house, and I made her a cup of tea. When I found her in the living room, she had untied her dog and was curled up with it, crying. I set the tea down and sat beside her. "I'm so scared," she whispered after a good 10 minutes of sobbing. I didn't answer. I couldn't. "I'm going to sleep," she mumbled suddenly, and was under within the minute. Sleep was starting to sound pretty good all of a sudden. My eyelids suddenly felt like they were being weighed down. I collapsed to the rug, and the last thing I heard before I fell asleep was the sound of scurrying of several sets of little feet nearby. I felt much better the next day, as if the whole affair had been a dream. I'd probably have believed that if I hadn't been awoken by Lucy's mother that morning, wondering what I was doing sleeping over without permission or something. Over breakfast, Lucy asked me why I looked so pale and nervous. I turned to her and smiled, mumbling something to her about feeling sick. But the truth was, I was scared because I couldn't see any strings, and was wondering whether my actions were truly my own. It is said when you take a picture of someone, you capture their soul in the camera. It is also said that if you print it off, that picture contains the soul itself and you can't control them with it. I'm not sure where to start. Do you know what the primordial soup is? A veritable ocean of elements, all floating around randomly, and through millions of years of time, eventually the right set of random circumstances came to pass and the elements were able to connect together and form the world's first single-cell organism. Now, That's a really boiled down version of it, but I'm sure you get the gist of it. Fast forward a few billion years to the early 1990s, when internet use began to rapidly accelerate. Every home had a computer, and new connections between the computers were opening on a by-the-second basis. Trillion of bytes of data began to transfer around the world at the speed of light. Music, text, sound, and most importantly, pictures. Now, when you take a picture of someone and capture their soul, what happens when that picture is converted to data and placed on a hard drive? Does the soul follow? 15 years later, we believe so. We believe that when you take a picture of someone and upload it onto your computer, alongside the image data, a blueprint of the person's soul itself is imprinted on the file itself. Look at your picture folders. How many souls reside in that folder alone? That's just the beginning though. These soul blueprints each retain the pieces of a puzzle, parts of the soul itself as well. Recently, a group of hackers who referred to themselves as the Cardinals took an interest to this theory and began experiments. They found anomalies within the binary sequences of images based on a similar features of the person they had taken a picture with. A binary DNA, if you will. Now, these hackers had come to possess a set of 3 extremely important data files, one AVI, one JPEG, and one MP3, each of which possessing interesting and explainable qualities. The first, Cradle.avi, depicts what appeared to be a group of teenagers with a low-quality video camera exploring the basement of a house. The quality of the video is distorted completely beyond any comprehensibility, and the video is very low quality. For most of the video, the camera is passed around the group, handed back and forth and jerked around too much to make anything noticeable out. But near the end, the camera turns at an odd angle. You can semi-clearly make out a young girl standing in the corner facing the wall. Her hair is long and black, and she's wearing some form of white dress. You only see her for a split second, but many people who have seen the video claim there just seems something wrong with her. A bit deformed, but not in a way anyone can explain. But the truly peculiar property of this video is what happens to the user's computer at the end of it. On the last second of the video, if not already so, the video will force its full screen itself. Along with this, you are left with a 1-second looping clip of a window in a wall. It loops 15 times, and then the girl is seen again, standing on the other side of the window with her back to the viewer. Slowly wavering back and forth, after a few moments the video ends and the user's computer permanently shuts down. Inspection has shown that the entire registry becomes completely corrupt, requiring the user to do a total wipe and reinstall. The second file is known as needles.mp3. This sound file, when played, plays for about 3 minutes. It is extremely distorted. One can occasionally make out some form of voice talking, but most of the sound is some form of growling, rolling, crackled roar. Users who listen to this file often experience extreme nausea and loss of balance for a brief period of time. The final file is known as BurningMan.jpg. The file name has nothing to do with what the actual picture depicts. Instead, it just displays a haphazard mess of overlaid and meshed images of dolls in a hallway. There also seems to be an image of a man standing with his head cast down in the background, but the image is too distorted to make anything out, much like the other files. The image, when downloaded and opened on a user's desktop, will proceed to stay permanently open on whatever program it is opened through. Not only that, the program becomes disabled. Nothing else happens. The image just permanently sits there on your desktop, unclickable, unminimizable, and you're just left there with the man's invisible gaze staring at you. From what the group of hackers were able to discern, this file seems to have pre-compiled into the data something along the lines of CMDAO. Yet, as complex and intricate as the program is, that works across all OS platforms, no one knows who the original creator is. In fact, few people have heard of it, as the file is uncopyable nor sendable. This in fact further adds to the mystery, as often receivers of this file will obtain it from random anonymous emails posted on forums on a download link, posing the question, how was that poster able to upload it? If you ever see any of these files, refrain from downloading any of them. They all have varying detrimental effects on your computers. From practically taking out your whole registry, corrupting System 32, freezing your mouse, or crashing your computer. Now onwards. This group of hackers, the Cardinals, took to analyzing these 3 files and comparing their odd behaviors. They had heard of other such odd files, images, data, etc., but were never able to get their hands on them, at least as far as we know, though rumor states they were in fact able to locate and collect all of the known files like the original smile.jpg, barbie.jpg, even suicidemouse.avi. Not even the grifter was able to escape their grasp, rumor states. But rumor also states that the grifter video even exists. But that's another story. Nonetheless, all these files in hand, the group lined the files up and began to meticulously work through the binary 101 at a time, checking for similar strains and series of binary that matched. And they did manage to successfully do so, at least the legend states. The result was 7 individual execute files that did nothing, simply a gibberish piles of zeros and ones. They endlessly puzzled over the files, each tackling an execute each. They decided to name them after themselves: lust, gluttony, greed, envy, sloth, wrath, and pride. At last they attempted to line the files up. Remarkably, something odd happened. The copies of the files quite suddenly meshed together. The result was a single complete execute, already named barelybreathing.exe. And what of this file? Well, not much else is known after that point. They were too smart to just execute it. They analyzed the file in every possible way. Hex, binary conversions, anything to figure out what this odd file would do. To no avail. Even after forming together, it was an even bigger jumble of ones and zeros, and made no sense than the separate executes. They backed the file up on a flash drive and proceeded to run it. That was the last command found run on their destroyed computers a week later. Their corpses had been disfigured beyond recognition. Description of the corpses stated that it almost had seemed as if they had been brutally slashed across their faces and arms. Every square inch of skin that had been bare had been mutilated, almost microwaved, and then sliced repeatedly by a micro-thin razor. The government attempted to hush up the event, but there was some media leakage, and because the Cardinals had been keeping a blog amongst themselves and a few close friends, it's closed down and deleted now, so don't go trying to find it. It quickly spread out as per what they had been attempting to accomplish, and if it was or was not related to the terrible deaths. And what of the flash drive? A friend who knew of its existence later checked the home of the group and was unable to find it. According to reports, the drive was found in the pocket of one of the group and had been taken into custody by the police, and then it simply vanished. The trail continues on, far more though. The file resurfaces every few weeks around the globe. Governments attempt to cover it up, but some media leaks out, of course. Look to the news for people mutilated in their own homes by a murderer, their computers stolen, etc. If you ever get a cryptic email with an attachment labeled barelybreathing.exe, for fuck's sakes, do not open it. The foreword to this interview is to provide the Stoker estate with some elucidation on the more unseemly sections of the preceding interview. For the sake of brevity, a brief detailing of events leading up to the interview has been listed. I was contracted by the Stoker estate to locate the crew from the latest expedition to inquire about their derelictions of duties, conduct an interview about their failings, and mediate in the termination of their service. After plying the locals around the Providence area, I received some information about the possible whereabouts of one Mr. Howard. Mr. Howard had been inducted into Expedition 5A under the behest of the Stoker family. He had been selected due to his knowledge of nearby town and his disbelief of the local rumors surrounding the recently purchased Ladd excavation site, which had been shut down 2 decades prior to the Stoker's estate's involvement in subsequent purchase. The subject of interview was intercepted from the local constable after an incident at a local bar in the Providence area. Mr. Howard had been sequestered after a violent outburst in a local bar, which led to his expulsion from the establishment. Afterwards, he was detained by the local constable when he was witnessed in a state of dishevelment and unseemliness. I was made aware of his location and arrived at the constable's office to negotiate his release after the preposition of accounting the events of his expedition. He appeared groggy and suffering the effects of the previous night's revelries. He initially turned down my inquiry until I made him privy to the fact that I was mediating on behalf of the Stoker family. It was only then that he began his tale. The testimonial of Mr. Howard regarding the events of August 20th, 1913. We left that morning in high spirits. We had been promised a great sum for a small deal of work. Our party consisted of myself, Mr. Ambrose Dereleth, Matthew Campbell, a name I suspect to be a pseudonym, and Ramsey Hodgson. We had all been enlisted due to our desire for work, easy pay, and familiarity with violence. I was a willing participant in the border war before being called home to address family matters. Matthew Campbell was likely a sellsword willing to work for the highest bidder. Ambrose Derelith had little experience, but he showed fortitude and an admiration of my brief military history. As for Ramsey Hodgson, he didn't talk much the night before. He instead chose to keep company at the bar. The damnable Stoker estate paid us a pittance up front with the promise of a full payment after the work was done. At this point, Mr. Howard was advised not to speak ill of his employers. This admonishment did nothing to change his disposition, and instead it seemed to agitate him further. As mentioned, we were paid a paltry sum by the venerable estate to lead a small expedition to investigate the claims of worker at the lad excavation site, outfitted with only the most basic weaponry, a Springfield M1903 with a bayonet from my time on the frontier, a bolo knife which Campbell asserted was all he required or likely the only weapon he had any real proficiency with, and a Colt single-action army revolver. The intrepid Ambrose did not arrive with a firearm, which I suspect was due to his lack of means and financial situation. He instead carried a cudgel that had likely been put to work in the farm for dealing with pests. In the end, the weapons afforded us little hope against what we would encounter down in the darkness of the excavation site. Having been briefed and provided with details of our excursion, Mr. Hodgson led us through the woods towards the lad excavation site. As we journeyed, I regaled Ambrose with my tales of my experiences during the frontier war. He listened wide-eyed and rapt as Mr. Hodgson regarded him with a sad smile. He knew the intrepidness of youth and the tragedy which followed such an attraction to adventure. Upon recollection, the woods have taken on a darker and more sinister tone. Whether this is a result of my experience or if it is actually the case, I do not know for certain. The only thing I can say truthfully is that Ambrose noted the presence of a large amount of mistletoe on the surrounding trees and how it seemed to increase as we drew closer to our goal. Mr. Hodgson briefed us that the esteemed Stoker estate had experiencing a number of workers who had either failed to report in for duty or had fled. Due to the presence of bandits or ne'er-do-wells in the surrounding areas, we assumed the people had been waylaid and robbed. After a sweep of the woods, we found little to suggest the presence of a raiding party. We saw no signs of camp and nothing to suggest that anything supported the theory of bandits abducting, ransoming, or robbing travelers or workers. It was at this moment that Matthew Campbell suggested we return to the town and collect our reward. Mr. Hodgson adamantly opposed the idea and proposed a counter-suggestion of exploring the excavation site to ascertain whether or not there was any signs of brigands having set up an encampment there. Mr. Derelith vocally supported this suggestion. As a young man, he assumed everything would be an adventure and would end with the forces of good routing the evil. He was too young to realize how a skirmish with the thieves would only be quick, violent, and hopefully unfulfilling. I had learned that lesson already. I supported the idea and we continued towards the excavation site as a group. Matthew Campbell wasn't pleased with the outcome, but knew that if he had left the party now, he would get nothing upon completion of our task. He did not seem to be in accordance with this turn of events and made his sentiments known to us. Mr. Derelith was so energized by this prospect that he almost danced through the woods as we drew closer to the damnable site. The entire time, he kept inquiring about Mr. Hodgson's and my experience in combat. I told him a few stories to help pass the time while he listened with attention, hungry for every detail. As we prepared under the auspice, a tree riddled with so much mistletoe that it was near impossible to see the sky under its infestation. The excavation site was devoid of life. The silence of our surroundings hung like a paw over us, yearning to be broken. We decided that a lantern would only serve to alert possible miscreants to our presence, so we would press into the deep with only our weapons and our wits. God help us, there were not enough. Mr. Howard requested a drink and was promptly denied one due to his circumstances. He became taciturn and refused to continue his recounting of events until something was procured for him. Once a cup of spirits was provided, he drank it in a single draught. He found no respite in the strong drink, and he continued his story. The excavation site was wholly uninteresting. It was what you would have expected from an abandoned site. The air was thick with dust and agitated our lungs. We refrained from coughing for fear of giving away our position as we ventured deeper into the darkness. A majority of the mining equipment we have found had haphazardly left strewn about the tunnels. As we proceeded deeper, the area grew darker and more difficult to navigate. Still, we refused to use the lantern until we could ascertain whether or not brigands were about. The darkness obscured a lot of detail, but I do remember noting that our uncertainty increased the further we ventured into the depths. Our weapons brought us a small measure of comfort, but the darkness was almost oppressive. Whereas most of the party was discouraged by the environment, Mr. Derelith pressed on undaunted, driven by the singular promise of adventure and excitement. Matthew Campbell lingered behind the group with furtive movements, as if preparing to take flight at the slightest hint of danger, and Mr. Hodgson pressed on with the grim determination of a veteran. We made progress deeper into the site by clinging onto the walls and proceeding with caution. It was here where we came across the depths, purely by accident. Poor Ambrose was the first to discover the descent. His hand slipped into the gap and he went tumbling down into the darkness with a shocked cry. Mr. Hodgson was the first to react. Without a second thought, he threw himself into the hole and slid to the bottom. I moved next and tried to carefully navigate the treacherous descent down to the other two. By the time I reached them, Ambrose had regained his senses and with the help of Ramsey, rose to his feet. I surveyed the area around me and noticed that climbing back out of the pit would be a difficult task without ropes or means to secure ourselves. I called up to Matthew to tell him we were unharmed and that he needed to find some means to help us extricate ourselves from our predicament. He promised us he would try to find some rope or some other way to help us out. I requested he slide down the lantern so we may try to find some way out, but he stated that he needed light to search the area. I tried to protest, but by then the coward had fled and left us in the darkness. Luckily, Mr. Hodgson had a small amount of tinder sticks, which could be used to survey our surroundings. He shook the tinder stick and briefly illuminated the pit, which revealed the desperation of our situation. The incline was far too steep to try to ascend with no footholds, and without the risk of falling and badly injuring ourselves. It appeared the excavation had broken through to another cave system while mining the ore out of this one. Before we could make it out any more of the area, the light was extinguished by a slight gust. We watched in despair as the flame on one of our few tinders flickered and went out. Our despair was quickly replaced by Mr. Hodgson's insightful nature. He reasoned that this deep in the cave we shouldn't be subject to air currents, so the fact that we had just experienced a warm breeze suggested we were close to an exit. Uplifted by this fortuitous news, we proceeded in the direction of the wind. All thoughts of finding any possible bandits and raising their encampment were forgotten in our search for an exit. We moved slowly through the darkness and groped along the walls to keep on the right track. Ambrose Derelith had suffered a slight sprain in the fall and had a pronounced limp, but our encouragement drove him onwards. We came to the conclusion that we were ill-equipped to deal with our current situation, and would need to regroup and request more funding before we were able to mount an effective expedition. Ramsey led the foray into the darkness, armed only with his revolver and a few tinders, with Ambrose trailing behind us. The wind was intermittently blowing and drawing us forward down the winding series of tunnels and further away from the light. We walked in complete darkness for a few minutes with nothing but the steady footfalls of our boots, before Ramsey decided to ignite another tinder stick. He fished one out of the carton, and it was upon striking the second tinder stick that he revealed the man standing before us. The man was in such a disheveled state, he almost appeared like a wretched wight straight from a cautionary tale. I would have put him to the bayonet of my Springfield M1903 had Ramsey not stayed my hand. The man regarded us with wide eyes that appeared almost black from the dilation of his pupils. His clothes were filthy, and he was no longer wearing boots. He was dreadfully thin and appeared sickly. Ambrose fearfully inquired about his well-being, but the man just looked beyond us with an agape mouth as if shocked in awe at something beyond the veil of a normal sight. He mouthed words I could not comprehend with a tone and inflection which seemed completely alien to our group. All attempts to rouse him from his trance proved fruitless. His experience in time in the cave had rendered him semi-catatonic and unaware of the world around him. We reasoned that we had come across one of the reported lost miners who had gotten lost in the depths. His harrowing experience had rendered him dumb and deaf to our inquiries. We tried to coax him to come with us, but he stood transfixed facing deeper into the tunnel. We eventually decided we didn't have the means to free him from his wretched reverie, and that we would return for him later when we had enough men to prepare a makeshift transport for him. One memory of the man sticks with me, which is that he wasn't attired like the local miners who wore thick clothes and cloths around their face to protect themselves from particulates and dust motes. Instead, this man was outfitted in gear more befitting of a traveler or wanderer. Given that no sane man would wander into a cave of their own volition, this leaves me with one essential inquiry. How many expeditions had been sent there before us? Mr. Howard's question was evaded and he was provided with another drink, which he gratefully accepted. He once again drank it in a single motion before continuing on. We left the catatonic man behind. He refused to be moved closer to the exit where the wind was coming from, and we did not have the numbers to forcibly extricate him from the spot. I promised Ambrose we would return for him once we were able to locate an exit and regroup with Matthew. He assented, and we continued our descent with trepidation steadily welling up inside us. I tried to ignore the fact that the airflow was leading us deeper into the darkness and further underground, but with each passing moment, the realization grew stronger. I told myself that the cave would eventually open up on some lowlands and we could see the sun again. The further down we walked, the more close the walls became. We started out being unable to reach either side of the walls to the point where we would touch them with outstretched arms. Soon it shrunk down so much where we had to walk in a single file and squeeze through crevices. Still, we pressed onwards, following the intermittent puffs of wind, driven by the promise of freedom and light. The smell was hardly discernible at first, but as the earth closed in around us and the darkness grew, it soon became apparent that the odor could not be ignored. Each time the breeze worked its way through the tight channel, it brought with it a singular smell. We were forced to cover our faces with the sleeves of our clothes to try to shield ourselves from the overpowering scents. I cannot forget that malodorous sensation as long as I live. It was a smell of rot. I assumed we had found the remains of the other men. Finally, after squeezing through a path so tight that we had to draw in our breath just to pass through, we came to a large cavern. I wondered if this was the final chamber before the terminus of this excavation site. The wind had now grown in strength and it buffeted us as we walked further into the abyssal blackness. In the darkness, we could make out something in the center of the chamber amidst a pool of stagnant water. Mr. Howard grew despondent at this point in the retelling. After a few moments, I decided to ply him with another drink. It took a moment of coaxing, but I was able to convince him to accept this offer. He drank this cup slowly as if trying to delay the conclusion of his tale. After he finished with the spirits, he pressed on. We all approached it, curious to figure out what the object was. Mr. Hodgson and Mr. Derleth reached the thing first, and their excitement at the prospect of a new discovery they pushed forward into the murky water. It was my hesitation to enter the stagnant water so hastily which saved me from the brunt of the hoarder. As soon as he was within reach of the object, Mr. Hodgson struck the tinder stick and illuminated the room. Words cannot describe the abomination we witnessed, but I will try for the sake of my final request. The thing in the center of the room was a large mass of flesh. It looked like a tangled jumble of sinew, skin, and sin, similar to what a carrion bird would disgorge when it had feasted too much on the dead. I could make out fingers and toes, arms and legs, and torsos and heads writhing and wriggling in the abominable amalgamation. The fusion of fetid flesh was covered in a sickly slick, viscous layer which encapsulated its form. It pulsed with a fiendish frequency, and I thought I could see through the slick layer of membrane to something inside, but I was too far away. Ambrose was not spared that mercy. Everything seemed to happen at once. Ambrose shrieked as if a searing hot poker had been driven into his nervous system. Off in the distance, I could hear the sound of voices, alerted by Ambrose, panicked yelling. We were not alone with this thing, and something told me we would not want to meet the others. Their voices were distant, but I heard enough to identify their ululations and gibbering nonsense as they grew in volume. They almost sounded tribal in nature. The struck tinder stick was extinguished by the wind that thing generated, its breathing. Then the true madness began. Ramsey drew his revolver in response to the sight of the thing that should not be, and fired blindly into its mass. The muzzle flash lit up the cavern in brief bursts and revealed something moving underneath the water towards Ramsey in response to his attack. I tried to shout a warning to him, but he was too busy screaming and trying to reload to heed my words. Before he could finish his revolver reload, the fleshy mass, which was part of the monstrous mound of meat, encircled him and pinioned his arms down to his torso. I charged forward into the water in an attempt to save my compatriot from the amalgamation. I stabbed my bayonet into the twisted tendril of tendons, watching it sink in with a sick, slushing sound, but it did nothing to weaken its hold on my companion. It held tight to him and constricted his movements. A resulting shriek sounded from the mask, and I could hear the others yowling in sympathy as they hastened to the creature's aid. Ramsey struggled against the flesh as it drew him towards the misshapen mass in the center of the cavern, but it was too powerful. I could do nothing but watch as the tendril drew him towards the writhing shape and pressed him against the odious orb. Ramsey's pleas for help turned into incoherent screams as viscous fluid made contact with his skin. Whether the ooze was acidic or just facilitated the fiendish osmosis, it cannot be sure. All I know is how painful it sounded. Ramsey tried to pull himself free, and I watched in horror as the skin on his side of his face sloughed off where it had contacted the vile substance, but it clung to him and incorporated him deeper into the mass. At this moment, Ambrose reached my side and stood with me before the abomination. Whereas Ramsey's military experience had steeled him against such grotesque sights, Ambrose, who was wholly unprepared for the imagery of decay, death, and destruction, he was not familiar with the cloying stench of death nor the methods of how to persevere. His eyes said to everything. He had seen what was inside the mass. He knew the creature's true form, and that revelation blasted his mind to fragments. He held tight onto my coat and screamed about eyes, thousands of eyes inside. He repeated those words endlessly as if transmitting the message to me might give him some sort of solace. I pretended I didn't know what he meant with those words. I didn't want to know what he had seen, which had irreversibly altered him. I had tried to pull myself free and calm him, but he was past the realm of sanity and rationality. He gripped me tighter and drew me closer to him while trying to vocalize what he had seen. I could hear others drawing near. Perhaps they were miners or wanderers. Perhaps they were other expeditions sent forth from the August Stoker estate, intrigued by the promise of riches, unaware that their only reward would be paid for in blood and lunacy. Ambrose Derelus had fallen victim to their machinations. He was slipping into the abyss and pulling me with him. Mr. Howard hesitated at this part, and a draught of beer was provided for him. He stared at the mug for a few moments before continuing his tale without drinking. Ambrose shrieking about eyes and twitching mandibles only served to disturb me and draw those wretched worshippers to our locations. If any of us stood a chance at survival, we would need to flee now, while the thing was distracted and the others were not around to apprehend us. Ambrose, however, would not let me go. He was dragging me deeper into the darkness and desolation of that place. I did the only thing I could do. I stuck the bayonet into Ambrose's throat and I ran. God help me, I ran. Ambrose choked out a few words as I broke free from his grasp. I ignored them and ran back the way I had come. Sprinting through the darkness and colliding and ricocheting off the walls, I could hear the animalistic cries of the horde descend upon their god's chamber. I tried to ignore the sound of struggling and screaming, but it became unbidden to my ears all the same. I wondered how those raving madmen surviving in such close proximity to that malevolent mass, and I came to a horrifying realization. It let them live. Everything needs sustenance. The fleshy shell encapsulating the thing. It was almost like a cocoon, almost embryonic. It needed them. I broke most of my fingernails climbing out of the pit back into the mine, but I was too harried to care at that moment. All I remember was running with the sounds of their feet following me and their ravings and rambling bouncing around in the darkness. I passed by Matthews trying to fend off a number of the psychotic supplicants who had ambushed him, but there were too many and I was in no condition to help. Reduced to a craven child, I could only hide in the darkness as the madmen fell upon Matthew and dragged him towards the cavern. They were caked in sweat and were in various stages of undress. The skin along their arms was riddled with teeth marks and sanctions of missing flesh. They babbled nonsensical words to each other that only they could comprehend as they subdued Matthew. Once I was certain they had passed, I continued fleeing. I could hear them behind me, searching the darkness and cackling. What happened to Matthew, I do not know. Perhaps he is still down there, gibbering and driven mad by the things he will be forced to witness. He may have been an uncouth and unsavory character, but no one deserves to suffer such a fate. Free from the horrors of that expedition, I could do nothing but try to come to terms with my cowardly and craven actions. The worst thing that still haunts me was Ambrose's words as I stuck my bayonet into the hollow of his throat. I couldn't hear him clearly, but his words sounded something like, "Thank you." No, that is not right. His final words were not "thank you." They were not appreciation for sparing him from the madness and giving him the only mercy I had. No, his words were, "How could you? How could you fill my head with tales of heroics and adventure? How could you not help Ramsay Hodgson? How could you lead us into this horrible place? How could you do this to me? How could you run? He is right. I've done those things, and the only thing that brings me any solace is drink. I think the only hope any of us has now lies in the Stoker estate. Please intimate this message to Mr. Stoker. Cease all exploration into that place. Nothing good will come of it. Blast the entrance and leave the incubating thing down there to famine. Let it starve and save all of us the horror it will release once it incubate embryo is done gestating. For all of our sakes, do this." A final note from the desk of William Mackin. After speaking those words, Mr. Howard became non-communicative. As per our negotiation, bail was offered and he was released. As per his uncouth upbringing, he did not extend gratitude or make eye contact with me. He only repeated his request that we cease all exploration and dynamite the entrance to the mine. He left after those words, likely in the direction of the nearest pub. What became of him after this point, I do not know, nor do I wish to know. While I do not place any value in the words of Mr. Howard, I would like to offer a suggestion to the venerable head of the Stoker estate. The other expeditions which have been sent out have yet to return. It is extremely unlikely that there is any truth to this fantastical tale, but there may be some prudence in deciding to suspend all excavation and exploration until we can muster a large group to discover the truth of what happened to the 15 miners in the 4 previous expeditions sent. As a mediator, I can only advise you that you utilize your best judgment and evaluate the transcripts I have attached. Telegraphed response from the Stoker estate. Believe not the tales of superstitious locals, Mr. Mackin. They are irrational simpletons who see shapes and shadows and weave fantastical tales. There are valuable minerals to be had in the Lad mine. Expeditions shall continue as long as I have the funding and men boast of their curiosity. I am willing to pay any price necessary, continue with mining operations. So did you get Smash Bros? I asked my friend Owen. He paused to take a drag on a cigarette before answering. I got Tomodachi Life. What? I thought you were gonna get Smash Bros. I got it, thinking we were gonna play together. I know, but then I watched these hilarious YouTube videos of Tomodachi characters singing songs. You can change the lyrics to anything you want. It's friggin' awesome. That does sound awesome, but I wish you had told me. I would have just gotten it too. Sorry, dude. Oh well. Smash Bros should be fun anyways. Owen took another drag and said, I gotta go back to work. I'll call you later and tell you how it is. Okay, I'll just play Smash Bros till then. Bye. Bye. And watch the videos. Okay, bye. I went to YouTube and searched Tomodachi Life funny songs. Needless to say, people making their own lyrics to songs sung by video game characters is as funny as you would think it is. Damn, I said. Now I want this game. That evening, Owen called to tell me all about it. Dude, you would love Tomodachi Life. I made the most messed up looking people. I can't wait for them to have babies. They have babies? That's awesome. Yeah, and they're a combination of the parents, so if the parents look all fucked up, then the baby will probably be like a complete freak. Damn. Smash Bros is fun. I did a few online battles, but I don't know what I'm doing yet. Owen changed the subject back to Tomodachi. It's weird though, I didn't get to make my own character at the beginning. Why not? I don't know. There was already a character there. I wanted to import my me, but it just jumped over that part. I know because I watched a video on YouTube showing someone else starting the game for the first time. I tried to edit it, but it won't save. That's weird. So you're forced to be someone else? Well, not really. I mean, I just made another character that looks like me, and I'm pretending he's the main guy. It's just weird because the me's talk about the other guy like he's the mayor or whatever, not me. Hey, wait. Did you get a used copy? Oh, that must be it. They usually erase the games before they resell them. At least at my store we did. Owen had previously worked at a GameStop. I guess they forgot or didn't bother. Are you gonna restart? There's no point really. Besides, this character's awesome. His name is Mr. Happy Death Death. He's even got a song. A song? Do other people get songs? Yeah, but his is fucking awesome. It's called Dying Happy. Ha, that's awesome. I want to hear it. Yeah, maybe I could find a way to put it on the internet or something. Oh wait, let me show you the lyrics. Okay. Owen turned on his 3DS and loaded up Tomodachi Life. He quickly brought up Mr. Happy's techno song, Dying Happy. Okay, listen. Well, first it says in a robot voice, everybody's dying happy. That's awesome. Yeah, then it goes. Owen began to sing playfully in his gentle baritone. It's so awesome whenever people die. They are not alive anymore. It makes me happy. I've never been so happy. Let's all die. Hold hands. Jump to our deaths. Our brains will splatter. Happy. Death is so cool. Let's all commit suicide. He started to laugh towards the end, and I busted out in hysterics. It sounds like something we would write, I said. Yeah, it's even better when Mr. Happy sings it. I've listened to it like 100 times. You have to see the way they dance too. The song alone isn't enough. I gotta find a way to show it to you. Well, you need to get a Smash Bros so we can play together. I will. I gotta go though. I'll call you tomorrow. Okay, bye. Bye. But he didn't call. And the day after that, he didn't call. I tried calling him, but it just went to voicemail. It wasn't unusual if he was working a lot to not hear from him, so I didn't think anything of it. A week later, I finally got a call from Owen's number. What's up? I said, as I usually did when Owen called. A female voice answered quickly. This is Jenny. Oh, what's up? It's about Owen. What about him? Something horrible happened. Her voice was trembling, and I could tell she'd been crying. I didn't know what to think, but I knew if Owen's wife was calling me that there was something seriously wrong. I thought maybe he'd left her, but I wasn't sure why she would call me to tell me when Owen could just do it himself. Just tell me what happened. It's okay. Owen is no longer with us. I didn't understand the meaning of those words. My best friend wouldn't die and leave me alone. Not when we were both doing so well. I had been on a medication for a year and a half that helped fix a lot of my issues, and he had quit drinking and gotten a good job. He couldn't die now when everything was going alright for a change. After a long silence, I asked the burning question. How did it happen? He jumped off an overpass. What? He jumped? He didn't fall? I refused to believe he would kill himself. He definitely jumped. He smiled at me before he did it. By the end of her statement, she began sobbing and could no longer speak properly. I was speechless. There wasn't anything I could imagine that would make him do something like that. We were so close that if he was really going to kill himself, he would tell me. He would at least send me an email or something with a goodbye message. I was more angry than sad. Though later, when I was alone in the dark, I cried for a while. It had been a long time. A few weeks later, I decided to purchase Tomodachi Life so I could feel closer to Owen. He was really enjoying the game when I talked to him last, so I would remember him being happy whenever playing it. He was right about it being hilarious. I made a bunch of crazy looking Miis, but I also made one that looked like Owen and, of course, myself. I pampered his Miis a lot and made sure he married the most charming girl on the island. One day, I was shocked to receive an email from Owen's address. I opened it, assuming it was from Jenny, and was surprised at what I saw, a video file. Why would Jenny send me a video? I thought it might be some kind of memorial video about Owen, but that's not what it was. I clicked play and was immediately confused. It was nearly black and white and pretty blurry. It looked like someone recorded a video game with webcam, a crappy webcam. Then I saw the words, "Everybody's dying happy." Without even thinking, I stopped the video right there. My whole body went numb. I sat still for a few minutes, wondering if I should press play again. Who could have sent this to me? Did Owen send it before he died and it just showed up now? I didn't recall his webcam being of such a low quality. My curiosity soon overtook my fear, and I resumed the video. There were 6 Miis dancing on a stage. Mr. Happy suddenly descended, revealing his spooky face. He had no hair, his eyes were just 2 black holes, and his mouth, a black oval. He resembled that famous painting of The Scream. It was all rather innocent really, until he began to sing. The music was upbeat, but the lyrics were just as Owen had recited them to me. They were funny at the time, but now they felt morbid and disturbing, knowing that my best friend killed himself. I realized then that there could be a connection. I just didn't know who sent me the email. I tried to forget about Mr. Happy, but for some reason I found myself watching the video again. In fact, I watched it dozens of times. Each time I became less afraid and more accepting of the lyrics. Perhaps Mr. Happy had a point. Dying happy does seem like something everyone would want to do. After all, everyone dies sometime. Why die sad? Owen wasn't sad when he died. He was smiling. Though, a smile doesn't always mean that someone's happy. They could be hiding their true feelings. Was Owen hiding his? When I went back to Tomodachi Life, I was greeted by an unwelcome face. Somehow, Mr. Happy had moved in. Same name, same face, same catchphrase. It was impossible. My niece and nephew hadn't been over for a while, so I knew there was no one else playing. Even if they were, they wouldn't know about Mr. Happy. I shut off the system, put it down, and sat there, stupefied. I didn't move for hours. Once I calmed down a little, I found myself humming Mr. Happy's song. I just couldn't help it. I had to continue playing Tomodachi. If Mr. Happy was related to Owen's suicide in any way, I needed to see for myself what he was all about. Everything seemed fine when I returned to my little island. Mr. Happy was just like the other residents, even with his strange catchphrases like, "Death feels good." I tried to change them, but they wouldn't keep. I even changed the lyrics to his song, but they reverted back as well. Even stranger, Mr. Happy became the most charming male on the island, and every female was in love with him. I couldn't figure out how Mr. Happy could be involved in Owen's death. He was just a video game character. If he was in both of our games, then he must have been put there by the programmers. Maybe he appeared later in my game because I needed to unlock him or something. At least, that's what I thought at the time. Until the Miis started dying. Name of me has committed suicide. That's the message I got when I looked at one of the Mii's apartments. They would never put suicide in a family-friendly game like Tomodachi Life. It was beyond unsettling. Did this happen in Owen's games too? I wondered. The next day, the dead Mii's apartment was gone, and the Mii that lived next door had committed suicide. It didn't affect me quite the same as the first one dying, but it was still remarkably strange. It continued to happen that way as the days progressed. Every time I played, the Mii who killed themselves the previous day was erased entirely, and another Mii was lying dead in their apartment. As time went by, I became less and less concerned by what was happening. Honestly, it started to make me feel good when the Miis would kill themselves. I knew it was going to happen, and the anticipation proved to be quite exhilarating. Owen's death drifted further and further from my mind, and I began to feel happier than I was before he died. After 36 Miis were gone, there was just one more lying dead. Mr. Happy, Owen, and myself. The suicides occurred in descending order according to the apartment layout, so the order of the next suicides would be Owen, myself, and then Mr. Happy. But Mr. Happy can't die. He has to be there to help others be happy. Without him, I never would have realized that we should all die happy. I now know the reason why Owen killed himself was because he was happier than he had ever been. He wanted to die happy. He wanted to die free. I want to do the same. The following morning, I got up to play Tomodachi Life. I smiled inside and out when I saw Owen's me lying dead on the floor of his virtual apartment. Mr. Happy's song started playing on its own. I danced around the room, though I didn't know how to dance. Just one more day, and it will be my turn. My me will die, and so will I. I will die happy. It's something everyone should do. Why would we want our last moments to be painful? Don't we want our families and friends to remember us smiling? Tomorrow, I will jump to my death. But first, I will smile at someone I love. Thank you, Mr. Happy. Some people might recall some momentary buzz caused a couple of years ago by a particularly odd Morrowind mod. The file name was jvk1166z.esp. It was never posted on any of the larger Elder Scrolls communities, usually just smaller boards and role-playing groups. I know in a few cases, rather than being posted, it was sent via PM or email to a chosen few. It was only up for a few days to the best of my knowledge. It caused a buzz because it was a virus, or seemed to be. If you tried to load the game with the mod active, it would hang at the initial load screen for a full hour and then crash to the desktop. If you let it get that far, your install of Morrowind, along with any save files you had, would become completely corrupted. Nobody could figure out what the mod was trying to do since it couldn't be opened in the construction set. Eventually, warnings were distributed not to use it if you found it, and things died down. About a year later, in a mod board I used to frequent, someone popped up with the mod again. He said he was PM'd by a lurker who deleted his account immediately after sending. He also said that the person advised them to try playing the mod through DOSBox. For some reason, this worked. Sort of. The game was a bit laggy, and you couldn't get into options, load game, the console, or really anything else, other than the game itself. The quick save and quick load hop buttons worked, but that was it. And the quick save file seemed to be just part of the game file, so you couldn't get at it anymore. Some speculated that the changed game used an older graphics renderer, making DOSBox necessary, but it didn't look any different. This part I can speak about from personal experience. When you start a new game in JVK, as the board came to call it, once you left the starting bit in the census office and came into the game proper, the first thing you notice is that the prophecy has been severed box pops up. This is because every single NPC having to do with the main quest is dead, with the sole exception of Yagrum Bagarn, the last of the Dwemer. Their courses never despawn, so you can go check on all of them. In fact, you begin in a world that is doomed to start with. The second thing you notice is that you're losing health. It's only a bit, but it keeps on happening, a little bit at a time. The longer you stay in one place, the quicker it seems to occur. If you let this health loss kill you, you'll find the cause. A figure we came to call the Assassin because he seems to wear a retextured version of the Dark Brotherhood armor from Tribunal, even though the expansions don't work in JVK. It's all black, completely untextured, like he's just a hole in space. The way he moves, he gave me quite a start. The first time I saw him scuttling around my dead body, he crawls inhumanely on his hands and feet. His arms and legs played out like a spider. You'd usually only see him after death, crawling around and over your body just before the reload box popped up. Occasionally, you could catch a glimpse of him darting around a corner or crawling on a wall or ceiling. It made the game very difficult to play at night. Other than that, the only noticeable difference is that at night, at random intervals, every NPC in the game will go outside for a few minutes. During this time, the only thing they will say when hailed is, "Watch the sky." Once they return to their normal behavior, they act like normal though. After a while, a player on the board discovered a new NPC named Tierras, a male Dunmer in the temple at Ghostgate. Two things are notable about this NPC. First is his robe, a unique article of clothing that was lovingly rendered with twinkling stars all across it, looking like a torn off chunk of the night sky. The second is that all of his dialogue, in addition to showing up in the dialogue box, is voiced. You can skip it if you wish, but it all sounds like it's in the default Mel Dunmer voice. Some people said that they thought this voice was slightly different, but it was a very, very good imitation. I won't go into details, but the questline he sends you on has to do with a dungeon referred simply to as the Citadel. Up until this point, the quests were all fairly generic to discover the secrets of the Ancient's Bent. The entrance to this dungeon is on a small island far to the west of Morrowind proper. I eventually discovered that if you use the scroll of Icarian Flight at the westernmost point on the main landmass and jump directly west, you'd end up almost exactly at the island. Even though the dungeon is called the Citadel, it goes straight down. It dwarfs any other dungeon, both in size and difficulty. From a natural cave area, you'll proceed down into an ancestral tomb looking area, then a Daedric ruin area, and then a Dwemer ruin area. I made it down to the Dwemer ruins before I quit. The creatures here were strong enough that a level 20 character would have to take care, and since you can't use the console in JVK, level 20 took a while to get to. Since quick save and quick load are your only options, it's all too easy to get yourself into an impossible situation too. I did, and I just didn't have the energy to start over. Now, what I'm telling you is based on what those few who went further reported. Past the Dwemer ruins, you find yourself in a level like the Dwemer ruins, but darker. Rather than the usual bronze, all the surfaces, including those of the creatures, are black. The sounds of machinery are loud here and grow louder still, randomly. There's also steam or fog everywhere, limiting your vision to about 10 in-game feet or so. If you can make it through all of this, you will reach a hall that those who found it called it the portrait room. Like the fire and torches or other effects from early 3D games, this room has picture frames that always face directly at you, no matter how you look at them. The images in the frames were always randomly chosen images from your My Pictures folder. On the board, the ones who got there had some fun posting screenshots of the portrait room with various pictures in the frames, usually porn of course. At the end of the hall was a locked door. After admitting defeat and returning to Tierras, everyone just found him saying, "Watch the sky," in his gravelly voice. What's more, nobody else in the game would say anything. There was just a completely blank dialogue box with no options at all. They wouldn't even rattle off the usual canned audible greetings. The only exception was at night. Whenever they'd go out for a few minutes, they'd still repeat it, "Watch the sky." At this point, one of the players, a friend of mine from the board, noticed, and the few others who got this far agreed, that the night sky was no longer the usual night sky of Tamriel. It had changed to a depiction of a real night sky, and it moved. From this point on, everything is based on what this one person reported. Eventually, he got himself kicked from the board, but I kept in contact with him for as long as he responded. According to him, based on the constellation and planets, the sky started around February 2005. If you died, loaded, or went back into the Citadel, it would start over. When the usual day sky graphics took over, the movement would be suspended until the stars reappeared again. In the space of a single night, everything would move about 2 months' worth. Since the timescale of JVK was more or less that of a standard game, that meant that a bit less than an hour was equal to a 24-hour period. He became convinced that the door would open based on some kind of celestial event. Of course, waiting for that meant leaving the game running. Of course, that meant the game couldn't be left unattended, thanks to our old friend, the assassin. My friend decided he'd hang out for a whole day, just to see if anything happened. That would be about a year's worth of movement. Here's the post he made at the end of this experiment. I loaded in Sedanin where it all starts. It wasn't too bad, just had to check in now and then to move around and heal to make sure I wasn't dying. But check it out, 24 hours exactly in, and the assassin learned a new trick. He screams. I was reading and all of a sudden this crazy loud shriek just about makes me crap myself. It's like something out of a horror movie. I look up and there he is, just crouched down right in front of me. Of course, the second I moved my character, he ran off. When I went back down to the portrait room, the door was still locked. Damn it, damn it, damn it. A bit later, he came to the decision that he needed to wait 3 days, 3 years. The PM advising us to try DOS box showed up in February of 2008 was his reasoning anyway. After the first shriek, the assassin stops hitting you out of nowhere. Now he'll shriek, and if you don't move for a few seconds after that, he hits you. I think whoever made the mod was trying to help. At night, I've got my headphones on and I was kind of just dozing off when he wakes me up with a shriek. I jiggled the mouse and I'm good. That post was 2 days in from his laptop. Once it was over, fuck. So fucking done. So I waited 3 days, right? And right after the fucking assassin made me jiggle the mouse, he shrieks again. So I look and everyone in town is outside. They're all saying, watch the sky. I don't see anything though. But then the game starts getting dark, like really dark. I turn up the brightness all the way on my monitor and I can still barely see. I can see other people in the game, little figures running around in the distance, just running back and forth. If I try to get close, they run off. Now I was trying to sleep so the lights are off, and this is kind of creepy. I don't want to get up to turn on my light because I don't want to miss anything, but nothing fucking happens. Eventually I go back to the Citadel, it's still dark, and I gotta swim. And the whole time I can see all these guys swimming all around me, just barely there. I make it to the Citadel and it's normal light inside. And I get worried. Sure enough, the portrait door is still fucking closed. I go outside and it's all starting over. So that's it. I'm fucking going to bed and I'm fucking done. The end. After that, 2 things happened. First, another of the people who got to the portrait room claimed that the assassin was still showing up in his regular Morrowind game. Quick explanation, if you reinstalled Morrowind to a different folder, you could have a normal Morrowind install along with JVK. He himself chalked it up to an overactive imagination at first, but he reported a couple of really big scares with the black figure crawling right at him, or seeing it waiting for him just around the corner before scuttling off. Another of those who reached the portrait room started a regular Morrowind game, but never saw him for sure. It was just a couple of maybes, late at night and always at a distance. The second is that my friend started getting really abusive and short-tempered on the board, though he stopped talking about JVK entirely. It got so bad that he was soon kicked off. I didn't hear anything from him for a couple of weeks after that, so I sent him an email. This was part of his reply. I know I shouldn't, but with classes out I've got some time, so I started JVK up again. It's almost 2011, and I think I've got the sleep madness, but stuff is happening. It's still dark. Once it gets dark, it never gets any lighter. It stays like that. The people moved a few months ago. Everyone in Said Anin just went to that little bandit cave and moved in. They killed the bandits inside and now they're just standing around inside. They don't say anything anymore. They don't do anything when you click on them. I quick saved and killed one and he just stood there until he died without fighting back. And it's like that everywhere. You have to walk since the quick travel people are all in caves now, too, but all the cities and towns are just deserted. All the people in caves are in caves and tombs. Everybody in Vivek is down in the sewers. I'm going to Ghostgate next. I want to see if TRS is still there. I'll tell you what he says when I get there. I replied and said I wanted to see what he said too and waited a day. When I didn't get a reply, I mailed him again and a couple of hours later he sent back. Sorry, I totally forgot. So it's 2014 now. Since it's always nights, the stars are always moving. The whole screen is dark, but you can still see the brightest stars moving around. Tiara's was gone, everyone in Ghostgate was gone. I don't know where they went. They're not in any of the nearby caves, but there's new stuff. People still don't say anything, but their eyes are bleeding. It's so dark that even with the light spell, you have to get right up against them to see. But there they are, little dark streaks coming down from their eyes. I think I gotta be getting close. I know this is stupid, and there's no way the payoff is going to be worth it, but I just want to be able to say I stuck it out. I got that one during the day. Later that night, I got a follow-up email. Some of the planets aren't moving right. It's pissing me off. If this keeps up, I won't be able to track them anymore. It's almost 2015 now, I think. Fuck. I just noticed that there aren't any monsters anymore either. I'm completely alone outside now. The main quest people's bodies are still lying around, though. I want to check on them. I don't need headphones anymore, I just leave them off anymore. When he shrieks, it's like he's screaming right into my ear. I think I even kind of anticipate it. He's around a lot more now, a lot closer. He's different from the other people who started showing up, remember? They keep running around, just where I could barely see them. I have to admit, it's kind of creepy at night. Sometimes when I go to the bathroom or whatever, I swear I can see something out of the corner of my eye. I'm keeping all the lights on now. I sent him a letter, jokingly telling him to get some real sleep, and left it at that. 2 mornings later, I found this in my email. It was the last thing I got from him. After this, he stopped responding completely. I just got a fucked up dream. I think the assassin shrieked at me, and when I opened my eyes, he was right there, crouching over me. His arms and legs were longer, more like a spider's. I tried to push him away, but when I touched him, my hands just went inside and I couldn't get them loose again. It was like he was made of tar or something. Then I woke up, I thought he was gone. But when I looked at the monitor, I wasn't where I was. I was in the Corporacarium with Yagram. For once, the light was okay, and I could see him all loaded on those mechanical spider legs. I sat down at the computer and he started talking to me. Not in a box, but really talking to me. In Tierra's voice. He knew things about me. He told me things that I never told anyone. Some things I totally forgot about. He told me that almost nobody made it this far, and that the door would open up soon. I just had to hang on a little while longer. He said I'd know when it was time. He said I might be the first one to see what was inside. And then I woke up for real, but I was at the computer. I still wasn't where I was. I'm swimming out to the Citadel Island, and I could just hear tapping. It's at my window. It's over on the left, so I'm sending you this, because I left my laptop by my bed, to the right. Just a little tap 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 tap, like he's knocking his finger against the glass. I might still be dreaming now. So I guess that's the end of this story. I know there's a few other stories floating around about the mod, but this is the only one I know as true. As far as it goes, I deleted my JVK copy of the game pretty much right after I gave up, but I'd like to get the mod again. If anyone still has a copy of the file, I'd like to see some of this for myself. It was a nice day outside, especially just after a week-long storm. I'd spend almost every Saturday in my local game shop, Slackers. The place was just local, I think. I hadn't seen any other stores. The shelves always had new weekly stock to check out. They even had music sections that I would occasionally browse. The owner of the store was pretty nice, at least 30 or so, pretty laid back. I had just gotten a Game Boy Color, which was a bit after its release, 2000, so I went as usual to the Game Boy cartridge section. There was an interesting cartridge on the very top shelf. I was only 12, so I couldn't quite reach it. I found the stool that was kept around here somewhere and was finally able to reach it. The cartridge was hard to take off the shelf, almost stuck on there. After about 30 seconds of prying at it, it finally broke off. The cartridge was still intact. The cartridge had no label, just simply written in Sharpie, free. I basically just shrugged and asked the owner about it. "Is this game free?" I said with a surprised look. The owner took it from me and just shrugged as he saw the label. "I guess it is." He then handed it back to me and then went back to reading his magazine. I put the cartridge in my pocket as I began my usual round of the new stock. All the usual stuff. Pokemon, Kirby, stuff like that. After I realized I couldn't buy anything anyhow, I went home. All the way home, I was strangely intrigued by the blank cartridge. I was ready for anything. When I got back to my room, it was just as I had left it. A typical 12-year-old's room. Spider-Man posters left and right, supplies ready for school on Monday, and my old clear Game Boy on the bed. I jumped into the bed and popped the cartridge in. While it was loading, I was expecting some crappy game that never took off. The menu was what looked like an 8-bit field of grass, a setting sun in the distance. There was also no title, just in big bold letters, Start. I pressed start and was almost instantly placed on a flat plane. The sun in the menu was now at the very top of the screen. My characters had a hat and a t-shirt on, pretty pixelated. I began to walk forward with the arrow button and soon encountered a block. I touched the block and instantly died. I was taken back to the menu. During the next game I played, the sun seemed lower by about a pixel. I figured out that A was jump, so I jumped over the first block that killed me. The same process happened for about a minute, finding a block then jumping over it. I encountered a pit after a while, just one block wide. Seeing no challenge, I jumped. I hit some sort of invisible wall and fell into the pit. I pressed the start button on the menu. The sun seemed about 3 or 4 pixels lower. Nothing too odd, it just unnerved me a bit. I arrived at the pit, which seemed to be the one I came to earlier. I got over the pit this time feeling a bit accomplished. After a bit of walking, I came across a sign. The sign was very detailed for a GBC game. The game told me to press B to read the sign. Don't let the sun set. The sun, by what I had noticed, had been setting more and more each game. I wondered what happened if you did let it set without completing the game. I just touched the block over and over again. Each time the sun was setting more, the screen getting darker. My heart was racing. I felt so rebellious, which was a mistake. The sun finally set, the screen almost pitch black. I touched the block and died again. The next time I played, it was broad daylight in game. I just began to walk, and walk, and walk. I seemed so interested in absolutely nothing. I felt myself getting absorbed in the game. I was just walking. So one day, the world blacked out. I was placed in a game store, and waited to be picked up by a kid again. I was picked up and played. Interesting kid. So I was walking, and then I ran into a block and died. The next kid suffered the same fate, but I felt a decade-long spell being lifted as he did so. I was free. So that made me wonder, am I nothing but some sick and twisted game, doomed to walk a plane for the rest of my life? Doomed to pick up cartridges in game shops? Maybe it's not so bad. Taking a walk sounds nice, doesn't it? Bedtime is supposed to be a happy event for the tired child. For me, it was terrifying. While some children might complain about being put to bed before they have finished watching a film or playing their favorite video game, when I was a child, nighttime was something to truly fear. Somewhere in the back of my mind, it still is. As someone who is trained in the sciences, I cannot prove that what happened to me was objectively real, but I can swear that what I experienced was genuine horror. A fear which in my life, I'm glad to say, has never been equaled. I will relate it to you all now as best as I can. Make of it what you will, but I'll be glad to just get it off my chest. I can't remember exactly when it started, but my apprehension towards falling asleep seemed to correspond with my being moved into a room of my own. I was 8 years old at the time, and until then I had shared a room quite happily with my older brother. As is perfectly understandable for a boy 5 years my senior, my brother eventually wished for a room of his own, and as a result, I was given the room at the back of the house. It was small, narrow, yet oddly elongated room, large enough for a bed and a couple of chests of drawers, not much else. I couldn't really complain because even at that age I understood that we did not have a large house, and I had no real cause to be disappointed, as my family was both loving and caring. It was a happy childhood during the day. A solitary window looked out onto our back garden. Nothing out of the ordinary, but even during the day, the light which crept into that room seemed almost hesitant. As my brother was given a new bed, I was given the bunk air beds which we used to share. While I was upset about sleeping on my own, I was excited at the thought of being able to sleep in the top bunk, which seemed far more adventurous to me. From the very first night, I remember a strange feeling of unease creeping slowly from the back of my mind. I lay on the top bunk, staring down at my action figures and cars strewn across the green-blue carpet. As imaginary battles and adventures took place between the toys on the floor, I couldn't help but feel that my eyes were slowly being drawn towards the bottom bunk, as if something was moving in the corner of my eye, something which did not wish to be seen. The bunk was empty, impeccably made with a dark blue blanket tucked in neatly, partially covering two rather bland white pillows. I didn't think anything of it at the time. I was a child, and the noise slipping under my door from my parents' television bathed me in a warm sense of safety and well-being. I fell asleep. When you awaken from a deep sleep to something moving or staring, it can take a few moments for you to truly understand what is happening. The fog of sleep hangs over your eyes and ears even when lucid. Something was moving, there's no doubt about that. At first, I wasn't sure what it was. Everything was dark, almost pitch black, but there was enough light creeping in from the outside to outline that narrowly suffocating room. Two thoughts appeared in my mind almost simultaneously. The first was that my parents were in bed because the rest of the house lay both in darkness and silence. The second thought turned to the noise, a noise which had obviously woken me. As the last cobwebs of sleep withered from my mind, the noise took on a more familiar form. Sometimes the simplest of sounds can be the most unnerving. A cold wind whistling through a tree outside, a neighbor's footsteps uncomfortably close, or in this case, the simple sound of a bed sheets rustling in the dark. That was it. Bed sheets rustling in the dark, as if some disturbed sleeper was attempting to get all too comfortable in the bottom bunk. I lay there in disbelief, thinking that the noise was either my imagination or perhaps just my pet cat finding somewhere comfortable to spend the night. It was then that I noticed the door, shut as it had been as I'd fallen asleep. Perhaps my mom had checked in on me and the cat had sneaked into my room then. Yes, that must have been it. I turned to face the wall, closing my eyes in the vain hope that I could fall back to sleep. As I moved, the rustling noise from underneath me ceased. I thought that I must have disturbed my cat, but quickly I realized that the visitor in my bottom bunk was much less mundane than my pet trying to sleep, much more sinister. As if alerted to and disgruntled by my presence, the disturbed sleeper began to toss and turn violently, like a child having a tantrum in their bed. I could hear the sheets twist and turn with increasing ferocity. Fear then gripped me, not like the subtle sense of unease I had experienced earlier, but now potent and terrifying. My heart raced as my eyes panicked, scanning the almost impenetrable darkness. I let out a cry. As most young boys do, I instinctively shouted on my mother. I could hear something stir on the other side of the house, but as I began to breathe a sigh of relief that my parents were coming to save me, the bunk bed suddenly started to shake violently as if gripped by an earthquake. Scraping against the wall, I could hear the bed sheets below me thrashing around as I tormented by malice. I did not want to jump down to safety, as I feared the thing in the bottom bunk would reach out and grab me, pulling me into the darkness. So I stayed there, white knuckles clenching my own blanket like a shroud of protection. The wait seemed like an eternity. The door finally and thankfully burst open. I lay bathed in light, while the bottom bunk, the resting place of my unwanted visitor, lay empty and peaceful. I cried and my mother consoled me. Tears of fear, followed by relief, streamed down my face. Yet through all the horror and relief, I did not tell her why I was so upset. I could not explain it, but it was as though whatever had been in that bunk would return if I even so much as spoke of it, or uttered a single syllable of its existence. Whether that was the truth, I do not know, but as a child I felt as if that unseen menace remained close, listening. My mother lay in the empty bunk, promising to stay there until morning. Eventually my anxiety diminished, tiredness pushed me back towards the sleep, but I remained restless, waking several times momentarily to the sound of rustling bed sheets. I remember the next day I wanted to go anywhere, be anywhere, but in that narrow, suffocating room, it was a Saturday and I played outside, quite happily with my friends. Although our house was not large, we were lucky to have a long sloping garden in the back. We played there often, as much of it was overgrown, and we could hide in the bushes, climbing the huge sycamore trees, which towered above all else, and easily imagine ourselves in the throes of a grand adventure in some untamed exotic land. As fun as it was, occasionally my eye would turn to that small window, ordinary, slight, and innocuous, but for me that thin boundary was a looking glass into a strange cold pocket of dread. Outside, the lush green surroundings of our garden, filled with the smiling faces of my friends, could not extinguish the creeping feeling clawing its way up my spine, each hair standing on end. The feeling of something in that room watching me play, waiting for the night when I would be alone, eagerly filled with hate. It may sound strange to you, but by the time my parents ushered me back into the room for the night, I said nothing. I didn't protest. I didn't even make an excuse as to why I couldn't sleep there. I simply and sullenly walked into that room, climbed a few steps into the top bunk, and then waited. As an adult, I would be telling everyone about my experience, but even at that age, I felt almost silly to be talking about something which I really had no evidence for. I would be lying, however, if I said this was my primary reason. I still felt that this thing would be enraged if I so much as spoke of it. It's funny how certain words can remain hidden from your mind, no matter how blatant or obvious they are. One word came to me that night, that second night, lying there in the darkness alone, frightened, aware of a rotten change in the atmosphere, a thickening of the air as if something had displaced it. As I heard the first casual twist of the bed sheets below, the first anxious increase of my heartbeat at the realization that something was once again in the bottom bunk. That word, a word which had been sent into exile, filtered up through my consciousness, breaking free of all repression, gasping for air, screaming, etching, and carving itself into my mind. Ghost. As this thought came to me, I noticed that my unwelcome visitor had ceased moving. The bedsheets lay calm and dormant, but they had been replaced by something far more hideous. A slow, rhythmic, rasping breath heaved and escaped from the thing below. I could imagine his chest rising and falling with each sordid, wheezing, garbled breath. I shuddered and hoped beyond all hope that it would leave without occurrence. The house lay as it had the previous night, in a thick blanket of darkness. Silence prevailed, all but for the perverted breath of my, as yet unseen, bunkmate. I lay there terrified. I just wanted this thing to go, to leave me alone. What did it want? Then something unmistakably chilling transpired. It moved. It moved in a different way from before. When it threw itself around in the bottom bunk, it seemed unrestrained, without purpose, almost animalistic. This movement, however, was driven by awareness, with purpose, with a goal in mind. For that thing lying there in the darkness, that thing which seemed intent on terrorizing a young boy, calmly and nonchalantly sat up. Its labored breathing had become louder as now only a mattress and a few flimsy wooden slats separated my body from the unearthly breath below. I lay there, my eyes filled with tears. A fear which mere words cannot relate to you or anyone else coursed through my veins. I would not have believed that this fear could have been heightened, but I was so wrong. I imagined what this thing would look like, sitting there listening from below my mattress, hoping to catch the slightest hint that I was awake. Imagination then turned to an unnerving reality. It began to touch the wooden slats which my mattress sat on. It seemed to caress them carefully, running what I imagined to be fingers and hands across the surface of the wood. Then, with great force, it prodded angrily between two slats, into the mattress. Even through the padding, it felt as if someone had viciously stuck their fingers into my side. I let out an almighty cry, and the wheezing, shaking, and moving thing in the bunk below replied in kind by violently vibrating the bunk as it had done the night before. Small flakes of paint powdered onto my blanket from the wall as the frame of the bed scraped along it, backwards and forwards. Once again, I was bathed in light, and there stood my mother, loving and caring as she always was, with a comforting hug and calming words which eventually subdued my hysteria. Of course, she asked what was wrong, but I could not say. I dared not say. I simply said one word and over and over and over again. Nightmare. This pattern of events continued for weeks, if not months. Night after night, I would awaken to the sound of rustling sheets. Each time I would scream so as to not provide this abomination with time to prod and feel for me. With each cry, the bed would shake violently, stopping with the arrival of my mother, who would spend the rest of the night in the bottom bunk, seemingly unaware of the sinister force torturing her son nightly. Along the way, I managed to feign illness a few times and come up with other less than truthful reasons for sleeping in my parents' bed, but more often than not, I would be alone for the first few hours of each night in that place, the room where the light from outside did not sit right, alone with that thing. With time, you can become desensitized to almost anything, no matter how horrific. I had come to realize for whatever reason, this thing could not harm me when my mother was present. I'm sure the same would have been said for my father, but as loving as he was, waking him from sleep was almost impossible. After a few months, I had grown accustomed to my nightly visitor. Do not mistake this for some unearthly friendship. I detested the thing. I still feared it greatly as I could almost sense its desires and its personality, if you could call it that, one filled with a perverted and twisted hatred yet longing for me, of perhaps all things. My greatest fears were realized in the winter. The days grew short, and the longer nights merely provided this wretch with more opportunities. It was a difficult time for my family. My grandmother, a wonderfully kind and gentle woman, had deteriorated greatly since the death of my grandfather. My mother was trying her best to keep her in the community as long as possible. However, dementia is a cruel and degenerative illness, robbing a person of their memories one day at a time. Soon she recognized none of us, and it became clear that she would need to be moved from her house to a nursing home. Before she could be moved, my grandmother had a particularly difficult few nights, and my mother decided that she would stay with her. As much as I loved my grandmother and felt nothing but anguish at her illness, to this day I feel guilty that my first thoughts were not of her, but of what my nightly visitor may do should it become aware of my mother's absence. Her presence being the only thing which I was sure was protecting me from the full horror of this thing's reach. I rushed home from school that day and immediately wrenched the bed sheets and mattress from the lower bunk, removing all the slats and placing an old desk, a chest of drawers, and some chairs which we kept in the cupboard where the bottom bunk used to be. I told my father that I was making an office, which he found adorable, but I would be damned if I'd give that place a thing to sleep for one more night. As darkness approached, I lay there knowing my mother was not in the house. I did not know what to do. My only impulse was to sneak into her jewelry box and take a small family crucifix which I had seen there before. While my family was not very religious, at that age I still believed in God and hoped that somehow this would protect me. Although fearful and anxious, while gripping the crucifix under my pillow tightly in one hand, sleep eventually came, and as I drifted off to dream, I hoped that I would awaken in the morning without incident. Unfortunately, that night was the most terrifying of all. I woke gradually. The room was once again dark. As my eyes adjusted, I could gradually make out the window and the door, and the walls, and some toys on a shelf, and even to this day, I shudder to think of it. For there was no noise, no rustling of sheets, no movements at all. The room felt lifeless, yet not empty. The nightly visitor, that unwelcome, wheezing, hate-filled thing which had terrorized me night after night, was not in the bottom bunk. It was in my bed. I opened my mouth to scream, but nothing came out. Utter terror had shaken the very sound from my voice. I lay motionless. If I could not scream, I did not want to let it know I was awake. I had not yet seen it. I could only feel it. It was obscured under my blanket. I could see its outline, and I could feel its presence. But I dared not look. The weight of it pressed down on top of me, a sensation I will never forget. When I say that hours passed, I do not exaggerate. Laying there motionless in the darkness, I was every bit a scared and frightened young boy. If it had been during the summer months, it would have been light by then, but the grasp of winter is long and unrelenting. I knew it would be hours before sunrise, a sunrise which I yearned for. I was a timid child by nature, but I reached a breaking point, a moment where I could wait no more, where I could survive under this intimately deviant abomination no longer. Fear can sometimes wear you out, make you threadbare, a shell of nerves, leaving only the slightest trace of you behind. I had to get out of that bed. Then I remembered the crucifix. My hand still lay underneath the pillow, but it was empty. I slowly moved my wrist around to find it, minimizing as best I could the sound and vibrations caused, but it could not be found. I had either knocked it off the top bunk, or it had, I could not even bear to think of it, been taken from my hand. Without the crucifix, I had lost any sense of hope. Even at such a young age, you can be acutely aware of what death is and intensely frightened of it. I knew I was going to die in that bed if I lay there, dormant, passive, doing nothing. I had to leave that room behind, but how? Should I leap from the bed and hope that I make it to the door? What if it is faster than me? Or should I slowly slip out of that top bunk, hoping to not disturb my uncanny bedfellow? Realizing that I had not stirred when I moved, trying to find the crucifix, I began to have the strangest of thoughts. What if it was asleep? It hadn't so much as breathed since I had woken up. Perhaps it was resting, believing that it had finally got me, that I wasn't finally in its grasp. Or perhaps it was toying with me. After all, I had been doing just that for countless nights, and now with me under it, pinned against my mattress with no mother to protect me, maybe it was holding off, savoring its victory until the last possible moment, like a wild animal savoring its prey. I tried to breathe as shallowly as possible, and mustering every ounce of courage I could, I reached over slowly with my right hand and began to peel the blanket off of me. What I found under those covers almost stopped my heart. I did not see it, but as my hand moved the blanket, it brushed against something smooth and cold, something which felt unmistakably like a gaunt hand. I held my breath in terror, as I was sure it must now have known that I was awake. Nothing. It did not stir. It felt dead. After a few moments, I placed my hand carefully further down the blanket and felt a thin, pearly formed forearm. My confidence and almost twisted sense of curiosity grew as I moved down further to a disproportionately larger bicep muscle. The arm was outstretched, lying across my chest, with the hand resting on my left shoulder as if it had grabbed me in my sleep. I realized that I would have to move this cadaverous appendage if I even so much as hoped to escape its grasp. For some reason, the feeling of torn, ragged clothing on the shoulder of this nighttime invader stopped me in my tracks. Fear once again swelled in my stomach and in my chest as I recoiled my hand in disgust at the touch of straggled, oily hair. I could not bring myself to touch its face, although I wondered to this very day what it would have looked like. Dear God, it moved. It was subtle, but its grip on my shoulder and across my body strengthened. No tears came, but God, how I wanted to cry. As its hand and arm slowly coiled around me, my right leg brushed along the cold wall which the bed lay against. Of all that happened to me in that room, this was the strangest. I realized that this clutching, rancid thing which drew great delight from violating a young boy's bed was not entirely on top of me. It was sticking out from the wall like a spider striking from its lair. Suddenly, its grip moved from a slow tightening to a sudden squeeze. It pulled and clawed at my clothes as if frightened that the opportunity would soon pass. I fought against it, but its emaciated arm was too strong for me. Its head rose up, writhing and contorting from under the blanket. I now realized where it was taking me, into the wall. I fought for my dear life. I cried, and suddenly my voice returned to me, yelling, screaming, but no one came. Then I realized why I was so eager to suddenly strike. Why this thing had to have me now. Through my window, the window that which seemed to represent so much malice from outside, streaked hope. The first rays of sunshine. I struggled further, knowing that if I could just hold on, it would soon be gone. As I fought for my life, the unearthly parasite shifted, slowly pulling itself up to my chest, its head now poking out from under the blanket, wheezing, coughing, rasping. I do not remember its features. I simply remember its breath against my face, foul and as cold as ice. As the sun broke out over the horizon, that dark place, that suffocating room of contempt was washed, bathed in sunlight. I passed out as its scrawny fingers encircled my neck, squeezing the very life from me. I awoke to my father offering to make me some breakfast, a wonderful sight indeed. I had survived the most horrible experience of my life until then, and now. I moved the bed away from the wall, leaving behind the furniture I had believed would stop that thing from taking a bed. Little did I think that it would try to take mine, and me. Weeks passed without incidents, yet on one cold frostbitten night, I awoke to the sound of furniture where the bunk beds used to be, vibrating violently. In a moment it passed, I lay there sure I could hear a distant wheezing coming from deep within the wall, finally fading into the distance. I have never told anyone this story before. To this day, I still break out in a cold sweat at the sound of bedsheets rustling in the night, or a wheeze brought on by a common cold. And I certainly never sleep with my bed against a wall. Call it superstition if you will, but as I said, I cannot discount conventional explanations such as sleep paralysis hallucination or that of an overactive imagination. But what I can say is this. The following year, I was given a larger room on the other side of the house, and my parents took that strangely suffocating, elongated place as their bedroom. They said they didn't need a large room, just one big enough for a bed and a few things. They lasted 10 days. We moved on the 11th.
Sinister V's, sinister voices. Yo. Action-packed Black Mac 10, Jr. and his friend, not a pot to piss and starving brothers on a mission. 2:30, brilliant plan to route a toll booth. GW Bridge, got the weapon concealed, nothing to lose. They choose to break the rules at all costs, stick them in Jersey. Hit the other side to New York, black and red leather suits and black biker boots. One got the gun, the other one controls the motorbike. Adrenaline pumping, dreams of cash. Anybody try to stop them getting lead in their face, believe that. Black pack.